Xiaoqi, who was once a private detective, was reborn as a clinic doctor. In order to complete the task, I had to broadcast the medical consultation live. Doctor, my mouth has been a little yellow lately, burp, the beautiful woman said coquettishly. Xiaoqi shook his head. Beauty, your yellow mouth is a minor problem. I'm afraid you are in the late stage of cancer. Doctor, my toe is inflamed. What medicine do you think would be more effective? The middle-aged man asked indifferently. Xiaoqi sighed. Alas, at the very least, it will be bleeding, at the worst, it will be amputation. Doctor, my stomach is uncomfortable? Is there a possibility that you had a miscarriage? How is that possible? I haven't had that in a year. Then you have to ask your ex-husband. The top medical knowledge and amazing diagnostic reasoning are shocking. Brother Xiao sighed. Life is not easy. When Brother Xiao smiles, life and death are unpredictable. Brother Xiao has given up. Congratulations. You can prepare for your funeral now. Chapter 1 Rebirth Clinic. Dr. No. 148, Luomen Street, Jiangnan City. A shabby little clinic is located at the end of the alley. At the door, the white reeds, broken eggs and red paint are so eye-catching that you can even faintly smell a hint of urine. Is it hellish difficulty at the beginning? Xiaoqi looked at this scene with a helpless expression. He is a time traveler who traveled to this world 3 hours ago. After integrating the memories of the original owner of the body, Xiaoqi learned that his job was a consulting doctor in a small clinic. It can be said that the son is following in his father's footsteps, but both his parents are no longer alive, and he is now all alone. The only companions he has are his dog Wankai, which he has raised for many years, and a short-legged corgi. My goodness, this is starting with a dog. All equipment depends on picking up. This is not the worst. The worst thing is that last week my predecessor accidentally killed a patient. Although it was not the fault of the predecessor, it was still passed on after all. Today, the patient's family came to cause trouble. There are white wreaths, paint, and eggs at the door. In a fit of rage, the blood in his front body rushed up, his blood pressure rose sharply, and he died instantly. Xiaoqi sighed. Before he traveled through time, he was a top private detective, possessed strong logical reasoning, portrait analysis, and psychological profiling abilities, not to mention financial freedom. Earning 7 figures a year is not a problem at all, especially when some rich women ask for the money to catch their mistresses. They will be very generous in giving. I put all my abilities into this. In addition, they occasionally help the police solve cases, which is also very popular. Private detectives can make you successful or fail. After the incident was exposed, a wealthy man was furious and brought people directly to find Xiaoqi, which led to the current scene. I made so much money, but I put it all in the bank, and before I could spend it, I traveled through time. Heartache. If I had known earlier that I would have earned 2 salaries, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. This is not bad luck. Others are either the sons of God, the second generation of rich people, the descendants of generals, or the ones who are the apple of everyone's eye. There are 7 beautiful sisters, a beautiful master, powerful senior brothers, and so on to provide support. He only inherited a shabby clinic and the inevitable label of quack. What should I do? Just as Xiaoqi was thinking about his future, the panel information appeared in his mind. Host, Xiaoqi, age, 23, occupation, consulting doctor, intermediate gynecological disease knowledge, intermediate knowledge of men's diseases, basic knowledge of anorectal system diseases. Looking at the first 2 items, Xiaoqi's face turned even paler. Why are gynecology and andrology intermediate while the others are all elementary? This former habit. In addition, there is a bounty function and a mole function. Bounty function. The host completes the correct diagnosis of the patient within the specified time and immediately obtains corresponding gold coins and random abilities. The system will autonomously differentiate levels based on the difficulty of diagnosing the host's disease. The amount of gold coins and random abilities you get will vary depending on the difficulty. Mall function. The host can use the gold coins earned through the bounty function to spend in the mall. Xiaoqi clicked it and took a look. Gold, 0. The items in the mall are dazzling and varied. The amount of gold coins required for each item is different, and corresponding classifications are also given. Skill area. Intermediate knowledge of ENT surgery diseases. Intermediate knowledge of circulatory system diseases. Advanced gynecology. Equipment area, sharp scalpels, dilators, 100% non-hazardous anesthetics. Living area, anti-wolf spray, universal toilet plug, reusable life isolation belt, sunflower manual, jade girl heart sutra. The interface is simple and easy to understand, but the style of painting is a little bit abnormal. At the very bottom of the page, there is something like a lucky bag. Xiaoqi's eyes just moved here. Unlock the newbie lucky bag. The novice lucky bag was successfully received. and the host obtained intermediate knowledge of digestive tumor system diseases and intermediate knowledge of respiratory and circulatory system diseases. Unlocked ability, advanced perspective, can observe the internal structure of the patient's body and related data analysis with the naked eye, even through the screen, limited to the human body. P.S. Novice experience period, 7 days. Why 7 days? Because I found too many bugs when I wrote it later. They are still there, just a little weaker. Xiaoqi only felt a stream of air as if it had broken through his Ren and Du meridians, and he immediately felt refreshed, feeling the knowledge reserves in my mind. Although only 4 sections are intermediate, it is still higher than most clinic doctors. At least, I know a little bit about everything and my knowledge reserve is not inferior to theirs. It's just a 7-day novice experience period of perspective. That's all. It's better to have it than nothing, the added strength gave Xiaoqi a little more confidence, combined with his strong logical reasoning, portrait analysis, and other detective abilities. He should be able to gain a foothold in this world. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi couldn't help but hum a little tune. If Hua Tuo were alive again, all the foreigners would be cured, or foreigners come to learn Chinese characters to stimulate our national consciousness. Nux vomica, cassia seed, xanthium sibiricum, and lotus seed. I want to save face rewriting history in my own way. If you have nothing else to do, just repeat a few words after me. Chinese yam, Angelica, and wolfberry geo. Chinese yam, Angelica, and wolfberry geo. After a moment, Xiaoqi calmed down again. He suddenly realized a very serious problem, that is, his clinic is already deserted, not a single patient came. There was no way. Someone had just died of his illness the week before, so he was bound to be labeled a quack. Besides, there are basically no migrant workers here, and the people in the surrounding neighborhood are all old acquaintances, so they must know about this. After all, good news never leaves a name, but bad news travels far and wide. Moreover, they cannot hold grand opening sales or half-price consultation activities like some restaurants or shopping malls do nowadays. The clinic is deserted and no patients have come for treatment for a long time. Sluggish. Silence. The passion that had just been ignited was immediately extinguished. Xiaoqi felt frustrated that he had a lot of skills but had no place to display them. How can we break this phenomenon? Roadside free clinic, free home visit service for nursing homes. With his current reputation, he would probably be kicked out. After a moment of annoyance, Xiaoqi took out his mobile phone from his pocket and prepared to watch some Douyin to relax. OMG, buy it. As soon as he opened it, Xiaoqi was shocked. Immediately afterwards, inspiration came directly to my mind. Since other people can sell goods live, why can't I live broadcast my medical treatment? In this way, there will be no problem in terms of customer source. As for the privacy issue, since the other party is willing to do a live consultation, you should be mentally prepared. At that time, I will protect the customer's real name and other information. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way to do it, and Xiaoqi couldn't help but pat his thigh. Damn, I am such a smart guy. Chapter 2, The First Patient, a beautiful woman with frequent hiccups. Xiaoqi opened his Douyin account, which had 2,000 followers, learned by flipping through the memories of the previous life. This is the accumulation of popular science knowledge on men's and gynecology. It's really a coincidence that the fart hits the heel. No more delay. Xiaoqi smoothed his hair, tidied himself up, looked at the man in the mirror who was more handsome than 90% of the men in the world, and changed the name of the live broadcast room to Friends of Women, expert in men's health, no taboos. There's no way. In this era, netizens won't bring anything new in unless it's something novel. Open the live broadcast room. Soon, some old fans received the live broadcast notification and clicked into the live broadcast room. There are about 20 or 30 of them scattered around. Xiaoqi felt a little sad, but luckily someone was watching, and the result was much better than he had imagined. Look at the energetic man in the live broadcast room, and then look at the title of the live broadcast room. Many old fans were stunned. Xiaoqi seldom did live broadcasts before, and even if he did, it was just to show off, unless it is a disease of some beautiful girl. I will say a few more words. Over time, they also understood what kind of person Xiaoqi was. Basically, I'm here to fish. Today he has changed his personality. Oh, am I seeing things? Brother Xiao is actually seeing a doctor live. I heard that Brother Xiao killed someone some time ago. Is that true? Honey, you're finally online again. Are you free tonight? I can book a sea view room at the Twin Towers. Handsome guy, do you remember that night? I couldn't stop lingering. Soon, not in the live broadcast room, old fans were singing passionately on the microphone. Although he is said to be a fan, he is actually more like a hater. Some other female netizens who had just watched the live broadcast couldn't help but leave messages when they saw how handsome Xiaoqi was. For a moment, the live broadcast room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Xiaoqi didn't care about these people's ridicule for him. As long as someone watches it, it's enough. The worst thing would be if no one watches it. Why can't I treat patients? I'll let you witness what real skills are later. I'll tell you a secret, my eyes can see through everything. As soon as the words fell, this caused all the old fans in the live broadcast room to burst into laughter. Ah, Brother Xiao is making trouble again. Good things go unrewarded. Brother Xiao, are you daydreaming in broad daylight? With these eyes, why don't you go catch the white bone demon? Let's show Brother Xiao an impotent guy. After all, our Brother Xiao is nicknamed the male expert, ha ha ha. Xiao Qi's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. There's no point in saying more. My fans, please send me a gift. Be the first one to send a gift. I'll let you see my true level. I'll connect with you on the mic in 5 minutes for a consultation. Seeing that Xiao Qi was serious, the viewers in the live broadcast room were a little frightened at first, but, understand the content of his words, the netizens showed meaningful smiles. No wonder I felt something was wrong today. It turns out he came here to ask for gifts. What's the matter? Are you short of money recently, or is the rumor that he killed someone true? He couldn't make it, so he started live streaming to make money. Based on Xiao Qi's past performance, no one believed that he could really treat illnesses, although they were also very curious about what new tricks Xiao Qi was up to, but I don't want to let him get away with it so easily. There are also some female fans who simply want to tease the handsome guys, see if he'll show off his abs or something to ask for a gift, welfare. So. As soon as Xiao Qi finished speaking, the live broadcast room fell silent. No one gave any gifts. 5 minutes later, a lollipop flew across the live broadcast room and directly won the qualification to connect with the user with a huge sum of 0.9 yuan. Miserable. Really miserable. Xiao Qi's first live broadcast was worth only 0.9 yuan side, thanks to caramel pudding for the lollipop. I'm eligible for the live broadcast. After a moment, a beautiful woman with skin as white as snow, a curvy figure, whose figure cannot be seen, and who was about 20 years old, appeared in the other half of the live broadcast room. Even though they can't see her full body, viewers can still imagine how great her figure is. Wow, no one expected that Xiao Qi would be able to connect with a beautiful woman during his first live broadcast. Xiao Qi was also a little surprised. Down along the snow-like neck, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all staring blankly at the snow-capped peaks at the top of Mount Jade. After a moment of silence, the barrage suddenly became dense. A beauty comes out. The live broadcast effect was explosive. Barrages of comments were flying. However, there are some shortcomings. As soon as the beauty appeared in the live broadcast room, she started burping from time to time. But it's true that beauties are beauties, even their burps are so cute. The netizens looked at the beautiful woman burping foolishly and drooled continuously. Beautiful lady, have you eaten too much? I have a good idea. Take a long breath and exhale repeatedly several times, or hold your breath for a while, and it will effectively relieve hiccups. If the beautiful lady doesn't mind, kissing can also stop hiccups. And caramel pudding didn't expect that she would qualify just by giving a lollipop to support the handsome guy. This handsome guy is so pitiful. However, since the connection has been successful, even if this handsome guy's level is not that good, it doesn't cost any money anyway. She happened to be feeling a little unwell recently, so she asked him to take a look first. Thinking of this, caramel pudding said nonchalantly, "Hello handsome, I feel a little burpy in my mouth recently. Is it because of getting angry? Ma'am, please open your mouth." Looking at the caramel pudding's mouth, Xiao Qi had a hint of doubt in his mind, but he still let the patient tell his story first. When did you have this symptom? Have you eaten any fruit and gone to bed on time recently? Caramel pudding thought about it for a moment, then smiled and said, "It seems like hiccup about 5 or 6 months ago. I had a hiccup at that time, and I had to work on a project and stay up late every day. I'm so busy every day, how can I have time to eat fruit? It turns out that I'm getting angry." Most patients have one thing in common: they like to diagnose themselves. Or you may just search on Baidu and think you have found the truth. My sister's body is almost going to burp. I'm exhausted. Handsome guy, please help me burp. Take a good look at it. When the viewers in the live broadcast room heard the beautiful woman's coquettish speech, they immediately became nervous. Why don't you let me take a look, beautiful lady? I'm also a medical student, and I'm much more reliable than that quack. Xiao Qi doesn't know anything about medical treatment. Beauty, I am willing to help you check it out. Is this inspection serious? I am good at the indecent ones, hee hee. Beauty, I have some fruit at home. Do you want to come over and sit with me? However, in response to Caramel Pudding's question, Xiaoqi did not answer immediately. He frowned slightly and stared at the caramel pudding seriously. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. 3 minutes had passed since the conversation began. She mentally recalled how many times she had burped during this period. 18 times. Through the intermediate knowledge of digestive tumor system diseases he had just acquired, Xiaoqi realized something unusual. Frequent hiccups are a common symptom of pancreatic cancer. A yellow mouth could be jaundice, but this alone was not enough to confirm his judgment. At this moment, Xiaoqi remembered the perspective skill he had acquired. Suddenly, both eyes are like CT scans. Beauty is nothing but skin in his eyes. 36b, the bones and blood vessels were clearly displayed before his eyes. Is this what advanced perspective does? A large amount of data appeared in Xiaoqi's mind: abnormal white blood cell data, abnormal hemoglobin concentration. Chapter 3: Barefoot Immortal? Swindler, pancreas, right here, there was no metastasis, but there are local lymph nodes. The superior mesenteric artery was partially encapsulated. Lymphoma, stage 3. Late stage, her jaundice was a sign of pancreatic cancer. This beauty only has 1 year left. Xiaoqi's expression became a little heavy. Unexpectedly, he diagnosed such a serious disease in the first patient. You really don't know until you see it, and it's really shocking. However, Caramel Pudding looked smiling and didn't seem to care. Through analyzing her micro-expressions, Xiaoqi knew that she really didn't know that she was sick. How should I tell this heavy fact to an unaware patient? Xiaoqi spoke calmly. Have you been to the hospital for a checkup recently? Caramel Pudding was stunned when she saw Xiaoqi's serious expression. She was just asking casually. The other party is so serious. Looking at her horrified expression, I might have thought she had some terminal illness. To be honest, men who work hard are really handsome. Caramel Pudding couldn't help but want to tease the host for a moment. No, I'm really busy lately. Why don't you help me take a look? Since I started a new job, I have been busy every day. Come to think of it, she hadn't been to the hospital for a full body checkup for a long time. The company did organize regular checkups, and the results showed that there was nothing serious wrong with her body. She was just a little subhealthy. Well, she is still so young, nothing serious can happen to her, although I have been feeling a little unwell lately. But the doctor said that this was most likely caused by her irregular schedule. As long as you adjust your work and rest schedule and eat more vegetables and fruits, you will soon be back to normal. Faced with the teasing of the beautiful woman, Xiaoqi did not laugh along with the viewers in the live broadcast room. Instead, he continued to ask serious questions. Excuse me, have you felt that your skin has become yellow recently? Caramel Pudding shuddered and asked in surprise. How do you know that? Maybe others can't see it, but she knows it best. Her skin has indeed turned yellow recently, especially when she takes off her makeup, which makes her, who always loves beauty, very upset. But how did the other party know? He had never seen her before. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all surprised when they saw the beautiful woman's reaction. I didn't expect that Brother Xiao would be so lucky and guess right. Oh my, this is really a return from studying, and he actually got one of his words right. Not bad. Did Brother Xiao observe this from the beginning? I can't believe it. The beauty's skin is so white. It turned out to be yellow. How white must it have been before? Sha. You can see the skin is turning yellow. There's something. This should be derived from the yellowing of the mouth. The anchor is quite careful, but that's all. As expected of a friend of women, at present, because of the beauty connection, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has reached 250. Among them, there were some doctors who, seeing Xiaoqi's post about live medical consultations, came in out of curiosity to take a look. Douyin is doing a live broadcast of seeing a doctor. Isn't this nonsense? You have to ask for gifts before you can see a doctor. The purpose is obvious. They are here to defraud you of your money. How dare you commit fraud in broad daylight? They must expose the true face of these scammers and not let innocent beauties fall into their clutches. Doctors watched the live broadcast with such disdainful attitude. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqi's first judgment was actually correct. It seems that this liar has some medical knowledge. In the short term, we cannot say that he has any problems. Just wait, sooner or later this man's true face will be revealed. I regretted the word caramel pudding the moment I blurted it out. Now everyone in the live broadcast room knows that her skin has turned yellow, which makes her very concerned about her appearance. Caramel Pudding's face suddenly looked a little ugly. Oh, I went to the hospital, and the doctor said it was just caused by staying up late, and it's nothing serious. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room nodded in understanding after hearing the beautiful woman's explanation. Not only is the beauty pretty, she's also very serious about her work. Do you still need a boyfriend? It hurts me to see beautiful women staying up late. Frequently staying up late slows down the metabolism of the skin, causing the skin cells to be often deprived of oxygen. This also stimulates the melanocytes to secrete melanin, which accelerates skin aging and makes the skin dark and yellow. The doctor's diagnosis is correct. Ouch, a professional has come to the live broadcast room. There's going to be something interesting to watch. Sishi City Third People's Hospital Director of the Department of Internal Medicine Gao Yuanwu smiled smugly as he watched the fans in the live broadcast room flatter him. He is the professional who just expressed his opinions in the live broadcast room. I was just browsing Douyin in my spare time, but I happened to see someone live streaming a medical consultation. This immediately aroused his interest. Normal doctors are very busy in the hospital every day. Who would have the time to see patients on Douyin? Even if there are some remote live broadcasts of medical consultations, they are only connected by some big guys inside the hospital. A funny sound, just a liar. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but now it just happened to fall into his hands, and he might as well expose this liar through the live broadcast just now. He concluded that this was just a barefoot Taoist priest who had a superficial understanding of medicine and judging from the other person's age and attitude. I guess he just uses some title of study abroad to bluff people. In fact, those who are familiar with the matter will understand. It was just an ordinary late night, but he acted like a mysterious person. Tisk, just being mysterious. Gao Yuanwu smiled contemptuously and continued reading. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qi's expression did not improve after listening to what the beautiful girl said. Instead, his brows furrowed even more. Gao Yuanwu frowned, a little displeased. Is there any other problem? He thought about it and still felt that the hospital's diagnosis was correct. After all, the beautiful lady connected to the live broadcast room looked relatively normal. Silence spread in the air. The viewers looked at Xiao Qi in confusion. The creme brulee also became a little nervous. In silence, Xiao Qi suddenly uttered two words, which broke through the live broadcast room like a bolt of lightning. Wrong. Caramel Pudding's eyes widened, unable to believe what she heard. Fans? What's wrong? Could it be that the hospital's diagnosis was wrong? I haven't seen this guy for a few days. He is so bold that he questioned the results of the grade A hospital right away. The netizens were all amazed. Gao Yuanwu even sneered. These funny anchors just like to do this kind of thing. It's nothing more than creating some reversals to achieve some program effects. Gao Yuanwu took a sip of tea. He wanted to see what this ignorant boy could come up with. Just when everyone thought Xiao Qi would give a reason for this conclusion, Xiao Qi changed the subject and asked about another matter. Ma'am, you've been hiccuping. Have you been to the hospital? Caramel Pudding was a little confused and smiled. It's just a normal burp. What's so good about it? Chapter 4. You must have teamed up to play a prank on me. However, after hearing Caramel Pudding's answer, Xiao Qi's face suddenly became as gloomy as water. He sighed and shook his head. Is this just a normal hiccup? Caramel Pudding? Say it again. Caramel Pudding really regretted connecting now. There was nothing wrong with my health. I went to the hospital and there was nothing wrong. As a result, this connection, wow, we can see the effect of Baidu. It often starts with a terminal illness. Looking at Xiao Qi's appearance, one would have thought that she didn't have much time left to live. The viewers in the live broadcast room also became excited. Beauty, at this moment, I have a word MMP in my mind, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Brother Xiao is making another famous statement in his livestream. You are all wrong. The doctor from the top 3 hospital is on the way. You little brat, how dare you say such nonsense? Fight. Isn't this just ordinary acid reflux? How come it's not just ordinary hiccups? You know nothing about medical treatment. What is this guy doing? Gao Yuanwu finally questioned Xiao Qi again. He is an internist himself, and no matter how he looks at it, it seems that this beauty is suffering from acid reflux. But this person keeps leading people to places that make people daydream. Obviously, this is a deliberate attempt to create conflict for the sake of show effect. It's really hard for him. A common problem of staying up late causing dark skin and a common problem of acid reflux caused him to have this effect. These barefoot doctors have no medical ethics at all and make judgments casually. Yet he wanted to see what explanation he could give. If he can't justify himself, and he is given the opportunity to expose his crime, he will make sure that this person will never be able to cheat again. Gao Yuanwu smiled slightly and said that everyone is responsible for anti-fraud. When they saw professionals coming out to refute, the netizens became even more excited. Brother Xiao, please respond quickly. This doctor with the online name Broad Sky said you know nothing. I am also curious about why this is an unusual law. Xiao Qi naturally also saw the questions in the barrage. As a top detective who has experienced many battles, he has seen all kinds of scenes. He would certainly not be led by the rhythm of the barrage. I saw his brows droop, his eyes become deep, and he adopted the same interrogation attitude as before. The entire live broadcast room fell silent because of his attitude. Madam, have you been suffering from abdominal pain, diarrhea, dizziness, and headache recently? Caramel Pudding didn't want to pay any more attention to Xiao Qi, but was intimidated by his aura and couldn't help but speak. Yes, how did you know? But isn't that a reason to stay up late? Xiao Qi sighed. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Your skin is yellow because you have jaundice. Caramel Pudding's eyes widened and he let out a ha? Gao Yuanwu was about to type a question, but Xiao Qi seemed to have anticipated it and said in advance, I'm asking you if your skin is darkening constantly and progressively, rather than suddenly turning yellow overnight. Caramel Pudding swallowed her saliva and recalled that it was exactly as Xiao Qi said. Yes. Ouch, amazing. Unexpectedly, every question Xiao Qi asked hit the mark accurately. The BGM of Sherlock Holmes solving cases seemed to ring in the ears of the netizens. Takamoto Takeshi, why didn't he consider the timeliness of the skin turning yellow? Usually, the melanin deposition caused by staying up late will cause the skin to deteriorate visibly within a short period of time. But by adjusting your work and rest schedule, you can still recover. A jaundice is different. It is a metabolic disease and will not heal itself without drug treatment. How so? Gao Yuanwu frowned, shocked, and felt unbelievable. Like many physicians, he made the mistake of empiricism. Because young people have many problems due to staying up late, people tend to think that it is caused by staying up late. Gao Yuanwu couldn't wait to post a comment. What about hiccups? What's that? The netizens raised their eyebrows in surprise because of Gao Yuanwu's speech. Judging from the situation, does this mean that he agrees with Xiao Qi's opinion? Wow, that's incredible. Even a quack doctor may get his point across one day. I give up. Xiao Qi happened to see this comment and was about to talk about this matter. He shook his head as if helpless. There are many causes of jaundice, such as toxic hepatitis, gallstones, etc. But this lady had a routine checkup and nothing was found. These causes can be ruled out. Plus the frequent hiccups, so I suspect this is obstructive jaundice. Gao Yuanwu nodded as he listened, and the last trace of doubt in his heart was eliminated. Alongside Gao Yuanwu leaned back and sat dejectedly on the chair. For a moment he couldn't believe that he was crushed by a junior. Afterwards, Gao Yuanwu quickly cheered up again, and he remembered Xiao Qi's judgment just now. Hiccups, obstructive jaundice, could it be? He quickly sent out a barrage of comments. Obstructive jaundice. Is this what I thought it was? This is serious. Xiao Qi saw his comments and knew that this professional had understood, so he nodded in agreement to friends in the live broadcast room. What happened? Why did these two start playing charades? What are you talking about? Why is it so serious? What's going on? I just blinked and it seems like I missed a lot. So that's how it is. I know now. No, tell me what you understand. There were also some medical students in the live broadcast room, and with so many prompts, they also understood what was happening. I saw that things suddenly took a turn. Caramel Pudding started to get nervous because every question Xiao Qi asked hit the nail on the head, and now even the doctor in the live broadcast room agreed with his opinion. She now completely disbelieves the diagnosis given during the physical examination. No longer with the relaxed smile just now, Caramel Pudding pursed her lips tightly and then asked anxiously. You guys, what does this burp mean? There's a saying that goes, when you see the doctor chatting with a smile, you know it's no big deal, but once you see the doctor is silent, you can prepare for your death. Seeing Xiao Qi remain silent, Caramel Pudding forced a smile. I see. You must have teamed up to trick me. You just wanted to do it for the live broadcast effect. You wanted to see my reaction. Actually, I'm fine, right? Caramel Pudding became more and more nervous as he spoke, and his hiccups became more frequent, and the other viewers in the live broadcast room thought it made sense. After all, Xiao Qi never broadcast his medical treatment live before, so why did he suddenly start live streaming today? Why did they believe that this quack doctor could treat illnesses? If this is just a hoop, then all of this makes sense. As for why I got all of my predictions right, it might just be a coincidence. TSK, look. How scared the beautiful girl is that her face has turned pale. Chapter 5 Diagnosis. Advanced pancreatic cancer. The medical students and doctors who already understood everything were watching the viewers in the live broadcast room laughing in ignorance. I couldn't help but show sympathy. As expected, ignorant people are the happiest. There always has to be someone in this world who carries the burden and moves forward. Faced with Caramel Pudding's questioning, Xiaoqi did not answer immediately. All beings are equal in the face of cancer, especially for patients with advanced cancer. Doctors should take the patient's feelings into consideration. After a long silence, Xiaoqi finally spoke. I suggest you go to the hospital for a central venous catheter, a comprehensive metabolic biochemistry test, amylase and lipase tests, tumor marker tests, abdominal CT scans, and pelvic and pancreatic examinations. Everyone was stunned. A series of professional terms bombarded the live broadcast room and the viewers stopped discussing. Although I don't understand what these are, I think they look very impressive. Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with pity. No matter what I say, it can't compare to the facts. Go ahead, girl. No way, why does this sound so scary? If your doctor advises you not to have surgery and wants you to value the time you have left, then you should find a doctor who is capable of performing the Whipple procedure on you. But I need to point out that this is also an extremely risky operation. You need to be mentally prepared. But as long as you survive this, you will have a new beginning. Silence. It's hard to breathe. When everyone understood the meaning of Xiaoqi's words, they were all stunned by the information contained therein. Some smart netizens have already searched online based on the keywords in Xiaoqi's words. The results left them speechless with shock. A beautiful lady at such a young age actually has this disease. Shit. Advanced stage pancreatic cancer. They were so scared that they quickly took a sip of the wolfberry water in the thermos, not to mention Gao Yuanwu. He was completely conquered by Xiaoqi. The diseases were not detected by routine examinations and were not diagnosed by tertiary doctors. Xiaoqi could infer it by observing with his naked eyes through the live broadcast screen, although there is no report to prove it yet. Gao Yuanwu knows it in his heart. It's almost right. As a doctor himself, he knew how profound medical knowledge was required to be able to think of specific cases at the first time. What kind of detailed insight is needed to be able to detect the symptoms of the patient through the screen? How could such an awesome person fall to the point of going on Douyin Live to see a doctor? It can be said that all hospitals are vying for this kind of talent, but after hearing Xiaoqi's words, he hesitated for a moment and typed cautiously on the barrage. This surgery is not recommended for patients in stage 3. After seeing this, Xiaoqi did not get angry, but patiently explained, it is not suitable for patients in stage 4, and for patients in stage 3, it needs to be discussed as appropriate. However, our words don't count. The choice is in the hands of the patient. Now, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1,000. This is the first time that there are so many people in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room. Caramel Pudding's eyes were dull. She also saw the comments in the live broadcast room. She never expected that her life would be changed just by a live broadcast. She doesn't believe it. Impossible. I still have a lot of youth left in me. I worked so hard to climb to such a high position. She screamed loudly, and through the live broadcast, people could clearly see that everything on the table was swept to the ground by her. Caramel Pudding looked at the barrage expectantly. She was looking forward to the doctors who had previously refuted Xiaoqi to stand up again. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. All the doctors in the live broadcast room remained silent. Don't blame them. It was because Xiaoqi's inference was so reasonable and well-founded that they could not refute it. That's impossible. She muttered to herself. Caramel Pudding, who originally cared the most about her appearance and demeanor, could no longer maintain her image, slumped on the table, tears streaming down my face. However, no one in the live broadcast room criticized her appearance. They all understand that most people will not remain calm when encountering such a thing. This time, the audience reacted from their laughter and looked at the beauty. Silenced, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, such a young and beautiful girl died suddenly of terminal cancer. There is a high possibility that there will be no future. What's the point of making so much money? All this money has been spent on the health that was sacrificed before. Everyone in the live broadcast room made a decision at this moment. Health must not be sacrificed for money. At the same time, they were also shocked by Xiaoqi. It's simply amazing. I admire you so much. Oh my god. Just from the yellowing of her skin and her hiccups, we can infer that the beauty is suffering from a terminal illness. This is too amazing. Fuck, There's no need for an examination, it's like a walking medical device. To be honest, I prefer Brother Zhao's reasoning process. His observation and judgment are so strong. How much knowledge does it take to be able to judge life and death at a glance? Medical dog envy. Wow, I don't know why, but watching Shao-Chi come to conclusions one by one, I felt so excited. I wish I could run 50 laps right now. That's strange. Brother Shao, are you really going to study? It's true that when a scholar hasn't been seen for 3 days, I should look at him with new eyes. Although Caramel Pudding didn't want to accept this fact, she subconsciously wrote down the series of examinations that Shao-Chi mentioned. She immediately took her phone and drove, choose a private hospital or arrange an inspection now. There is no time to lose. The doctor couldn't help but feel a little surprised as he listened to the series of targeted tests that Caramel Pudding spit out. Some tests are uncommon and most people would not do them unless they are professionals, ordinary people. Probably have never heard of it. Could it be that this beautiful lady is also from the same industry, but she doesn't look like one? Looking at these tests, could it be that I suspect I have pancreatic cancer? I asked out of curiosity. Caramel Pudding cried while answering questions while taking the test, after explaining Shao-Chi's series of inferences. The doctor couldn't help but exclaim, I thought I would hear the doctor's rebuttal, but I didn't expect it. This is too awesome. Who is the big shot in the country who made this judgment? It's absolutely perfect. Can you give me the contact information? Caramel Pudding burst into tears. He sobbed and raised his phone, pointing at Shao-Chi in the live broadcast room. Look at the young faces and the Douyin live broadcast interface. The doctor began to doubt his life. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such decisive diagnostic ability be achieved so smoothly without 10 years of experience? The man in the live broadcast room was not wearing glasses and was not bald. Not scientific. 3 hours later, all the data is out. The doctor looked at the obviously abnormal data and found that it was completely consistent with Shao-Chi's judgment that he is a PhD but not as good as a young guy. This world is so fucking magical. Facing Caramel Pudding, who was staring at his answer, the doctor said in a heavy tone, the test results are out. You are indeed in the advanced stage of pancreatic cancer. Boom, now the last glimmer of hope for Caramel Pudding was shattered. She is really young but already has advanced cancer. What do I do? The doctor coughed and said, you can choose to have the surgery or enjoy the next year. What needs to be explained is, Caramel Pudding suddenly remembered Shao-Chi's words. She answered with a firm look in her eyes. I chose the Whipple procedure. The doctor was a little surprised. Are you sure? This operation has great risks. Caramel Pudding clenched the report in her hand. He answered firmly again, I'm sure. Chapter 6, a mediocre doctor becomes a genius doctor. Shao-Chi becomes famous at this time. The number of people in Shao-Chi's live broadcast room has grown to 4,000 during this period. After hearing what their friends and family said, many people came to the live broadcast room curiously to wait for the results. If one person tells 10 people, 10 people will tell 100 people. Everyone is waiting. Everyone wanted to see whether Shao-Chi was really capable or just talking nonsense. When the doctor said advanced pancreatic cancer, everyone was stunned. Damn it, what Shao-Chi said was actually right. Is this really not a script? The first connection was full of ups and downs. Fuck, this is outrageous. A mediocre doctor becomes a miracle doctor. Waritian, I am really convinced. I have been to this private hospital and happened to meet this doctor. This cannot be a script. The beauty was smiling before the connection, and after the connection. But this saved her life. Although the third stage of surgery has great risks, the beauty is still young, so there is still a chance of saving her. The fourth stage is the real waiting for death. I have a feeling this video will go viral, so I'll be a big fan if you follow me now. It makes my heart beat faster. The comments surged upwards so fast that it was hard to make out the contents. It can be seen how excited the audience is. At the same time, the creme brulee has recovered from the huge blow. As a business executive, losing control of your emotions is only temporary. She let out a breath, wiped away her tears, and immediately gave the live broadcast room a gift of Jialiannual worth 3,000 yuan. The effect of the gift exploded throughout the live broadcast room. Dr. Shao, thank you for letting me know all this. No matter what the result of the surgery is, I will accept it calmly. Then, he hung up the live broadcast. The Caramel Pudding gift from Jialianhua was directly announced by Douyin officials in various live broadcast rooms. It attracted many curious netizens. 1 Look, hey, he's still a small anchor, although the reasoning has ended. they still understood the general direction from the barrage. Yo-ho, netizens' eyes lit up and found it quite interesting. I just clicked the follow button. After Gao Yuanwu saw the test results, the last bit of his doubt disappeared. This young man's knowledge has surpassed most of us. The entire deduction process is smooth and without any drag. We must show it to those students. Click forward. This video appeared in the medical student group and the hospital's internal group for interns. A message is also included when forwarding. Look at them, then look at you. After a while, the originally silent group suddenly became like an ant nest was poked. The group chat was filled with various comments. Fuck, what kind of genius is this? He can detect cancer with just a few glances. I've only seen this kind of skill in seniors. So young, this is a genius. I am a scumbag. Is the gap between people so big? I'm crying. When can I reach this level? Oh, that's fake. Doctors nowadays easily judge people without doing any tests. That's really irresponsible. Do they really think they are some miracle doctors? Students, you must not learn these crooked ways. There is not only Gao Yuanwu in the student group, but also some other teachers. This sentence was uttered by another director of internal medicine, Lu Renjie. As directors of the same department, the two had previously had some conflicts over position issues. When Lu Renjie saw the video, he sneered. Gao Yuanwu pays attention to these things every day. He can just read them by himself and also post them in the group. How could there be young people so capable? Fake. As soon as these words came out, the discussion in the group stopped instantly and became as quiet as a chicken. After a while, some students who did not believe in Shaoqi's live broadcast also followed suit. I think so too. How could there be such a talented young man? Medicine involves so much knowledge that needs to be integrated and requires a high level of experience. That's right. How can someone so young have such profound knowledge? I feel like I wasted all those years of college. Obviously, this is a script. I can't get any conclusion from this little information. The students who originally believed in Shaoqi did not dare to speak up to defend him after seeing the one-sided comments in the group, and they also began to have doubts in their hearts. A war between two big men. It's better for these insignificant people like them not to get involved. If you think about it carefully, it is very likely that this is a script. Gao Yuanwu was somewhat displeased when he saw the sudden reversal of opinions in the group. Lu Renjie is still so arrogant that he jumps to conclusions without even seeking verification. Just when Gao Yuanwu was about to refute, suddenly, the door of the lounge was pushed open by the nurse. Dr. Gao, hurry. Emergency. The hospital suspects a severe smallpox virus has appeared. Activate level 3 protection. The piercing sound of an alarm echoed through the corridor. People are in panic. Gao Yuanwu stood up with a thump. The voices changed their pitch. What? Smallpox? Isn't this virus already extinct? After connecting with Caramel Pudding. In order to give some benefits to the viewers in the live broadcast room, Shaoqi plans to pick a few people from the barrage to provide free diagnosis of friends. The originally dense barrage of comments suddenly became just a few scattered ones. After the Caramel Pudding incident, they were really scared. I was afraid that if I suddenly sneezed, Shaoqi would diagnose me with cancer. Shaoqi, however, there are still a few new warriors who bravely stand up. Fortunately, the following few people only had some minor problems and were not worth mentioning. A few hours later, Shaoqi felt a little tired, said goodbye to his fans, and closed the live broadcast. Everyone just thought today's scenes were really exciting, and after saying goodbye reluctantly, they all paid attention. After the broadcast, Shaoqi first rubbed Wansai's head, poured some dog food on it, and immediately fell asleep. While he was sleeping soundly, Shaoqi's live broadcast was recorded by some old fans, edited and posted online. Especially when the final conclusion was drawn, old fans even came up with the unique background music of Sherlock Holmes. Suddenly, the diagnostic process became more exciting. The cancer storm caused by a hiccup shocked everyone. Many people are not satisfied with just watching it and go looking for videos with detailed analysis. The result is a lot of explanations appeared on Douyin overnight, analyzing how Shaoqi came to his conclusion. Almost every video wins a lot of likes, without hesitation. Shaoqi is famous. This video also attracted the attention of many colleagues and medical students. In addition to the chat group where Gao Yuanwu forwarded the message, other groups also had mixed opinions on this. Have you watched the live broadcast of medical treatment that has been very popular recently? You mean Brother Shao, right? To be honest, I really enjoyed watching it. Is this true or not? I find it hard to believe. Is there really someone so young who is so amazing? I was also in that live broadcast room at the time. After some reasoning, I felt that there was no flaw, and the doctor who examined me was my aunt's brother-in-law. I can tell it's fake at first glance. You're the only one who's so gullible that you believe anyone. Regardless of whether these people believed it or not, most of them clicked to follow. Some wanted to learn from him, while others wanted to expose Shao-Chi's acting, but, without exception, they all became part of the forces that boosted Shao-Chi's popularity. Chapter 7, The Beauty is Actually a Rich Woman. The next morning, Shao-Chi felt like he was being pressed down by a rock and couldn't breathe. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a dog's head waving in front of him. Wang Kai. Shao-Chi couldn't help but shout and directly pushed Wang Kai off the bed. If it weren't for this dog's head, I would have almost thought it was sleep paralysis. This is also a disadvantage of keeping pets. Fortunately, it is not a large dog. Next second, the system's voice sounded in my mind. The host has completed a consultation and received an intermediate reward X1, gold coins X20. Do you want to receive the reward? Listening to the system voice in his mind, Shao-Chi instantly felt excited. I didn't expect that I would get an intermediate reward today just for checking Caramel Pudding's illness yesterday. It seems that pancreatic cancer is not so easy to diagnose just by observing with the naked eye, but this is the reward. Will it arrive the next day, or will it be unlocked when I wake up? I will need to pay attention to it later. Recite silently in your heart, yes. I successfully received the intermediate reward and gained a lot of knowledge about infectious diseases in my mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining intermediate infectious systemic disease knowledge. After enduring the bloating and pain of knowledge transfer again, Shao-Chi opened the system panel with an idea. Host, Shao-Chi, age, 23, occupation, consulting doctor, basic knowledge of neurological diseases, intermediate knowledge of digestive tumor system diseases, intermediate knowledge of respiratory and circulatory system diseases, intermediate infectious system disease knowledge, intermediate gynecological disease knowledge, intermediate knowledge of men's diseases. Looking at the panel, several pieces of knowledge have been upgraded to intermediate level. Shao-Chi smiled with satisfaction. With his current level, he is qualified to serve as the director of several departments in a grade A hospital. Although you may not be able to compete in one subject, you win in terms of breadth of knowledge. He believed that if he continued to upgrade at the current rate, he would soon become an all-round and invincible doctor. Then he looked at the newly acquired gold coins. Shao-Chi excitedly opened the system mall. What can I buy? He thought with some anticipation. Once opened, the skill area and equipment area were all pitch black. Look at the price again. I can't afford any of them. 20 gold coins can only light up one item in the living area, which is the life isolation belt that can be used many times. Damn it, Shao-Chi was very upset. I don't even have a girlfriend. What's the use of this life isolation zone? His gaze turned to Wang Kai, who was looking at him foolishly. Was it for this male dog? TSK, spoil the fun, get ready to broadcast live. I had breakfast, fed Wang Kai, and rubbed his head. This guy just likes this. Open Douyin and take a look. The personal fans number shows 20000. Shao-Chi carefully confirmed it several times and found that he was indeed not mistaken. Oh shit, the number of fans jumped from 2,000 to 20,000. This speed of increasing fans is really like a suspended train. He went straight from being an unknown person to a third-rate anchor. Click on the homepage. The first video is of a person playing his screen recording from yesterday. A boastful analysis of how Shao-Chi deduced his conclusion step by step. This second-hand video actually has 3,000 likes. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be angry. I opened the back end and looked at the earnings. 3848 yuan. Shao-Chi's eyes widened. The income from one day of live streaming was actually higher than what he earned from seeing patients for 2 months. No wonder people nowadays like to do live broadcasts. This is simply huge profit. But he quickly calmed down. As a top detective, he used to not care about a few $1,000s. It was just that the beginning of his time travel was so miserable that he had to cherish every penny. As soon as the live broadcast starts, many fans received backstage reminders and immediately entered the live broadcast room. Some fans don't know when Shao-Chi will start the live broadcast, so they just stay in the live broadcast room. After just 1 minute, the number of people online reached 800. And many people are on their way. Brush. 3 minutes later, the number soared to 2000. With such appeal, even those mid-level anchors might feel ashamed of themselves. Shao-Chi was surprised for a moment but quickly calmed down. It seems that yesterday's live broadcast was better than he expected. His expression remained unchanged and he spoke calmly. It seems that there are many new friends here. In order to avoid too many people and not being able to see the doctor, we will set a rule here and only see the first place on the list. Life and death are up to me, wealth and honor are up to God. If you are sick, treat it immediately and don't miss the best time. As soon as Shao-Chi opened his mouth, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately responded enthusiastically. I watched the recording online. Is the host really that amazing? The medical student came uninvited. Yesterday's video went viral in our medical school, so he came here specifically to learn. Come on, big brother on the list. Oh, it's all fake, just a script, but you actually believed it, and the fake fighters applied to fight. Would a serious medical student go live on Douyin? He's the top guy on the list, isn't he just asking for money? There are a lot more people in the live broadcast room today, and there are also a lot more questioning voices. Just at this moment, when Caramel Pudding, who was ranked number 1 on yesterday's list, came in, he first gave a bunch of gifts and then asked for a connection. The gift special effects directly filled the entire live broadcast room, making Shao-Chi very happy. Today is another energetic day. At the same time, Douyin also informed all platforms about the gifts in Shao-Chi's live broadcast room. Another wave of traffic was attracted. Shao-Chi clicked the connection and looked at the familiar face, which looked a little pale. He immediately asked with concern, "Pudding, how do you feel now?" Inside the hospital, Caramel Pudding looked pale. I have quit my job and am now lying in a hospital bed. I have decided to undergo the Whipple operation. If I die, I plan to use the money to set up a foundation for pancreatic cancer detection. Alas, what's the point of making more money? I still won't be alive to spend it. Hearing what Caramel Pudding said, everyone sighed in their hearts. Her case is like a wake-up call, striking the string about health in people's hearts. My job is also 996. I stay up late to work overtime every day. My hair is getting thinner and thinner. I originally wanted to earn more money while I was young. Damn. I quit. As a programmer, I quit my job at 30. My experience was very similar to that of the Caramel Pudding. Fortunately, I was misdiagnosed, but I have since woken up. Brothers, don't ever trade your health for money, or you'll regret it. Shao-Chi sighed. Pudding, you have to keep a positive attitude. You are still young and your body functions are fine. There won't be too many complications. There is still hope for a successful operation. Caramel Pudding now respected Shao-Chi's words and nodded. I will definitely follow your words and keep a good mood. I hope everyone will not be like me and have more regular checkups. In short, no matter what the outcome is, I am very grateful to you. At least it is not too late now. At least now I still have time to face the passing of life calmly. Everyone in the live broadcast room fell silent because of her words. Finally, it was Shao-Chi who spoke up and broke the silence. Good luck. Not long after the contact ended, a netizen said fuck in the barrage. Fuck. I found out that Pudding is the CFO of Klee Group. That's awesome. There's a notice of her resignation on the official website. It's true. Those who said Brother Shao was scripted, please stand up. Klee Group is one of the world's top 500 companies. You don't think the CFO of a world's top 500 company would lower his own status to cooperate in acting, do you? It is impossible for a large company to cooperate with the notice of taking leave. It clearly stated that Ms. Chen resigned due to health reasons. Chapter 8 New Plot. Shao-Chi knows nothing about treating illnesses. At the same time, Xixi City Third People's Hospital, every doctor had a serious look on his face. People are in panic. The third-level infectious isolation room is on standby. The heavy isolation doors slammed shut. Ultraviolet light and disinfectant water filled the entire corridor. At this moment, the isolation room has activated level 3 protection. This is a measure that will only be initiated if a highly contagious virus appears. The patients in the isolation room on this floor were transferred to other floors one after another. The door on the first floor was slammed shut by several doctors who were under strict protection. At this time, the entire isolation room is like a biohazard laboratory. The nurses were no longer focused on their work and were just whispering to each other. The eradicated smallpox virus is suspected to have appeared in Xixi City Third People's Hospital and is spreading wildly in a small area. Within the hospital, Cao Yuanwu was wearing heavy protective clothing and a mask. His heavy breathing followed him as he passed through one closed door after another. Every time you pass through a door, you will be sprayed with disinfectant. After walking out of the isolation room, the heaviness seemed to be reduced a lot. After a night on duty, it was finally his turn to take over a meeting room, all the directors gathered here. Looking ahead seriously, there was a large screen standing in front of the crowd. What was being broadcasted was the surveillance camera's live broadcast of the situation in the isolation room. On the screen are several infectious disease doctors wearing protective clothing. They observed the patient's condition through the glass. In order to prevent infection, the patient's family members also stood in the isolation room. Upon discovering that the situation was more serious than expected, the dean hurriedly called the CDC for help, and now people from the CDC are on their way urgently. At this moment, there is nothing they can do except emergency isolation and observation. Through a tightly protected glass, you can see a person recording the patient's condition in the sterile room. That was the director of the infectious disease department. As soon as he received the patient, he volunteered to enter the isolation room. Inside lay a girl and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the girl's father. Just now, the girl's father's legs and feet suddenly went limp, his eyes bled, and he fell down. And now, my father's condition is extremely critical. If the situation continues like this, he will most likely die soon. As the director of the Department of Internal Medicine, Gao Yuanwu was completely helpless in dealing with the situation, but just in case and to take over the duty, he was also called over. After a night on duty, he was replaced to rest on a chair in the waiting area. Gao Yuanwu was sitting here. There were many doctors next to him, all slumped in their chairs and snoring, but Gao Yuanwu had no desire to sleep at all. I took out my phone out of habit and opened Douyin to relax my tense nerves a little, and it just so happened that I saw Xiaoqi's live broadcast. He suddenly recalled Xiaoqi's meticulous logic and profound knowledge reserves yesterday. In fact, they are not very sure now whether it is smallpox virus. How about, let him see it, but they can't let them know that this is a real case. After all, the smallpox virus has reappeared, and this news is likely to cause panic. The more Gao Yuanwu thought about it, the more he felt he had an idea, so he immediately planned to contact Xiaoqi. When he confidently clicked on the ranking list, there was silence. Silence is Cambridge tonight. What the hell? Didn't we just get away with a lollipop yesterday? How come the number one position has become over 40,000 today? This growth rate is too amazing. Xiaoqi, who happened to be in the live broadcast room, also noticed this scene. Today, we will not be ranked first, but second in the list of seeing a doctor. After all, there are 15 Jialianuas. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuanwu immediately looked at the second place on the list. More than 500. It hurts. But looking at the tense and serious atmosphere in the conference room and the patients who were dying. Can't wait any longer. Gao Yuanwu counted the private money he had hidden away, and it was enough. If Xiaoqi can really help, then he can ask the dean for reimbursement. After careful calculation, grate your teeth. Gao Yuanwu gave away 2 airplanes and a lollipop. In the end, it ranked second on the list with a slight advantage. Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows and looked at the netizen named Haikushiankam, who was number 1 on the list. Isn't this the professional who asked the question yesterday? Why did you connect with him? Interesting. Without waiting any longer, Xiaoqi immediately connected. Soon, a doctor with bloodshot eyes and haggard face appeared in the live broadcast room. Friends, they were stunned for a moment when they saw the white coat. Do doctors still need to go online to see a doctor these days? In today's live broadcast room, there are also many viewers who watched the live broadcast yesterday. As soon as they saw the white coat and the online name, they immediately thought of the doctor who had found fault in the live broadcast room yesterday. The barrage instantly became excited. Are you here to cause trouble? Fight. Oh, you came to see Xiaoqi at this age. Is there something you can't tell your colleagues? Doctor, what's wrong with you? Ha ha ha. Isn't this the doctor who scolded Xiaoqi? You know nothing about treating patients? Yes, that's right. Xiaoqi knows nothing about treating illnesses. Doghead. Because of Gao Yuanwu, the saying that Xiaoqi knows nothing about treating a disease has become a special meme, just like saying that Luo Xiang knows nothing about criminal law. Everyone was laughing and joking in the live broadcast room, but Gao Yuanwu looked a little embarrassed that he had never thought that Xiaoqi had real talent and knowledge. Now, he came to him for help and was ridiculed by others. Could it be that I have become famous too? My doctor friend, the purpose of your connection is? Seeing Gao Yuanwu's embarrassed expression, Xiaoqi spoke up to draw everyone's attention back to himself. He couldn't wait to know the difficulties Gao Yuanwu and his team encountered. Xiaoqi lowered his eyes to hide the excitement in them. That's right, he was very sure that Gao Yuanwu must have encountered some difficult problem, and that this problem was quite big and the situation was critical. Judging from Gao Yuanwu's age and clothing, he was sure that he was a chief physician in a Class 3A hospital, and he looks tired. What kind of situation could make a director so exhausted? Judging from the environment nearby and the doctor sleeping on the chair, the fact that so many people were mobilized shows that the problem is quite serious. As to why the situation is critical and difficult to resolve. It's very simple. If they had a way to solve it, they wouldn't have gone online to ask him for help. What could be the problem that even so many doctors in a great hospital cannot solve? Once you solve it, there will definitely be a lot of rewards. Xiao Qi's words eased the mood, and Gao Yuanwu couldn't help but look at him with gratitude. I have a question for you. Suppose two patients suddenly appeared in the hospital and were suspected of having a highly contagious disease, but one met the criteria and the other did not. What would you do? Xiao Qi smiled. It turned out to be a highly contagious disease. It's such a coincidence that my knowledge in this area has just been upgraded to the intermediate level. Interesting. Please tell me more about the patient's condition. First, I need to determine whether the patient is really suffering from a highly contagious disease. Gao Yuanwu nodded, indicating that he agreed with Xiao Qi's opinion. At the same time, when netizens in the live broadcast room saw the challenge coming, they were very excited. People are born to like gossip. Similarly, many medical students also listened to Gao Yuanwu's questions excitedly. Many people here don't believe Xiao Qi, so they can take this opportunity to test whether Xiao Qi is a liar or not. The medical students were waiting for Xiao Qi's answer. By comparing their answers, they would know whether he had any tricks or not. Now, attracting everyone's attention, success or failure depends on this one move. Chapter 9. A strange case. Gao Yuanwu carefully recalled the patient's condition, organized his words in his mind, and then spoke. Background of the illness: the family went out to sea for a trip. The girl went diving and was infected with an unknown virus after she salvaged a bottle from a shipwreck area. Patient 1, female, 16 years old, high fever, vomiting, congestion of the eye membrane. At first we thought it was just a bad case of the flu, but Xiao Qi quickly thought about the diseases with related symptoms in his mind. If the doctor came to see me specifically, it must not be just a common flu. Soon, Xiao Qi retrieved one of the viruses. He crossed his arms, raised his eyes, and smiled. But there is another virus that fits the symptom very well, but this virus has long been extinct, right? For fear of causing panic, Xiao Qi did not directly say the name of the virus. He knew that the other party could understand what he said. Gao Yuanwu widened his eyes, looked at Xiao Qi in shock, and blurted out, "You know it again." Xiao Qi continued, "This bottle is sealed, right?" "I can't believe it." Gao Yuanwu was shocked again. "Yes, but how did you know?" Netizens looked at Xiao Qi for a while, then at Gao Yuanwu, although they still don't understand what happened. But looking at Gao Yuanwu's expression, they knew that Xiao Qi had guessed correctly twice in a row. Awesome. Although the virus cannot survive in water, it can be preserved if it is stored in a sealed bottle. Isn't it easy to associate it with that? How come this is so easy to associate with? Incredible, because this virus has long been extinct. Even doctors in the infectious disease department have only seen it a few times in books. So, at that time, they never thought of this possibility, until later, the symptoms became more obvious and the patient became more critical. After many consultations, they thought it might be smallpox. Medical student, what? They were still listening to the doctor's questions attentively with a thoughtful look on their faces. But why did you just start answering them? What exactly is the virus that Xiao Qi is talking about? Some medical students who were good at studying searched quickly in their minds, while those who were average at studying flipped through virology books and searched frantically. Finally, they found this result. It's smallpox. All the medical students were silent. The ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room watched the two people playing charades again, and no one came out to explain. For a moment, I felt itchy all over due to curiosity, but no matter how they rolled around in the live broadcast room and acted cute and threatened, no one was willing to tell them. Well, in the end the viewers compromised and continued to watch the live broadcast seriously. Gao Yuanwu looked at Xiao Qi deeply. He spoke again, breaking the silence. You guessed right. There is another patient behind us, the girl's father. Just now, his legs and feet suddenly became weak, he had a headache, and his eyes were bleeding. The symptoms are consistent with infection with the virus. Xiao Qi tapped his fingers, thinking, could this really be the smallpox virus? What virus has symptoms that are very similar to smallpox, but is not smallpox? If it's just smallpox, just get the vaccine and there's no need to ask yourself. But it's not that simple, is it? Xiao Qi thought of what Gao Yuanwu said about one patient being consistent and the other not being consistent. frowned slightly, and then continued. Interesting, now things get complicated. Gao Yuanwu had forgotten the identity of the person who had asked the question, and tried his best to tell Xiaoqi the most comprehensive information. The question and answer just now couldn't help but ignite his hope. If it was Xiaoqi, maybe he could really solve this problem. Yes, we immediately gave the girl an expedited airlift vaccine. If she didn't get it, it would be a blessing. If she did, it would alleviate the symptoms. Fortunately, a blood test at the testing department later showed that it was another infection, which manifested as a decrease in the white blood cell count. As if knowing what the medical students wanted to ask, Gao Yuanwu spoke quickly. Similarly, the chickenpox and measles tests came back negative, so they were also ruled out as possible causes, and all our suspicions were wrong. Things became suspenseful again. At first, the medical students thought what Xiaoqi said made sense. The symptoms are clearly similar to smallpox, but now the results are not. Chickenpox and measles were ruled out again. What disease did the girl have? The medical students sitting in front of the screen were all thinking hard. Their little heads just couldn't figure it out. At this time, Xiaoqi suddenly spoke again. The patient is a diver. Under strong pressure, every substance in the blood will be frightened, panic, rush, and hide. The virus will not spread immediately. Have you ever thought that the antibodies are in the joints? Gao Yuanwu was shocked again because Xiaoqi guessed their next move again. However, this is the result they obtained after connecting with the most authoritative infectious disease experts in the country. Their answers were exactly the same. Every question Xiaoqi asked hits the nail on the head, accurate, sharp. Xiaoqi frowned. Didn't you consider this factor from the beginning? At this moment, facing Xiaoqi's questions, Gao Yuanwu seemed to be back in the classroom and being called by the teacher to ask questions. Nervous, sweaty palms. This is of course because we never thought of this happening. How come Xiaoqi guessed everything? If the hospital had not been tightly sealed, he would have suspected that Xiaoqi had been there before. Gao Yuanwu roared in his heart but did not show it on the surface. Instead of answering the question directly, he stammered, later. Later, we connected with the most authoritative virologist in the country, and he also mentioned this point of view. So we went to draw blood from the girl's leg joints, but when we were drawing blood, we found umbilical blisters and pustules behind the girl's knees. Umbilical blisters and pustules, which are typical symptoms of smallpox. In the live broadcast room, netizens were in an uproar, and the medical students were as excited as if 1,000 horses were galloping. I guessed it right again. The view is consistent with that of authoritative experts. Awesome pulse, swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the medical students took out their small notebooks to write down the knowledge points that Xiaoqi had just mentioned. These practical things cannot be learned from textbooks or classrooms. After listening to Gao Yuanwu's description, they all nodded affirmatively. It was definitely smallpox, but Xiaoqi remained silent, and he believed that this matter was not that simple. After confirmation, we immediately contacted the CDC. As if to prove the authority of their hospital, Gao Yuanwu added another sentence. At the same time, we quickly sealed off the hospital and transferred the patients. We can ensure that the virus is not transmitted. But Gao Yuanwu forgot that he came here in the name of asking questions, and now they keep calling us. The netizens also came to their senses at this time. It turns out that it is not just a made-up question but a real incident. Ha! It is really strange that the doctor has come to the internet for help. I am dying of laughter. I never thought that my brother Xiao would need help from the hospital one day. No need to say more. In one word, brother Xiao is awesome. Forgive my lack of culture, I really can't find any other adjectives. Wait. Doesn't that mean there really is an unknown virulent virus in a certain hospital right now? The comments that were originally full of laughter and jokes suddenly became quiet because of this sentence. The medical students in the same dormitory looked at each other in bewilderment, because they know very well what this virus is. No. Chapter 10, Volunteering to devote oneself to medicine and being loyal to the people. Panic quickly spread in the live broadcast room. The medical student remained silent, because they also thought it was smallpox virus. If that happens, things will become serious. It's fake, this is just a question, right? I don't believe it. Didn't the doctor say the lockdown is over? Why are you worried? I just asked my cousin who was studying medicine if there is any long-lost virulent virus that matches the symptoms, and he said it's smallpox. Oh my god. Smallpox is back? Even if I'm not a medical student, I know that smallpox has been extinct for a long time. Isn't this Dr. Gao from Xixi City Third People's Hospital? My aunt is in that hospital. Nothing will happen to her, right? Soon, the smallpox virus is suspected to have appeared in Sishi City Third People's Hospital and is not only spreading in the live broadcast room. A small-scale discussion also started on Douyin. Because of this news, many people flocked into Shao-Chi's live broadcast room. The number of people online has now reached 20,000. Some less famous anchors don't have that many people online. An atmosphere of fear, terror, and uneasiness surrounded the entire live broadcast. Room Gao Yuanwu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and realized that he seemed to have caused some trouble. Suddenly, his eyes turned red and he was extremely anxious. He hurriedly said, "Don't panic, the virus has been completely isolated and will not leak." Little did he know that this statement directly confirmed his guess. The medical students in the live broadcast room were also comforting everyone. "Don't worry, didn't they say one case matched and one didn't match? Maybe this isn't the smallpox virus." Yes, you should think positively. The smallpox virus has been extinct for so many years, it is impossible for it to suddenly appear. Keep listening to the doctor. Maybe it's not that bad. There are many viruses that behave like smallpox. Didn't you say it was under the sea? Could it be that we accidentally opened Pandora's box? Although they said so, they still believed in their hearts that the possibility of smallpox was very high. Pessimism weighs so heavily on my heart. The atmosphere changed from joy to panic in just a moment. However, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was flying. Their reassurances had no effect at all. This time, Shao-Chi spoke, and his low voice entered the hearts of many uneasy people. "Don't worry, whether it is smallpox virus needs further confirmation, and even if it is, please trust our country's level of protection. I believe that if something really happens, the doctors will definitely be the first to stand in front of the people. Believe them, and believe me, okay?" Miraculous. As soon as Shao-Chi finished speaking, the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. The dark clouds in the hearts of netizens seemed to have dissipated. The panic stops. Seeing this, the medical students also offered words of comfort. "Don't worry, we took an oath when we entered school. I volunteered to devote myself to medicine and be loyal to the people. Yes, I will fight for the development of the motherland's medical industry and the physical and mental health of mankind for my whole life. No matter what, we will stand in front of the people first." The anxiety was thus eliminated by Shao-Chi. Looking at the comfort of those medical students, netizens suddenly felt a surge of shame in their hearts. They should trust the country's medical staff and should not cause them any more trouble. The live broadcast room returned to calm, but everyone also realized how critical this moment is. Surrounded by doubts, life and death crisis, they all wanted to know what was going on. Could this virus be smallpox? All expectant eyes were focused on Shao-Chi, and everyone's palms were sweating. Certainly, Shao-Chi did not disappoint their expectations and looked serious. "Please continue. Did the girl later develop any symptoms that led you to overturn the conclusion that it was smallpox?" Although it was a question, Shao-Chi said it in a declarative tone. "That's right." Gao Yuanwu was no longer shocked by Shao-Chi's consecutive correct guesses. His expression was numb. Maybe this is genius. In the eyes of netizens, there seems to be a tacit understanding between them. As soon as Gao Yuanwu said it, Shao-Chi could react immediately. This is certainly not because they are close friends, but rather stems from Shao-Chi's powerful reasoning and judgment abilities. Even if Gao Yuanwu hadn't finished speaking, Shao-Chi could use his comprehensive analysis ability to guess it. In advance, the diagnosis continues. Gao Yuanwu's expression relaxed slightly. Fortunately, during the subsequent examination, we found a rash under the girl's armpits, which was a common rash. Seeing his expression, netizens were puzzled. "Didn't you say that he might have smallpox? Why does he look so relieved? What does it mean to have a rash? Why does he look like he's fine? I regret not having read enough books when I need them. I don't understand anything and can only guess." Confused +1. Shao-Chi saw the netizens' doubts and kindly explained to them. The rash means that the girl does not have smallpox. Also, smallpox is not untreatable. It can be treated with Citifover, but it still has a 30% mortality rate. Speaking of this, Shao-Chi also made a little joke. This success rate is about the same as a basketball player's chance of making a free throw. Netizens listened to Shao-Chi's science popularization with a vague understanding. Although it is not entirely clear, smallpox does not sound like an incurable disease. This greatly relieved their tension. The mood in the live broadcast room relaxed slightly. Sometimes, necessary comfort is not a waste of time. Then Shao-Chi continued. If black and purple spots appear on the skin, it means it is hemorrhagic smallpox, and the cure rate will be greatly improved. After listening to Xiaoqi's popular science, Gao Yuanwu couldn't help but nod his head. As an internist, although he knew something about smallpox, he didn't know it in such detail, but it seemed that nothing could stump Xiaoqi. The medical students looked at Xiaoqi's confident look and all began to envy and jealous. I wish I had the same brain as Brother Xiao, so I wouldn't fail the final exam. Brother Xiao's knowledge reserve is really amazing. Those huge books make my head hurt. When will I be able to remember so much knowledge as easily as Brother Xiao? Brother Xiao, please start a live broadcast at the end of the post-production period to teach us how to study and save the children. Go on, what happened next? Xiaoqi gestured to Gao Yuanwu to continue, but Gao Yuanwu's expression suddenly became heavy. Although the possibility of the girl having smallpox has been ruled out, her father suddenly fell to the ground just now. His symptoms are very consistent with those of smallpox, and he has immediately reached the peak stage of smallpox. If this continues, he may not survive today. At the same time, his daughter's pus cell count has increased dramatically and her vital signs are extremely poor. We don't have time. The question now is, if the girl did not have smallpox, how did the virus get transmitted from the girl to her father? After saying that, Gao Yuanwu turned his gaze to Xiaoqi, hoping that he could give some advice. Xiaoqi tapped his fingers on the table, his brain working frantically. There are still too few clues at present, and all the information is based on Gao Yuanwu's oral narration. In fact, many situations are not necessarily the same as what he observed. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoqi asked a question. Are the rest of the family members not infected? Gao Yuanwu was stunned for a moment before answering. No. Chapter 11, Critical Moment. Xiaoqi narrowed his eyes. Interesting, smallpox is transmitted through the air. Why is it that only the girl's father got smallpox, while the girl who had direct contact with him is fine? Does our virus discriminate? Gao Yuanwu was stunned. The situation was urgent and they did not take this into account. Moreover, he is not a doctor in the infectious disease department and does not know what the hospital thinks. He could only describe the situation to Xiaoqi as best he could right at this moment. Everyone heard hurried footsteps getting closer and closer from the other end of the hospital. In the corner of Gao Yuanwu's lens. A group of people wearing tight protective clothing walked past Gao Yuanwu carrying boxes. With an unstoppable momentum, Gao Yuanwu hurriedly said to the camera, "The people from the CDC are here." I put my phone in my coat pocket. The camera just sticks out of the pocket, so you can clearly see what's happening in the hospital. Although he knew that this approach was not advisable, he could not care less at the moment. Currently, people from the CDC are negotiating with the hospital. I couldn't hear their conversation from this distance, but I could see that they all went into the isolation room. Gao Yuanwu walked into the conference room, where the situation in the isolation room could be seen on the large screen. The screen clearly showed two patients lying weakly on the bed. Pustules formed all over their bodies. Some netizens in the live broadcast room even developed trypophobia. Among them, the middle-aged man is in particularly serious condition and now has to rely on a ventilator to maintain his vital signs. Doctors and people from the CDC gathered around and observed them. Xiaoqi tried to scan the patient's condition through X-ray, but I don't know if it's because there are two screens between us, so I can't see the patient's whole body. There is not much data obtained through perspective. However, a series of data can determine that the girl did not have smallpox. As for what disease it is, there is not enough data to determine. And my father, seeing his data, Xiaoqi frowned. The father had once suffered from kidney cancer, so it made sense that it reached the critical stage so quickly. It is very likely that the virus caused the recurrence of kidney cancer. This dangerous symptom is due to a chain reaction and is not necessarily caused by smallpox. Just as Xiaoqi was about to further analyze the patient data, Gao Yuanwu put his hand on the earphone and spoke quietly. The CDC just said that the girl might also have smallpox virus, and the rash is the clinical manifestation of smallpox. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely confused this time. Didn't we say before that a rash is not smallpox? How did it become a clinical manifestation of smallpox? Not to mention ordinary netizens, even medical students are a little confused. Seeing this, Xiaoqi explained in the live broadcast room, rash is indeed one of the clinical manifestations of smallpox, but it is not a rash after the pustules appear. I believe that Dr. Gao and his team must have confirmed the time of the rash before they came to the conclusion. Moreover, through perspective, he concluded that the girl was not suffering from smallpox. Gao Yuanwu was also a little depressed. Yes, we confirmed that the rash appeared after a certain time, but the CDC thought that maybe she was just allergic to the sheets or hospital gowns. In any case, we can't take it lightly. Now they are going to fly blood and tissue samples to the CDC for testing. It will take 10 hours to get the DNA test results. During this time, we can't do anything. This result is the best outcome after weighing the pros and cons of all parties, but Xiaoqi said in a deep voice, "It's too late." Yes, this result may be the best result out of helplessness, however, 2 patients are in critical condition. I'm afraid I can't wait until that time. If I can prove that they did not have smallpox, can I give them treatment in advance? I still tend to think that they did not have smallpox. Gao Yuanwu pondered for a moment and said with a frown. But, it's too difficult to prove this. All the evidence now points to smallpox. The CDC felt that the evidence we had was too thin and that the rash alone was not enough to prove it. In fact, the rest of us in the hospital also resigned ourselves to the fact that they had smallpox. The medical students in the live broadcast room also became somewhat pessimistic. This is simply an impossible task. I think this is the smallpox virus. There's no need to prove it's not the virus. I think the CDC's approach is the safest. But just like Brother Xiao said, by the time the results come out, the daylily will be cold. What if they don't have smallpox? Did they die in vain? I also think the CDC is doing the right thing. What virus has the same symptoms as smallpox? Father's condition is so urgent. Apart from smallpox, what other virus could be so dangerous? Yes, if it wasn't smallpox, then what disease did the father have? Maybe it's really like what the CDC said, or maybe the girl is just allergic. You also said it was just a possibility. Did your teacher teach you to give up treating a patient just because of an uncertainty? Then tell me, what else do they have besides smallpox? Go and save them if you can. Medical students began arguing in the barrage. Some people tend to agree with Xiaoqi and believe that the girl did not have smallpox. Some people believe that both of them had smallpox. Otherwise, how to explain the father's symptoms? If the girl also had smallpox, then everything would make sense. The rash after the pustule, maybe it's an allergy, as the CDC people said. As for why other family members didn't get it, maybe it was just luck. In general, the second opinion has a higher support rate. After all, the virus is not in their bodies and the situation has been brought under control. All they have to do is wait for the results on the screen, but if it is not smallpox, then we need to screen for the same virus type there. Are so many types of viruses, it is not an easy task. With so little known information, guessing the type of virus is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Gao Yuanwu also sighed. It is too difficult to find other types of viruses, and antibody tests are also required. There are thousands of viruses. By the time the tests are completed, the patient will have already died. And now the isolation room has been completely sealed. No one other than me is allowed to enter, let alone take samples for testing, unless there is solid evidence. Other viewers in the live broadcast room watched the medical students arguing and heard Gao Yuanwu's helpless tone. Even those who didn't know much about medical knowledge understood that they were now facing a big problem. In other words, whether it is smallpox or not, we have to wait, but now the patient has no time left and may die at any time. Every second that passes pushes them one step closer to the arms of death. A heavy mood weighed on everyone's heart. They also felt the despair of doctors and patients. If possible, who would be willing to watch a patient die? Everyone sighed. Suddenly, a sound exploded. I'll do it. Chapter 12. I need a video. What? I said I'll determine what type of virus they have. Gao Yuanwu was shocked. Are you sure? Are you alone? Unbelievable, outrageous. In such a short time, he alone relied on himself to find the correct virus without any testing, and this is after all parties have reached a final conclusion. What a fantasy. That's right. Apart from me, is there anyone else who can do it now? I will not give up on any patient. I will not sit and wait for death. It just so happened that he had upgraded his knowledge of virology before, and combined with other system knowledge, the vast ocean of knowledge told him that's enough. If even he gave up, the 2 patients would really be waiting to die. Xiaoqi's serious look left everyone speechless. They really didn't expect that someone would stand up at this moment. Going alone against the current, an exciting emotion surged in everyone's hearts. Many people in front of the screen couldn't help but have tears in their eyes. Gao Yuanwu was also infected by Xiaoqi's words. He wanted to exhale deeply, but the breath was stuck in his throat. Roll your Adam's apple a few times. Do you really want to believe Shao-Chi, as a doctor, he is unwilling to give up as long as there is a glimmer of possibility? Shit. Let's fight. Even if I fail, the worst that can happen is that I will be scolded by the dean. Not if successful, it means 2 lives have been saved. Finally, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Okay. I will do my best to help you. What do you need? Now, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by Shao-Chi's determination to move forward. The air stuck in the chest was slowly exhaled. Many people tilted their heads back, trying not to let tears of excitement flow, especially medical students. An indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. They are still young and are only learning knowledge on campus, and have not really faced this kind of life and death problem. Therefore, they are inevitably lazy and don't want to do anything that they think is troublesome. I'm sorry, I know there are too many types of viruses, and screening is troublesome, so I don't want to do it. Today, Shao-Chi made me understand what it means to be a compassionate doctor. Even if the final result is still smallpox, I still admire Shao-Chi. He is walking a path that no one has ever taken, but it is necessary. Isn't that what studying medicine is like? You always eliminate various options in multiple choice questions, even if the result you get after every painstaking effort is only to eliminate one possibility. But, someone continued. But it is necessary, even if it seems like a wasted effort. Brother Shao, if you need anything, just tell me. I'm just an ordinary doctor of medicine. I'm not as awesome as the one above. I'm just a medical student, but I'm always flipping through books and looking up information in my dormitory. It's so fucking exciting. Why is there sand in my eyes? Messages kept rolling in one after another. Others were also moved by the medical students' actions. This is the power of unity that the Chinese people possess. When one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. Shao-Chi looked at the barrage with satisfaction. With this group of people in the motherland, there is hope for successors. No more hesitation, thinking quickly in the mind. What virus is similar to smallpox? The high-speed flow of knowledge impacted Shao-Chi's brain. Everyone saw sweat starting to appear on his head. Gao Yuanwu was also waiting nervously. Too many viruses. Not enough clues, he needs more information. Dr. Gao. Hey! Gao Yuanwu was startled by the sudden words and cried out. The other doctors in the consultation room looked at him with dissatisfaction. After apologizing to everyone, he asked quietly. What's wrong, Brother Shao? Although Shao-Chi looked young, Gao Yuanwu still unconsciously changed his name to that of Shao-Chi. I need you to do me a favor. I need to see the video of the father before he fell. I have something to confirm. Looking at the solemn atmosphere in the consultation room and the people with frowns on their faces, Gao Yuanwu gritted his teeth. Shit, it's done. Tang. Gao Yuanwu stood up without hesitation. Such a loud noise suddenly broke the stagnant atmosphere in the room. Not everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Even the dean was looking at him with a very bad expression. They were just connecting with an authoritative virologist and discussing various possibilities in a low voice. However, there was still no result from the discussion. This made them all feel unhappy, especially just now. They discovered that the girl's father's condition had become very critical. If this situation continues, in less than 2 hours, the father will be dead. Dignified asphyxia. Should we let the father say goodbye to his family now? They also hope that it is not the smallpox virus, so that there is at least a glimmer of hope. But if it wasn't smallpox, what else could it be? This time even the virologists were silent. Now we can only speculate that it is the smallpox virus. The thought of smallpox reappearing if this news gets out, my scalp is tingling. It's hard to breathe. After all, this is a long extinct virus. If this gets out, it will definitely be attacked by international public opinion and will also cause panic at home. Dare not think about it anymore. Not to mention, there were 2 cases in their hospital at once. What to do? The dean felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Everyone lamented. At this moment, the squeaking sound of a chair being pushed away broke the silence in the consultation room. The harsh sound made the dean's already bad mood even worse. Brush, a glare shot towards Gao Yuanwu. Cold sweat slid down Gao Yuanwu's head. When Lu Rinjia from the same department saw that it was Gao Yuanwu, he was delighted. Director Gao, what are you doing? Gao Yuanwu swallowed and shouted loudly, we need to screen for virus species. The dean's face looked extremely bad. You think I don't know? There are so many types of viruses. How can I screen them? Get out of here. If it were so easy to screen, why would they still be sitting here looking sad? The key is that there is no time. That's right, Director Gao. Why are you meddling in the work of the infectious disease department? Lu Rinjia echoed with glee. On the side, Gao Yuanwu took out the phone from his pocket with trembling fingers and pointed at Shao Qi in the live broadcast. I have a solution. Let Dr. Shao Qi take a look. Who? Everyone was confused. Who is this big guy? Take a closer look. Isn't this Douyin Live? Is this a network anchor? After someone asked doubtfully, you could hear a pin drop in the entire consultation room. Silence. Speechless. Put. Lu Renjia laughed out loud. Director Gao, have you already developed Alzheimer's disease? You actually went to an online anchor for help. Could he be a fortune teller? TSK, thanks to Gao Yuanwu's trick, I'm the one who will be promoted this year, Lu Ringjia thought proudly. His sneer broke the frozen atmosphere. It also made the dean even angrier. The dean slammed the table, the sound echoed in the room, and then he stood up menacingly. Gao Yuanwu. As a serious medical master, you actually went to an internet anchor for help. Do you think our place is not chaotic enough? Where is your professional ethics? You even brought this up on the live broadcast. I think you don't want to do this anymore. Chapter 13. I think his cancer has recurred. Get out of here right now. Starting tomorrow, don't come here. The tone is serious. This is true. Gao Yuanwu's face turned pale and his fingers were shaking so much that he could hardly hold the phone. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but shiver as they were stared at by so many doctors through the camera, especially medical students. They also saw their teachers. What does it feel like to be stared at by the teacher? Dare not move. Then they heard the dean's words again. Two big words flashed through their minds. Completion. Shao Qi, who was also being stared at, remained calm and composed. What a joke. He has seen all kinds of situations. In Gao Yuanwu's desperate mood, Shao Qi's voice sounded like a savior. Everyone, calm down. You don't have any other options anyway, so why not let me try? At least I'm sure, but you probably don't have any clues at all. If I really have a way, do you want to watch the patient die? There are so many people watching in the live broadcast room. No way, is this it? The dean was so excited by Shao Qi's words that he almost lost his mind. He raised his finger and pointed at Shao Qi with trembling hands. Okay, come on, I want to see what you can see. Then he sneered, don't tell me you're a fortune teller. Shao Qi smiled indifferently, then I will start. Have you ever considered why the father became ill so quickly? Before the dean opened his mouth, Lu Ringjia spoke first. Of course, this is because smallpox develops rapidly, which is quite normal. As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Qi retorted. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Everyone in the live broadcast room widened their eyes in excitement. Here comes Brother Zhao's famous quote. Yes, smallpox develops rapidly, but why do the daughter and father develop at different times? The daughter's disease is obviously developing slowly. This question choked Lu Rinjia, and the other doctors also began to frown and think. The virologist who had been connected in silence suddenly spoke. You mean the girl might not have smallpox? However, Shao Qi denied it. No, I mean, it's very likely that neither of them has smallpox. What? The doctors in the consultation room were all shocked by this statement. The dean stared at the screen of his mobile phone, and Gao Yuanwu felt tremendous pressure. How did you come to this conclusion? The father's symptoms are exactly the same as those of smallpox. Hearing the dean's words, Shao Qi chuckled. Are you sure they are exactly the same? Just when the dean was somewhat dissatisfied with his frivolous attitude, then Shao Qi's mouth corners sank and his eyes became solemn. Have you seen this father's medical history? Past medical history, the dean's voice was buzzing. Time is tight, and the patient has no history of seeing a doctor in our hospital. But we have already asked before, and there is no medicine for allergies. Shao Qi raised his eyebrows and suddenly sneered. That means you don't know that this father once had kidney cancer? Although this father has recovered, he has now relapsed, which has damaged his immune function and caused his condition to reach its critical stage all of a sudden. I say, I'm not the only one who knows about this. Everyone was shocked. The head of the urology department blurted out, how do you know he has kidney cancer? Shao Qi on the screen spread his hands. Isn't this something that can be easily seen? If you want to prove what I said, just look through his medical history or take a look at the patient's urine bag. Isn't that enough? The dean looked at Xiaoqi deeply. I immediately called the head nurse and asked her to pull up the father's entire medical history. At the same time, he used the intercom to communicate with the isolation room and asked them to hold handheld cameras to take close-up photos of the patient's conditions. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and the head nurse brought a stack of information to the dean. The dean flipped through the medical history. Suddenly his hand stopped and his face was filled with disbelief. The patient was cured of kidney cancer 6 years ago. Wow, there was an uproar in the consultation room and the live broadcast room. Holy shit. He really figured it out. The head of urology didn't understand how the hell did this guy figure that out. His teacher didn't teach him this when he was in school. Realize what's happening. The dejected expression on Gao Yuanwu's face disappeared instantly. There was a look of pride on his face. There's nothing I can do. My brother Xiao is just awesome. The number of people in the live broadcast room is also increasing rapidly at this time. After the dean confirmed it, the barrage of comments instantly boiled over. Brother Xiao really didn't disappoint the brothers. His unique skill of judging life and death with just one glance is simply amazing. How did they do that? All the medical students' hair has fallen out. It's so exciting. Brother Xiao really didn't let us down. Please teach us. The children who study medicine shed tears of envy at the corners of their mouths. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, and I said I was worshipping the gods. Last time the caramel pudding was in the oncology department, today it's in the infectious disease department and the urology department. I want to know if there is anything else that Brother Xiao doesn't know. Haha, Brother Xiao blew up the whole place, it was so cool. This move completely convinced and impressed the new netizens. This time, in the isolation room, after hearing about this unexpected incident, the people at the CDC also wanted to know whether what Xiaoqi said was true. So he agreed to use a handheld camera to shoot through the glass. The camera was focused on the man on the hospital bed. It was obvious that the man's urine bag was bleeding. Xiaoqi smiled slightly. Another piece of evidence. If kidney failure is caused by smallpox, then the blood should be brown, but now the blood is red, which means kidney cancer has recurred. It's not smallpox he's sick with. The voice fell. All the doctors in the consultation room looked at him blankly. My brain is frozen and I can't think. The person from the CDC in the isolation room had a shaking hand and almost dropped the camera on the ground. Questioning life shocked the whole audience. After a moment of silence, there was constant exclamation. There was a lot of discussion. The CDC said to the camera, "Sorry, we still can't let anyone in. You need to provide more evidence. And even if it's not smallpox, it's a highly contagious virus, and without a symptomatic treatment, it's useless." Xiaoqi nodded to show that he understood. "Then please cooperate with my actions next." The dean sighed and nodded. People from the CDC also clicked their cameras to show their agreement. "Okay, then I'll start from the beginning." Xiaoqi asked Gao Yuanwu to move the camera closer, as the distance was still a bit far. After receiving the message, Gao Yuanwu immediately walked towards the big screen with his head held high. His expression was full of pride and honor. The doctor was sitting at his seat when Gao Yuanwu came over. They all stood up and made way for him. Yurinja did the same and stood up with a complicated expression. Just like that, Gao Yuanwu came to the dean with his cell phone in hand. Chapter 14, Finding Evidence and Overturning the Conclusion. The dean looked at Xiaoqi on the phone and asked seriously, "Just tell me what you need. We will do our best to cooperate with you. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we don't want to give up on the patient." At first, he looked down on Xiaoqi because he thought he was incompetent. Now once his real talent has been confirmed, of course he would trust him without hesitation. After all, to be able to sit in this position, it is definitely not just relying on one's mouth. The dean's eyes were bright, and a gleam of hope burst out. "Please." Other people in the consultation room also looked at Xiaoqi with hope. They all shouted in unison, "Please." Xiaoqi on the screen, carrying the hopeful gazes of so many people, nodded firmly. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 30,000. Whether the smallpox virus will reappear in the world, whether the virus can be found, and whether the patient can survive. It all depends on this young man. There are less than 2 hours left. The situation is very critical. The audience all widened their eyes, clenched their fists, and stared at the live broadcast room. Don't dare to miss any information. Look at the doctor's requests. Everyone's eyes were cast. He also carries 2 lives on his shoulders. Heavy, attracting everyone's attention. These are feelings they have never experienced before, even if these are not targeted at them. But the audience still felt as if they were the world's last hope. Through the live broadcast room. A surge of excitement surged through the hearts of netizens. They kept their mouths tightly shut, fearing that the excited scream would burst out of their throats. It's so shocking, breathtaking. Medical student, I'm sorry, I'm not worthy of it. It's a level I can't reach. A worship and marvel. When will they have the day when everyone will ask for their help? On the other hand, Shaoqi looked calm. It seems like I have experienced it many times. He is not worthy of making any unnecessary expressions. It's you, boss. Shaoqi took a deep breath and opened his eyes, spit out the first words. Replay the surveillance video to the moment when the father fell down, and we will prove it from the beginning. Good. The dean personally picked up the mouse and dragged the progress bar backwards on the computer next to him. The characters on the screen kept stepping back, as if they were snatching someone from the hands of death. Time went back to the moment when the father fell. The person on the screen was walking, and suddenly his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Then his eyes became bloodshot. He covered his head and shouted, "I have a headache." Finally, with blood coming out of both eyes, he was sent to the emergency room by the medical staff who arrived. After watching it, all the doctors looked at this clip in confusion. Forgive them, they really don't see any problem. Medical students are also full of curiosity. After all, they had never come into contact with any case of smallpox, with a real example right in front of you. Why not take out your notebook and write it down? Shaoqi kept replaying the scene in his mind. Finally, it was the virologist who spoke hesitantly. The father's symptoms are consistent with infection with the smallpox virus. Is there any problem? Shaoqi shook his head. It would only be consistent if he really had a headache. This time everyone, including the audience in the live broadcast room, was confused. The doctors in the consultation room were now like students in class, raising their hands to ask questions. But he just has a headache. Yes, I saw him fall down with my own eyes, holding his head and shouting that he had a headache. Did I see it wrong? Hearing everyone's questions, Shaoqi stretched out a finger and shook it. No, he first said oh, then held his head and said I have a headache. Everyone was puzzled. Isn't this just a headache? Is there something wrong? Shaoqi smiled confidently. It can only mean that you have a headache, which is caused by muscle tension or blood vessel stretching. Head pain is caused by trauma, such as cerebral hemorrhage caused by tuberculosis. I think you all understand what I mean, right? Dr. Silence, medical student, netizen, wow. I don't know how impressive it is. After realizing what was happening, the experienced doctors rewatched the video and found that what Shaoqi said was correct. Shocked again, what a powerful insight one must have to be able to observe such fine details. There were so many doctors, but not one of them discovered it. The medical students in particular went from being completely bewildered to staring blankly with their mouths open. Although this knowledge has been mentioned in textbooks, but you have to know that there is a huge gap between practice and theory. There were many medical students with average grades in the live broadcast room who did not understand these two definitions very well. Today they finally saw what a textbook case is. Some medical professors who were also attracted looked at Shaoqi's analysis and nodded. I decided to put this clip in class as a classic case. Inside the consultation room, the doctors sitting in the back all stood up and surrounded Gao Yuanwu. Not only them, there were also many doctors gathered at the door. The dean's eyes lit up and he was excited. Go on, so you mean they are tuberculous? Shaoqi pondered for a while and shook his head. No, I'm not sure yet. If we can do a CT scan, at least one of the causes can be ruled out, but I know you won't agree to move the patient. The dean looked apologetic. I'm sorry, he was interrupted by Shaoqi before he could finish his words. I know. Let's continue analyzing it. I need to speak to someone at the CDC. The call was connected to the people from the CDC. Looked at Shaoqi through two screens and said, Young man, what do you want to do? First, make it clear that we will not allow the patient to be transferred. Shaoqi nodded. I know you don't consider the rash to be evidence, but I'm pretty sure these two don't have smallpox. I need to take a closer look. Okay, what do you want to do? What appeared on the screen were two people lying weakly on hospital beds, but it is obvious that the girl's situation is much better than her father's. After hesitating for a while, Shaoqi said to the girl inside, Little girl, I don't know if you have the strength now. I want to see how the pustules under your arms are developing. The girl kept exhaling heavy, hot breaths. Hearing Shaoqi's words, she got up with difficulty and took off the thin blanket covering her body. As she lifted herself up and moved her feet down, sudden, Shaoqi's eyes narrowed, etc. The girl stopped and looked at him in confusion. Shaoqi curled the corners of his mouth. The evidence is there. There's no need to look at the pustules. Just look at the soles of this girl's feet and everything will be clear. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the girl's feet. The people from the CDC and the doctors in the hospital spoke at the same time. There's not a single pustule on the sole of her foot. I see. This really isn't smallpox, that's great. The audience in the live broadcast room were confused and didn't understand what was going on. Seeing this, the medical student quickly typed in the live broadcast room. Smallpox pustules will appear all over the body, but not on the soles of girls' feet. That means the girl didn't have smallpox. Chapter 15, United We Stand. Piece of evidence after piece of evidence was laid before everyone. Now even people at the CDC have to admit it. Shao-Chi's guess was right, these two patients do not have smallpox. After the results came out, everyone still felt unbelievable that he actually completed the diagnosis of two patients by himself, and it overturned the conclusion of smallpox. The barrage instantly boiled over. Wow, it's not smallpox, that's great. A virulent virus that has been eradicated for 100 years has reappeared. I'm scared to death. I really breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not smallpox. Does this mean that those two people can be saved? It's not certain yet. We are still not sure what virus they are infected with. We need to treat the disease with the right medicine. Nema. Brother Shao is so handsome. Don't you think this is some kind of ancient virus that has not yet been discovered by humans? After all, it was found on an ancient shipwreck. Don't talk nonsense. How can an unknown virulent virus be discovered so easily? Medical students, please help me think of any symptoms that are very similar to smallpox. Look, Brother Shao is on the hot search list. No, it's smallpox that's on the hot search list. Now people on Weibo are panicking. Many netizens quickly switched the page to Weibo. Sure enough, the topic was found at the 12th position in the hot search. Hashtag smallpox reappears in the world, urgent. Hashtag it contains clips from Shao-Chi's live broadcast room edited by various marketing accounts, and then added eye-catching headlines. Many netizens who have not watched Shao-Chi's live broadcast room have been fooled by these marketing accounts. It is full of comments from netizens expressing their fear. Rumors are flying everywhere, and the popularity is still rising. Netizens were so angry when they saw these randomly edited marketing accounts. Brother Shao is at the critical moment of diagnosis now. The patient is in danger, and it is impossible to take the time to clarify. These marketing accounts took advantage of the situation, which is really despicable. Seeing that the rumors were getting bigger and bigger, the netizens could no longer sit idly by. We can't cause trouble for Shao-Chi, they have to protect him, so everyone started to take action. Someone who was good at editing pieced together Shao-Chi's inferences and posted it on Weibo, accompanied by exciting music. Keep it appealing to many people. Those who study medicine use their medical knowledge to make various clarifications under marketing accounts. Well reasoned and convincing. Ordinary netizens don't have any skills, so they just help to like and increase the popularity of the clarification video. Then, keep copying and posting the popular science information to every netizen while clarifying. They also pointed out the link to Shao-Chi's live broadcast room. For many netizens, no anchor has ever been able to attract so many people to spontaneously escort him. Many of them are not even fans of Shao-Chi, haven't had time to follow yet, but a sense of mission arose spontaneously. This emotion affects everyone on Shao-Chi's live broadcast. They didn't want him to be affected by trivial matters. They wanted to help Shao-Chi save people from death. They want the rumors to disappear soon. The rumor storm was dissipated with everyone's concerted efforts. The marketing accounts can only leave with hatred. At the same time, this incident also made many people know a doctor named Shao-Chi. Many people came to Shao-Chi's live broadcast room through the link on Weibo.at. This time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached more than 40,000. Inside the consultation room, everyone was rejoicing that they did not have smallpox, but another question arises: since they did not have smallpox, what disease do they have? Everyone was plunged into a fog again. Just at this moment, the man on the hospital bed suddenly had a slow heart rate and rapid breathing. The condition deteriorated rapidly. It's about to fail. People from the CDC rushed in immediately and performed rescue measures on the man. After a lot of trouble, the man's condition temporarily stabilized, but there wasn't much time left to live. The doctor pushed the bed to the side of the isolation room and let the father say goodbye to his family. Looking at his family members through the glass, their painful expressions, the audience in the live broadcast room also felt sorry for it. Shao-Chi asked quickly, "How much time do we have now?" The CDC staff shook their heads and said, this man is expected to have less than half an hour left. It is impossible to screen out so many viruses in such a short time. Accidents always happen unexpectedly. It turned out that they still had about 2 hours, there is less than half an hour left. Time was so tight that even Shao-Chi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Now, in everyone's mind, this father has been branded as the god of death. No one thought that Shao-Chi could find the corresponding virus in such a short time, but Shao-Chi doesn't want to give up. He looked at the camera with determined eyes. You won't know unless you try. If he could be in Sishi City Hospital now, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance what the virus is. Unfortunately, it takes 3 hours to get to the hospital from here, which is not enough time. Looking at the live broadcast room, Shao-Chi's eyes fixed. Click on the private message. Linhai City Museum. Dr. Xiao, I have sent you some information about the shipwreck, and I hope I can be of some help. In an instant, Shao-Chi saw hope again. I got a new piece of information. Linhai City Museum just sent me a document about a shipwreck. I need your help to find relevant clues. After saying that, he uploaded the document to the internet. This is a local gazetteer that records the customs and people of the seaside, and the entire text is written in classical Chinese. The recent hot search also attracted the Linhai City Museum. After extensive verification, they determined the age of the shipwreck. This is a ship from the Qing dynasty that was used to sell porcelain to the West. They found the local chronicles from the time the shipwreck occurred. It's just that this book has too much content and they don't know what's useful. I had no choice but to send all of them to Shao-Chi. Looking at the local gazetteer, that is neither too much nor too little. No one had any hope. But they still accepted Shao-Chi's request. For a while, whether it is the doctor in the consultation room or the netizens watching the live broadcast, they all buried their heads in looking through the information in their hands. Even people who cannot understand classical Chinese are scratching their heads and looking online for help in translation. They are all helping Shao-Chi complete this relay race of life. Many new netizens were all shocked by this scene. It's beyond words, incomprehensible. What kind of magic does this man have? He was able to call on so many people to help him. Every netizen sent any clues they thought were useful to the live broadcast room. Countless pieces of information appeared in Shao-Chi's mind. At the same time, thousands of viruses appeared in his mind and were eliminated one by him. Not this one, rule it out. That's not it, rule it out. Sweat soaked his hair and dizziness followed. Such a huge amount of work needs to be completed in a short period of time. This caused his brain power to be severely overdrawn, but no relevant clues have appeared yet. Chapter 16. This is a miracle. 15 minutes have passed. The family members collapsed on the ground and sobbed in despair. Some netizens have put down the information they were holding, with despair on their faces. It's impossible. We don't know when we'll find the data, let alone speculate on the type of virus after we find it. I also think that we are wasting our efforts. There are less than 15 minutes left. Even if we find it, what's the use? Can Dr. Xiao deduce it so quickly? If you don't want to do it, then stop talking. Everyone is working hard, but you are the only one saying discouraging things. No matter what, I do this to live up to my conscience. I believe in Brother Xiao because he was the one who saw at a glance that I had advanced pancreatic cancer. He will definitely be able to do it. Yes, I believe him too. Sudden. A doctor in the consultation room raised his hand and said, I think this clue might be useful. Shao-Chi raised his eyes immediately. Due to the high-intensity operation of his brain, his eyes were tired and his lips were pale. Tell me about it. It was recorded that in May of the 17th year of Shuntong, many rats appeared on the ship. They suspected that they were brought from the west, so they found a cat to catch the rats. However, within a few days, the cat died and the people on the ship developed strange diseases. Because there were several cases among the people on the ship, the doctor thought it was plague, so he exiled them to sea, and there has been no news since then. That's it. Shao-Chi narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. Did that cat die from hair loss? The doctor flipped through the documents in his hand. Yes, how did you know? Shao-Chi raised his eyes, supported his head with his hands, and suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone? Because of this laughter, everyone put down the documents in their hands, looked at him doubtfully. I know what virus they are infected with. Everyone. Oh shit, it came out so quickly. The medical student just felt that he had missed out on 100 million. They had no idea what the message was in that sentence just now. They couldn't keep up again. Shao-Chi said each word firmly. This virus can also infect animals and mice. carrying rickettsial pox. The consultation room suddenly became quiet, but soon, they stood up excitedly again. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? And this one does fit the symptoms of rickettsial pox perfectly. Most importantly, this can heal. This speculation is very reasonable. What a genius this is! Great, they are saved. Exclamations and praises filled the entire consultation room. Shao-Chi said to the people at the CDC, "Give them doxycycline immediately." However, there was no immediate response from the CDC. He stared into Shao-Chi's eyes. Just because a cat is losing hair, can you be sure that they are infected with rickettsial pox? What if the cat is just changing seasons? If your guess is wrong, we gave her a bunch of antibiotics and antiviral drugs, which would suppress their bone marrow. I don't want to push them further towards death. Dignified, anxiety overflows. The atmosphere suddenly became depressing again. The joy I just felt was suddenly brought back to where it was, although everyone supported Shao-Chi's point of view in their hearts. But I have to say that what the CDC people said also makes sense. There really no other way. Everyone looked despaired. If even this guess is not the case, they really can't think of any other possibilities. Besides, the dean looked at his watch and saw that 20 minutes had passed. Frowning, the patient is at risk of death at any time. There was no way they could wait until the last minute to find out. This is not a movie. If we really wait until the last moment, the patient will most likely not survive. There is no time. I was about to take the risk and speak. On the other side, Shao-Chi's eyes were sharp and his tone was firm. Besides this, is there any other way? So for now, you can only follow my advice, and the success rate can reach 80%. Wow, very arrogant, quite confident. Look at those family members who are kneeling on the ground and crying. If they had taken medicine, they would probably still have survived, but without medicine. Having said that, Shao-Chi turned his gaze to the hospital bed. Everyone's perspective also turned to look over there. The man on the bed began to breathe rapidly and his eyes widened. He's dying. If he doesn't get the medicine, he won't have a chance of survival. It's easy to prove my guess. Just check if there are small pieces of black dead tissue on their bodies to prove that I'm right. Because rickettsial pox will cause scars. Of course, I don't recommend you waste time proving it. After all, they don't have much time left to examine. It's a waste of time. He believes in his abilities. The head of the CDC looked at Shao-Chi deeply. Silence. Afterwards, he ordered someone to go into the ward to check whether there was indeed a small piece of black death eye in the lens. People watched nervously as a man wearing tight protective clothing walked into the isolation room. He gently opened the man's hospital gown, and the family members looked at his actions in confusion. Little did he know that on the other side, everyone was clasping their hands, anxiously waiting for his answer. The man's body was turned over. After glancing to the left, the person from the CDC shook his head toward the outside, indicating that there was nothing there. Everyone's hearts were lifted up. He then checked the man's chest and abdomen, but found nothing. Nervous, scary. Some doctors who were already in the consultation room closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. Some viewers in the live broadcast room clasped their hands in front of their chests, praying for a miracle to happen. They had never felt so tormented and anxious while watching a live broadcast. Could it be that Shao-Chi's guess was really wrong? The head of the CDC crossed his arms across his chest. Fortunately, I didn't listen to that man. Sure enough, it's not found it, Escar. What? The man pointed at the lower right side of the man's waist and said in surprise, "Everybody is quiet." Then there was uproar. Shock. Surprise, then there was ecstasy again. Cheers and joy. Shao-Chi really did it. The correct answer was selected from thousands of viruses. All the doctors in the consultation room hugged each other and cried with joy. The doctors outside the door applauded loudly. The head of the CDC reacted immediately and ordered the patient to be injected with doxycycline. His expression was a little complicated, and then he became relieved. Young people nowadays are really unexpected. The dean also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shao-Chi with awe. Fiery gaze. The family members didn't know what happened, but looking at the way they looked, it seems there is hope. After the patient was injected with antibiotics, his condition immediately improved. Guys and girls, just like that, he was pulled back from the brink of life and death. The family members' bodies went limp and they knelt on the ground, thanking the doctors in the live broadcast room. The viewers wiped the tears of excitement from their eyes. They also contributed to the rescue. Be proud and hold your head high. There were bursts of howling coming from a dormitory of a medical university. Brother Shao, awesome. Today, they witnessed the birth of a miracle together. Chapter 17. With Brother Zhao's help, life is full of highlights. The dean stood up, walked to Gao Yuanwu and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. Not only does what happened before not count, I'll even reward you. Gao Yuanwu looked proud. Thanks to Brother Xiao, my brother Xiao is awesome. Now Xiao Qi has automatically upgraded to his brother. This is admiration from the bottom of his heart. There is no order in learning, those who achieve success come first. The dean looked at the live broadcast room with approval again. Xiao Qi, you are excellent. I would like to express my deep gratitude to you on behalf of the hospital. At the same time, I would like to thank the audience in the live broadcast room. Your concerted efforts have bought a lot of time for the patient. Today's miracle and honor belong to you. The people in the live broadcast room felt a little embarrassed by the dean's exaggeration. These were the praises they had received following Xiao Qi, and they did not deserve such great praise from the dean. It's all thanks to Brother Xiao. We just helped a little. We are all descendants of Yin and Huan, so this little favor is nothing. From now on, Brother Xiao is my real brother. Brothers, I am in tears. In the live broadcasts I watched before, the comments were always full of arguments and fans were fighting with each other. This is the first time I feel that we can actually work together. Me too, you are all so great, and so warm, just like my family. I finally understand why you like Xiao Qi so much. He doesn't say a word of chicken soup, but he is full of positive energy everywhere. Xiao Qi saw that the matter had been resolved and he was no longer needed further. The tense spirit relaxed, and the fatigue came like a tide. After hurriedly saying goodbye to the live broadcast room, he immediately went offline, covered himself with the quilt, and went to sleep. At the same time, Xiao Qi's emergency rescue within 1 hour, after being edited by netizens and uploaded to the internet, it instantly became popular all over the internet. Those netizens who were excited and unable to calm down left messages under the videos of all parties. Now, any video related to Xiao Qi can get over 10,000 likes. The number of views of the live broadcast clip that was first released reached 2 million. At this time, the People's Daily suddenly published an article titled Xiao Qi, a life relay in a live broadcast room. The article not only emphasized how Xiao Qi proved step by step and with evidence that it was not the smallpox virus, he also emphasized that he successfully identified the type of virus within the last hour and saved the patient's life. Finally, he also praised the netizens in the live broadcast room for working together to complete this relay race of life. In particular, the article also highly praised the netizens for their quick actions to clarify the rumors, thus eliminating the panic in the bud. Praise square root appreciate square root worth recognition. In short, everything in Xiao Qi's live broadcast room is worth learning. The reason why the People's newspaper published articles related to Xiao Qi.it was precisely because of the various rumors spread by marketing accounts that caused panic. This attracted the attention of the People's Daily, while they were urgently verifying the authenticity of the news and trying to clarify the rumors as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, a group of righteous Chaoyang people immediately solved their problem. It was also at this time that they got to know Xiao Qi. Raise an eyebrow. Surprise, click on the live broadcast room, later. Even they were shocked by the live broadcast, hence, this article came into being. Once the article is published, it not only touched countless netizens, but also pushed Xiao Qi's popularity to a higher level. Comments section. The netizens who participated at the time excitedly left comments below. I was in the live broadcast room at the time, and I still can't calm down until now. Mom, I was praised by the People's Daily. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I am so happy that my ancestors are so happy. Follow Brother Xiao, and with Brother Zhao's help, your life will be full of highlights. You haven't experienced that hour in person. It's so fucking shocking. To be honest, our teacher has used Xiao Qi's live broadcast as a classic case in our class. Because of this article in the People's Daily, other official media also began to report on it. For a time, the name Xiao Qi became the darling of many media and news about him was all over the place. This made Xiao Qi another positive case and favorite in the notebooks of many middle school students. I believe that in the future, when Chinese teachers are correcting essays, they will encounter a bunch of examples mainly based on Xiao Qi, and they will keep seeing them until they are sick of it. One night later, after continuous fermentation, the number of fans of Xiao Qi's Douyin account soared to 500,000. This speed of increasing followers is terrifying. Of course, it is not as fast as New Oriental's 20 million followers in a week, or Lu Gonghong's 60 million followers. In just 2 days, Xiao Qi went from being a small unknown anchor with only 2,000 followers to a middle-class anchor with 500,000 followers, and he is not just a beautiful anchor, just an unpopular medical anchor. and it was only broadcast live twice. It's incredible. However, Xiaoqi has a positive image and a handsome face compared with those vulgar anchors. It's really a breath of fresh air. Because of this, Xiaoqi became a favorite of many parents and was added to their children's must-see list. Just when Xiaoqi was receiving rave reviews on the internet. A room with curtains tightly drawn, it was pitch black, only the electronic candle light in front of the portrait emitted a faint red light. A woman as thin as a dead branch and with a haggard face stared at the photo of Xiaoqi's smile. Then she saw the comments below praising Xiaoqi, as well as the praise on the internet. Suddenly, his face twisted, looks ferocious. She was so angry that she threw her phone away and yelled angrily, "Damn you, quack, how can you be so popular on the internet? Give me back my son's life." The woman opened her eyes, her dark pupils almost filling her eyeballs, and she kept muttering, "Give me back my son's life. Pay for his life. Pay for his life. Pay for his life." So weird, neighbors passing by the door could smell the incense coming from the opposite door and hear rustling sounds from inside the door. I couldn't help rubbing my arms and shivering. Oh my god, this family has always been weird. And things got even weirder after their son died a few days ago. Because of the death, many residents have moved out in the past few days because they think it is unlucky. The corridor seemed even more eerie of fear. Not daring to think about it anymore, the neighbor made up his mind that he would move out as soon as the lease expired this month. Dean's office. Gao Yuanwu was called here by the dean early in the morning and didn't understand what was going on. The dean smiled kindly and invited him to sit down. Judging from that smile, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Are they going to give me a promotion and a raise? Director Gao, after discussion, we have decided to give you a bonus of 50,000 yuan as a reward for your contribution this time. Also, I see that you seem to be very familiar with Dr. Xiao. Gao Yuanwu suddenly realized that the drunkard's real intention was not to drink. Actually, Brother Xiao and I have only communicated online, so we are not very familiar with each other. The dean waved his hand nonchalantly. After this incident, Dr. Xiao must be impressed by you. Our hospital plans to invite Xiaoqi to join the company with an annual salary of this amount. The dean held up 7 fingers. Wow, 700,000. Gao Yuanwu was shocked, but when he thought it was Brother Xiao, he became indifferent again. After all, he deserves it. Chapter 18. A personal invitation from the dean. Xiaoqi woke up feeling refreshed. All the brain power lost yesterday has been replenished. After pouring dog food for Wang Kai as usual, the system's voice sounded again. Detect the host and solve a difficult and complicated problem, and get advanced reward X1, gold coins X100. Do you want to receive the reward? Premium rewards. I didn't expect to get a high-level reward this time, Xiaoqi excitedly said silently in his heart. Yes. Congratulations to the host for upgrading all disease knowledge to intermediate level. Blood disease knowledge upgraded to advanced level. Constitution +1, in an instant. A large amount of knowledge suddenly flooded into his mind. This time the indoctrination is more intense than any other time, like a rushing river rushing towards the stream. Xiaoqi's nerves were swollen as if they were about to explode. He couldn't help but cover his head and fell to his knees. Veins popped up on his forehead and cold sweat ran down his face. However, the increase in physical fitness makes him more resistant to attacks. The spirit is more resilient. This prevented him from fainting due to the large amount of knowledge being instilled into him by the system in a short period of time. The infusion stopped for a while. The severe pain began to subside. The new physical strength quickly repaired his damaged nerves. Soon, Xiaoqi became energetic again. The pain was gone. The recovery is even faster than before. There is also more knowledge in his mind than before. It can be said that he can treat most and all categories of diseases by himself. Confidence max. With a thought, he opened the panel. Host, Xiaoqi, age, 23. Occupation, doctor. Intermediate knowledge of neurological diseases. Intermediate knowledge of digestive tumor system diseases. Intermediate infectious disease knowledge. Intermediate gynecological disease knowledge. Intermediate knowledge of men's diseases. Advanced blood disease knowledge. Finally, an advanced knowledge. My profession also changed from a consulting doctor to a sitting doctor with his current level. No tertiary doctor can guarantee to be better than him, but he has mastered the entire system's knowledge. Take the first step towards becoming an all-round doctor. The advanced rewards are really generous. Xiaoqi made up his mind that he would try to overcome more difficult and complicated problems and work hard to upgrade in the future. Then he counted the gold coins he had obtained. Together with the previous 20 gold coins, he now has a total of 120 gold coins, enough to buy some things in the mall. Open the store. Sure enough, 1 or 2 icons have been lit up in the skill area and equipment area, but Xiaoqi took a look and realized that they were just quarreling skills and rusty scalpels. Why would something like this be put in the mall? and this rusty scalpel is of no use, murder for money. I'm afraid he's a black-hearted doctor. He had no choice but to turn his attention to the living area. There are far more lit icons in the living area than the first two. After a quick glance, he wasn't very interested in most of them. Sudden, Shao-Chi's gaze paused on an item. Truth serum bullet, the latest truth serum bullet developed by company. The diameter is only 3 millimeters. Just shoot it at the target. The target will tell the truth. Effective time, 10 minutes. In order to provide customers with a better user experience, company has equipped it with a micro-transmitter, so that customers can complete long-distance transmission within 5 meters. Shao-Chi's eyes lit up. Asa detective, he was extremely interested in any props he was interrogating. This truth bullet just hit the spot for him. Look down, price, 80 gold coins, directly spent 2/3 of the proceeds from the 2 missions. However, Shao-Chi gritted his teeth and bought it. Although he is no longer a detective, many of the patients he meets prefer to hide their medical conditions. Every questioning is no less than prying clues out of the criminal's mouth. Compared to other things, truth serum has a much wider range of uses. Crash, the number of gold coins suddenly shrank to 40. An object appeared in his hand. This is a launcher that is only half the size of his palm. It looks like a toy gun and can fire truth bullets by pulling the trigger. Very simple full-style operation. Through the transparent loader you can see 5 small white bullets inside. I guess this is the truth bullet. 5 truth bombs, each costs about 16 gold coins. The situation was better than he thought, as he had previously thought there was only one. After upgrading the level, Shao-Chi stretched. The phone rang like crazy. Who had come to see him at this time? The call was connected, and Gao Yuan's excited voice came from the other end. Shao-Chi had to hold the phone farther away. Brother Shao, our dean wants to hire you as the chief physician of our hospital's infectious disease department, with an annual salary of 700,000. 700,000. Shao-Chi was also shocked by this number. Be good. All his savings now consist of the gifts he received as rewards during his last live broadcast, which totals only a few tens of thousands of yuan. But looking at Wankai, who was playing with his trouser leg in his mouth at his feet, Shao-Chi quickly calmed down. He also has a clinic here, so he can't just abandon it. In addition, there is no way the hospital would agree to bring the dog in. Then who will take care of this Wankai? Moreover, although he now wants to find some difficult and complicated diseases to treat, it does not mean that he wants to be an ordinary department director. Hospitals do come into contact with more patients, but a director of an ordinary department mostly comes into contact with ordinary patients every day and is very busy. The most important thing, Cixi City Third People's Hospital is only a second-tier hospital in the country. It is not the first choice for many seriously ill patients. Shao-Chi didn't want to waste time on ordinary cases. The most important thing now is to upgrade all your knowledge to a high level. According to his idea, it would be best to set up a separate department for him to treat difficult and complicated diseases. However, if you think about it, you will know that it is impossible. He has only held 2 live broadcasts, and many people are still watching. If his second live broadcast had not directly concerned the life and death of Cixi City Third People's Hospital, he probably would not have been invited so easily. I figured everything out quickly in my mind. Shao-Chi said, I'm sorry, thank you for your hospital's kindness, but I have my own clinic and I don't have time to serve as the director of the infectious disease department. After Gao Yuanwu finished speaking, seeing Shao-Chi's silence, he realized that the development of things might not be as he expected. So, the person who answered the phone now became the dean. When the dean heard that Shao-Chi actually refused an annual salary of 700,000, he was surprised. He is indeed a master. Treat money as dirt. Admire. Shao-Chi, I'm not. After hearing Shao-Chi's reasons for refusal, the dean pondered for a moment. Really, you geniuses are different from ordinary people. Watching Shao-Chi's live broadcast, it seems that he is particularly interested in difficult cases. So, the dean reconsidered and said, then, Dr. Shao, are you interested in being an honorary doctor of our hospital? You don't need to come to the hospital every day. You just need to help solve difficult cases when we encounter them. But the annual salary will be reduced a bit, only 500,000. What do you think? Chapter 19. The first patient in the clinic. Hearing this suggestion, Shao-Chi's eyes lit up. This proposal suited him just fine. That means you don't have to work every day and you can still get paid. At the same time, it also solves the problem of where difficult and complicated diseases come from. He believed that once his fame spread throughout the industry, larger hospitals would definitely invite him. By then, there will be no need to worry about not having enough cases. Okay, I agree. When the dean heard Shao-Chi agreed, he laughed so hard that his dentures almost fell off. After all, talent is very important to any hospital. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoqi received calls from several hospitals one after another. He was invited to the hospital to serve as the attending physician. However, the conditions in these hospitals are not as good as those in Xixi City Hospital. The hospital's grade is slightly lower than that of Xixi City Hospital. So Xiaoqi rejected them all. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoqi sighed in his heart. It would be great if I could receive an invitation from Jinghua First People's Hospital. Jinghua First People's Hospital ranks first in the country in terms of strength. All the people working there graduated from prestigious universities, the kind that publishes several SCI papers every year. There is even a saying that goes, if Jinghua Hospital has given up, there is no need to transfer to another hospital. If it was there, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. There must be many cases that are rarely encountered in normal times. Jinghua First People's Hospital, conference room. For senior hospital executives were sitting inside. This kid named Xiaoqi is pretty good. I think he can be specially recruited. Oh, this young man, who looks to be in his early 20s, is recruiting him? How will those talented people think of you? Yes, if you recruit him, which department do you plan to put him in? Shouldn't we recruit talents regardless of their background? When did you become so concerned about one's family background? The dean interrupted the quarrel between several people. Okay, let's discuss this later. I believe that if Xiaoqi is really capable, he will continue to shine. It won't be too late for us to invite him then. The meeting ended here. Crash. The clinic's roller shutter door was pulled upwards. The broken eggs were already emitting a rotting smell outside the door. Ever since the predecessor killed someone, no one has come to the clinic. Look at the red paint on the wall and the wreath at the door. Xiaoqi sighed. Roll up your sleeves. Resign yourself to cleaning the paint and lifting the wreath to throw it into the trash can. 3 hours later. Xiaoqi threw the last pile of garbage into the bin and clapped his hands, looking at the newly renovated clinic and Wankai jumping happily beside him. He finally nodded with satisfaction. Clinic opening, a new life begins. The whole morning was just a waste of time. I had a quick lunch. Xiaoqi opened Douyin again. When I see the number of fans, Xiaoqi's eyes widen instantly, and all his fatigue disappeared. Oh shit, 56W fans. The power of the internet is really too strong. Let's look at income. 56478 yuan. $50,000. A live broadcast directly made him well off. Wankai, I can give you extra food from now on. After teasing Wankai next to him, Xiaoqi held up his phone and started the live broadcast. At the same time, he also posted the address of the clinic below the live broadcast room. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, the netizens who had been waiting for a long time were overjoyed and the comments were rapidly scrolling. Brother Xiao, why are you only starting the live broadcast now? Do you know how hard it is for me to wait in your live broadcast room? I have to come up and take a look every moment. Brother Xiao, if I don't watch your live broadcast for a day, I won't be able to eat or drink. What disease do you think I have? No need for the front one, Brother Xiao, let me diagnose you. I guess you have a terminal illness and you don't have much time left. Hey, there's an extra address below. It's Brother Xiao's clinic. It's in the same city as mine. Form a team and look for Brother Xiao. After just a few minutes of opening, the number of online users reached 10,000. It can be seen how many fans are squatting in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room and have never left, and there are still many fans on the way. When Xiaoqi saw the barrage that was coming to find him, he directly rejected the 3 consecutive calls. No, I'm a doctor. If you're sick, come see me during work hours. If you don't have anything to do, don't bother me. Even if you're my fan, you can't. Seeing this, the fans in the live broadcast room stopped making trouble. Yeah, if you're not sick, don't bother Brother Xiao. If someone else has a disease, it will delay treatment. That's right, a clinic is a place to see a doctor, not a place for internet celebrities to check in, so don't do anything stupid. Brother Xiao, are you still going to see the doctor today? Looking for Brother Xiao? I'm afraid of getting cancer. The viewers in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room are different from those in other live broadcast rooms. They can basically think rationally. But it wasn't until one of the netizens posted a barrage that the other netizens suddenly lost their minds. Fuck. Brother Xiao is now an honorary doctor at Xixi City Third People's Hospital. The hospital just issued a notice. Look at him, then look at me. Brother Xiao is only 23 years old now. I am the same age as Brother Xiao and I am still studying. I am also a medical student. I am 25 years old and doing internship in a small hospital. I cried. The hospital said that if there are any difficult diseases in the future, they will directly invite Brother Xiao to consult. Awesome! This wave of publicity is really effective. For a while, netizens knelt down and worshipped. The entire barrage is filled with envy. Xiaoqi smiled slightly. Study hard, you can do it too. There was wailing in the live broadcast room, and everyone was saying that they couldn't do it at the same time. Xiaoqi also talked about the new rules of the live broadcast room. He announced that he would no longer see patients in the live broadcast room. It was up to the recipient to give gifts or not. If there were any difficult to cure cases, people could come to the clinic and consult him directly. However, he still broadcasts live his medical consultations, and what he broadcasts is the process of seeing patients in the clinic. These days, Xiaoqi also understood most of the live broadcasts have some minor problems. Up to now, the only one who can truly obtain the system reward is caramel pudding. Gao Yuanwu is considered a case of the hospital, not a patient seeking help. Certainly. If a patient is far away, is in critical condition, and the hospital cannot find the cause, he will also start a live diagnosis. As soon as these words came out, the fans immediately threw their heads to the ground and wailed. I should have been the top brother a few times earlier. Brother Zhao's eyes are more useful than the hospital's examination, and it doesn't cost that much. I regret it. Why am I only following this anchor now? If I had discovered this treasure earlier, I would have asked the anchor to show it to me. No, Brother Xiao, no. Xiaoqi watched his friends having fun and smiled without saying anything. Sometimes, reading netizens' comments can really make you feel better. There was a knock on the door. So fast, Xiaoqi was cheered up. The first patient arrived. In order to avoid disclosing the patient's privacy, the live broadcast camera can only capture half of the patient's body and the face cannot be seen. The viewers in the live broadcast room stopped chatting nonsense and watched what was happening in the room. Excitedly, some have already prepared cigarettes, beer, melon seeds, and even a small stool. Xiaoqi looked up. A tall and thin boy who looked like a student stood blankly at the door. Does it look very smart? At this moment, he had a look of distress on his face. He was a little stunned when he saw that the doctor was such a young and handsome boy. He hesitated at the door for a few seconds, and finally walked in. Chapter 20, Weird Patient. Wherever he presses he feels pain. The silly goose, no, the male student, walked in, sat in front of Xiaoqi. Without waiting for Xiaoqi to ask, he started babble to himself. I just found a clinic on the street, so I came in. Doctor, I'm sick, can you help me? Before Xiaoqi could respond, the boy asked in a familiar tone, Doctor, you look so young. Are you really that young, or do you have some secret to keep your youthful appearance? You look like you're only in your 20s. It's amazing that you can be a clinic doctor at such a young age. Xiaoqi, audience, I don't know why, but I always feel that there seems to be something mentally wrong with this patient, and he's also very talkative. You can't criticize patients like that. Straightening his expression, Xiaoqi interrupted the silly guy and asked directly. What's wrong with you? Describe it to me. Xiaoqi did not use his perspective skills. In traditional Chinese medicine, there are 4 methods of diagnosis: observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. Normally, Xiaoqi would first make a preliminary observation of the patient's condition through inspection. Observation means observing the patient's development, complexion, tongue coating, expression, etc. Generally speaking, inspection is sufficient, and only in the case of some unusual diseases will he prescribe X-ray to confirm the situation. And by observing the face of this silly goose, his face is a little pale and he has dark circles under his eyes. Well, apart from the liver fire caused by staying up late and lack of sleep, there are no other major problems. Just drink some chrysanthemum tea to clear away heat. It seems that this is just another ordinary patient and nothing serious is wrong. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi took a sip of tea in a relaxed manner. Doctor, my arm and legs hurt. It hurts so much. Pain in one arm and both legs. Xiaoqi activated the perspective skill. Bones and muscles were scanned one by one. All the patient's physical data appears in the mind. There is a lot of data, but if you look at it column by column, there is no big problem. At most, it is a common problem among some young people to stay up late. Doctor, please help me take a good look and see if I have any terminal illness or cancer. Xiaoqi signaled him to stay calm. Don't worry, it shouldn't be a big problem. After going through the data in my mind, I didn't find anything strange. Xiaoqi looked carefully at the bones and meridians of his arms and thighs. Generally speaking, The causes of limb pain include trauma, calcium deficiency, sciatica, arthritis, fractures, etc. The major categories can be basically divided into muscle pain and joint pain. In short, there are really too many reasons that can cause pain in the limbs. Generally speaking, it is necessary to ask the patient about their pain experience and do further examinations before a clear diagnosis can be made. Xiaoqi eliminated the reasons one by one in his mind. Trauma: if a part of the limbs is injured, it is likely to cause nerve damage, which can cause pain in the limbs. Of course, even if the injury is not very serious, the compression of the nerves will still cause pain, but he found no external injuries, neither does sciatica. Other situations were also ruled out one by one. This goose is normal. No problem. Could it be that there was some difficult problem that he hadn't discovered? His expression became a little solemn. The audience in the live broadcast room noticed his expression and became nervous. No way. Brother Xiao is going to say something shocking again. Xiaoqi looked at other parts of the other person again, scanning them carefully. Finally, his eyes paused. His eyes rested on the silly goose's left hand. To be precise, on the index finger of my left hand, there is a torn ligament in the finger, which is called a contusion. He thought he finally knew what disease the boy had. Xiaoqi was numb. Damn it. Don't you know that your finger is injured? It hurts wherever you press. Xiaoqi pursed his lips, revealing an indescribable expression, and looked at him in disbelief. This person, is he really a fool? The stupid goose on the opposite side also became nervous when he saw Xiaoqi's look. He began to twist his body restlessly, looking at Xiaoqi with despair in his eyes. Doctor, am I going to die? Otherwise, why is it so painful? I haven't enjoyed life yet. Haven't enjoyed that yet, Xiaoqi thought silently in his heart. If you die, it must be a stupid death. Instead of answering his question, Xiaoqi asked him, does your right arm hurt, but your left arm doesn't hurt? The silly goose immediately raised his head, looked at it with hope, and nodded frantically. Doctor, you are amazing. How did you know that? Xiaoqi looked up at the ceiling and took a deep breath. Then you are not in pain now. Although Xiaoqi asked questions every time he used a declarative tone, the silly goose nodded even more vigorously. Moreover, he looked at Xiaoqi's expression. His intuition gave him a sense of bad atmosphere. Daitoi was already sadly arranging his own funeral affairs in his mind. In just a short while, he had even chosen where to be buried. I even considered whether I should go to the street to have a 50 yuan fast food meal. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at Xiaoqi's expression and felt a little uneasy. This is the first patient that has just been aired. Could it be that he is already suffering from a terminal illness? Could it be that this clinic is some kind of dangerous place? At the same time, there are many medical students in the live broadcast room. When they learned that Xiaoqi had started broadcasting, they immediately rushed to the live broadcast room and learned diagnosis from Xiaoqi.at. This time they were also expressing their opinions. TSK, looking at Brother Zhao's expression, this disease must be very serious. Wow! Brother Xiao already knows the result? I have no idea at all. Could it be that there is something wrong with the cervical spine that is compressing the nerves? Cervical spondylosis is most likely to occur in young people. Ask the patient if he has any discomfort in his neck and shoulders. It could also be osteoarthritis, but it's strange, why doesn't my left arm hurt? No, the anchor asked too few questions. He didn't ask anything at all. He didn't even ask what the symptoms of the pain were. It's too difficult. If it's caused by bone disease, we have to do 3 tests on rheumatism, antio test, erythrocyte sedimentation rate, X-ray, and other tests to determine the cause. This disease is so strange. It's okay if only my left arm doesn't hurt, but why it hurts sometimes and not sometimes? I don't understand. Bald +1. The more the medical students thought about it, the more confused they became, and their speculations became more and more serious. The audience was also infected by this emotion and became pessimistic about the boy. It's over, kid, you have such a serious disease at such a young age. RPG, looking at the increasingly outrageous speculations in the barrage, and the desperate expression of the boy in front of him. Xiaoqi sighed and then asked, when do you usually feel pain? The boy looked up blankly and said, it only hurts when I press it, like this. As he said that, Silly Goose pressed his right arm with his index finger and then let out an ow. Then he lowered his head, pressed his right thigh with his index finger, raised his head and let out an ow. He pressed his left thigh in the same way and continued to howl. Xiaoqi looked at him deeply and stood up from his seat, pinching his index finger and twisting it back. The silly boy immediately screamed. Didn't you notice that your index finger was bruised? The silly goose looked at Xiaoqi blankly, and the expression on his face became happy again. The medical students looked at the diagnosis that had just been issued and felt like fools. I was seeing a doctor seriously, but you told me you were filming science and technology approach. Chapter 21, Intersex DNA. After simply bandaging the patient's finger, Dai Tui waved and said goodbye to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi watched him jump out of the clinic with a happy look on his face. Sigh, he is indeed a silly goose. Then he shook his head again and laughed. There are weirdos every year, but this year there are especially many. Just as Xiaoqi was about to walk back to the clinic, the phone rang frantically. As soon as the call was connected, Gao Yuanwu's rapid voice came out like a machine gun. Brother Xiao, our hospital has sent a patient with hereditary mosaicism. He has intersex DNA and the cause of his illness is unknown. The dean wants you to come over. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Here it comes. It was just a simple illness, but the system was unwilling to pay even a gold coin. What a name, this patient. But it's really not very common, although I don't know what went wrong. I should be able to get the system reward this time. Xiaoqi set a flag for himself without hesitation. Since it would take some time to get to the hospital, the family members could not wait for Xiaoqi to arrive. Therefore, after a discussion within the hospital, it was decided to let Gao Yuanwu turn on his cell phone and allow Xiaoqi to participate in the consultation remotely. Similarly, Xiaoqi proposed to broadcast the entire process online, which was what they had agreed upon at the beginning. However, the director also made a request, which is that the patient's privacy should not be disclosed and the patient's appearance should not be spread on the internet. Xiaoqi readily agreed to this request. He just wanted to make some money, gain some fame, and complete his mission, which also showed that he had no medical ethics. The medical students in the live broadcast room had just recovered from the blow in which the boy suffered only a simple bruise on his finger. When I heard that there was a new case, I immediately became excited and forgot the embarrassment just now. Here, they must avenge their previous shame. The audience in the live broadcast room were also excited. Hermaphrodite DNA. They had only heard of it but had never seen it. Curiosity max. Live broadcast connection successful. Gao Yuanwu was holding his mobile phone at the corner of the consultation room, from where he can take a full picture of the entire consultation room. Today was his day off, but when he heard that Brother Xiao was coming, he applied to connect with Xiaoqi without hesitation. Xiaoqi was sitting on the subway wearing headphones, looking at the live broadcast room seriously. On the other side, in the consultation room, all the attending doctors have arrived. The director of the emergency department explained while projecting the patient's information on the big screen. This time the patient is a mosaic intersex DNA patient, 13 years old, who suddenly collapsed after a basketball game. We need to find out the cause immediately. Then he added suggestively, the family members are very anxious now and strongly request immediate treatment. Several attending doctors looked at it for a while and immediately understood. As doctors, they will encounter some difficult family members from time to time. They don't care about any medical principles or the fact that diagnosis takes time anyway. They want the doctor to serve them immediately, and urgently. Otherwise, they will just make trouble and keep making trouble for you. But every time, it takes some time to appease their emotions. To be honest, they really cannot accept such family members. It's difficult. I hope the family members will not cause trouble. Everyone began to look down at the information. Xiaoqi was the first to put forward his own ideas. Since he couldn't see the patients, he used the knowledge he gained through the system. Searched in my mind, Xiaoqi still thought that dehydration was more likely if the patient has severe pelvic pain that started during a basketball game. Could it be just dehydration? Unexpectedly, this answer caused some doctors to sneer. After hearing this, another doctor hurriedly explained, he was given in 4 drip when he was sent to the emergency room. Those who sneered watched Xiaoqi's joke coldly. They also watched Xiaoqi's live broadcast, but they thought it was just his good luck. Give them more time and they will still be able to screen out the correct answers. And the dean even made Xiaoqi an honorary doctor with an annual salary of 500,000. They didn't know how many years they had worked before they were given such treatment after becoming directors. And this young man, in their early 20s, they were treated like people in their 30s or 40s. Envy. From today's perspective, Xiaoqi's abilities aren't that great. They actually proposed such a simple and ridiculous cause of the disease, seeing that the atmosphere was a bit serious. A doctor who liked to tell jokes said this. This child's DNA can match itself, so why are you worried about not having water to drink? Silence. Okay, not that funny. No one in the consultation room could laugh. But some viewers in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room didn't know what was touching about them. He burst into laughter immediately. The consultation continues. Intersex symptoms are many, and persistent pelvic pain means congenital adrenal hypertrophy and primary myelodysplasia syndrome. Another person immediately retorted, these only appear when the chromosomes of an intersex child are XX or XY, not XX and XY. A doctor who was silently looking at the information suddenly added his parents recently gave him testosterone, so it's possible. A female doctor pushed her glasses and disagreed with his point of view. Testosterone does not cause pelvic pain. Shao-Chi sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He always felt that things were not as complicated as they imagined. The audience in the live broadcast room could not understand the professional terms they were using, but I just feel it's impressive. It's really cool to spit out a string of professional terms with a blank face. Medical students are even more ecstatic when faced with such practical cases. Take out a small notebook and write it down like crazy. After they graduate, they will have to pay to go to the hospital to study, and now that there are ready-made examples, the children are so moved that they cry. What's worse, some professors even played Shao-Chi's live broadcast in class. Follow Shao-Chi, it's worth it. Consultation room, the female doctor wearing glasses continued, I suspect that the pain is caused by the uterus hidden in the abdomen. The director of the emergency department disagreed when he heard this, checking a boy's uterus because he has a girl's genes? I think it's probably because he had pelvic pain due to the surgery he had done previously. I suggest an MRI. Everyone has almost exhausted all the possibilities. The director asked everyone if they had any other opinions, and everyone shook their heads. Finally, he turned his gaze to Gao Yuanwu, who was standing in the corner. Shao-Chi, what's your opinion? Everyone in the consultation room focused their eyes on him, including the audience in the live broadcast room. They also came to their senses and looked at Shao-Chi, and Shao-Chi, he is leaning on his arm and looking at the advertisements on the subway. The director was a little annoyed by his half-hearted attitude. This time, Shao-Chi heard someone calling his name, and then he looked at the camera lazily. My opinion is that MRI is a complete waste of time. Wow, arrogant, what a shocking statement. The person who was refuted by Shao-Chi looked unhappy. You are worthy of it. Chapter 22 Online Medical Checkup. Starting with terminal illness, the discussion was fruitless. All possibilities have been speculated. They are now going to carefully observe the little boy's physical characteristics to confirm the cause of the disease. Just as everyone stood up and prepared to go out, the door of the consultation room was suddenly opened, and a couple walked in from outside. There was no doubt that it was the boy's parents. A thought flashed through the minds of all the doctors. Oh. No, trouble is coming. As soon as you enter the door, the boy's mother raised a confident smile and said to the director who was walking in front, you must be Director Zhao. Director Zhao turned around and looked at the other doctors, and they stared at each other in bewilderment. I don't know what this mother came in for. However, they could guess IT was nothing more than words like, save my child as soon as possible. The audience in the live broadcast room also became a little nervous when they saw this. Could it be that he is here to cause trouble at the hospital? Shao-Chi observed the expressions on the couple's faces. Strangeness. He doesn't look like someone who is here to cause trouble, but rather like a leader coming to inspect. There was a look of confidence on their faces. It seems like everything is under control. It was as if they already knew what disease the child had. Interesting, the mother said to the chief physician in an examining tone, with contempt in her eyes. What do you think is wrong with our son? Director Zhao was surprised by this sudden question. He opened his mouth and made a sound, not knowing what to say for a moment. Damn it, who is the doctor? Then he reacted immediately. Ma'am, we are just about to do further tests. We can only conclude the condition after detailed observation. Hearing this, the child's parents frowned and a hint of displeasure flashed across their faces. How long will it take you to diagnose this obvious disease? The tone was harsh and merciless. Director Zhao shuddered all over. If someone didn't know better, they would have thought that the leader had come to inspect. Just speak, why are you yelling so loudly? Based on his years of experience in medical disputes, he made this judgment. The two family members in front of me are definitely a difficult problem to deal with. He also has his own ideas, is stubborn and doesn't listen to the doctor's advice. The mother showed obvious displeasure on her face when she saw that several authoritative doctors failed to diagnose the disease. She herself knew it a long time ago. Soon, the corners of her mouth turned up, and only one side of her face was exposed. Through the micro-expressions, Shao-Chi easily understood what this meant. This is a sign of contempt. She expressed contempt for the director's result that he had not yet determined the specific cause of the disease. The emotion of contempt also represents a kind of condescending self-confidence. It seems that they already knew what disease their son had. It's getting more and more interesting. After discussion among several doctors, no one has yet determined the cause of the disease and further observation is needed. On the contrary, two people who have never studied medicine are more confident than doctors. I ask this why the more ignorant people are, the more confident they are. Sure enough, the next second, the mother spoke with extreme confidence. "We think my child has a hidden uterus. He must have an MRI, then check if his urinary tract is blocked, and finally give him male hormone injections." As the mother spoke, she nodded slightly, which showed that she agreed with what she said. The doctor standing in front of them was stunned by the sudden series of words. Oh, what he said was quite realistic. What the mother said coincided with some of the views expressed in their meeting. However, the former was refuted by the director. An MRI was considered a waste of time by Xiao-Qi, but how did they know? Hidden uterus is a rare condition and few people know about it. What's more, they accurately proposed to use MRI for testing. Who told them? Xiao-Qi's voice came from Gao Yuan's phone. "It seems that you know a lot. Where did you get this information?" At this time, the couple noticed that there was a doctor next to them. The father said proudly, "For the past 13 years, we have been looking up information online and learning on our own. Of course, I also looked this up on Baidu. Well, it's accurate." After saying this, the couple nodded in agreement. Everyone was silent, the audience was speechless. No wonder this conclusion can be drawn. It turns out it was Baidu. Don't you know that cancer starts with searching for diseases on Baidu? The barrage of comments went crazy instantly. "Oh my god, can you believe what Baidu says?" However, they did guess the same as the two previous doctors said. What's the point? Didn't Director Zhao say that there is no possibility of a hidden uterus? And Brother Xiao also said that MRI is a waste of time. I don't understand medicine. Brother Xiao said it was just dehydration. Although it seems a bit low among so many complicated medical terms, I believe Brother Xiao. This is the most annoying thing for family members and patients. They will never listen to the doctor. If you don't follow his advice, he will make a scene and call you a quack. Just a joke. I studied medicine for 7 or 8 years, but it's not as good as Baidu's words. The couple's comments happened to coincide with the views of several doctors, and these doctors happened to be the group of people who had ridiculed Xiao-Qi before. Seeing this, Xiao-Qi couldn't help but sarcastically said, "It seems that your efforts in studying are not as good as others searching on the internet." The couple thought Xiao-Qi was praising them, and they raised their heads proudly, looking at the doctors with their noses. The doctors who expressed the same opinion looked unhappy because Xiao-Qi had refuted his point of view before. They knew very well that he was mocking them. It's ironic that they are not very good at medicine and are not as good as others who use Baidu. By the way, he also fought back against their ridicule of him just now. Hateful, but they really couldn't refute it. Director Zhao was just about to tell the family that they needed to undergo further examination. The family member frowned and said impatiently, "Just follow our method." Do you want to continue discussing? Is your hospital capable? We just want to do an MRI. If your hospital can't do it, we will go to another hospital. Director Zhao sighed tiredly. It's no use trying to reason with these family members, as they already have their own ideas. And no matter how earnestly you talk to them, they will just turn a deaf ear to it. Forget it. Someone had suggested doing an MRI anyway. Thinking of this, Director Zhao immediately issued an order and arranged an inspection. Immediately arranged for their son to be given contrast medium and undergo an MRI. The couple looked at the doctor and smiled with satisfaction. Only Xiao-Qi frowned and remained silent, although he felt that doing an MRI was a waste of time. When faced with such family members, he might as well agree to them and save time arguing with them. Xiao-Qi doesn't have much experience as a doctor, but he has rich experience as a detective. He has encountered all kinds of strange guests. However, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Why does he feel that there are too many weird things today? Chapter 23 Unreliable Parents, pitting their son to death. Contrast medium has been injected. The boy was pushed into an MRI for examination. The other doctors stood in the testing room awaiting the results. Sitting on the subway, Xiao-Qi chatted with netizens in a haphazard manner. Boring. What a waste. He felt that he might have made this trip in vain. TSK. What a waste of time. There's nothing wrong with the liver and stomach. We're checking the pelvis now. Another doctor continued. There's nothing wrong with the intestinal tract. No hiding the womb. Director Zhao raised his eyebrows. This result was within his expectations. He didn't think the boy had a hidden uterus in the first place. The female doctor who proposed this cause of the disease was also somewhat disappointed. It seemed that her point of view, like that of the parents, was rejected. Xiao-Qi also took a look at the data from the MRI, although these data are not as comprehensive as his perspective ability, but generally speaking, some conclusions can be drawn in judging from the data. There is no problem with boys. A medical student in the barrage asked him what he thought about this. Xiao-Qi said bluntly, "My opinion is, Let the boy be alone for a while, maybe he will be fine after a while. Why did you not agree to do an MRI before, but agree now? My dear friend, I didn't agree. I just don't want to waste my breath on this kind of thing. As you can see, there is nothing. Isn't this just a waste of time? He did not lower the volume of his voice, so it naturally reached the ears of other doctors. Awkward as silence, because what Xiao-Qi said was indeed correct. The MRI showed nothing wrong. This shows that their previous guesses were wrong. Director Zhao told the couple waiting outside the door the test results. Result? What? The mother said in disbelief. How could my diagnosis be wrong? People complained. Why can't Baidu's conclusions be wrong? Even the comments were somewhat speechless. Some netizens who had been watching silently before also began to express their opinions. Just now, for a moment, I thought what the lady said made some sense, but now it seems that Baidu really can't be trusted. It's so funny. Last time I had a stomachache, I looked it up on Baidu and it said I had gastrointestinal cancer. It turned out I just had a stomachache. I had a mouth ulcer and found out it was early-stage tongue cancer. I was so scared that I even made a will. I suddenly had some red spots on my lower back for no apparent reason. I looked it up on Baidu and it said it was purpura or leukemia. When I went to the hospital, the doctor looked at me like I was an idiot and said I might have scratched it while sleeping. Alas, as a doctor, I am most afraid of seeing patients looking up medical information on Baidu. What you think is just what you think. In fact, in our opinion, it is completely different. The human body is very complex. The same disease has different symptoms, and the same symptoms have different treatment plans. This is all very normal. Everyone must go to the hospital if they are sick. However, the mother's mouth sank and she sneered, impossible. How could the answer I personally searched on Baidu be wrong? Did you not check carefully enough? Director Zhao held his forehead with his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. After all the explanations, the parents finally accepted it reluctantly, but they looked unconvinced. Xiao-Qi didn't need to guess, he knew that they were probably cursing these doctors as quacks in their hearts. Well, we grudgingly accepted that there was no hidden uterus. The tone was reluctant. Everyone, why, your son is normal, but you seem disappointed, it's really weird, but... Director Zhao shuddered again at this turn of events. Please, don't cause trouble again. The mother regained her confidence. Although there was a small problem with the previous diagnosis, the latter is definitely correct. The father next to him also agreed. That's right, doctor, you have to trust our judgment. We spent a full hour investigating and repeatedly screening, eliminating various options, before we came to this conclusion. Extremely confident, at this time, Xiao-Qi was under their constant bickering. I have successfully walked out of the subway entrance. He really didn't expect that after so much time had passed, there had been no improvement in his condition. All the time was wasted arguing with that couple. After taking a taxi, it is estimated that it will take another 20 minutes to reach the hospital. In the headphones, the couple was still chattering aggressively. Doctor, please give my son a urethra examination. There will be no mistakes this time. You have to trust our judgment. Looking at the situation, Xiao-Qi said helplessly, Madam, it's best not to do the examination randomly. He was interrupted before he could finish his words. If you don't do a urethral examination, I will file a complaint against you. If anything happens to my son, it will be your fault. The father standing next to them was also looking at them eagerly. It seems like they will cause trouble if they disagree with something. Nervous. Speechless, what else can I do when I encounter such family members? I have to agree. Director Zhao was very experienced. As soon as he saw the two men's postures, he knew that they were going to make a scene next. He was young and ignorant, and argued with the family members, but ended up getting hit on the head by them, and now, he has successfully become a veteran. If you encounter such family members, don't argue with them, just go along with them, otherwise, it is very likely to threaten your personal safety. Director Zhao immediately put on a gracious smile and said to the couple, do it. We'll do it right away. Arrange a urethral examination for their son. This time, the two family members showed a somewhat satisfied expression. You're smart. The reason why Director Zhao agreed so quickly, because he didn't think there would be any problem with doing more tests. Going along with them on unimportant matters can solve a lot of unnecessary troubles, but, etc. Xiao-Qi suddenly spoke up, interrupting the friendly conversation. Director Zhao tensed up and sweat broke out on his forehead. This kid won't be like when he was young and would confront his family members. Don't do that. Xiao-Qi, calm down. Fine. Xiao Qi's tone was neither hurried nor slow, not what he had imagined. I can do the examination, but since this is your request, you have to sign a liability waiver agreement. If the patient's condition worsens due to the examination, you will be responsible for the consequences. The family member frowned and was about to retort impatiently, but then he heard Xiao Qi continue speaking. Since you are so confident in your arrangements, you wouldn't dare to sign even this. If you don't sign, we can't make any arrangements for you. When the family members heard that this was not acceptable, they quickly agreed. Xiao Qi made this suggestion because his intuition told him that there was something wrong with all this. This is a warning from the brain that it has noticed some details that it has not paid attention to. Director Zhao originally thought that Xiao Qi was overdoing something, but after listening to his explanation, he felt that Xiao Qi was really thoughtful. Because it is not uncommon for accidents to occur during inspections, they are just rare. It is indeed safer for Xiao Qi to do this. Chapter 24, Pericardial Effusion. The love of that injection. Soon, Xiao Qi has already stepped into the hospital gate. Looking at the scenes in the live broadcast room, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There is a problem. Things may not be as simple as you think. Along the way, Xiao Qi didn't say much, but was thinking about something. The people in the live broadcast room seemed to have sensed something as well, and asked questions in the barrage. Unfortunately, Xiao Qi was immersed in his own thoughts and did not notice this situation. The medical students also wanted to try to analyze it, but all the possibilities had been mentioned in the previous consultation room. They really didn't understand what was wrong. Netizen: I always feel like something is going to happen. I want to know. Medical student: Master, please help me. At the same time, the two doctors also walked into the boy's ward with video tubes. The female doctor stood beside the boy and comforted him softly. Later, we will fill your bladder with saline solution and use a video tube to check if your urethra is blocked. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Perhaps because the boy has bisexual DNA, he looks very handsome and people like him at first sight. Hearing this, the boy blinked his curled eyelashes and asked obediently, why is there a blockage? When the female doctor looked at the boy's appearance, her heart melted. The couple was so aggressive, but I didn't expect they would have such a well-behaved son. But I heard the boy's question. The female doctor seemed a little embarrassed and awkward. She can't say that it was your parents who forced us to do it. Well, this is hard to explain. The boy was sensible and didn't ask any more questions. Just as another male doctor had disinfected the camera tube and was preparing to conduct the examination, then I heard a commotion outside the door. Let me in, I want to see my son. I have to keep an eye on you guys, in case anything goes wrong. The boy looked a little ashamed when he heard the noise. He had no choice but to turn around and ask the female doctor to let his parents in. Seeing this, the male doctor spread his hands helplessly and went to open the door. We thought their presence would make you uncomfortable, as it's more private. The boy was a little helpless. A little bit, but they often don't allow me to hide anything from them. As he was speaking, the door opened. The boy's voice gradually became quieter. The couple straightened their clothes and walked in arrogantly. As soon as she saw her son, the woman's eyes lit up and she quickly ran to her son. Don't be afraid, baby. Mommy checked online. It won't hurt at all. It will just feel a little swollen. Don't worry. The female doctor had no choice but to give up her seat. However, it must be said that although the couple always act on their own, what they find is still quite professional. This time, a catheter camera was inserted into the boy's body from below. Xiao Qi was running up the stairs in 3 steps at a time. The catheter has reached the bladder and saline injection has begun. The salt water gradually filled the boy's bladder, but the expression on his face began to become strange. The boy clenched his teeth and then took a deep breath. His mother saw this and quickly stroked his head, comforting him. It's okay, son. Mom checked online. It's normal to feel stressed. Just hold on. However, the boy's expression became more painful and he breathed deeply. Something is wrong. Not down there. With a bang, the door opened and Xiao Qi ran in. The boy struggled to breathe on the bed, like a fish thrown on the shore. It's my chest. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. The mother was still comforting the child that everything was fine. The expression on Xiao Qi's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He pulled the woman away and placed the stethoscope above the child's heart. There's a heart murmur and the jugular vein is distended. It's pericardial effusion. The instrument beeped non-stop. The patient is in critical condition. Rescue is urgent. The boy's mother kept asking anxiously, what's going on? What happened to my child? The male doctor immediately stopped the operation, pulled out the camera tube, and looked at the patient anxiously. Hearing the woman's constant questioning, the male doctor explained with some annoyance, "The heart is full of fluid. If we don't suck it out, the heart will stop beating." What? How could this happen? Xiaoqi ignored the noise around his ears, immediately opened an empty syringe, and without saying a word, stabbed it hard into his heart. Fortunately, he was a doctor in his previous life and had experience in hands-on work, and Xiaoqi was decisive as a detective. The shot is fast, fierce and accurate. Many netizens in the barrage have never seen such a scene. They were so scared that they all covered their eyes. Oh shit. This man is really fierce. The needle went directly into the heart, causing their own hearts to ache slightly. As the pericardial effusion was sucked out, the heartbeat returned to normal and the crisis was resolved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The boy's mother's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Consultation room. All the doctors had serious expressions on their faces. Xiaoqi lowered his head and thought, his face full of confusion. Just now he used his X-ray skills to scan the boy's physical data. The result was unexpected. There were abnormalities in multiple data. It's definitely not just a simple dehydration problem. Could it be that he made a mistake from the beginning? What is going on? After a moment of silence, the first person in the consultation room spoke. This person was the male doctor who had previously performed a video tube operation on the boy, and he was also one of those who sneered at Xiaoqi. At this moment, he looked at Xiaoqi with a complicated expression. "Dr. Xiao, thanks to your timely response, the child might have died." The female doctor also pushed her glasses and said, "Yes, because if there is a problem with the examination, even if we sign the agreement, we will still be punished by the hospital." "Thank you very much." Xiaoqi shook his head to indicate that it was nothing. However, the female doctor's eyes showed curiosity again. "Your move just now was really fast, accurate and ruthless. Ordinary doctors can't do it like you. Where did you learn this skill?" Xiaoqi shrugged, "It's just talent, no big deal." As soon as these words were spoken, all the gratitude in the two people's eyes disappeared. His eyes were full of envy and jealousy towards Xiaoqi's. God is so unfair. Why did he create Xiaoqi? That compared with him, we are totally defeated. Not only them, but also the netizens in the live broadcast room were envious. Every time they watch Xiaoqi's live broadcast, they will realize anew how awesome Xiaoqi is and how useless they are. Tears in my eyes, dare not speak. After the lively banter, everyone turned their attention back to the boy's condition. This illness is really strange. They now have no clue. The pelvis plus the heart doesn't match any of the symptoms associated with mosaicism. Could it be some other toxin or infection? A few months ago, he started taking testosterone, which could have led to an autoimmune disease, like polyarteritis or lupus, which could have led to the pericardial effusion and pelvic pain. Xiaoqi didn't say anything, but he didn't comment on their opinions. He doesn't think these are the reasons. Chapter 25 Investigation and Search for the Culprit. Unable to determine the cause of the disease, the consultation room was filled with gloom. "Xiaoqi, what do you think?" Director Zhao looked at Xiaoqi, who had remained silent, and was somewhat curious about his opinion. When the others heard Xiaoqi's name, they all stopped talking and looked at Xiaoqi. That move just now completely convinced everyone. Everyone wanted to hear his ideas. Xiaoqi stroked his chin and pondered for a long time. Many ideas flashed through his mind, but they all needed to be confirmed. A detective has to see solid evidence before he can get to the truth. In the end, Xiaoqi did not express his thoughts. There is not enough evidence at present, and no conclusion can be drawn. I need to investigate their home environment. Hearing this, everyone was a little disappointed. Now they hope that Xiaoqi can be the same as before. Only when you are in the center of the storm can you know how happy it is to have Xiaoqi's help and encouragement. Finally, it was Director Zhao who made the final decision. First, give him corticosteroids to treat autoimmune diseases, and then use finasteride to block the effects of testosterone. Let's see if we can eliminate one of them first. This agrees with the cause of the disease that the female doctor just mentioned. The heavy atmosphere in the consultation room dissipated a little. Everyone's expressions began to relax, but Xiaoqi was the only one sitting in the corner, head down, silent. The light hit his eyelashes, creating a shadow. The mobile phone was placed in front of Xiaoqi's desk, so netizens in the live broadcast room could see his expression. "Brother Xiao, why is he so silent now?" It's over. I feel like something big is going to happen." Actually, think about it, Brother Xiao spoke only after he was 100% confident. Facts have proved that he was right. Maybe it's because Brother Xiao didn't have a 100% guess about today's case, so he remained silent. Yes, I have been deceived by Brother Xiao's confident appearance. In fact, he has always been a very responsible person. Why do I feel like Brother Shao doesn't seem to agree with what they said just now? Me too. After deciding on the medication issue, another problem arose, that is, who will tell the couple about the next treatment plan and get them to sign. Thinking of that confident and extremely difficult couple, headache, give up. Everyone's eyes were on Director Zhao. After all, it was he who prescribed the medicine. Director Zhao swallowed and felt overwhelmed. At the critical moment, you just want to sacrifice me, right? A bunch of heartless bastards. Waiting area. What? You're going to use testicular blockers on my son? And you said my son has some autoimmune disease, doesn't that mean my son can't use hormones anymore? Director Zhao nodded with difficulty and said, it's possible. The woman seemed very angry. Then my son will never grow up to be a man. What a quack. Director Zhao seemed a little overwhelmed. Don't be so discouraged. This time we're just using the medication once to see how the patient responds. If not, you can always use testosterone. But if you don't receive treatment, there's a high chance that his condition will worsen. We can't determine the cause of the disease right now. We have to rule one out first. Time is running out. Hearing that she still had a son and a glimmer of hope for becoming a man, the woman's expression softened significantly after hearing what Director Zhao said later. His brows frowned again. After much deliberation, she finally signed the agreement. In the ward, after injecting a testicular blocker into the boy's fore, the female doctor once again played the role of comfort. After successfully calming the boy's nervousness and fear, the female doctor examined the boy's body again, intending to confirm his medication and condition. When she checked, she saw that the boy's palm was red and his face suddenly changed. His expression began to become serious. The boy was puzzled by her ugly expression. Excuse me, is there any problem? The female doctor forced a smile and said, nothing, you have a good rest, I'll be out for a while. The hurried footsteps left the ward and walked away. Red palms indicate that the cause of the disease is not testosterone. They guessed wrong again. Everyone gathered in the consultation room again, only this time the atmosphere was heavier than ever. Their guesses were denied time and time again. So that was it. As the boy continued to receive treatment, his condition became more serious. However, they really couldn't figure out what was going on. Although they prescribed the medicine, they also took safety into consideration. Sometimes necessary exclusion is a last resort. But why did the boy's condition worsen? Everyone sighed. Just when Director Zhao wanted to ask Xiaoqi what he thought, he found that he was gone. Where is Xiaoqi? Now Xiaoqi was taking a taxi to the address he had just gotten out of the couple's mouths, holding the keys that they had personally handed to him. This was a piece of cake for the once famous detective. Xiaoqi closed his eyes and called up the boy's data in his mind. Systemic amyloidosis, protein levels were normal. This shows that the cause of the disease is most likely caused by external factors. What exactly it is remains to be verified. Alcohol and certain drugs can cause this problem, but he needs to eliminate them one by one. Outside the ward, the couple stopped the doctors who were about to enter the room to observe the patient's condition. The woman gritted her teeth and lowered her voice to them. You quacks, my son's disease is not caused by testosterone at all. I checked online and found that hormones cannot be stopped suddenly. You must add them back to me. Damn, is this ever going to end? Search online again. Ma'am, we are the doctors. We have the final say on what medicine to use. Please stop making trouble. Director Zhao didn't want to be friendly to the two of them anymore, so he spoke coldly. After sweeping the two people aside, everyone walked in with high spirits. Cool, I should have done this earlier. The couple looked at the doctors' backs and their noses were crooked with anger. These quack doctors couldn't cure my son. If I had listened to their advice earlier, my son would have been fine long ago. But fortunately, the woman reached into her bag and touched the small bottle. Fortunately, it's still there. She always carried testosterone with her just in case, and now it finally came in handy. The couple smiled at each other, saying everything. This time they confirmed it online over and over again, and there would definitely be no mistake. Night. The attending physician came to the boy's ward for rounds of facing the well-behaved child. The doctor smiled kindly and asked, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? The boy shook his head. To be honest, although the boy's parents are difficult to deal with, the boy himself is quite likable. As a doctor with medical ethics, they will not vent their anger on their patients. However, the boy, who was fine just now, suddenly frowned slightly. Doc, will antibiotics make me nauseous? Yes, I will. However, the next second, the boy stood up and spat out a large mouthful of blood beside the bed. Chapter 26 We suspect scleroderma. Xiaoqi walked into the boy's house and searched around. Surprisingly, no alcohol was found. The boy's father neither smokes nor drinks. So, will the boy get some help from his friends? Open the door. The boy's room was very clean and everything was neatly placed on the table. None of the drawers were locked and no hiding spaces were found. It seems that the parents are very strict with their children and do not allow anything unexpected to happen. After checking around, I still didn't find any clues. Strange, is my guess wrong? Xiaoqi frowned slightly. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at Xiaoqi, searching everywhere with some curiosity. Why doesn't the doctor treat the patient in the hospital instead of coming to someone's home? While Xiaoqi was thinking, he saw the questions on the barrage. He casually explained, because I suspect the boy's disease is not caused by his own intersex DNA. In fact, some of the boy's symptoms at the beginning did not conform to immune diseases. On the contrary, the condition gradually worsened with the treatment. This is what puzzles me the most. Director Zhao chose the elimination method with medication, but I want to find some clues from their lives. A medical student asked curiously, why not just ask the parents? Xiaoqi was amused when he saw this. Do you dare to say that your parents know everything about you? Besides, many of the causes of the disease are unknown to them themselves. They may just be some common things. We need to find them ourselves. The medical student suddenly understood. It turns out that diseases can be cured in this way. I've learned something. As expected, he is Brother Xiao. His thinking is different from that of ordinary doctors. Some people questioned that Xiaoqi's approach was a waste of time. How could a doctor be so idle as to go to a patient's home? Some bigwigs who have worked abroad shared their experiences. Because it is public healthcare in China, hospitals are overloaded, but in some private hospitals abroad, doctors will come to the home to do tests for families. Has the anchor ever worked abroad? Xiaoqi smiled. I have never worked abroad, this is just my personal habit. Netizens realized that the boss is indeed extraordinary. After the explanation, Xiaoqi fell into deep thought again. Nothing unusual was found at home. What could he have missed? Suddenly the description of the boy's condition flashed through his mind in a flash. Collapsed suddenly after a basketball game. Yes, there is one place that has not been found: the lounge at the basketball court. Xiaoqi immediately rushed to the school's basketball court. As a member of the basketball team, the boy will have his own independent cabinet. A group of attending physicians walked hurriedly towards the consultation room. Everyone expressed their opinions as they walked. The report from the surgery department said that the bleeding was caused by pancreatic necrosis and gastric fistula. Heart, liver, kidneys, and pancreas. Clearly, whatever disease this child has is systemic. Could it be Zollinger-Ellison syndrome? Or systemic scleroderma? If it's scleroderma, that's bad. It means the patient is likely to die. First treat it as Zollinger-Ellison syndrome and give the patient a proton pump inhibitor. If the condition improves, it's Zollinger-Ellison syndrome. Otherwise, it's scleroderma. Director Zhao came to the conclusion. Someone asked, do you want to call Xiaoqi? It's too late. Even if he came, could he give any different suggestions? The patient's sudden deterioration and the unknown condition made Director Zhao very upset. His mind was now full of thoughts about the cause of the boy's illness, but he had absolutely no idea. He didn't want to care where Xiaoqi went. After arriving at the location, Xiaoqi successfully fooled the security guard again and let him open the boy's locker. Look at the bottle filled with energy drinks. The trash can is full of empty bottles. Compared with other people's cabinets, it is obvious that boys have far more energy drinks. I see. Everything began to go back in time, back to the beginning. All the clues were connected to it. Turns out, it was all very simple. However, because of that couple, things became complicated again. After figuring it out, Xiaoqi couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, he raised his head, with a mixture of helplessness and anger on his face, and immediately rushed to the hospital. He already knew the whole truth. Hospital, outside the boy's ward. Heavy, looking worried, they gave the boy proton pump inhibitors, but his condition did not improve, so they had to stop the medication. In desperation, they had to turn to scleroderma. After giving the boy an injection of anti-inflammatory medicine, sure enough, the condition improved. This means that the boy most likely does have scleroderma. After hearing the sad news, the boy's parents collapsed to the ground in tears. Then they raised their heads, angry eyes stared at the doctors. It must be you guys. You made the wrong diagnosis. How could it be scleroderma? Quack. If you had done what we said earlier, my son would never have become like this. I checked it all online. Your hospital's diagnosis is definitely wrong. The couple sat outside in the corridor and made a loud noise, attracting many passers-by to watch. The doctors looked unhappy and embarrassed. They did not find out the cause of the disease before, which delayed treatment, but it shouldn't be like this. At first, the boy's symptoms did not seem to match scleroderma at all, so why did they end up? What went wrong? A voice suddenly came from far away. Do you think the doctor's diagnosis is wrong? It's Xiaoqi. The audience in the live broadcast room watched this scene excitedly. They had a hunch that there was only one truth, and the moment of revelation had arrived. Sure enough, the next sentence is a famous saying. You're wrong. You're totally wrong. This is all your parents' fault. The couple was intimidated by Xiaoqi's aura and stopped crying. The doctors looked at Xiaoqi in surprise as he came over. At this moment, Xiaoqi was like a peerless hero in their eyes. They were almost moved to tears. Xiaoqi turned around and asked the doctors, "What did you do when I was away?" Suddenly I felt like I was being asked a question in class. What's going on? We ruled out Zollinger-Ellison syndrome and suspected scleroderma. Xiaoqi sighed. How could you think in this direction? You are such a blockhead. The doctors were all worried. They didn't understand why they cared so much about what he said, but Xiaoqi did not continue to explain, but went into the ward to check the boy's latest condition. The others followed him into the house in a daze. After scanning the boy's entire body with his X-ray vision skills again, Xiaoqi's face became confused again. How come the transaminase level dropped so much? Chapter 27, Energy drinks are to blame. Seeing the huge change in the data, Xiaoqi's expression suddenly changed. He turned to look at Director Zhao beside him and said, Director Zhao, do you have the latest inspection report? I suggest you take a look at it. Director Zhao quickly opened the test report tucked under his armpit. They were stopped by the family members just now and didn't have time to take a closer look. Transaminase 185? It's dropping a little too fast. It's because of the anti-inflammatory drugs. This is normal. It's not because of the anti-inflammatory drugs. Xiaoqi took the report and said, his kidney function has improved, which has reduced the transaminase. This is not caused by anti-inflammatory drugs, so it should not be scleroderma. Did you give him testosterone again? Xiaoqi suddenly asked a strange question. The attending doctors looked at each other in confusion, as none of them had injected testosterone into the boy. The next moment, everyone reacted. No wonder the data is so strange. This is the symptom of injecting testosterone. Damn, who is it? He gave the patient medicine without informing them, which led to misdiagnosis and almost killed the patient. Director Zhao glanced at the doctors. Who on earth caused them to almost have a medical accident? Fortunately, Xiaoqi pointed it out, but everyone's expression was one of confusion. Xiaoqi looked at everyone with sharp eyes. When looking at the couple, when their eyes met Xiaoqi's, they immediately looked down and away. This action immediately did not escape the eyes of Xiaoqi, who used to be a detective. This action meant shame. What could possibly make these two extremely self-centered people feel ashamed? I'm afraid there is nothing else except that they made a mistake in the matter of their beloved son. Xiaoqi immediately had the answer in his heart. He sneered, you'll know if you check the surveillance footage. Even if it's your own son, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want to him and ignore the doctor's advice. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately stiffened her neck and retorted, it's not that your treatment is too slow, we want to help you speed up the progress. What's wrong with that? As soon as everyone heard it, they knew who injected the testosterone. The audience in the live broadcast room were even more furious. It's really unlucky to have parents like this. How can some people not listen to advice, preferring to believe what Baidu says, not listening to the doctor's advice, and delaying treatment? Oh my god, these two are so weird. The nurse said, you guys are making a fuss out of nothing. We encounter so many weird things every day. Lighting a cigarette, Xiaoqi sat on the sofa next to the hospital bed, crossing his legs and arms, sitting like a big boss. He said calmly, do you still think you are not wrong? In fact, it is because of you that your son has become like this. This is all your parents' fault. This sentence is very powerful. What? What nonsense are you talking about? The couple shouted in disbelief. Xiaoqi remained calm and was not affected by the two men's gazes that seemed as if they wanted to pounce on him and eat him alive. The others looked expectant. Has the final moment finally arrived? You guys fed him bottles of energy drinks before, during, and after practice. After hearing what Xiaoqi said, the boy nodded involuntarily and agreed with him. In fact, when your son first came, he was just dehydrated. It's nothing serious. Now even the doctors were surprised, and the comments were full of disbelief. Was it just dehydration at first? It's such a simple reason? But, the woman snorted disdainfully, her eyes showing disdain. When I first came to the hospital, the emergency department treated him for dehydration. But he's still in pain. She understood that this person must be trying to shirk responsibility. He actually made up such a ridiculous excuse. The other doctors and viewers in the live broadcast room were also a little confused. It was not that they did not believe Xiaoqi, but what the woman said made sense. If it is dehydration, why didn't the previous dehydration treatment work? How did it become so serious later? And what does this have to do with energy drinks? Everyone was full of questions at this time. I just can't figure it out. Curious. So damn curious. Hearing this, Xiaoqi smiled. That's what the energy drinks are about. The excessive consumption of energy drinks, they cause the kidneys to fatigue, so it takes him longer to recover from the dehydration. When Xiaoqi said the first few sentences, those experienced doctors reacted quickly. The attending physician, holy crap. It's actually like this. It's not that they don't understand this principle, but they don't know that their children drink so many energy drinks. The couple didn't think there was anything special about drinking energy drinks, so they didn't mention it when they asked, and because the child himself is too special, they keep thinking about special things. In the end, the reason was so simple. The couple seemed to be somewhat aware of their problem and their faces looked unhappy, but they still refused to admit their mistakes. Oh, then why isn't he well now? Xiaoqi smiled, because you are stupid and ignorant, you. When we continued to rehydrate him, you insisted we do an MRI, even though he hadn't recovered from the dehydration, and then you asked us to look for a non-existent uterus in his pelvis. The tired kidneys can't handle the excess salt water, so it turns into pericardial effusion. Because of your persistence, the treatment was delayed, and ultimately the doctors made the wrong judgment and prescribed the wrong medicine. The couple's faces grew worse the more they listened, and they realized it seemed like it was really their fault. Director Zhao, who made the final decision to use the medication, seemed a little ashamed after hearing this. They indeed misdiagnosed the condition and prescribed the medicine. The boy's condition was indeed partly due to them. Xiaoqi continued slowly. If his kidneys were fine, there wouldn't be any problem with these drugs. But everyone understood, because of kidney damage, safe drugs become unsafe. From the time he started taking the medication, the excess medication went around in circles and was eventually absorbed by his heart, liver, and pancreas, leaving a mess wherever it went. So your son was fine when he first came, but because you were too confident in your own judgment and superstitious about Baidu, serious consequences occurred. The couple were completely stunned when they heard this. They finally realized that it was their mistake that almost killed their son. At this moment, regret was written all over their faces. The attending doctors looked educated. The audience in the live broadcast room was also a little dazed. So, this was actually just dehydration at the beginning. I don't know whether to laugh or cry, so that's how it is. I was so scared that I quickly threw away the energy drink in my hand. You really can't drink too much of this. A simple illness can turn into a serious case. I've learned a lot. This video is definitely a must-see for every medical student. Am I the only one who noticed that everyone Xiao encountered today was weird? Laughing and crying, the couple burst into tears and kept asking Xiaoqi what to do. Xiaoqi shrugged and spread his hands. It's very simple. He is still young and will be fine after a few weeks of dialysis. Chapter 28, Unscrupulous mediocre doctors kill patients. Such people are not welcome. After the diagnosis was completed, the audience in the live broadcast room kept expressing their admiration on the barrage, without stopping for a moment. Oh my god, this case is really unexpected. A simple dehydration problem almost resulted in death due to a small delay. The entire treatment process is like watching a suspenseful mystery film. The story is full of twists and turns and dramatic conflicts, especially the moment when Xiaoqi reveals the truth at the end. I can say without hesitation, it's so damn handsome. In addition, Xiaoqi's observation, reasoning and judgment abilities are really strong, coupled with profound medical knowledge. The audience was simply amazed. Audience, I suspect you were a criminal police officer before. Now the number of people in the live broadcast room reached more than 30,000. Many medical students come here to study. Even though the matter has been resolved, the audience still doesn't want Xiaoqi to go off the air. Have no choice. Xiaoqi had no choice but to continue the live broadcast. After the dialysis tube is inserted into the child, the first case at work today was solved perfectly. Although it is not a difficult disease, however, the attending doctors continued to praise Xiaoqi. Today, thanks to Xiaoqi, the patient was brought back from the brink of life and death. Such terrifying insight and strong ability to act really taught them a lesson after practicing medicine for many years. It turns out that treating a disease can be done just like solving a case. It's really eye-opening. Moreover, this cooperation also made Xiaoqi's status in their minds continue to grow. There are constant surprises. He possessed knowledge far beyond their imagination, especially this time it involved the genetics department and the emergency department, but Xiaoqi still handled it easily and with ease. The extent of the comprehensive development of knowledge is even greater than they had imagined, which truly makes them admit defeat. Moreover, in the consultation room, Xiaoqi did not propose some high-sounding genetic disease names, but insisted on the possibility of dehydration. At the beginning, because of their contempt for the newcomer, they thought Xiaoqi didn't understand these diseases and casually mentioned a simple cause. The result was just as he guessed. On the contrary, they were wrong. Later reasoning further proved that it was not that he did not understand, but because he had already mastered it. So he ruled out these options early on. From this perspective, it seems like they are not very skilled. It is hard to describe the feeling among the doctors. Director Zhao, in particular, had a complicated expression, but in the end, I soon felt relieved. The young are really to be feared. The dean really made the right decision by recruiting Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi's status in the hospital has increased. On the way back, Xiaoqi looked at the system reward with an unhappy face. Reward host gold coins x5. He knew that although this disease looked complicated, it was actually very simple and there was a high probability that there would be no reward. But this is too perfunctory. The reward is only 5 gold coins. Forget it. Keep calm. Ordinary dehydration is unlikely to be rewarding at all. The system probably took into account his worsening condition and the fact that he had to run back and forth. This is just a friendship consolation prize. Difficult and complicated diseases are indeed uncommon. Just consider it as accumulating your own practical experience. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi finally felt a little better. After rejecting the doctor's plan to hold a celebration banquet which was ostensibly to express their gratitude, Xiaoqi hurried back home without stopping, because he suddenly remembered something. He forgot to give dog food to Wankai. I hope Wankai can hold on. Jinghua First People's Hospital. Several bigwigs were sitting in the conference room, staring intently at the big screen. In front of them, at their age and class, there is rarely a time for them to take action unless there is some difficult-to-treat disease. What was playing on the screen was Xiaoqi's live broadcast. Well, I told you this young man is excellent. He has excellent talent, knowledge, and insight. He can also stick to his own judgment and not be influenced by others. During this live broadcast, Xiaoqi fully demonstrated his abilities. This young man is definitely the talent we need. Do you have any other opinions? This time, facing Lao Li's pride, the other 3 people pondered a little longer than before. This means they have begun to hesitate. One of them said, "This Xiaoqi is indeed quite capable, especially at his age. I haven't seen anyone stronger than him. Also, although his investigation process is somewhat different from traditional Chinese medicine, it is indeed very effective. I have also observed that he has a strong ability to diagnose patients by observation. Basically, he can tell the patient's condition with just one look." Joke, these big guys are not vegetarians, but others don't realize it. But they realized early on that Xiaoqi had already known the result before the examination report came out. This is difficult to do for today's doctors who rely heavily on instrument diagnosis. It can be said that it is very impressive. Woldley nodded affirmatively. Right, if it were you, we should get this outstanding talent to our hospital as soon as possible. However, the person who just praised Xiaoqi, the conversation changed. He pushed up his glasses and asked calmly, "So, which department do you plan to recruit Xiaoqi to? Or should you set up a separate department for him? You have to consider what other doctors think." This time it was not Lao Li but the dean who refuted him. It doesn't matter if those chosen ones have objections. Xiaoqi will definitely face this problem if he is recruited. But as long as he has the ability, these barriers will be broken sooner or later. To convince those chosen ones, it's nothing more than a matter of strength. We can set up an observation period. If Xiaoqi doesn't have the strength to convince the others, then, the dean spread his hands, expressing helplessness. Observation period. Oldley looked at the dean with excitement and anticipation. What do you mean? The dean was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. He shouted, "Come in." A female nurse came in and put the information in her hand in front of someone. This person is the last person who has not expressed an opinion from the beginning. "Vice President Chen, I have found the information you requested." The nurse said this, closed the door and left. The man who had remained silent was flipping through the detailed information about Xiao Shan in his hand. The more he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. An ordinary undergraduate student from a second-rate medical university. My academic performance in school is average. NOSCI papers have been published. Letting an undergraduate student from an ordinary university work with people who graduated from prestigious universities will more or less, no. It will definitely cause dissatisfaction. Most importantly, the man turned to the latest page. There was a piece of news printed on it, with the title, Unscrupulous Mediocre Doctor Killed Patient. This shout she actually killed someone due to a mistake. Such people must never be hired into the hospital, as they will damage the hospital's reputation. Xiao Qi, who was sitting on the subway, had no idea that far away in Jinghua, the Jinghua First People's Hospital, which he was thinking about, was discussing him. What he didn't know was that at this moment, he was outside his clinic. A woman with disheveled hair stood in the dark, staring at the door, waiting for him to come back. Chapter 29, Killing Someone? There is definitely something wrong with that. Ever since Yu Xiuhua learned on the internet that Xiao Qi was living a very prosperous life, she could hardly sleep every day. Either they curse or they stab people with vampires. Why, my son was killed by you, a quack doctor, and yet you are still alive and well. You should go down and accompany him. Looking at the door in front of her that had become clean again, Yu Xiuhua's eyes turned red with hatred. How dare he? How dare he open the door to treat patients again? Yu Xiuhua used her fingers, which were as slender as dead branches, to press a few numbers on the screen. Hey! I'm outside that quack's clinic now. You're the child's father, so take some responsibility and bring some people over to destroy his clinic again. The man on the other end of the phone cursed her under his breath, calling her a crazy woman, but ultimately agreed to her request. When the woman heard the agreement, she grinned sinisterly. Since the death of her beloved son, Yu Xiuhua suddenly felt that life was hopeless and she couldn't eat. The woman who originally weighed 120 pounds and was slightly plump now weighs only over 80 pounds, skin and bones, like a walking corpse. This was the first time she smiled since her son's death. A mother happened to pass by with a child. The child looked in the dark corner and saw a thin and frail figure with a hunched back, like a spider, lying on the wall. I was so scared that I burst into tears immediately. The mother was also a little frightened by Yu Xiuhua, and quickly ran away with her child. Why Yu Xiuhua didn't care about other people's eyes at all. She had only one thought in her mind: just let Xiao Qi be buried with his son. At the same time, Xiao Qi was still chatting with netizens without knowing anything. That he hasn't had a pure chat with his fans for a long time. After canceling the list and seeing a doctor, live streaming is not as tiring as before. Suddenly, he sneezed, rubbing his nose. Xiao Qi muttered to himself, "Who is scolding me?" Netizens can joke about it with a smile. Brother Xiao is so handsome, someone must be missing you. It's obvious that more people miss you. By the way, when will Brother Xiao come to marry me? Auntie has a building in City B, waiting for you. Shy, hey guys, there's a rich woman ahead, why don't you consider me? Bah, are you half as handsome as Brother Xiao? Even if you are you half as talented as him? Get lost. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional provocation, but someone suddenly asked this question in the live broadcast room. Anchor, you treated someone and killed him a while ago, right? This incident caused a big stir and was even reported in the local newspaper. What happened? As soon as this barrage came out, the barrage suddenly decreased, and then the live broadcast room became clean. Silence. Asphyxia. No1 said, ever since the diagnosis of caramel pudding became famous, no one in the live broadcast room has mentioned it again. First, they don't want to believe it. Secondly, Xiao Qi has become more famous and his image has become more positive. So mentioning bad things would make people feel very disappointed. However, this balance has now been broken. Zhao Er, editor in chief of the marketing account, who was sitting behind the computer, looked at the effect he had created with satisfaction. He could feel that everyone was following his movements through the screen because of his words. At the same time, he was also waiting for Xiao Qi's answer. As marketing accounts, they enjoy the feeling of having all eyes on them. As for the truth behind the incident or how the parties involved feel, they don't care at all. Zhao Er himself likes to see those who are more successful than him have panic expressions on their faces. This time, Zhao Er's prey was Xiao Qi. He is famous, has a positive image, a handsome face, and excellent medical skills. This condition can be said to make 90% of men jealous. However, behind such a person, there is a fatal black spot, that is, Xiao Qi has killed people. When Zhao Er found out this news, he was extremely excited, drag people into trouble, dig up dirty information, and create the trigger. He couldn't wait to see Xiao Qi's tearful expression. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Xiaoqi's face remained calm. Actually, the moment Xiaoqi discovered that he had traveled through time, he began collecting all the information around him, but he couldn't let go of the memories of his previous life. After learning the cause of his predecessor's death, he carefully checked the cause in his memory. As a detective, he instinctively sensed something was wrong before the system appeared. However, my predecessor thought that he had delayed the treatment of the disease and blamed himself a lot, and the family members were making trouble. The more I think about it before going to bed, the angrier I get, and the more depressed I feel. In the end, he died. However, when Xiaoqi took over this body and obtained the system, he knew that all this was not his predecessor's fault at all. He was so angry that his predecessor was slandered as a quack doctor and eventually died. This has always been a thorn in Xiaoqi's side, because he knew that after the live broadcast became famous, this matter would definitely be used to make a fuss. He also wanted to restore his previous life's innocence and clear his name. Because I was busy upgrading the system before, I didn't have time to deal with this matter, and now it's finally here. Because of Zhao Er's words, Xiaoqi lowered his eyes and fell into memories again. He needed more details. Time goes back to that night. It was late at night. Seeing that it was already 12 o'clock in the evening, I prepared to close the door and go to bed. He usually closes at 10 o'clock. Who would have thought that 3 patients would suddenly come around 10 o'clock? This delay lasted until 12 o'clock. His predecessor had never expected that this incident would bring him into trouble. Just when the person in front had pulled the rolling door to the end, suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door. "Is there anyone here? Is there anyone here? My son is dying. Please save him." Originally, the predecessor could have been ignored, but he had a kind heart, and it was this kindness that killed him. The person in front of him quickly opened the door and saw a woman in her 50s carrying a man in his 20s, waiting anxiously outside the door. In his memory, Xiaoqi can still clearly remember that the man's head swayed slightly on his back as the woman moved. The moment the woman opened the door, her eyes shone with a captivating light. The front body helped the woman put the patient on the bed. At this point, the patient was already unconscious and had no response to the outside world. Only his chest rose and fell slightly, and occasionally twitched, as if he was about to vomit. The predecessor knew at first glance that it was a dangerous emergency, but not knowing what it was, he could only give him first aid while asking about the woman's condition. When did the patient become seriously ill? What is his medical history? With Xiaoqi's current medical knowledge, he could tell at a glance that the patient had suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Why are you running around everywhere instead of staying at home after having a cerebral hemorrhage? When the woman heard the doctor's question, she immediately cried out in excitement, "Doctor, please save my son. He just suddenly fell to the ground. I called 120, but they haven't arrived in 5 minutes. Isn't this going to kill my son?" So, I carried him on my back and came to find a clinic, but all the places were closed. Fortunately, you, doctor, opened the door. You are really my lifesaver. Chapter 30. The family members come to make trouble again. Xiaoqi is confused after the woman told the general story. She began to cry about her tragic fate. "Doctor, you must save my son. He is my only precious son. His father and I divorced when he was 10 years old. I raised him all by myself. When I get old, I will rely on him. When he makes money, I can enjoy life. He just started college, and I'll be free soon. He must not die." After saying this, the woman looked at her predecessor with a look that contained both hope and threat. "Doctor, you will definitely save him, right?" But the predecessor didn't want to pay any attention to what the woman said. He had already discovered that the patient was suffering from a serious emergency and had to be sent to the hospital for emergency treatment immediately. "Your son must be sent to the hospital for this disease. I don't have the conditions to treat him here." The predecessor was still performing CPR on the patient as he spoke, but unexpectedly, the woman got anxious when she heard this. "Do you know how long it will take for the ambulance to get here? I can't wait even a minute. You must save him." When I saw the person in front of me pinching the patient's mouth, preparing to give him artificial respiration, the woman saw it and pushed him away. "What are you doing?" The predecessor was confused. "I want to give him artificial respiration." But the woman looked at him warily and did not allow him to get close. "There's something fishy here." Xiaoqi recalled again the moment when his predecessor pinched his mouth open. Because the predecessor did not pay attention to this detail, the memory is short and vague, but Suchin still thought about it carefully. The patient's mouth is open like a deep black hole. Inside, there is actually some black stuff. Xiaoqi got goosebumps. As the two were pulling each other, the patient's chest rose and fell a few times and then became completely motionless. The lips and face turned purple, the front body trembled and shone the flashlight into the patient's pupils, but the pupils are dilated and there is no change. Someone died in his clinic. The woman knew what had happened when she saw this. The shrill screams spread from the clinic to the entire area. She cried and made a phone call. Old Sheen. Your life force is dead. Someone killed you. There is no need to recall what happened afterwards. The predecessor died because of this, and Shao-Chi came. He raised his eyes again, and while he was thinking, a minute had passed. It wasn't a very long time, but to those who were waiting for Shao-Chi's answer, it seemed extremely long. Seeing Shao-Chi remain silent, some impatient and jealous people began to attack Shao-Chi in the barrage. This reaction, is it because he is guilty? He cured someone and still has the nerve to broadcast live. Ha, I've disliked him for a long time. He's living a good life now. I don't know how heartbroken his family members must be when they see this. Return the gift. I don't want to support people like you anymore. I was wondering why he suddenly started live streaming to see patients. It turns out he killed someone, so he doesn't dare to open a clinic anymore. Look at the address he posted below. Brothers, let's team up and blast him tomorrow. Some people couldn't bear to watch it anymore and quickly spoke up. Brother Shao hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so anxious to make a conclusion? That's right. Has no one ever died in a hospital? Who says doctors can 100% guarantee survival? We need to find out whether it was Brother Shao who caused the patient's death due to a medical error. Many family members come to the hospital to make trouble because the treatment is ineffective, but this is not the doctor's business. If the King of Hell wants to take the patient away, how can we stop him? Shao-Chi saw many fans speaking for him. Some of these people are old fans who have been following him since the beginning, and some are new fans who followed him later, but without exception, they all chose to believe him. Shao-Chi's expression softened, and he said, "You want an answer, right? Then I'll tell you, I didn't cure this patient to death. This patient had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. After waiting for the ambulance for 5 minutes at home, the patient's family member didn't want to wait any longer. He then found my clinic, which had already wasted a lot of time. And my medical friends all know that patients with cerebral hemorrhage should not be moved randomly. When the patient was sent to my clinic, his family members even prevented me from performing CPR on him. It can be said that we watched the patient die before our eyes. If this is all blamed on me, I'm afraid no one would want to be a doctor." After that, the live broadcast room was silent. Finally, some medical students came out and confirmed that this was indeed a possibility. The atmosphere has just returned to normal. Ojauer was unwilling to accept this. The patient has been cremated, and there is no relevant medical record. You still say whatever you want. Why not invite the family members over for a confrontation? Shao-Chi understood that this person was deliberately looking for trouble. He turned his gaze to the advertisement and said calmly, "It's up to you." Zhao was so angry at his disregarding attitude that his teeth itched, but soon, a young reporter who was waiting near Shao-Chi's clinic called him. "Boss, the deceased's family is blocking the door of the clinic now." The young reporter hid in the corner, staring ahead. There was a van in front. When the door opened, 5 or 6 strong men came out. They all stood at the door with sticks in their hands. Aggressive. When Zhao heard the news, his originally angry face suddenly became happy. After hanging up the phone, Zhao excitedly typed in the barrage. "Just wait and see, the family will come to see you soon." The live broadcast room was in an uproar again because of this barrage, but Shao-Chi still ignored him. He seemed to be looking at a subway advertisement, but in fact his eyes were out of focus. He is thinking about something. The patient did suffer a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, but it was not the direct cause of death. The patient's heartbeat first accelerated but was weak, with obvious cyanosis, and his breathing gradually became slower and weaker, showing irregularity. Then breathing stopped, the heartbeat slowed down to stop, the pupils dilated, and the face turned blue. As a former detective, he was familiar with various ways of death and even minored in forensic science. So he knew very well that this was a symptom of suffocation. Cerebral hemorrhage is caused by different intracranial pressure, which leads to brain herniation, respiratory and circulatory arrest of the patient, and pupil dilation. It's very similar to suffocation, but the lips of people who die from cerebral hemorrhage are pale. In other words, the patient died of suffocation before dying of cerebral hemorrhage. Shao-Chi was 100% sure that the cause of death was closely related to the black stuff in his mouth, but What could that be? If this is not clarified, someone will continue to take advantage of it and further slander him. Many guesses flashed through Shao-Chi's mind, but none of them matched TSK. There are still too few clues, unable to analyze. If Shao-Chi himself was present at the time, he would definitely be able to draw a conclusion based on appearance, smell, etc., but the predecessor was not him, and he had no intention of recording anything. We have arrived at the final stop. Passengers please. Shao-Chi stood up and walked towards the clinic. This time, outside the clinic, several strong men banged on the door with their sticks. Wang Kai was so frightened by the sound that he hid under the table, trembling and sobbing in fear. Chapter 31. Are all doctors nowadays marathon runners? Shao-Chi walked on the quiet street. Suddenly he paused. There were several burly men standing in front of him, staring at him eagerly. You can tell at first glance that he is up to no good. The leader was a man with tattoos on his arms, and he was also the father of the deceased. Boy, you are very courageous. I told you to close the door, but you opened it again. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will break into hell. A woman with messy hair rushed out from the alley next to her. She shouted at the group of men, "Why don't you hurry up and kill him? Qin Long, do you have any courage? He is the one who killed your son, hurry up." When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, some were excited and some were worried, but when those people rushed over with sticks in their hands, they were still nervous. After all, they are the first-person perspective. Shao-Chi looked ahead deeply and naturally. He had learned some fighting skills, even though this body had never been in a fight, but the system had previously improved his physical fitness a little, which was enough to make his strength comparable to that of someone who had trained for many years. He twisted his wrist and looked at the crowd rushing over. Shao-Chi turned around and ran. Nonsense. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight multiple enemies at once like Jackie Chan. Shao-Chi went into the alley. Fortunately, his original body was familiar with the place. In an instant, he twisted and turned and disappeared. Fuck, that guy runs pretty fast. Several people looked at the deep alley ahead and looked at each other. Come in. Damn it. When I catch him, I'll skin him alive. Several people quickly chased in the direction where Shao-Chi had just run. An hour later, the group of 6 had no idea how many circles of alleys they had circled and how many kilometers they had run. The figure in front still followed them at a certain distance. They ran fast, and the figure ran fast too. The most annoying thing was that they slowed down, and Shao-Chi also slowed down and ran forward leisurely. The relaxed pace seemed to mock their arrogance. Qin Long said breathlessly, "Hurry up, kid, stop for me." A clear voice came from the front. "If you tell me to stop, I'll stop. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me?" Okay, gee, keep chasing me." An hour and a half later, netizens were shocked as they looked at Shao-Chi, who was still running. This physical strength is too good. Are doctors now marathon champions per capita? Until now, his breathing has remained stable and he is not panicked. The 6 people behind were already as tired as dead dogs. He followed Shao-Chi with stumbling steps. Unexpected, Shao-Chi's move actually attracted some weight loss enthusiasts. The newcomer is still asking in the barrage, "What are you doing, night running? The effect is very good. I feel I have lost 20 pounds after watching it. I called my sisters to come over." The old audience had complicated expressions. How could I explain to them that Shao-Chi is just a doctor? Some netizens silently hung up the phone after calling the police. It seems there is no need to worry about the anchor suffering any loss. This time, the number of people online has reached 50,000. 7 o'clock in the evening is the time when everyone is checking their phones. The exciting emergencies in Shao-Chi's live broadcast room continue to attract new viewers. The woman's next-door neighbor also happened to see the live broadcast and watched it with great interest. On the screen, Shao-Chi walked out of several narrow alleys with light steps. Walking out of the alley towards the light, the 6 people behind him took a few steps forward at the entrance of the alley, then he collapsed completely to the ground. "Boss, I can't do it anymore. This kid has too much physical strength." Qin Long supported his body with a stick. "You must give us an explanation today." Shao-Chi raised his hand and made a gesture to stop the war. "Stop, brother, don't you want to know how your son died? Humph, didn't you kill him?" "Of course not, he suffocated to death." When the words fell, everyone was shocked. Everyone slowly followed Shao-Chi to the door of the clinic. There, with her back to him, stood a woman with disheveled hair. Netizens got goosebumps when watching this. The woman slowly turned around, her dark pupils dotted with red bloodshot. "Why are you still alive while my son is dead? Give me back my son. Give me back my son." Xiaoqi was unmoved. Your son has a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. The correct approach for this kind of emergency is to wait for rescue on the spot. Don't move the patient easily, and keep his breathing unobstructed. With a turn of his wrist, the truth gun appeared in his hand where no one could see. Xiaoqi fired the bullet. While Yushiohua's body trembled, and there seemed to be no change. Xiaoqi continued, you thought the ambulance was too slow, so you took your son running around. Your son's bleeding became more serious while he was running, and that's when you found me. With my first aid, your son could have held on until the ambulance arrived, but you once again stopped me from giving him artificial respiration. Yushiohua. I want to ask you, is what I said true? Yushiohua originally wanted to say something else, but the words turned into, it is indeed true. After answering Xiaoqi's question, Yushiohua was able to control her body again, and she continued arrogantly. So what? My son died in your clinic, you are responsible. Good job. At this point, at least it was confirmed that what Xiaoqi said was true. Qin Long also realized that things might not be as the woman said. Zhao Er was furious. What a bunch of idiots. Why admit it? They should just throw all the dirty water on Xiaoqi. Now, there is no hope of dealing with Xiaoqi. So this matter is not Brother Zhao's responsibility. Those who said Brother Xiao had no evidence, please stand up. Now he has directly admitted it. Fuck, this is the girl next door to me. I haven't seen her for a few weeks. How come she looks like this? If the host hadn't called her name, I wouldn't have recognized her. I remember this family was very superstitious. Yushiohua even bought a talisman that claimed to cure all diseases. The swindler was arrested, but she still believed it. The one that says that if you burn the talisman and drink it, you will be immune to all diseases and live a long life? Wasn't that fraudulent Taoist priest arrested? I don't understand why people still believe it. It's a lie that looks fake at first glance. At that time, thousands of middle-aged and elderly people lined up to buy it. Now that the person has been arrested, those old men and women are still worshipping it as a family heirloom. Xiaoqi happened to see the barrage, and after thinking about the scene at that time, he finally understood why. Yushiohua, your son was killed by you. Let me ask you, did you feed your son any talisman water after he fell ill? Yushiohua was out of control, yes. Because of your ignorance, you caused the death of your son. The real cause of death of your son was not cerebral hemorrhage, but suffocation. It's all because of the bowl of talisman water you fed him. The bowl of talisman water blocked your son's throat, and you refused me to give him artificial respiration. Just like that, your son died of suffocation before dying of cerebral hemorrhage. Chapter 32, Redress and Misunderstanding. The scene was silent. Suddenly the woman screamed like crazy. Impossible. I didn't kill my son. It was you. The bowl of talisman water I fed him was all for his own good. It was a life-saving talisman. I spent a lot of money on it. Who says I don't love him? Under the stimulation, the woman was already somewhat unconscious. She was screaming, then mumbling with her head down, and her words were in reverse order. It was you who killed him. Not me. It was you. With the help of the truth serum, Xiaoqi knew that the woman was telling the truth, but the truth does not mean it is the truth. But the woman really wants to put the blame on Xiaoqi from the bottom of her heart. But he looked like he was crazy and had a slightly regretful look in his eyes. Xiaoqi understood that the woman was not completely unaware of her responsibilities. But she couldn't accept that the child she had raised with all her effort died at the hands of a mother's love called care. She had no choice but to hypnotize herself and put the blame on Xiaoqi. Qin Long was so shocked by the truth that he collapsed to the ground. Before, the woman just called to tell him that her precious son was killed by a quack doctor. When asked about the details, the woman started crying. Qin Long was so angry that he didn't investigate further and came to cause trouble with red paint and wreaths. But now I tell him, his son actually died because of that crazy woman. Suddenly, the woman raised her head. She smiled, slightly proud. These are all your one-sided statements. How do you prove your words? Yes, these are definitely your sophistry. Ha ha ha. Xiaoqi did not answer her question immediately, but lowered his head and searched something on his mobile phone. He remembered that the incident caused a big stir at the time. and many passers-by took first-hand photos of the scene, but later many of them were cleared. The reason why he didn't look for newspapers was that he knew with his toes that the pictures in them must have been censored. Now he just wants to find the short video shot by passers-by at the scene. There will definitely be some among the residents. Xiaoqi kept scrolling through the chat records. The finger paused, and a 23-second video was still hanging in the group. Found it. Yu Xiuhua looked at Xiaoqi, who remained silent and thought she had guessed right. His expression instantly became one of surprise. You are speechless, and yet you still want to slander me. I didn't kill my son. It wasn't me. It was you. Xiaoqi raised his eyes calmly and held up his phone to show her. This is a short video that was taken when your son died. Your son's lips were blue and purple, which is a symptom of suffocation. Patients who died of cerebral hemorrhage have pale lips. In the video, the young man's face was purple and his lips were blue, just as Xiaoqi said. Xiaoqi also took a screenshot of the video, put a long black barcode on his eyes, and posted it on Douyin. Everyone in the live broadcast room saw this picture. Medical students and doctors from all walks of life began to answer questions for everyone. I just took over a patient with cerebral hemorrhage this morning. I can be considered quite experienced with this disease. What the anchor said is correct. I just looked it up in a medical book. Cerebral hemorrhage is caused by massive bleeding in the brain, so the face is bloodless. I'll give an answer as well. Asphyxiation causes the blood to appear dark red due to lack of oxygen, and then it appears purple red on the skin through the blood vessels. The two symptoms are completely different. Netizens, it seems like I have learned some very powerful knowledge that I cannot use. After the scientific explanation in the barrage, it was confirmed that what Xiaoqi said was true. All those attacking barrages have disappeared. Those who sent those messages deleted the questions they were about to send out with a guilty conscience. The professionals have come out to explain, but you still go against them. Aren't you asking for trouble? Yu Xiuhua also saw the short video. In fact, even if she didn't read it, she knew what was inside. These days, whether it was out of guilt, guilty conscience, or longing, whenever she dreamed, her son's tragically dead face would appear before her. She still remembers the eyes, nose, and mouth clearly. The face and lips are blue and purple. But so what? It's not her fault. It's not her fault. Quack. You are all lying to me. It's fake. My son didn't die because of me, no. The woman with disheveled hair laughed a few times and then staggered away. Anyone can see that this woman has gone crazy because she couldn't accept the blow. Looking at the miserable appearance of the woman, Xiaoqi did not feel a trace of sympathy. Because of the woman's stupidity and ignorance, she also killed her predecessor. Some netizens who were too chaste could not help but feel sorry for the weak and accused Xiaoqi of being too blunt. He should gradually let the woman accept the accusations so that she won't go crazy. Before netizens could start scolding, Xiaoqi spoke first. I am not her son, I have no obligation to do this, and you are wrong about one thing: ignorance is not innocence, but guilt. Watching the woman disappear into the darkness, Qin Long spat on the ground, stood up and prepared to take the woman back. We are husband and wife after all, we can't let her live on the streets. Before leaving, Qin Long said something to Xiaoqi. Brother, this time it's my fault. I will bear all the losses. If anyone causes trouble for you in the future, just come to me. Xiaoqi didn't react at all to his words. Irreparable consequences have already occurred, so what is the point of compensation later? If he had not traveled through time, not only would his previous life have died in vain, but he would also have been labeled a quack doctor. Of course, he would not refuse if someone wanted to give him money. A group of people drove away, and the street returned to calm. Many neighbors only dared to quietly open the windows at this time. Xiaoqi ignored those secretive looks and turned off the live broadcast. Looking at the holes on the door, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Then, he took out the key and opened the rolling door. As soon as the door opened, Wang Kai whimpered and quickly rushed from under the table to Xiaoqi. It kept wagging its tail and rubbing against Xiaoqi's feet, whining in grievance. Xiaoqi knew that the dog was frightened and touched its head. Good dog. You did great today. Have a little snack as a reward. When Wang Kai heard this, he happily ran to the dining area, wagging his tail quickly, waiting for Xiaoqi to feed him. Looking at Wang Kai, the last trace of depression in Xiaoqi's heart disappeared. After resolving the grievances of the original body, the body became lighter and more compatible. Xiaoqi knew that this was because the last trace of obsession of the original body had dissipated. Jinghua First People's Hospital. The vice president was silent and thoughtful. Old Li spoke first. Well, now that they have resolved the misunderstanding themselves, they won't bring bad things to the hospital, right? If you ask me, How can any doctor guarantee that surgery is completely risk-free? What are you still considering? The vice president thought for a while and then said, I have no other opinions. Another person also said, me too. Finally, the dean made the decision, okay, then contact Xiaoqi and give him a 1-month probation period. Chapter 33, Invitation from Jinghua Hospital, Unexpected Incident on the High-Speed Train. A dreamless night, Xiaoqi opened his eyes and felt extremely relaxed. Although I did not receive any rewards from the system this time, I did receive recognition from my predecessor. His mind was clearer and his thinking was faster than before. This should be a gift given to him by his predecessor. After feeding Wangkai some dog food as usual, Xiaoqi turned on his cell phone. A prompt popped up, you have a new email, please check. Sender, Jinghua First People's Hospital. After seeing the sender, Xiaoqi was surprised. Why would Jinghua Hospital send him a message? Open it quickly and take a look. It turned out that Jinghua Hospital planned to invite him to join the company and set up a special department for difficult and complicated diseases for him, with an annual salary of 700,000. This invitation touched Xiaoqi's heart. For several days, Xiaoqi encountered very simple cases. The system rewards are just a few pitiful gold coins. After all, Xixi City is just a medium-sized city, and it does not have the authority to ask patients from other cities to fly here specially. If this continues, it will be a long time before he can upgrade. Therefore, he was unwilling to stay in this small place any longer. As the capital, Beijing itself has gathered countless outstanding talents. Jinghua First People's Hospital is naturally ranked first. Patients with difficult and complicated diseases from all over the country are flown here for treatment. I really didn't expect it. The first people of Jinghua actually invited him. They even set up a separate department for him. Xiaoqi continued reading and suddenly understood. It turns out there is a probation period, and if he does not perform well during the probation period, he will be sent back. During this month, the hospital will invite him to participate in difficult cases to examine whether he has real talent and skills. Once the waters are troubled, you will be persuaded to quit. Xiaoqi had no objection to this. You should know that every year there are a large number of outstanding graduates from prestigious universities who are unable to enter. It can be said that he is an exception among exceptions. Besides, he had always been envious of the cases at Jinghua Hospital, and now, a shortcut to upgrading is right in front of you. You'd be a fool not to take it. After simply packing his luggage, Xiaoqi held Wangkai and closed the door of the clinic. He looked at the place where he first opened his eyes, with mixed feelings of from now on, he will go to a higher and wider world. I'm afraid there will be no day to come back. A big reason why he was reluctant to give up the clinic before was that he had not resolved the injustice of his previous life. He knew that if he didn't solve these problems, they would come back to him. Sooner or later, now that everything is done, he is about to start a new life. I called the director of Xixi Hospital and informed him that he would be moving to Jinghua First People's Hospital. However, what? You want to leave Xixi City? The dean's surprised voice came through the phone and almost deafened his ears. Such a talented person was poached. The dean was sad to think that he had invited Xiaoqi before, but was rejected by him. Xiaoqi touched his nose, feeling a little guilty. She had previously rejected him on the grounds of opening a clinic, but now she has directly closed the clinic for the sake of Jinghua Hospital. It sounds like he does seem like a bit of a scumbag. If the scumbag Xiaoqi was about to speak to comfort the abandoned dean, unexpectedly, there was a sigh from the other end of the phone. Jinghua Hospital is one of the best hospitals in the country. You can save more patients there. Our hospital is indeed too small. The dean is not an unreasonable person. It is normal that many hospitals would be eager to recruit such an outstanding talent as Xiaoqi. We will still pay you your annual salary. We hope that we can get your help if we have any problems in the future. Xiaoqi nodded and said, of course. I hope you can find me more difficult and complicated cases. The phone is hung up and the matter is done. Then, Xiaoqi made another phone call, asking Gao Yuanwu to help take care of Wangkai for a few days, and to help ship him over after he settled down in Beijing. Gao Yuanwu was shocked by the news at first, then he readily agreed. On the high-speed rail, Xiaoqi turned on Doing.58W fans. Since there have been no sensational cases in recent days, there has not been a surge in fans. However, the chase last night attracted a lot of fitness fans. This made Xiaoqi feel a little helpless. In fact, Xiaoqi doesn't really care about how long the fan base is. He himself has no intention of becoming a full-time anchor, but just wants to use the internet to find cases and increase his popularity. Now that he is working at Jinghua Hospital, he is even more indifferent to this matter. After Xiaoqi started the live broadcast, he immediately informed his fans that he would soon join the Beijing First People's Hospital, and everyone is welcome to visit him at The hospital, friends, why does this sound so strange? Wait, what did he just say? Friends! The barrage of comments immediately took off indiscriminately. The number of people online suddenly rose to 10,000. What? Did I hear it right? It's the #1 ranked Jinghua People's Hospital? Ah! I'm so envious that my body is about to break apart. How can Brother Xiao be so awesome? I remember that Brother Xiao became an honorary doctor of Xixi People's Hospital a few days ago, and recently he became the department director of Jinghua People's Hospital. After seeing Brother Xiao, I realized how big the gap between people in the world is. After my mom saw it, she came in and scolded me. I asked her in return, are geniuses and ordinary people on the same level? My mom was speechless immediately. No one in the barrage was jealous of Xiaoqi. The entire screen was filled with envy. There is no way, a person is too outstanding, far beyond ordinary people, then you can't even be jealous, you can only look up to them, and Xiaoqi is such a person. Looking around, how many people in the country are in charge of a department at the age of 23, not to mention, it is Jinghua First People's Hospital, such a strong hospital, I envy you so much. How could there be a person like Xiaoqi in the world? Is this the disparity in the world? Xiaoqi didn't say anything, but just happily watched the viewers rolling around in the live broadcast room. Noon, everyone on the high-speed train started to eat lunch. Some people ate instant noodles, while others bought high-speed rail lunchboxes like a big fool. The middle-aged man sitting in front of Xiaoqi's left is such a big victim. Halfway through the meal, the man seemed to be carsick. I had no choice but to put down the drink in my hand, close my eyes, and leaned back in the chair uncomfortably. Xiaoqi glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and didn't take it seriously, although he could only see a little bit of the back of the man's head from where he was. But for men with symptoms like this, there are at least 3 or 4 in this carriage, if not 5. Xiaoqi continued to eat instant noodles and shared some medical knowledge with his fans. However, the flight attendant who was selling lunchboxes saw the man with cold sweat on his face and pale lips from the front. The man looked very bad at this time. Even she, who was used to motion sickness, felt something was wrong. The young lady asked the man with some concern if anything was wrong. The man didn't answer, and then vomited violently. Everyone in the car pinched their noses in disgust, wishing to stay away from him. At this time, they haven't realized the seriousness yet. Chapter 34, Infectious Disease. After vomiting violently, the man leaned back and fell heavily on the back of the chair. The flight attendant asked again worriedly, "Sir, do you need any help?" The man's face was pale and he said with difficulty, nothing. Then he spit out another mouthful. Xiaoqi frowned, realizing something was wrong. Most people don't react so strongly to motion sickness. He stood up, pushed the flight attendant aside and walked over to the man. "Let me take a look." The man's situation was not good at this time. His face was pale, he was groaning weakly, and it looked like he was in pain in more than one place on his body. Xiaoqi touched the man's forehead. High fever. He then checked every part of the man's body and found something unusual. In addition to the high fever, the man also suffered from headache and abdominal pain. When I lifted up the clothes on my back, I saw that my lower back was covered with red rashes, crowded, very serious. A girl sitting behind the man also saw his back and was frightened. The beautiful flight attendant exclaimed when she saw the red spots on the man's back. He immediately ran to the front of the train and reported the emergency to the crew chief. Soon, the radio in the car sounded. A passenger in carriage 2 has suddenly fallen ill. Is there a doctor on board? Please come to carriage 2 as soon as possible. When Du Juinja heard the broadcast, he was stunned. He didn't expect to encounter an emergency on the way back. He immediately put down the academic report in his hand and walked quickly towards carriage number 2. Xiaoqi was thinking about the patient's symptoms when he heard a voice approaching. Rang, I'm a doctor at Jinghua First People's Hospital. Where is the patient? Jinghua First People's Hospital? What a coincidence. Du Juinja came to carriage number 2 and was then led to the patient by the beautiful flight attendant. Looking at Xiaoqi standing next to the patient, Du Juinja was a little confused. Are you a relative of the patient? Please move aside. I need to check on him. But unexpectedly, the man in front of her did not leave, but smiled slightly. I have examined him. He has a high fever, headache, abdominal pain, and a rash on his lower back that is spreading upwards. Du Juinja was stunned and looked up and down at the handsome young man. Are you also in the same business as me? Xiaoqi extended his hand. Nice to meet you, I am also a doctor at Jinghua First People's Hospital. Well, although I haven't officially reported yet, What a coincidence, the same idea as Xiao Qi came to Du Juinja's mind. However, why didn't he remember there was such a young doctor in their hospital? Could he be a liar? Du Juinja reached out his hand and held Xiao Qi's, then asked, "What's your name? I don't think I've seen you before." Xiao Qi shrugged, "It's normal that I haven't seen him before, because I'm going to the hospital to start work. By the way, my name is Xiao Qi." Xiao Qi sounds a little familiar. Looking at his handsome face, Du Juinja suddenly remembered. Isn't this the legendary gigolo who got in through the back door? Du Juinja's face changed, he quickly pulled his hand away, and blurted out, "Are you that pretty boy?" Pretty boy, it's interesting to see how his colleagues see him. After saying this, Du Juinja felt a little embarrassed. Then, as if to cover up, he turned around and checked the patient's condition. It had only been a minute since they had exchanged pleasantries, and the man was still lying there half dead. After examining the patient's body, Du Juinja frowned. He had just attended a discussion on infectious diseases, and in the absence of instrumental examination, he always tended to believe that it was an infectious disease. Looking at Du Juinja's serious expression, Xiao Qi was very curious about his guess. "What do you think is wrong with him?" Du Juinja was surprised when he heard that it was Xiao Qi asking the question. Immediately, a look of disdain appeared on his face. "Sure enough, a pretty boy is just a pretty boy. He can't tell anything. I really don't know how he got in. Yes, it really is the rumors say Xiao Qi was sent here by a big family for gilding. Or is it that the dean has become perverted in old age? He has started to like gigolos and opened the back door for them. No matter what the reason is, today, let him see the level of doctors at Jinghua First People's Hospital. It would be best to make him ashamed to the point of humiliation. Automatically exit the hospital." Du Juinja took out the alcohol cotton pad from his portable medical kit and disinfected himself. Then he spoke, "I suspect it could be an infectious disease." These words were whispered in Xiao Qi's ear, but the girl sitting behind the man has been paying close attention to this matter. When the two doctors came, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Even though Du Juinja spoke in a low voice, the girl still heard it. The girl screamed in fear and quickly ran from her seat to the back of the car. As he ran, he shouted, "That man has an infectious disease." As soon as these words were spoken, carriage number 2 suddenly became chaotic. Everyone screamed and ran out in a large circle around the person who was sick. For a moment, the scene looked like a zombie movie. The passengers in carriage number 3 also became restless when they saw the passengers in carriage number 2 suddenly rushing out, and they wanted to run out. The beautiful flight attendant shouted at the passengers to be quiet and leave in an orderly manner, but no one listened to her. Everyone was crowding outside. Some people even thought she was in the way and pushed her to the ground, and the flight attendant was trampled and buried by the crowd. Xiao Qi immediately stepped forward, pushed through the crowd, walked all the way to the flight attendant, and pulled her up. Before she could express her gratitude, Xiao Qi turned around and saw another child being knocked to the ground. For the first time, Xiao Qi was unexpectedly angry. He quickly pushed through the crowd, picked up the child, stepped onto the table, and walked all the way to the door of the carriage. Then he picked up the suitcase on the rack and slammed it against the door. "Stop everything." He deliberately chose a deserted place to smash the place, and everyone was frightened by the loud noise and stopped. In fact, many people still don't know what happened. They just watched everyone running and ran along. Now they have finally calmed down. As soon as the boy's mother saw the child in Xiao Qi's arms, she immediately came over crying to recognize him. After handing the child over to his mother, Xiao Qi glanced at the crowd around him, his face solemn. "Why are you running? What are you talking about when the condition hasn't been diagnosed yet? I'm a doctor, everyone listen to me now." Everyone was frightened by Xiao Qi's behavior just now, and then they were shocked by his aura. No one dared to refute. "You!" Xiao Qi pointed at the boy in the front. The boy was frightened and didn't know what he wanted. "You are the leader now, and everyone must line up behind you. If anyone disobeys my orders, don't blame me for kicking them away." Faced with such fierce words, of course everyone was. "I am angry but dare not speak out. After all, those who wear shoes are afraid of those who are barefoot, and those who are arrogant are afraid of those who are not afraid of death." And Xiao Qi seems to be the latter at this moment. When everyone had left, Du Juinja, the beautiful flight attendant and the patient were the only ones left in the carriage. Faced with the beauty's gratitude, Xiao Qi was unmoved, but asked her to arrange the passengers' accommodation as soon as possible. Du Juinja straightened his clothes, which were messy after being pushed just now, and looked at Xiao Qi with some complicated expression. Unexpectedly, this pretty boy turned out to be quite useful at the critical moment, and he has a strong sense of justice. His impression of him couldn't help but improve. Chapter 35, Unraveling the Cause. Netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned by this sudden change. "Fuck, People crowding around can really kill people. I was really scared when the kid fell just now. It was so scary. It was also very dangerous for Brother Xiao to rush over. That scene just now was so cool. Everyone was running forward in a panic, and Brother Xiao immediately stunned the crowd. Awesome! No way, another infectious disease? Why do I always feel that the world is so dangerous since I started following the anchor? Why did something happen on the high-speed train that Brother Xiao was on? Could it be that Brother Zhao's nickname is the Son of Death? Laughing and crying, nonsense. He is obviously a medical genius. He is lucky to have met Brother Xiao. At least Brother Xiao can wrestle with the god of death. Du Juinja said with a complicated expression, I still have to thank you for what happened just now. If it weren't for you, I would have been involved in the stampede later. Xiao Qi waved his hand and smiled cheerfully. It's okay, I'm just doing what I can. By the way, were you trying to say meningococcal bacteria? If that's the case, then half of the people in the entire carriage will be infected and die before reaching the next destination. You know, their train is now running through the wilderness. It will take another 4 hours to reach the next stop. Du Juinja was shocked when he heard Xiao Qi's words. He was interrupted by a sudden change before he could finish his words. How do you know? No, how can you understand? Amazing, the pretty boy actually has some strength. Did he really get in based on his own strength? However, looking at Xiao Qi's handsome face, Du Juinja immediately shook his head. Impossible. It's more likely that she got in by using her beauty. He just guessed a name correctly. What's so strange about that? He was definitely not jealous of his youth and handsomeness, Xiao Qi said innocently. Combining the infectious diseases you mentioned, only meningococcus is the most suitable. Isn't this easy to guess? The rash is typical of meningeal inflammation, and is also a typical symptom of pollen allergy, peanut allergy, and allergies caused by lying on a polyester blanket stained with something unspeakable. Yoho, this pretty boy has pretty solid professional skills. Du Juinja slightly suppressed the contempt in his eyes. Oh? It seems you have a different opinion. Tell me how much you know about the patient. Du Juinja crossed his arms and looked down at him. Does this mean you want to test me? Xiao Qi raised his eyebrows and smiled. I just took a quick look before you came, but I didn't get much information. TSK, just when I had a change of heart towards that pretty boy, I was disappointed again the next second. What just arrived? It's just an excuse. I definitely didn't get any information. It seems that we still have to rely on him. Du Juinja listened to him with an indifferent attitude, however. Then I'll begin. Male, 30-something, 175 centimeters tall, 120 kilograms, with a scar on his right jaw, and a medical electronic bracelet on his left hand, to detect the wearer's physical condition, indicating that he is at least allergic to penicillin. He uttered a series of blah-blahs. Du Juinja just stood there with his arms folded. What the hell? How come there are more conclusions than what he came to, and there are many things that he doesn't even know how they came up with. Du Juinja suddenly realized that there was a big gap in knowledge system between him and Xiao Qi, which led to him not understanding how these answers were obtained. But as a senior, how could he be nothing more than a gigolo? Cannot, you must never let him know that I don't know as much as he does. Du Juinja roared in his heart. He quickly adjusted his expression so as not to reveal any flaws, then he coughed lightly and pretended to be calm. Yeah, your guess is the same as mine. However, this little trick could not be hidden from Xiao Qi's sharp eyes, but Xiao Qi didn't intend to expose it. We are all colleagues, so we should leave some room for each other so that we can meet again in the future. At this moment, the man vomited again. The two hurried to check on the patient's condition. The man's face turned even paler than before. Apart from vomiting, the man showed no other problems. Xiao Qi said in a deep voice, there are many possibilities besides meningococcus. Du Juinja was a little anxious. We can't do a blood test now, and we can't rule out meningococci. We can only assume the worst. In fact, Du Juinja also knew that meningococcal infection was the worst-case scenario and was unlikely, but now they are in the car, without any instruments or surgery, without a suitable environment, and are isolated and helpless. To be honest, as long as the disease is too serious, it doesn't matter, because they simply can't perform surgery. Car number 3. The girl who sat behind the man was standing in the aisle. Since there was only a glass door in the middle, the girl could see the man vomiting. From time to time, by turning her head, the girl thought about the man's body she had just seen, and the doctor said that this was most likely an infectious disease. She happened to be sitting in the back, so she wouldn't be infected. The more the girl thought about it, the paler her face became. A wave of nausea suddenly rose in my throat. Vomit. The girl, like the man, vomited. The crowd around her screamed and quickly moved away from her. The situation seemed to be out of control again. The conductor brought several police officers to the carriage to maintain order and sent the girl to carriage number 2. Seeing the people being taken away, the crowd calmed down a little, but there was still fear on their faces. Because the girl's behavior just now seems to prove that this is an infectious disease, everyone is afraid of who will be the next. And everyone is wary of who is next, especially those sitting next to the man and close to the girl. They stared at each other with hostility and vigilance. The carriage was filled with tension, uneasiness, and fear. The panicked crowd was like rabbits encountering their natural enemies, or like barrels of explosives about to ignite. They never thought that they would encounter such a thing just by riding on a high-speed train. Looking at the girl who was sent here again, Xiaoqi remained silent. The girl kept vomiting. He originally thought that the girl was just looking at someone vomiting, so she would naturally want to vomit too. As a result, he pulled the girl's back open and saw that her back was covered with red rashes. Is this really an infectious disease? Du Juanji's face didn't look very good. The worst plan still came into being. There were also doctors in the live broadcast room, and after seeing the situation, they gave them advice. Xiaoqi saw this time and was looking forward to them giving different suggestions. Could it be an overdose of dimenhydrinate? Xiaoqi, it can't explain the fever symptoms. Could it be simple jet lag? Xiaoqi, it can't be jet lag, it can't explain the abdominal pain. I know, it's deep vein thrombosis. Xiaoqi, can't explain dizziness and vomiting. Food poisoning? Xiaoqi pondered and nodded. It is possible. He turned to the flight attendant waiting nearby and asked, "What's the fast food today?" This gentleman ordered a cod meal. Du Juanji sneered, "Since when can food cause rashes?" Xiaoqi's expression remained unchanged. Seafood, fish poisoning is possible. This is a toxin that acts on the spot and is only found in a few marine organisms, including cod. And all the symptoms fit perfectly. Chapter 36 Ataxia. The situation becomes serious again. Du Juanji recalled the symptoms of fish poisoning and found that what Xiaoqi said was true. Indeed, it would explain the man's symptoms, and it would also explain why other people besides men get it. Du Juanji was shocked. It's very likely. What a fast-thinking speed. He certainly hadn't thought of the food poisoning possibility, yet he himself didn't realize that the way he addressed Xiaoqi had changed. The way Du Juanji looked at Xiaoqi had changed from looking down with contempt to looking straight at him. Unconsciously, he had already regarded Xiaoqi as an equal colleague. The beautiful flight attendant nearby was extremely anxious when she heard this. If their train causes chaos due to food poisoning, they will definitely be punished. The flight attendant turned pale when he thought of the possible serious consequences. She murmured softly, "What should I do? What should I do? I'm dead." Xiaoqi spotted the flight attendant standing there in a daze. From her frightened expression, I understood what she was thinking. Xiaoqi's calm voice calmed the panic and anxiety. "What are you panicking about? Tell the passengers to stop eating the meal." Du Juanji also shouted, "Hurry up and do what he says." "What time is it?" "You are still in a daze." The flight attendant finally came to his senses, looked at Xiaoqi with gratitude, and immediately ran to the broadcasting room. "Ladies and gentlemen, there is an emergency situation now. If any of you ordered the cod meal, it may contain toxins. Please spit it out as soon as possible and stop eating it." As soon as these words were spoken, the passengers on the entire train began to riot, but fortunately, there are not many people who are sucked in and buy a set meal of 40 or 50 yuan. There were probably only 3 or 4 people in a carriage after they heard the broadcast. His face changed drastically. He quickly stood up and rushed to the toilet to vomit. Passengers in carriage 2 breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the cause of the illness was food poisoning, not an infectious disease. The hostility and vigilance between each other are not as serious, but Xiaoqi and Du Juanji's expressions did not become more relaxed, because they all knew that food poisoning could explain it all. But the possibility of meningitis cannot be ruled out either. They can only pray that it is really food poisoning. The two turned to look at the man.at. This moment, the man was shaking all over, as if he was cold all over, and cold sweat kept coming out of his face. Xiaoqi and Du Juanji looked at each other with serious expressions. The man's condition became increasingly serious. The flight attendant came back and asked the two hopefully, "I have already notified you, is that all right?" Silence. In the end, Du Juanji sighed and said, "We just ruled out one option, but we have reservations about infectious diseases. Fortunately, 10 minutes had passed since the notification. No new patients appeared during these 10 minutes. It seems that the previous notice has worked. If no new cases appear, then it should be food poisoning. The cause of the disease has been temporarily determined. Xiaoqi and the other man's expressions looked a little better, however. When the flight attendant heard that there was still a possibility of infectious disease, his face turned pale. Then how can you be sure? Xiaoqi shrugged. If he has neurological symptoms, such as epilepsy, paralysis, and ataxia. Du Juinja also said with a bit of ease, there won't be ataxia. Look at that man, he's curled up like a baby, he can't show it at all. After saying that, he asked the man to try to stand up. The man was trembling all over and stood up with difficulty, holding onto the chair. His legs couldn't stop shaking, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. Oh no, the atmosphere became quiet. The flight attendant looked pale and trembling as he asked, is this ataxia? The two of them remained silent. In the end, it was Xiaoqi who saw this and comforted him. Don't worry, it's just a possibility. Go get some ice from the dining car. We need to apply ice to the patient. The attendant nodded dully and staggered towards the dining car. The flight attendant's legs went limp and he fell straight to the ground. Xiaoqi's eyes focused and he immediately rushed over and quickly picked up the flight attendant. I lifted up the clothes on my back and saw a rash. At the same time, a word suddenly popped up in his mind. Infectious disease. The flight attendants have their own lunch and will not eat this kind of luxury meal. That explains it. They are not suffering from food poisoning. Damn it, this is a big deal. Xiaoqi cursed softly, quickly carried the flight attendant to the chair, and quickly lowered the chair. The girl looked palely at the trembling man and the fallen flight attendant, and asked in horror, am I going to die? Du Juinja looked unhappy, but he still tried his best to comfort her. Don't think too much. We are still trying to find the cause. You will be fine. The two men looked solemn. Obviously, the collapse of the flight attendant caught everyone by surprise. Food poisoning ruled out. So, Xiaoqi's eyes were gloomy. The two men turned the face-down man over and squatted beside him to examine him. Xiaoqi originally planned to use X-ray to scan the man's body. As a result, a prompt popped up in front of him, which made him stunned for a moment. Your premium experience has expired. You can upgrade with gold coins. Yes, advanced skills are only valid for 7 days, after which they become basic perspective skills. It's already the 8th day. Xiaoqi frowned. Why did it happen at this time? I actually forgot about this and felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Click to view skill description. Primary perspective, able to observe a small amount of the patient's internal conditions, with some data appearing randomly. Xiaoqi, what are you doing standing there? Du Juinja was a little unhappy. He was still distracted at this time. After coming back to his senses, Xiaoqi casually said that he was thinking about something, and the matter was over. A thought came to my mind. Xiaoqi scanned the man on the ground. Talk while scanning. The man's left calf was thin, he had a previous fracture, and his stomach, from Xiaoqi's eyes, he could see that there seemed to be something in the man's stomach, shaped like a bag. Xiaoqi placed his hand on his stomach and pressed it. It looks like there's something in his stomach. Du Juinja was a little impatient. He was a little unhappy that Xiaoqi was distracted just now, and now he asked such a stupid question. He just had a meal, isn't it normal to have something? Your eyes are not X-rays, how can you tell what's in his stomach? Xiaoqi felt something was wrong. Food isn't supposed to be like this when it reaches the stomach, and that lump takes up quite a bit of space. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the man's stomach, all of it was vomited out. As for the test data, there are only 2 or 3 lines. Good job. Is there such a big difference between beginner and advanced? It's simply the difference between the pink 6E version and the authentic version. And I was unlucky this time. The data detected were all normal. It seems that I can only rely on my own strength to find a solution. Chapter 37, Taking Advantage? You are no different from a man in my eyes at this time. 3 patients with the same symptoms have collapsed on the entire train. After ruling out food poisoning, I still didn't want to believe it, but there is only one possibility left, infectious disease, and it is very likely encephalitis. Xiaoqi walked up to the flight attendant and put his fingers on the flight attendant's pulse. Heartbeat is normal. Xiaoqi used the flashlight on his mobile phone to shine into the flight attendant's eyes. The flight attendant quickly covered his eyes with his hands, extremely afraid of the light. My heart sank. Oops, photophobia is a symptom of meningitis. Is this really the disease? That would be terrible. If not treated in time, the patient would most likely die, but there is no reliable operating environment on the train. What to do? Du Juinja walked over with a serious expression, looked at Xiaoqi who was lost in thought and asked, what do you think? Originally, he thought of Xiaoqi as just a backdoor person. However, during the contact process, Du Juinja admired his solid medical knowledge and calmness. In particular, Xiaoqi had a kind of calmness that made him remain calm even when faced with a huge crisis. It gives people a sense of trust. He unconsciously started asking for his opinion. After Xiaoqi pondered, he said, "The condition is highly similar to meningitis and it is very likely to be meningitis." However, he still had some guesses in his mind and was not quite sure. Du Juinja nodded. "That's what I thought." Then, his expression became anxious again. "If it's meningitis, then it's too late. We need antibiotics. I'm going to contact the conductor now to collect the medicines brought by the passengers on the train." Without waiting for Xiaoqi to respond, Du Juinja walked anxiously to the train conductor for help. Soon, a request was made over the radio to collect the medications that the passengers were carrying. Now, the situation is very critical. The train attendants and police officers on the train all had serious expressions. Be prepared, everyone out. Their current mission is to fully cooperate with Xiaoqi and Du Juinja, assist them in finding medicines and do our utmost to ensure people's safety. For a moment, the entire train was filled with the voices of crew members asking about medicine. The passengers also knew that an emergency had occurred on the bus. Everyone cooperated and took out the medicines they had. Flight attendants passed by holding bags, and people kept throwing medicine into them. After each person offers the medicine, the flight attendant will say, "Thank you so much for your contribution." One grandma even took out a big bag full of medicine. "Grandma, there are a lot of medicines here. They are all what I got from seeing patients over the years. Come and get them, little sister. Maybe you can use them." The flight attendant's eyes were red as he thanked the old man again. Humans are really weird. At the same time and in the same scene, sometimes they are hostile to each other, and sometimes they are willing to open their hearts to strangers. And through live broadcast, more and more people knew that there was an emergency patient on the K1023 train. Everyone clenched their fists, anxiously waiting for the result. Xiaoqi looked at the pale-faced flight attendant with serious eyes, then he leaned down and sniffed the woman scent. The flight attendant lying on the chair couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster as she looked at the handsome guy's face getting closer and closer. What is he going to do? Seeing Xiaoqi getting closer and closer to her chest, the flight attendant couldn't bear it anymore and raised her hand to give him a big slap in the face. Even a handsome guy can't take advantage of her. The audience in the live broadcast room were originally concerned about the patient's condition. As a result, when they saw that Xiaoqi seemed to be about to do something inappropriate to the beautiful woman, they all stared at the scene with wide eyes. Audience's inner thoughts: "This happens in public, brother Xiao, please sober up, stimulate." "I think so," but many people still wiped the blood from their noses and continued to watch excitedly. The flight attendant was about to hit Xiaoqi's hand, but he grabbed it. The flight attendant's face became redder and redder, and she cursed him in a coquettish tone, "You bastard." Xiaoqi was somewhat puzzled. "What are you doing? Why are you asking me? How can you be so rude to me?" Xiaoqi looked at her in disbelief. "Who is being rude to you?" "I'm diagnosing." Before she could speak, Xiaoqi quickly continued, "Pseudomonas smells like fermentation, Staphylococcus smells like mold, and some liver diseases smell like ammonia. I'm just judging. In my eyes, you are no different from a man." It turned out that he really was seeing a doctor. The flight attendant thought somewhat embarrassedly. Then, she thought with some embarrassment that he was unmoved. The medical students in the live broadcast room were even more eye-opening. It turns out that you can judge the presence of germs by their smell. This knowledge point has never been taught in their practical classes. As expected, "It's Brother Xiao, I admire you so much. This is beyond our reach." Just when the atmosphere was a little more relaxed, another flight attendant rushed over. "Oh no! 3 more passengers have fallen down." The atmosphere suddenly froze. The speed of infection is so fast. Xiaoqi stood up and thought, "Meningitis bacteria, isn't it spreading a little too quickly?" Just as he was thinking, all the medicines have been collected. Du Juinja rushed in quickly with a bottle of medicine. "We only found 3 tablets of AIM-10, anti-infective drug." Xiaoqi frowned. "There are 6 patients now, and the number 1 patient is allergic to penicillin and cannot be used." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Juinja refuted his words. "But his condition is extremely critical right now. We can't delay any longer. and I have 2 epinephrine syringes in my first aid kit. At this time, the man who was the number 1 patient was already shaking all over and his tremors turned into violent convulsions. Even people who don't understand medicine can see that he is in critical condition. Now, everyone in the live broadcast room was thankful and cheered for finding the medicine. Although there are only 3 pills, at least they can save a group of people. But just as Du Juinja was about to feed the medicine to the man, Xiaoqi stopped him. Du Juinja and the audience in the live broadcast room were all very confused. The life-saving medicine is here. Why aren't you letting people save people? What is Xiaoqi doing? Some anxious viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but want to rush into the screen and pull him away when they saw this. Don't delay anything, Xiaoqi said extremely calmly. Have you ever thought that once he has a violent reaction, even 10 doses of adrenaline won't be able to save him? You are accelerating his death. The two looked at each other, neither giving in the end. Du Juinja had to admit that what Xiaoqi said made sense. Xiaoqi continued in a deep voice, and are we really sure he has meningitis? If not, we are playing with his life and wasting medicine. Lu Juinja stared into Xiaoqi's eyes, but eventually he was defeated. Since getting on the bus, nothing has gone according to his wishes. Du Juinja kicked the chair next to him in annoyance. Then what do you say we should do? Now they faced a big problem. If it is really meningitis, there are only 3 pills of medicine and they have to give up the other 3 people. Looking at the 6 patients on the hospital beds who were looking at them with hope. Du Juinja couldn't make this decision. If not, feeding them medicine would be tantamount to hastening their death. So what is the cause of the disease? Chapter 38 Lumbar puncture on the high-speed rail. Du Juinja squatted down and held his head in pain. If only we were in the hospital, there is no need to guess so much. Now without instruments, they can't be sure of anything. Even though there was a high possibility of meningitis, Du Juinja was still timid when faced with the choice of life or death. The live broadcast room was also filled with despair. Everyone could see that they were at their wits' end. Are we just going to watch them die like this? Helpless. Torment.at this time, a calm voice sounded, strangely calming everyone's uneasy mood. It's Xiaoqi. Do a lumbar puncture on him. If the cerebrospinal fluid is clear, it's not meningitis. If it's cloudy, give him Amgen, even at the risk of an allergic reaction. Xiaoqi's rational analysis calmed Du Juinja's restless heart. Lu Juinja also calmed down at this time. After listening to Xiaoqi's opinion, he immediately frowned and refuted. If a lumbar puncture could be performed, would we still need to guess? We don't have a lumbar puncture needle, and the train is shaking so much that if we are not careful, his spinal cord will be punctured, causing lifelong disability. No, that's too difficult. Xiaoqi didn't believe that a doctor at Jinghua First People's Hospital would be so lacking in confidence. He was just momentarily frightened by the life or death choice. Now all he needs is someone to push him. Xiaoqi shrugged, pretending to be indifferent, then feed them the medicine and wait for the reaction. Life or death depends entirely on luck. What, is this what a doctor should say? Du Juinja stopped talking and stared at him, but Xiaoqi still looked indifferent. Although what Xiaoqi said was unreasonable, it was also true. He knew that if he didn't make a decision, the patient would really be waiting to die. Looking at 6 patients lying weakly on the chairs, Du Juinja gritted his teeth. Done. Du Juinja opened the first aid kit and took out the syringe, disinfectant and cotton one by one. Xiaoqi stood beside him. When you are about to tear, open the syringe packaging. Du Juinja was scared when he faced a syringe for the first time. You really need to give the patient a spinal tap. There is no way to sign any agreement now, which means that if an accident happens and the family members hold them responsible, they basically won't be able to escape. When the time came, Du Juinja hesitated again. He suddenly remembered what his teacher said in a college class. Doctors need to learn to protect themselves while saving others. He knew very well why his teacher said this, because one of his patients with advanced cancer died during surgery. In fact, no one was willing to take over this patient at that time, but the teacher softened his heart and agreed when he saw the family members begging for mercy. Everyone knew that it was a very dangerous disease with a 10% chance of death. Death is too normal. However, the family members were unwilling to accept this result. Not only did they make a scene in the hospital, they also stabbed the teacher several times. Afterwards, the teacher had to get more than 30 stitches. Du Juinja still remembers that netizens believed the family's one-sided statement and collectively cyberbullied the teacher every day. Netizens would send him private messages cursing him, and some even found his home address and sent wreaths at his door. After the family members were arrested by the police, the teacher became so discouraged that He left the hospital. Sometimes, a doctor needs more than just a kind heart. Does he really have the ability to ensure that there won't be any accidents? I thought about the family members coming to cause trouble in the future. Du Juinja was scared. Xiaoqi looked at Du Juinja, who didn't move and knew that he was hesitating again. He was a little puzzled. Are the doctors at Jinghua First People's Hospital so unconfident? He had wanted Du Juinja to perform the puncture surgery to give his future colleague an opportunity and avoid being accused of stealing the limelight. Now it seems that it would be better for him to come by himself. He also acted as a spiritual mentor and kept complaining for a long time. Moreover, he has the ability of X-ray vision, so he is not afraid of accidentally piercing his spinal cord because he cannot see. So when Du Juinja was still hesitating whether to have the operation, Xiaoqi snatched the syringe from his hand, quickly lift the clothes on the man's back, and apply disinfectant. Tear open the package, point the needle tip to the skin on the back, and prepare to insert it at the right time. Du Juinja just reacted and was about to say, "Wait a minute." As soon as I saw this scene, I immediately shut up and dared not speak. The audience in the live broadcast room also watched Xiaoqi's operations with trepidation. The sharp needle tip evoked the fear engraved in their DNA, and their backs and buttocks began to ache slightly. In order to ease the tense atmosphere, some netizens comforted everyone in the barrage. "It's okay. Our trains are very stable. Even if you put a coin upright, it won't fall over." Just after the departure, the train shook a few times with clanging sounds as if it had passed through something. The tip of Xiaoqi's needle also shook a few times. This scene made everyone feel heartbroken. Du Juinja's voice was stuck in his throat, making it a little sharp. "Why don't we just give up? This isn't the right environment at all. If anything happens to him, you'll be ruined too. Young man, I admire your courage and bravery, but you still need to think more about yourself." Du Juinja talked a lot, but Xiaoqi didn't listen to a word he said. He is now concentrating on waiting for the opportunity. "See, the train has stabilized." Xiaoqi immediately inserted the needle. An ordinary needle was not as thick and long as a lumbar puncture needle. So we need to go deeper. With his perspective skill activated, Xiaoqi could easily see where the spine was. The entire needle was inserted into the skin. "You must not." Du Juinja got his words stuck in his mouth. I watched the needle go in and was stunned. Netizens took a deep breath. "Oh shit, that's really too bold." Looking at the syringe hanging on the skin, everyone was terrified and couldn't help but prayed. "It doesn't matter if it's Buddha or Jesus, as long as he's a god, that's enough. Please don't let the train shake, don't let it shake." Believers are willing to exchange for fat meat. Everyone stared at his hand with bated breath. Nervous, it's hard to breathe. Fortunately, during this process, the train did not shake at all. It was so stable, just as the netizen said, that it would not fall even if a coin was put on it. Xiaoqi picked up the glass bottle calmly placed under the syringe without a pusher. The cerebrospinal fluid flowed smoothly through the syringe into the glass bottle. He shook the bottle in his hand, and the cerebrospinal fluid rippled in the bottle, but Xiaoqi frowned when he saw it. Seeing that the cerebrospinal fluid was successfully removed, everyone wiped the cold sweat from their heads and breathed a sigh of relief. Du Juinja's legs went limp and he sat back in his chair. After the nervous breath holding, there is uncontrollable ecstasy. It really worked. Many netizens in front of the screen jumped up excitedly and shouted awesome. Several cheers were heard at the same time in a milk tea shop. After the guests finished shouting, they looked at each other. "Are you looking at Brother Xiao too? Are you also a fan of Brother Xiao?" After recognizing each other, the netizens stopped suppressing themselves and all hugged each other and cheered. "Brother Xiao is awesome. Damn, I'm more excited and nervous than when I watch a football game. Ha ha ha, it worked. You're worthy of being the anchor I follow. Wow, I was so moved that I cried." Chapter 39, It's All My Own Fault. Du Juinja felt a little exhausted, leaning back in his chair and looking up at the ceiling. "Young man, you are taking too much risks. Haven't you ever thought about what would happen if something went wrong? What would happen to your family?" Xiaoqi ignored Du Juinja's mumbling. He stood up slowly, holding the glass bottle and walked towards the broadcasting station firmly. He knew what ails those people. It's not meningitis. Du Juinja talked for a long time but no one responded to him, so he looked around curiously. Where is Xiaoqiren? Just when he was wondering where Xiaoqi had gone, his voice came on the radio. "Ladies and gentlemen, a passenger has been diagnosed with bacterial meningitis. Since the next stop is 3 hours away, it is very likely that this passenger will not survive until the train stops. Patient in car number 2. Du Juinja? What is this kid doing? Wouldn't this news cause panic if it got out? Radio station, this is just in front of carriage 1. Xiaoqi held the radio microphone. From where he stood, he could just see the passenger in front of him, who seemed to be getting restless because of his words. However, bigger surprises are yet to come. I would like to say that there is a high probability that everyone here has also been infected. What? As soon as these words were spoken, all the passengers looked around in horror and hugged their small bodies tightly. The noise filled the entire train. Damn it, what on earth does Xiaoqi want to do? Is he crazy? Du Juanjia's legs were no longer sore, and he walked towards the radio station with his legs thumping. He must be stopped from continuing, otherwise the train will be in chaos. If you show any symptoms, I will immediately isolate you to carriage number 2. Du Juanjia was rushing towards Xiaoqi's direction at a high speed. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. Xiaoqi was obviously fine before, so why did he suddenly become like this? What happened to the anchor? Did he also get meningitis and plan to die with everyone on the train? Oh my, the passengers in the carriage have started to riot. What on earth is Brother Xiao planning? Brother Xiao seems to become a different person when he sees the cerebrospinal fluid. Why is that? I remember saying before that if the cerebrospinal fluid is clear, it's not meningitis. What I just saw was clear. If it wasn't meningitis, then why did the anchor stir up chaos in the car? He has bad intentions. I see. I understand. The anchor's approach is indeed a good way to provide direct proof. What did I miss? What do you know? Tell me. Ignored the various speculations in the live broadcast room, Xiaoqi continued to transmit his voice to every corner of the train. At this moment, he looked like a stubborn villain. The symptoms of meningitis include fever, rash, vomiting, and in the late stages, tremors in the left hand. At this time, Du Juanjia was only 1 aisle away from Xiaoqi. However, when Xiaoqi finished his last sentence, he stopped. Does meningitis cause left-hand tremor? Through the joint treatment just now, Du Juanjia has fully recognized Xiaoqi's medical skills. He even had to admit that Xiaoqi's reasoning and judgment, as well as his ability to remain calm in times of crisis, were much better than his. He didn't believe that Xiaoqi didn't know the symptoms of meningitis. So why did he do that? Look at the performance of the passengers around you. A flash of enlightenment passed through my mind. He was about to catch that inspiration, just one step away from the opportunity. Turn your head. The carriages at the back were connected one after another. As Xiaoqi's words slowly fermented, the carriage went from calm to chaos. Many people covered their hot foreheads, their faces turned pale, and they felt like they were going to vomit in the next second. They began to hold down their trembling left hands. He was apparently healthy just now, but now he started shouting that he was sick. Du Juanjia looked at this situation and smiled as if he had suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. Why didn't he think of it? The train policeman hurried over to Xiaoqi and asked anxiously, most of the passengers have been infected. What should we do now? Unexpectedly, Xiaoqi shrugged and said calmly, of course we celebrate. Flight attendant, netizen, amid the confused gazes of the crowd, he continued to take the microphone and announced happily. Hey! Everyone, listen carefully. I'm going to announce something very important. It concerns your life or death. Everyone stopped making noise and pricked up their ears. The first bad news is that you are indeed sick. The good news is it's not meningitis and it's not fatal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then I became confused again. What disease did they have? The next second, Xiaoqi gave an answer. You have conversion disorder. It's a pseudoneurological condition caused by stress. In other words, you are sick because of your imagination. In other words, you are not actually sick at all, but you think you are sick, so you are sick, understand? This happens a lot in highly disturbing situations, especially for women, who are more susceptible to it because of their high empathy. The person below held his shaking left hand and asked, why do my hands keep shaking? Xiaoqi asked back, yeah, why are your hands shaking? Anyway, it's not meningitis. It's a symptom that can't prove anything because I made it up. The girl in carriage number 2 pressed her trembling left hand in disbelief. Your brain deceives you. First, the first patient transmits the vomiting and rash to the next 5 patients. When the brain thinks you are sick, it makes you sick. This is why. How is it? Isn't it interesting? Passenger, what the hell is this funny? You're still laughing, as soon as Xiaoqi finished speaking, their left hands really stopped shaking. So, they were all tricked by their brains and became ill. Shit, outrageous, so embarrassing. All the patients in carriage 2, except for the first man who fell ill, have fallen into a coma. The others lay in their seats, gasping for breath, as if they had survived a disaster. The originally pale face began to regain color. The netizens in the live broadcast room looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. This trip completely refreshed their three perspectives. It turns out that their brain's control power is even stronger than they imagined. Eye-opening. Someone suddenly remembered the famous water tortured. It is said that a certain foreign country deliberately told a prisoner during interrogation that they had cut a wound on his artery and he would die of excessive blood loss in half an hour. But in fact, the experimenters did not create any wounds, they only did one thing. It is to drip water on the prisoner's arm to simulate the feeling of blood flowing. However, half an hour later the man really thought he had died from excessive blood loss. In other words, he was killed by his own brain. So, if Xiaoqi hadn't discovered that it was conversion disorder, does this mean that those 5 patients might actually be scared to death by their own imagination? Chills down my spine. Fine, fortunately, Xiaoqi is here, but new problems have arisen. If it's not an infectious disease, then what disease does patient number 1 have? Chapter 40. Isn't it a medical consultation? How did it become a case-solving one? Thank you for your cooperation and wish you a pleasant journey. Xiaoqi hung up the radio and walked all the way back to carriage number 2 from the radio station in carriage number 1 without looking back. Du Juinja originally wanted to praise Xiaoqi's smart little head, but he saw the passengers staring at them. He suddenly realized that this was not a good place to talk. The compliment that was about to come out of his mouth was swallowed back. I had no choice but to follow Xiaoqi back silently along the way. All the passengers looked at Xiaoqi with complicated eyes. They couldn't tell in their hearts how they felt about Xiaoqi. I'm grateful that he solved my illness, but I feel a little unhappy. After all, I could be considered to have fooled them just now, but to say that I hate him, it's not to that extent. In short, my mood is very complicated. Finally returning to carriage number 2, Du Juinja breathed a sigh of relief. Facing so many gazes along the way just now, he didn't dare to breathe or say a word. On the other hand, Xiaoqi had a calm expression on his face. It seems like nothing can affect him. Apart from other aspects, this character is worthy of praise. The words that I hadn't said just now all came out in one gulp. Your brain works too quickly. You came up with conversion disorder right away. It took me a while to react. But your action just now was too risky. The way those passengers are looking at you is really indescribable. Xiaoqi sat in the chair, looking a little tired. Now he could finally relax a little. In response to Du Juinja's questions, Xiaoqi explained it not only to him but also to everyone present. The lumbar puncture result was negative, which ruled out infectious diseases and food poisoning. Other causes such as parasitic infections were also ruled out as no common contact was found. So I came up with another theory and decided to test it. Conversion disorder isn't very common, especially on such a large scale, but after eliminating all other options, the only thing left is the most unlikely answer. Although it sounds simple to Xiaoqi, but Du Juinja knew that this was not easy at all. Behind the method of elimination is profound and solid medical knowledge. Not only do you need to be familiar with each disease, but you also need to have a comprehensive understanding of the types of diseases like conversion disorder. This less common form of group consciousness self-hypnosis is something most doctors will only encounter a few times in their careers. If it weren't for Xiaoqi, he would probably have thought it was meningitis until he got off the car thinking of this. It was all thanks to Xiaoqi who took the risk to do a spinal puncture. Otherwise, once the medicine is fed to patient number 1, the consequences will be disastrous. Now, Du Juinja was really impressed. It was just his prejudice before. This young man is obviously very outstanding. The dean really has a keen eye. The other 5 patients in carriage 2 all stood up from their chairs at this moment. Now their heads no longer have fevers. They feel stronger and the rashes on their bodies are gradually fading away. They stood up and looked at each other in bewilderment. The girl who first shouted that there was an infectious disease took the lead and walked up to Xiaoqi. Facing Xiaoqi's cold face, the girl felt guilty, because this massive panic, after all, was largely driven by her. If it weren't for her howling, so many troubles might not have happened. It turns out they weren't sick at all. It was all just their imagination. This is embarrassing. This means that they have caused a lot of trouble to doctors and interfered with the diagnosis of the disease. Dr. Xiao, I'm sorry we caused you trouble. Others chimed in, yes, it has caused you trouble. Xiaoqi waved his hand, not having the energy to argue with them. In fact, apologies can only be used to comfort oneself. Mistakes and troubles have already been made, just like a broken plate. Even if you mend it, there will still be cracks. Seeing that Xiaoqi didn't want to pay attention to them, the five of them had to leave awkwardly. Xiaoqi was in deep thought and now he still has a very important matter to resolve, that is, patient number 1 caused collective panic. So, what caused patient number 1 to have an attack? Xiaoqi and Du Juinjia turned their eyes to patient number 1. The amplitude of patient number 1's body twitching began to decrease. Du Juinjia looked serious. His condition has worsened again. If he continues like this, he may not be able to hold on, and we still don't know the cause. When netizens heard him say this, they all comforted them in the comments. You guys are great. There are no instruments on the train, so it's hard to diagnose with nothing. You have saved more lives. If you continue like this, they might really die. We know you have tried your best, and no one will blame you. Give up, of course not. Xiaoqi continued to observe the man carefully. The edges of the collar were yellow and wrinkled, and it was obvious that it had not been ironed. Rough fingers with slight scratches on the edges. It means that the man is single and his financial situation is average, and a man with such financial difficulties like this is sitting in business class, and ordered a set meal costing more than 40 yuan? It's like he's made a sudden windfall and can't wait to enjoy it, just as he was thinking. Du Juinjia interrupted his thoughts. It could be symptoms caused by brain damage, cerebral infarction, intracranial hemorrhage. What do you think? Xiaoqi shook his head. I touched his head and there was no lump, so I think brain injury can be ruled out. Blockage and leakage can be considered. Du Juinjia was a little annoyed. Without scanning instruments, we can't draw any conclusions. Moreover, if it is really a brain injury, we can't perform surgery at all. We don't have sterile gloves, let alone a life isolation bag. Life isolation bag? Xiaoqi suddenly had an idea. Fingers drummed on the table. He has focal quadriplegia. Du Juinjia was a little confused and didn't know why Xiaoqi mentioned this. Then he said jokingly, "What's wrong? Could it be that the life isolation bag caused the paralysis?" Unexpectedly, Xiaoqi looked serious. He raised his head with a serious expression. Do you think there's a possibility that he has packaged cocaine in his stomach? Everyone was shocked. Yes, he was a human drug courier. Human drug couriers are not allowed to eat, but he ate, which caused the drug to leak. Now the cocaine is permeating his digestive system. We have to perform surgery to remove the drugs. Now he finally understood what that black object was. It was packaged cocaine. Ordinary food would never be in such a regular state. This also explains why this man, despite his poor financial situation, had enough money to sit in business class. This is the money given to him by the drug dealer. However, as soon as Xiaoqi finished speaking, the scene was silent. Everyone was shocked by Xiaoqi's words. They never expected that. They were just speculating on the patient's condition normally, but now they were being tracked by drug dealers. Du Juinjia stammered, "Are you sure? Did we really encounter human drug trafficking?" Xiaoqi's eyes were firm. "I'm sure." Chapter 41, Using Human Body to Transport. Is it risking your life? There is no sterile surgical environment and complete props on the train, but they couldn't think about that anymore. If the drugs are not taken out in time, patient number 1 will definitely not live until the train reaches the next stop. And just now the Y City police also contacted Xiaoqi through the live broadcast room. They hope to save his life as much as possible, as this drug transporter will play an important role in helping them capture the drug dealers. Police said they would cordon off the area until the next train stopped. In order to avoid leaking the information, Xiaoqi closed the live broadcast room early. Although netizens are anxious and very curious about the result, but they also know the seriousness of the matter. No matter how curious you are, you can only watch the live broadcast room turn black screen reluctantly. At the same time, they also know that our country has always cracked down on drugs, without waiting for the police warning. They all kept the secret very consciously. As a result, netizens in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room couldn't help but communicate with each other, and each of them was like a riddle man. Well, did you know that? Is that what you mean? Ah, yes. Holy crap. That's awesome. Other netizens who saw this were confused and also started to feel upset. At this time, the two men worked together with the flight attendant to lift the patient onto a flat plate made of luggage. Xiaoqi calmly directed everyone's actions. Without anesthesia, he will shake violently in a moment. You must hold his body down and don't let him move. Du Juinja stood aside and wrapped the knife around the pen with tape. There is no scalpel and the conditions are poor, so this is the only method. Disinfect the knife with alcohol. Du Juinja stood in front of the patient. The patient's clothes around his waist and abdomen had been lifted up. Xiaoqi opened a bottle of magical energy and poured it into the man's mouth. The man's body kept shaking, and he vomited out half of the water in the bottle. But that's enough. Du Juinja took a deep breath. This time he wanted to perform the operation himself. It has to be said that Xiaoqi's lumbar puncture just now gave him a great shock. It also gave him strength and courage. This finally made him decide to perform surgery on patients in the wild. It's okay. Aren't the operating conditions for so many field doctors also very poor? It's going to be okay. Du Juinja kept comforting himself in his heart. Finally he looked up at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi nodded firmly at him, and a sense of strength seemed to be transmitted to him through his gaze. Du Juinja calmed down and was no longer disturbed by the outside world. The sharp knife cut open the upper middle of the belly, and bright red blood immediately gushed out. The man began to struggle violently, trying to get rid of all the pain in his body. The flight attendants immediately held the man's body tightly, and Xiaoqi also pressed the man's shoulders with all his strength. The benefits of Constitution +1 are now evident. Xiaoqi looked at the man's painful expression and didn't know whether he regretted agreeing to transport drugs into the human body. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of everyone, the blade did not deviate even a little bit. Du Juinja kept his hands moving at the same speed as he moved steadily towards his destination. An hour and a half later, a bag covered in blood was brought out. There was a bag full of white powder inside. Sure enough, Xiaoqi's guess was correct. There is a small hole in the corner. It was the drugs that leaked out of this tiny hole that almost cost the man his life. Du Juinja quickly sutured the wound with the butterfly thread in the first aid kit. Wait until the last stitch is completed. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Du Juinja even took a few steps back and collapsed to the ground. He wiped the cold sweat from his head. He actually did it. Fortunately, there were no accidents during the operation, otherwise there would have been a heavy bleeding and they didn't even have the tools to donate blood. It's relaxing. A stressful surgery is no less strenuous than running a marathon. Especially this kind of surgery does not require any instrument assistance and does not have a safe environment. This is my first time experiencing this. Patient number 1's condition is currently safe and there is no need to worry about the dangers of drug leakage. Of course, the completion of the operation does not mean that number 1 is out of danger. Since this is an operation performed outdoors, a sterile environment is not possible. The wound must be re-disinfected in the hospital. In addition, although the man did not bleed heavily just now, he did lose a lot. Blood transfusion therapy is also necessary. Fortunately, the next stop is half an hour away. This exciting adventure is finally coming to an end, and they will continue to move towards Beijing. Half an hour later, the train arrives at City White. As soon as the train arrived at the station, all the passengers were frightened by the police surrounding the outside. Is it that so? Isn't it just a case of mass conversion disorder? Is it necessary to mobilize such a large force? Could it be that they were saying bad things about Xiaoqi in their hearts, and they heard it and wanted to arrest them? No way. Or is there a dangerous person on their train? The passengers didn't know that there was a human drug trafficker on this train. They looked nervous as they watched the police approaching. Various speculations kept popping up in my mind. Along with the police were doctors from the nearest hospital, who were carrying an emergency bed and were on standby. As soon as the door opened, doctors and police rushed into carriage number 2 and carried patient number 1 out. All the passengers on the bus stared at this scene in a daze, and no one thought of getting off. When the police retreated, they even shook hands with the two men. Thank you very much for your contribution. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find this drug trafficking line so easily. Du Juinja scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. No, it's all Xiaoqi's credit. I don't deserve it. To be honest, apart from performing the last operation, the reasoning, response and resolution of the entire incident were all completed by Xiaoqi alone. Although he seemed to be doing a lot of things around him, he actually did nothing. Xiaoqi, MVP, well deserved. Du Juinja even felt that Xiaoqi deliberately gave the last operation to him. It's like taking my little brother to play a game with a gang, but the game is almost over and the little brother doesn't even have a kill. The boss felt that it was really pitiful, so he killed a low-health one on purpose and left the head for him. Thinking about it, I feel a little touched, etc. That's not right. Why should he automatically take on the identity of the younger brother? He is obviously much older than Xiaoqi and has more work experience. How could this be? Du Juinja shook his head, throwing away all the messy thoughts in his mind. The police ignored Du Juinja's wild thoughts and said to them seriously, "We already know that you two are doctors at the Jinghua First People's Hospital. We will go to the hospital in person to present you with a banner in the near future. I won't delay your trip now. The train starts moving, salute. All the police raised their hands and saluted the people sitting in car number 2. Their bodies even moved slowly as the train started. Watching the two people go away, Xiaoqi and Du Juinjia sat in front of the window and watched the scene. An indescribable emotion suddenly surged in my heart. This is their country. Chapter 42. I heard you say thank you, because you warmed the Four Seasons on the train. Du Juinjia exchanged seats with the flight attendant and sat next to Xiaoqi. After experiencing this incident, Du Juinjia had a very good impression of Xiaoqi at this time. His gaze towards Xiaoqi unconsciously turned into looking up. Perhaps one operation cannot convince an experienced doctor, however. Accidents that occur in harsh environments can also solve problems that he cannot solve. How can one not admire this? At the same time, Du Juinjia also despised those people who called Xiaoqi a gigolo in his heart. Xiaoqi is such an outstanding young man and is fully qualified to enter Jinghua First People's Hospital. Those who say he is a gigolo are definitely jealous of his talent and handsomeness. It's all slander. The dean hired him. It shows that he has a keen eye for talent. At this point, he had completely forgotten that he was once one of them. If Gao Yuanwu knew Du Juinjia's inner feelings, the two of them will definitely appreciate each other and have many feelings to share, because they all expressed disdain for Xiaoqi at first, but later were impressed by his talent. There's no way. Xiaoqi is just that kind of person. Once you have the chance to get to know him, almost everyone is impressed by his abilities. The train is on its way to Beijing. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the diagnosis of this difficult and complicated disease and receiving the advanced reward X1. Do you want to view? Xiaoqi seemed to hear something in his confusion, but because he was too tired, he ignored it and fell into a deep sleep again. Du Juinjia sat in the chair and would receive secret glances from other passengers from time to time. There is no way. What happened today is something the passengers may never encounter again in their lifetime. What they saw just now, a team of policemen saluted the train, was even more unforgettable. This is an experience they can truly treat as a family heirloom and tell their grandchildren about. The grandson told it to his grandson, passed down from generation to generation. After all, how could a normal person encounter such a thing? Xiaoqi, am I abnormal? Many people took videos of what just happened and uploaded them to TikTok, and also wrote about their wonderful experiences today. As a result, I unexpectedly received a lot of likes, and they also learned through the comment section that Dr. Shah was actually a big anchor on Douyin. Fans also learned the final outcome from the passengers involved. When they learned that they had successfully solved the problem, the fans all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, ever since they started paying attention to Xiaoqi, their moods have often been like a roller coaster. After living for so many years, this is the first time I feel that life is so wonderful and exciting. Follow Xiaoqi, you won't lose money by investing. Look at the fans' recommendations in the comments section. The passengers are quite interested in what they are saying. Since we met by chance, I have to pay attention to it. Let's go. As a result, Xiaoqi's fans saw another surge in popularity. Special. This accident once again became a hot topic. And no matter if there is an emergency patient on the train, the doctors will provide warm treatment. Or maybe the passengers suffered from conversion syndrome on a large scale. Or maybe it's the twists and turns in the story, or the on-site emergency surgery on a high-speed train. Each one taken individually is a highlight. Most importantly, they eventually implicated a drug courier. This is simply the hottest part among the hottest parts. If the police had not issued a notice on this matter, those marketing accounts would have already started to seize the hotspot. Many netizens also remember this person because of this. His name is Xiaoqi. There are always various things that become hot searches, and some of them are so outrageous that people suspect they are scripted. However, the most outrageous thing is that these are not scripts. Surprise, outrageous, no conversation along the way. The train finally arrived at its final destination, Beijing. Knowing that this was Xiaoqi's first time to take up the post, Du Juinjia enthusiastically took him to the hospital's family residential area. That's right, Jinghua First People's Hospital generously provided Xiaoqi with a house, otherwise Xiaoqi would not have agreed so readily. After all, houses in Beijing, whether bought or rented, are notoriously expensive. The most important thing in this community, there is a pet kindergarten set up by a group of elderly people. Yes, you read it right, it's a pet kindergarten. These elderly people are either family members of doctors or retired doctors. Not only are they not enough about taking care of their children, they are also taking care of their pets. I usually take them for a walk and supervise them when they eat. However, you need to bring your own food to avoid any problems. This pet kindergarten was built with Xiaoqi in mind. At least he doesn't have to worry about Wankai being left unattended. Here, Xiaoqi was cleaning the house in the staff quarters. On the other side, the hospital exploded because of Xiaoqi's arrival, an undergraduate student who has never studied abroad and whose name cannot be found in academic journals. I heard that he is only 23 years old. What experience do I have at this age? But such a person actually got the job. Moreover, the dean gave him a high salary and good treatment. Everyone was very dissatisfied when they saw the vacated, difficult and complicated case room. They had heard before that a pretty boy was going to take up the position. At that time, they thought it was just a backdoor way to gild their reputation. Actually, this was the first time someone used a backdoor in the hospital. They were very upset with this pretty boy who broke the rules, but when he arrived, he found out that he was not just here to gild his reputation. The dean was going to open a separate department just for him. Incredible, that's outrageous. Is the dean crazy? Xiaoqi must be the dean's illegitimate son. In particular, they also learned that Xiaoqi was actually an internet anchor. This made them despise Xiaoqi even more. Anything that is associated with an internet celebrity is not a good thing. I heard that he is quite famous, and the dean must have recruited him because of this, but they didn't feel comforted. Jinghua First People's Hospital does not need false reputation. These internet celebrities are simply tarnishing the purity of their hospital. I didn't expect that the dean had also fallen. In the past few days, many senior doctors have visited the dean many times. What they hate most is people using backdoors. As a result, every time I went there, I was told that the dean was not there. They realized that this was deliberately avoiding them. Xiaoqi hasn't arrived yet, but all the doctors in the hospital have already had a bad impression of him. If favorability had a numerical value, it would definitely be -99. The remaining little was because the dean's assistant told them that Xiaoqi would have a 1-month probation period. This is just enough to keep it a little bit. They learned that if Xiaoqi failed the probation period, he would be sent back to his hometown. Even so, their impression of Xiaoqi did not improve. Those who can enter Jinghua First People's Hospital are all chosen by heaven. To manage a department, you have to at least be in your 40s or 50s. But this Xiaoqi actually relied on the back door to get what he wanted in one step. Why? Even though there was a 1-month probation period, Xiaoqi still violated the principles. And not convinced, but when Xiaoqi came over, the dean still didn't answer them. They knew that the dean was determined to recruit Xiaoqi. There is exactly 1-month trial period. If all the patients this month are ordinary patients, then no one will be left for him. By then, he will go home in disgrace because he has no patients to treat and no results, and if there is any disease that is difficult to diagnose, come to him immediately. If he can't answer, he will just go home in shame. Everyone has already made up their mind, and Xiaoqi knew nothing about all this. If he knew, wouldn't this be exactly what he wants? I heard me say thank you, because you warm the 4 seasons. Chapter 43 Bonus, Advanced Clinical Surgery. By the time Xiaoqi had packed all his luggage and got everything done, stretch my muscles. Meditation. He always felt like he had forgotten something. I carefully recalled what happened during the day. The system seems to have sounded on the train. A thought came to my mind. The panel opens. Sure enough, 2 prompts appeared before my eyes. After reading the prompt, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Finally, after so many days, he finally got another high-level reward. The cases diagnosed before were all very simple, and the system didn't even offer any rewards, just a few gold coins. Xiaoqi suppressed his inner excitement and silently said yes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Clinical Surgery X1, gold coins X150. Congratulations to the host for Physical Fitness +1, Agility +1. Congratulations to the host for winning 500,000 yuan in cash. One reward after another exploded in his mind like golden light. System special effects upgraded. Awesome. The first thing Xiaoqi felt was the effect brought by his physical condition. All the fatigue is gone. Improvement in physical fitness will make muscles evenly distributed throughout the body, and these muscles don't appear exaggerated, but you can tell at a glance that they are very powerful. Xiaoqi raised his arms, clenched his fists, and his muscles bulged with strength. Satisfy, Xiao. She felt the new knowledge in his mind again. This time was unlike before. A large number of people were upgrading at the same time, giving him a splitting headache, plus the improvement of physical fitness. The new knowledge merged into Xiaoqi's mind like a fish into water. No discomfort. Incision, suture, tie a knot, stop bleeding. Every time Xiaoqi recalled an item, his fingers would move and jump flexibly. No blocking whatsoever. It turns out that flexibility is added here. Now you don't have to worry about having surgical knowledge but not being able to hold the scalpel steadily with your fingers. I am very satisfied with the changes in my body now. Not only has he mastered the basic theoretical knowledge, but his practical ability is also quite good. He has more confidence in life at Jinghua First People's Hospital. Then, Xiaoqi looked at the last reward and immediately perked up. 500,000 yuan in cash. This is the first time the system has awarded cash. You should know that each reward from the system is actually different, but after so many times, Xiaoqi also figured out the situation, that is, the system basically follows the principle of equivalence. The reward obtained from the previous level will upgrade all knowledge to intermediate level. +1 advanced knowledge in physical fitness. This time there is only 1 advanced knowledge in physique, but there is an additional flexibility +1 in cash, and the gold coins are also more than before. So, doesn't it mean that in the future he may get more cash than he does now? In other words, he can completely rely on the system to make a fortune in the future, buy a car and a house, and reach the peak of your life. Xiaoqi's heart suddenly surged, so excited. With this mood, Xiaoqi gradually fell into a dream. The next morning, Xiaoqi continued with the mood of last night and opened his eyes in a very good mood. The first thing I did was to touch Weinstein's dog's head out of habit, but I found nothing. Only then did he remember that he was already in Beijing, and Wang Kai is still at Gao Yuanwu's home. All right. On the first day that Wang Kai was away, I still missed him a little. Throwing aside the inexplicable sigh, Xiaoqi jumped out of bed, quickly washed up and rushed to the hospital. You can't be late on your first day at work. 15 minutes later at Jinghua First People's Hospital, Xiaoqi stood at the entrance of the hospital, looking at his future working environment, with birds singing, flowers blooming, lush trees and a huge area. It is indeed one of the best hospitals in the country. It means being rich and powerful. He is very satisfied. Front desk. The young nurse who had been on duty overnight took advantage of the fact that there were not many people around in the early morning and looked at the door with tired eyes. This time, her eyes suddenly lit up and her spirits quickly perked up. A very handsome man walked in from the door, his face visible through his slightly tight clothes. She bet there was something special underneath those clothes. I don't know what the handsome guy is doing here, but I see him getting closer and closer to me. The young nurse quickly adjusted her expression and put on a sweet smile. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Xiaoqi also smiled back at her. Hello, I'm Xiaoqi, the new director of the Department of Difficult and Complex Diseases. Do you know where my office is? The young nurse smiled. It turned out to be the new director. Wait, the smile was stiff. He was Xiaoqi these days. The news about a pretty boy entering the hospital through the back door has spread everywhere. Ah, you are Xiaoqi. Your office is the second room on the left on the third floor. As expected, he relied on his looks to get in. He is really handsome, but no one believed that he really had any superb medical skills. This time, Lin Xuan, a cardiologist, straightened his clothes and hurried to the door. The reason why he came here early was because he was assigned to Xiaoqi as his inspection recorder. When receiving this task, everyone in the department was envious. Because of the targeting by everyone in the hospital, no one thought that Xiaoqi could do anything. Isn't this equivalent to a holiday? However, Lin Xuan was very unhappy. He would rather be busy with work than share a room with a jerk who got in through the back door. Lin Xuan glanced over and suddenly paused, looking at the man standing at the front desk. A premonition suddenly flashed through my mind. Walk over. Ask. What's wrong, you? The young nurse raised an awkward smile. This is the new department director Xiaoqi. It's over. Dr. Lin Xuan himself is very disgusted with the behavior of using back doors, and now he has been caught. The handsome guy is probably in trouble. Well, this is Xiaoqi. Lin Xuan looked him up and down with disdain. As expected, she got in because of her face, and she looks pretty good. He finally met this person. Although he looked down on Xiaoqi, he would not go out of his way to cause trouble for him. Of course, he wouldn't give him any help. I'm Lin Xuan, the inspection recorder assigned to you. I hope you can perform well in this month. After saying that, he nodded indifferently without even extending his hand. The resistance is obvious and not concealed at all. Xiaoqi understood immediately. It seems that this person has a lot of dissatisfaction with him, and he is probably not the only one. Judging from the young nurse's unnatural expression, the doctors in the hospital probably have the same attitude. Despise, look down upon. Sure enough, things were not so smooth sailing, and were even worse than he had imagined. However, it was also expected. It is normal for paratroopers to be looked down upon. If they are really incompetent, they should pack up and go home early, and he is confident that he can break the circle of discrimination. Xiaoqi was walking in the hospital corridor wearing a white coat with personal information tucked on his chest. After spending the whole morning, there was not a single person in his clinic. The queues at other clinics were like long queues. He understood that if he didn't take the initiative, no one would come to his department for treatment. Therefore, he had to take the initiative to observe whether there were any interesting cases in the hospital. After all, he was just a newcomer and the patients had no trust in him. Then, he had to take the initiative to observe whether there were any interesting cases in the hospital. Then, grab it. Lin Xuan followed behind him with an unhappy look on his face. In his opinion, Shao-Chi did nothing but wander around along the way. He clearly felt the meaningful looks from the doctors, but the person in front seemed to be fine. Just when Lin Chuan was extremely annoyed, Shao-Chi stopped. Chapter 44 You're cuckolded. This is the outpatient department. Both sides were filled with patients who came to see the doctor. When Lin Chuan saw Shao-Chi stopped, he hurriedly chased after him. What are you doing here? This is not a place for you to hang out. Shao-Chi didn't answer him, but just put a finger to his mouth. Shoo! Don't bother me, you. Lin Chuan's face turned ugly. Shao-Chi ignored his emotions. His eyes moved to a man sitting in a chair next to him. The man's skin was orange and he looked like a ridiculous orange. Occasionally take out a tissue to wipe your nose. Shao-Chi saw from the fold of the paper that his snot was of a strange color. The occasional twitching of his back muscles indicated that he had back spasm. Not a big deal, but interesting. Since there were no patients coming to his hospital, he had no choice but to take the initiative to grab patients. Turn on your phone, start the live broadcast, and avoid the head. Netizens quickly flocked into the live broadcast room, watching the live broadcast that started in less than a day. Netizens couldn't help but sigh at Shao-Chi's hard work. Even full-time anchors are not as hardworking as him. I don't know which unlucky guy will be favored by Shao-Chi this time. No, I should say he is a lucky guy. If it weren't for Brother Shao, he might have been dead. Host, have you arrived at the Jinghua First People's Hospital? Wow, Brother Shao has so many patients on the first day. Shao-Chi smiled gently. No, this is the outpatient department. I'm here to grab a patient. Netizen? Are hospitals so inward-looking these days? They're even fighting over patients. Weird, outrageous. Shao-Chi walked towards the orange man. Lin Chuan wanted to hold him back and order him to stop. As someone who got in through the back door, please don't delay other people's medical treatment here. He now understands his responsibilities. The dean must have sent him here to keep an eye on him and prevent him from doing anything wrong. But all the patients looked at the two of them with strange expressions. Lin Chuan's embarrassed toes were about to dig out a two-bedroom apartment. Shao-Chi is now like a husky that can't be tied up, full of excitement and not caring at all about other people's eyes. In a moment of carelessness, Shao-Chi slipped away from his hands. Hateful. Lin Chuan looked at Shao-Chi's back with hatred. Shao-Chi stood in front of the orange man. Tell me about your condition. The orange man looked up in surprise, but when he saw that it was a doctor, he said without hesitation, when I was playing golf, my shoe got stuck and my foot hurt a little. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now it hurts terribly. But after hearing this, Shao-Chi couldn't help laughing. The orange man was full of question marks. Lin Chuan's face was filled with black lines. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room understood it. Brother Shao smiled and said, "Brother, you have a big problem." That is exactly what is happening. Next second. I'm sorry to tell you that your problem is far more serious than it appears, because your wife is having an affair. Oh no. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. You are worthy of it. Netizens all showed expressions of enjoying the show. Seeing this, Lin Chuan wanted to pull him away immediately, but found that he couldn't. The orange man looked at Shao-Chi in amazement. What did you say? Say it again. The orange man was about to rush over angrily, and Shao-Chi still stood there, looking down at him condescendingly. You're about to turn into an orange, you idiot. The man raised his hands in disbelief. Everyone's eyes were also on him, including Lin Chuan. Yes, it does look like an orange. It's one thing that you didn't notice it, but if even your wife didn't know that her husband had changed color, it means that she didn't take you seriously. The man shook his head in disbelief. Shao-Chi continued to ask him questions. Have you been eating a lot of carrots and vitamin pills lately? The man was stunned by the huge amount of information. When he heard Shao-Chi's question, he just nodded instinctively. Carrots make you yellow, niacin makes you red, and when mixed together they make orange. If you don't believe me, try it yourself with a color palette. Finally, hire a good lawyer. The orange man finally reacted to, is this true? Looking at the medical record in my hand for a moment, I didn't know whether I should continue waiting for registration. In the end, he threw the medical record book away in despair, covered his face with his hands and cried, even if you don't know that your closest partner is cheating on you, you can still find clues in your daily life. It seems that this big brother must have confirmed something, which is why he is crying so miserably. Netizen, it's so miserable, so miserable. I don't know whether it's more miserable that his wife cheated on him or that he met Shao-Chi. The diagnosis was completed and the entire outpatient hall became noisy again. This moment, it became silent. There was only the sound of the orange man crying sadly. The nurses stared at the new director in a daze. and he used a powerful move as soon as he came out. The key is that what he said really makes sense. Lin Chuan was also shocked by Xiao Qi's reasoning. Well organized and irrefutable. He looked at Xiao Qi with a dull look. Is this person really a doctor? He only took a few glances at this man and he could tell that his wife was cheating on him. It's outrageous that he jumped off the building. It's outrageous that he died. Is this kind of terrifying observation ability really what a doctor should have? Lin Chuan swallowed and said, "Are you sure?" Xiao Qi shrugged indifferently. Even when he came to the hospital, he was still dressed very decently, which shows that his family is relatively well off. He wears a ring on his hand and touches it from time to time, which shows that he loves his wife very much. After all, you know that it is not popular in China to wear wedding rings every day. Lin Chuan recalled the details as he spoke, and was shocked to find that they all matched. A man like this who is rich and loves his wife must have a harmonious relationship with his wife. His wife will definitely find out something unusual about him, unless she doesn't care about her husband at all. Even friends would show some concern. He is not even as good as a friend, so he must be cheating. After the analysis, isn't it easy to draw a conclusion? Xiao Qi curled his lips. Lin Chuan, everyone, this analysis seems quite simple, but they just don't notice it. Is this something that ordinary people can casually infer? After finishing speaking, Xiao Qi continued to look at the patients present. All the patients who came into his sight were like baby owls encountering their natural enemy. They all stepped back and shook their heads in horror. Don't choose me, I don't want to have my clothes taken off in public. At this time, Xiao Qi was like a homeroom teacher taking role in class. He scanned the audience with a friendly smile. Netizens are also speculating enthusiastically, who will be the next unlucky guy? No, who will be the lucky one drawn? An hour later, there are not many outpatient patients waiting outside. During this period, people kept running out crying or laughing. Number 128. Why is there no one answering again? The doctor on duty sitting in the consultation room was puzzled, because he called more than 10 numbers in a row, and all of them were skipped. It is not uncommon to have skipped numbers, but it is unusual to have skipped numbers for more than 10 consecutive times. What's going on? He opened the door with doubt in his mind. There are only a few patients left outside. He asked Lin Chuan, who was standing next to him, with confusion, but Lin Chuan had dull eyes, his mouth opened blankly, and he shook his head like an idiot. He was now completely shocked by Xiao Qi's actions and was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi had just made a patient run away crying. Soon, he walked up to a young woman and child. The woman swallowed. She came to take her child to see a doctor, but Xiao Qi frowned when he looked at her. I have a bad feeling. She wanted to say something else. However, an accident happened suddenly. She suddenly forgot how to speak. Just like a baby who was just learning to speak, when he opened his mouth, he could only make babbling sounds. Ah, 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 ah. Xiao Qi has realized that something is wrong. He quickly felt the woman's pulse. The calm gaze suddenly became solemn. The pulse beats faster and faster. Chapter 45. The woman who suddenly fainted. Lin Chuan was stunned when he saw Xiao Qi's expression, because this was the first time Xiao Qi's expression became so solemn after seeing so many patients. This surprised Lin Chuan a little. I just saw a cancer patient, and his expression was also very nonchalant. As if it wasn't a big deal. What kind of disease did this lady have that made Xiao Qi look like this? Curious. Unconsciously, Lin Chuan had developed trust in Xiao Qi's medical skills just during the diagnosis process. Besides him, other outpatient doctors also watched in amazement. They also secretly diagnosed the disease themselves and found the results to be as expected. Although Xiao Qi always gives some extra digressions, his diagnosis of the disease is no different from theirs, and the outpatient department has 11 departments, through observation. Xiao Qi's diagnosis includes at least 5 or 6 departments. What kind of god is this? Lin Chuan has realized that Xiao Qi is not as simple as he imagined. The part of knowledge he revealed was like the tip of an iceberg. He had a hunch the rest is because Xiao Qi has not yet encountered a suitable case to present. This pretty boy really didn't get in by relying on his looks. Lin Chuan was in a very complicated mood. Xiao Qi had no idea what the doctors present were thinking. He only knew that there was something wrong with this woman's condition. Something very wrong. The pulse is beating very fast. Xiao Qi also wanted to take a closer look at the woman's eyes and throat. However, the woman stood up unsteadily, holding onto the chair, and opened her mouth to speak to prove that there was nothing wrong with her. Ah, ah. Next second, the woman's vision blurred and she fell to the ground with a thud, her body twitching violently. No one present had reacted yet. The child looked at his aunt in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Only Xiaoqi reacted immediately the moment she fell to the ground. In the child's confused eyes, Xiaoqi quickly squatted down and started chest compressions on the unconscious woman. In just a moment, the woman's heartbeat became very weak. If not rescued in time, the woman would be in danger. Xiaoqi lowered his body and continued to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. This time, everyone finally came back to their senses from the sudden accident. All the doctors and nurses in this hall carried out rescue work as quickly as possible. Hurry! It's an emergency. Send her an oxygen tank. Wow, Auntie. What's wrong with you? The people in the emergency room quickly pushed a stretcher to the woman's side. Everyone worked together to lift the woman onto the bed. Xiaoqi even knelt on top of the woman and performed first aid. Lin Xuan followed and pushed the stretcher. The child didn't understand why his aunt, who was fine just now, suddenly fell down. He could only run to the emergency room stupidly while crying and following a group of adults. The nurse couldn't bear to see the child being left alone, so several young ladies immediately took on the task of taking care of the child. The stretcher was pushed into the emergency room, the red light is on, the defibrillator is charged and the oxygen machine is put on. All the doctors in the emergency room sprang into action. An hour later, the green light came on and the door to the operating room opened. Lin Xuan slumped down on the waiting chair at the door. Fortunately, it has stabilized. Since following Xiaoqi, he felt more shock in this day than in a year. At this moment, Xiaoqi also walked out with a thoughtful look on his face. Lin Xuan thought about it with great difficulty, and finally gave up his reserve and chose to ask Xiaoqi. Dr. Xiao, why do you think that woman suddenly fell down? Xiaoqi was in deep thought. Many speculations suddenly flashed through my mind, but these speculations have yet to be proven. At present, he thinks there is a greater possibility. Unfortunately, perspective cannot play a greater role for the time being. The specific situation can only be determined after testing is done, but he was sure this is going to be a somewhat difficult case. Just about to answer Lin Xuan's question, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching interrupted his words. Turn around and look. A group of doctors walked towards the emergency room with their heads held high. The leader was a middle-aged man. Lin Xuan leaned close to Xiaoqi's ear and whispered to Dr. Xiao, the one leading this case is Director Lu from the emergency room, one of the leading experts in our hospital. It seems that he has accepted this case this time, so we can rest assured. Is this really the case? Xiaoqi remained silent. The footsteps stopped in front of them. When Xiaoqi first came to the hospital, most people didn't know what he looked like. However, Director Lu recognized Lin Xuan, who was standing next to him. He thought Xiaoqi standing next to him was a new intern. How is the patient? Lin Xuan was stunned. In fact, he didn't quite understand what had just happened. All I know is that the patient suddenly collapsed and then lost consciousness. Lin Xuan helped with the first aid and is still a little confused. It's over. I'm going to be scolded. He couldn't help but turn to Xiaoqi for help. Feeling Lin Xuan's gaze, Xiaoqi was still a little surprised, wondering why this person suddenly trusted him so much. He didn't know yet that his actions in the morning had completely convinced Lin Xuan. A little helpless. Okay, seeing his silly look, he probably couldn't say anything. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoqi smiled slightly. The patient had a sudden epilepsy and lost his ability to speak. He could only mumble like a baby. Other symptoms remain to be observed, but I suspect there may be brain damage. Director Lu nodded. His guess was consistent. This intern is quite good or appreciated. He had trained many interns before, and when asked questions, many of them were unable to respond. Only brain damage is a possibility, but other possibilities cannot be ruled out and further observation is needed. I've taken over this patient. You can go and rest. After saying that, he walked towards the ward without looking back. Lin Xuan looked at Xiaoqi, who was watching their receding backs. I understood it immediately. Xiaoqi also wanted to participate at this time, but think about his current reputation in the hospital. Lin Xuan hesitated a little, looked at Xiaoqi's back and said carefully, since Director Lu has taken over, should we change someone else? Xiaoqi just shook his head, smiled defiantly, and said confidently, it doesn't matter, they will come to find me again. Lin Xuan was stunned. Looking at his confident smile, he didn't think he was bragging. By then Director Lu had completely disappeared. Xiaoqi stopped staring at them and turned back to walk towards his own clinic. On the way back, his thoughts were also turning. When he first arrived at the outpatient department, the woman was already sitting there waiting. It is unlikely that there were precipitating factors in the hospital. And waited until he came to Diagnose. During this time, at least 2 hours passed. Then, the woman fell ill without any warning. Besides, it was so early in the morning, so they must have left home. You must be used to the things at home. So, if something is amiss, it is unlikely to be due to short-term external factors. Allergies can be ruled out. In this case, it must be the woman's own disease, which has been dormant for a long time. Then think of the fact that women cannot speak. This indicates that there is something wrong with the language center of the woman's brain. As expected, the root cause must be in the brain. It's just that there are many causes of brain disease. He also thought it might be a brain tumor. However, the woman is still so young, so this possibility is very small. Xiaoqi finally shook his head and walked into the clinic. There are no more clues, and now we can only wait for the test report to come out. Chapter 46 Banner, Miraculous Healing, Solving Cases Like a God. After a morning of diagnosis, Xiaoqi actually became famous among the patients. Many patients who ran away crying in the morning came back in the afternoon. A bunch of people asked for Xiaoqi by name. When the nurse at the front desk saw this, she thought someone was here to cause trouble for Xiaoqi. Pray for him silently in my heart. Doctors from other outpatient clinics also came out to watch the fun. The pretty boy was visited by patients on his first day at work. Sure, it was Xiaoqi who stole their patient this morning. To be honest, under normal circumstances they would be very happy to have someone to help lighten their burden, but what if this person is the pretty boy Xiaoqi? Suddenly I felt unhappy. Moreover, he solved most of the patients in all departments at once. This pretty boy must be deliberately provoking them. The most shocking thing is that all the diagnoses were correct. Shocked, they absolutely don't want to admit that they are unhappy because they have a sense of crisis. They were afraid that other people in the hospital would laugh at them for being worse than a pretty boy. Looking at the lively crowd, doctors from many departments were gloating in their hearts. You can't see the doctor properly. Why are you talking so much? Now look what you have done. Someone is coming to your house to cause trouble. The receptionist put on a forced smile and responded to everyone, but they didn't listen at all and had only one request, to see Xiaoqi. Lin Chuan ran to Xiaoqi's clinic panting. This is terrible. Those patients from this morning are clamoring to see you. I'm afraid they are here to cause trouble for you. This time he was really worried about him. At first, he really looked down on Xiaoqi, because what he hated most were people who used backdoors. The institute sent him to supervise, and he even thought that he was sent there to teach him. However, after a whole morning of observation, he could be said to be one of the people in the hospital who knew Xiaoqi best. It can be said that Xiaoqi had extremely meticulous logical reasoning and terrifyingly comprehensive medical knowledge. It is enough to crush most new doctors. Even he is often not as quick as him in reacting, but he has been practicing medicine for 8 years. Moreover, he could feel that Xiaoqi had hidden deeper strength that had not yet been revealed. This made Lin Chuan, who had always been a top student, feel a little pressured. He had a hunch that even if he studied for another 10 or 8 years, he would still not be able to compare to Xiaoqi. He became curious. I also let go of my prejudice against him. At the same time, I also want to continue to see how far Xiaoqi can go. In all his years of practicing medicine, he had never seen a doctor stranger than him. This time he sincerely hoped that Xiaoqi could stay in the clinic. Xiaoqi is now interacting with netizens in the live broadcast room. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, he just looked up and responded calmly, then naturally picked up his phone and prepared to go downstairs. Lin Chuan looked at him in shock. You're not going to go down to see them? Xiaoqi asked him inexplicably. Why not? But they are here to cause trouble for you. Netizens in the live broadcast room were also a little worried. They must be here to cause trouble for Brother Xiao. Why don't we hide for a while? What the hell are you hiding for? Can't I just stay at the door? I don't have to go home and sleep. It's okay. I believe that since Brother Xiao will do this, there will definitely be a solution. Alas, I told you before not to seek attention. Look what happened now. You didn't listen to the audience and now you are suffering. Xiaoqi looked at the worried eyes and words, and a smile appeared on his lips. As an experienced detective, how could he not know what to say and what not to say? Although he seemed to have hurt many people's hearts in the morning, but he can guarantee that most people will not cause trouble for him because of this. Even if they really come to cause trouble, he has a way to solve it. The audience and Lin Chuan's worries were indeed unnecessary. But the feeling of being cared for is not lazy. Believe me. Without saying another word, Xiaoqi turned around and went downstairs. Lin Chuan stared at his back in a daze. Just now, Xiaoqi said that it was quite cool. This time, no one stopped him. At this time, in the hospital lobby, the patients from the morning were still clamoring to see Xiaoqi. Someone with sharp eyes saw a doctor in a white coat walking towards them at the corner. The man quickly poked the person next to him and shouted loudly, "Dr. Xiao is here." This sound immediately made everyone quiet down. The nurse at the front desk could finally breathe a sigh of relief. but then became nervous again. Dr. Xiao, why are you so upset? Xiaoqi couldn't hear the nurse's inner roar of collapse, and walked in front of everyone. I heard someone is going to cause trouble for me? Here they come. The doctors were excitedly eating melons on the sidelines. It's better to make the noise as big as possible, so as to kick the pretty boy out. However, something happened that shocked them. Dr. Xiao, how dare we cause you any trouble? We are here to thank you. As he spoke, a luxury car stopped at the door. The patients looked back with surprise. Here he comes. Here he comes. I've been waiting for him for a long time. What's coming? The onlookers all watched the development of the situation in confusion, not to mention them. Even Lin Chuan, who was following Xiaoqi and the audience in the live broadcast room, were confused. As the car door opened, the person who got out was the orange man from this morning. At this moment he was holding something in his hand. When the doctors took a closer look, an incredible idea came to their mind. It can't be that one. Sure enough, the orange man ran over with a grateful look on his face. I'm sorry, I ran around a lot before I found it. After saying this, he spread out his hands. The red banner fluttered in the wind. There are 2 huge lines of words written on it. A miracle comeback, a miracle solver. Good job. This is the first time I've seen someone combine these 2 lines of words like this. Of course, what they didn't expect the most was that they were not here to cause trouble for Xiaoqi. It's just outrageous. You guys are thanking him after being hurt so much in public. Are you sick? The doctors watching really didn't understand, but soon the orange man answered their questions. Dr. Xiao, thank you so much. I went back and asked her, and she admitted it. Now we are planning to divorce. To be honest, I always felt that this marriage was very tiring, but I didn't know what to do. After you, Dr. Xiao, told me that she had cheated on me, I finally made up my mind to divorce her. Although it was painful when I made the decision, I feel extremely relieved now. Dr. Xiao, you are the reincarnation of a miracle doctor. Not only did you cure my physical illness, you also cured my mental illness. Doctor, is this okay? Other patients echoed yes, thanks to you, Dr. Xiao. I came to see you for a cold, and you diagnosed me with cancer. I went for a checkup and it turned out to be in the early stages. Thank you so much. Lin Chuan's head was full of black lines. He felt that this was not a compliment. Dr. Xiao, thank you so much. For a moment, the whole hall was calling for Dr. Xiao. The doctor watching. My heart feels like a stone and I feel numb. Xiaoqi smiled slightly. Everything is under control. He has been a detective for so many years and has seen everything. The other patients who came to see the doctor couldn't help but feel curious when they saw so many people surrounding Xiaoqi to express their gratitude. This must be a doctor with profound medical skills. Sure enough, after being asked, the group of patients began to talk excitedly about Dr. Xiao's deeds. After a while, it attracted waves of admiration again. The doctors were filled with despair. I can't believe it. This must be a script. It's fake, that's right. This is the truth. The doctors who were watching all glared at Xiaoqi after their minds suddenly became clear. Well, you little white face, you did this just to gain a foothold in the hospital, right? Tell me, how much did it cost? Just as they were thinking this, several police cars quickly stopped at the door. The doctor's eyes widened in surprise. They are not here to catch the gigolo, right? Which hero reported the case? However, the policeman walked in with a smile on his face, holding a banner in his hand. The doctors had a bad feeling in their hearts. Really, several police officers looked at Xiaoqi in the middle of the hall and their eyes lit up. Dr. Xiao, we were just looking for you. Thanks to your reasoning on the train, we have successfully found the clues. As he spoke, he also stretched out his hands. Brave and resourceful, he saved the people from danger. Xiaoqi wasn't even in trouble yet, but other patients were already wiping away their tears. You are worthy of being Dr. Xiao. You shine wherever you go. That's amazing. Receive endless admiration from patients, and the doctors who were watching didn't want to talk anymore. They looked at Xiaoqi with complicated expressions. At this point, they can no longer deceive themselves. This young man, surprisingly, he is quite capable. Chapter 47. Another difficult case. MRI goes wrong. Xiaoqi calmly hung the 2 silk banners he had received in his clinic, received countless envious looks. Not surprising, after this incident and the spread of the news by netizens, Xiaoqi has gained some fame in the hospital. Therefore, there have been quite a few patients in the past few days, many of whom came to him specifically for diagnosis. 1 day later, Lin Chuan came to Xiaoqi's clinic with the examination report before the door was opened. A man ran out crying. It's a miracle that Xiao-Qi hasn't been beaten until today, Lin Chuan sighed. Open the door. Dr. Xiao, the test report of that woman last time is out. Lin Chuan knew that Xiao-Qi was very interested in this case, so he specially retrieved the report for him. What do you think? Xiao-Qi flipped through the report in his hand. Frown, then unfold. Nothing was found. Interesting. Lin Chuan also spoke at this time. Yes, the strange thing about this matter is that the current test data is normal, only the erythrocyte sedimentation rate is slightly elevated, but the patient's condition is getting worse. The main task now is to find the specific cause of the disease so that we can conduct targeted examinations. Watching Xiao-Qi continue to ponder, Lin Chuan hesitated to speak, but finally advised that Director Liu has called together all the brain experts in the hospital for a consultation. I think the lady will be fine in the end. He knew that Xiao-Qi was very interested in this case, so he showed him the report. With so many big guys consulting together, there is basically no problem that they cannot solve. I'm afraid Xiao-Qi won't have a chance to appear. Xiao-Qi pondered for a moment and asked, what are their guesses now? Director Liu and other brain department bigwigs are the most powerful figures in Jinghua First People's Hospital. Xiao-Qi also wanted to know what their abilities were. Lin Chuan was stunned, and after recalling for a moment he whispered to Director Liu. Initially thought it was a tumor, but after doing a few common brain tumor tests, nothing was abnormal. They are speculating on the possibility of other brain tumors, but Director Liu is not an expert in them, so Director Liu is calling together the brain department experts for a consultation. Xiao-Qi nodded. The possibility of a brain tumor was indeed the first choice. He had also told Director Liu about this speculation as soon as possible. But a flash of inspiration suddenly came to my mind. The erythrocyte sedimentation rate is elevated. Xiao-Qi's eyes were gloomy. A possibility suddenly occurred to him, but further data is needed. Have they done an MRI now? Although the MRI could not detect the disease he was thinking of, it could eliminate options and further confirm his thoughts. Lin Chuan shook his head in confusion. No, what's wrong? Do you have any guesses? Xiao-Qi nodded slightly. I have a guess. Let's wait for the results of the MRI to come out. They want to confirm whether it is a brain tumor, so they have to do it. Lin Chuan was even more stunned, this time because he understood the meaning of Xiao-Qi's words. You mean, she doesn't have a brain tumor? However, Xiao-Qi did not continue to explain. At the same time, the atmosphere in the consultation room was extremely serious. Now many senior brain scientists from Beijing First People's Hospital gathered together. They all had frowned brows and looked gloomy. The case in front of him was exactly the one that Director Liu had taken over at Diagnose. At the beginning, Director Liu was the only one in charge. But as the situation developed, the woman's condition became more and more serious, but he couldn't find any reason. Tricky. Eventually, Director Liu realized that this was no longer something he could handle. That's why this consultation took place. Now start stating your condition. Female, 29 years old, had epilepsy 3 days ago. What was outlined above is exactly the same as what Xiao-Qi said before. Just after a few days of testing, they discovered another symptom. Phase-wise intellectual deterioration. What do you think, everyone here? Director Liu held his forehead with his hand, feeling very worried. After thinking about it, the director of the oncology department spoke first. It's very unlikely that she has a brain tumor at her age. She tested negative for the 3 most common protein markers for brain tumors and did not respond to radiation therapy. I think it's unlikely that she has a brain tumor. Radiation therapy uses high-energy radiation to reflect light and kill tumors. It is one of the main means of treating tumors. If there is no response to radiation therapy, it is unlikely that there is a tumor. The head of the neurology department immediately retorted, is this the test you did in the health center? Just checking 3 types of brain tumor protein markers is not enough to prove anything. There are 5 common types of brain tumors. Simply doing 3 protein markers cannot completely rule out the possibility of a brain tumor. The neurosurgeon frowned and thought for a moment. This is where the difficulty lies. First of all, the angiography scan showed no abnormalities. If it is a brain tumor, then it must not be one of the common types. If it is not a tumor, then we might as well think about what other diseases may cause her to be unable to speak. The director of the brain tumor department touched his chin, thoughtfully. Aneurysm, stroke, or other ischemic syndrome. Several other doctors also gave their opinions. CJD? Oh, mad cow disease. I think it might be Wernicke's encephalopathy. The head of neurology department immediately retorted, "No, the thiamine level in the blood is normal." Headache. There are many diseases that can cause the inability to speak, they are just sitting here guessing. Without any clue, the head of neurosurgery seemed a little irritated. The more we speculate about the disease, the more we can guess. But we can't even rule out a brain tumor. Only after an MRI can we be sure whether there is a brain tumor. There was no MRI appointment yesterday, but there will be a vacant machine later. I'll sign and arrange it right away. Director Liu no longer hesitated. In the radiology department, the woman slowly lay down on the machine. Doctors inject contrast dye into a vein, then put the hood on her. The inspection has not started yet. The woman seemed a little uneasy. This is because she is a little claustrophobic. Seeing this, the doctor in the laboratory immediately comforted her. "It's okay, it will be fine soon." The uneasiness on the woman's face faded a little, and she lay on the machine, panting. As the machine started, the woman was slowly pushed in. However, the clacking and roaring sounds of the machine suddenly filled the woman's eardrums. She felt an enormous noise. The woman felt very uncomfortable and opened her mouth quickly. "I feel a little sick." However, the doctor didn't care. Many patients will experience this kind of discomfort, but it will recover quickly. "It's okay, relax." But the next second, the woman tried to make a sound again. But when she opened her mouth, not a single sound came out. This time, her throat suddenly swelled rapidly and her throat was completely blocked. Breathing becomes increasingly difficult. The whites of the woman's eyes began to roll up in horror. His face turned extremely pale. Breathing stops. Chapter 48. Is he the intern? Chapter 48. It was quiet inside the machine. She was claustrophobic 30 seconds ago. Why is she suddenly silent now? The doctor in the control room noticed something was wrong. "Pull her out quickly. If she's allergic to the drug, she'll die instantly." The doctor operating the machine's face changed. "Stop the machine immediately." Everyone rushed in immediately and pulled the woman out. Oops. The doctor's face suddenly became extremely ugly. At this time, the woman had fainted and her face was pale. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Breathing has stopped. Prepare 0.5 milligrams of adrenaline immediately. When the nurse heard this, she rushed out to prepare the medicine. Another doctor immediately used mechanical ventilation on the woman. "Hurry up, hurry up." Fuck, mechanical ventilation doesn't work. There was no response to CPR. The doctors were sweating profusely and anxiety finished. Just now when the patient said she was feeling uncomfortable, they didn't pull her out in time. Now if something happens to a woman, they will never escape. At this time, it just so happened that Xiao Qi brought the patient here for an MRI. Seeing this, his face changed and he stepped forward. Mechanical ventilation and cardiopulmonary resuscitation were of no avail. It is certain that there is a problem with the throat. Really? Xiao Qi took the flashlight handed to him and pried open the woman's mouth. Under the flashlight, the woman's throat was swollen so badly that it was completely blocked. Xiao Qi looked solemn, then began to give orders in an orderly manner. "Give me the tracheotomy kit, alcohol, and give her anesthesia immediately." The panic-stricken nurses immediately seemed to have found their backbone, and everyone started to move according to Xiao Qi's instructions. Soon everything is ready. Xiao Qi wiped alcohol on the throat and used the sharp blade to cut open the blocked throat. Deep red blood oozed out from the wound. The forceps penetrated the horrific wound and the cannula was inserted. Xiao Qi gave a look to the doctor next to him. The doctor understood immediately and quickly put on the mechanical ventilation device. Air enters the lungs. The radiologist stared at the woman nervously. I saw the woman's chest gradually rise and fall. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally rescued, the radiologist wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Xiao Qi with gratitude. If it weren't for him, they would be held responsible today. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qi was not what they imagined. There was a lot of buzz in the courtyard about Xiao Qi's arrival. The resistance is huge. Everyone has a big opinion about him. Even they looked down on this pretty boy who got in through the back door. But now it seems, this is obviously a warm-hearted young man with excellent on-the-spot reaction and extremely standard emergency surgery skills. Cutting a living person's throat with such precision is not something a newly graduated student can do. It was indeed their prejudice before. Xiao Qi does have some outstanding qualities. Gained gratitude from the radiologist ×5, and his favorability increased from negative to positive. Inside the consultation room, it was all gloomy and sad, because the patient was en route for an MRI. The examination was not yet completed. So it is impossible to confirm whether a woman has a brain tumor. At the same time a new problem arises. That means the woman can only rely on intubation to maintain her breathing, and she cannot undergo an MRI. So the cause of the disease cannot be determined. Now they can only rely on experience to guess the woman's condition, without machine testing. The wrong medicine may be used. Everyone couldn't help but look grim when they thought of this consequence. The head of the neurology department muttered to himself, if it's not a brain tumor, what disease could it be? Other test results showed no abnormalities. It's really strange. The most important thing is that the scanning equipment cannot do it now. The only thing they can be sure of now is that this is most likely a brain disease, but brain diseases are so many and complex, how can they find the corresponding cause among the vast number of cases? Meditation. Side, I have absolutely no idea. If even they can't do it, I'm afraid there are few hospitals in the country that can diagnose it. At this time, I don't know. White Director Lou suddenly remembered the intern he met on the way when he first accepted a patient. All the interns who can get into Jinghua First People's Hospital are excellent, but it is rare to find someone as smart, quick to react and with a high diagnostic accuracy as Xiaoqi. Yet he didn't expect Xiaoqi to give any answer, but he had a very good impression of the intern and was willing to give him a chance to learn. Such rare cases are not common, although he has no idea at the moment. Director Lou believes that the problem will be solved eventually. By then they will be able to gain the admiring eyes of the talented interns. Strengthen your position, take in a few disciples. Think of this. Director Lou immediately called Lin Chuan and asked him to call the intern he was bringing over. Anyway, they can't discuss anything now. Maybe the newcomers can raise some questions or suggestions, which will make them laugh and relax. Looking at the hung-up phone, Lin Chuan was full of confusion. Where did he get his intern? Suddenly the scene of the day when he and Xiaoqi met. Director Lou flashed through his mind. Could it be that the intern refers to Xiaoqi? No way, this is really outrageous. He turned around and immediately walked towards Xiaoqi's office. At this time, the two were walking on their way to the consultation room. Along the way, Lin Chuan was like an old nanny, constantly giving Xiaoqi instructions. This time, Director Lou accidentally thought you were an intern, so you had the opportunity to have this consultation. You must not reveal that you are Xiaoqi, otherwise you will definitely be kicked out by Director Lou. After all, Director Lou was one of the people who personally went to the dean to express his opposition. If other people's favorable impression of Xiaoqi is negative, then he is -100 by in his eyes. Xiaoqi was probably not even as good as a sewer rat. Lin Chuan kept giving instructions as they walked, just as they were about to reach the door. Suddenly I looked at the personal information clipped on Xiaoqi's coat. His eyes widened. Wait, take this off. Lin Chuan took off the business card, put it into Xiaoqi's pocket, and then tidied his clothes. Looking at Xiaoqi, who was in good spirits, Lin Chuan was very satisfied. Wait a minute, why is he like Xiaoqi's butler now? Depend on, open the door. The big guys looked back with heavy expressions. Review, facing the collective attention of many bigwigs, the pressure suddenly arises. Lin Chuan was so frightened that he shivered and almost peed himself. After all, even he had rarely seen so many big guys gathered together, let alone staring at him with such eyes. However, Xiaoqi next to him was not affected at all and looked normal. He nodded naturally and sat down on a chair beside him with ease. Seeing this, the bosses withdrew their gazes and started discussing the condition. Lin Chuan hunched his back and quietly sat down next to Xiaoqi. Seeing that he remained calm under the pressure from so many big guys, Lin Chuan really admired him. Apart from anything else, just this level of calmness is something you will never be able to achieve in his entire lifetime. Xiaoqi listened for a while and could say that there was almost no useful content. That's it. Just as the big guys were arguing fiercely, a clear voice interrupted. I say, haven't you ever considered clippers? Chapter 49. What kind of cyberpunk fantasy plot is this? Xiaoqi listened for a long time, but no one mentioned clippers. The Chinese name of clippers is steroid-responsive chronic lymphocytic inflammation with pontine paravascular enhancement. This is a classification of cerebrovascular inflammation. Judging from the name, which is so long, you can tell how rare this disease is. Since it was first reported overseas in 2010, only 40 cases have occurred overseas so far. Only one case has been found in the country. When Xiaoqi saw the increase in the erythrocyte sedimentation rate, combined with the woman's symptoms, he immediately thought of this possibility. This was also due to the vast knowledge given by the system. However, I've been listening for so long. Xiaoqi also had a general understanding that they did not think there was anything wrong with a slight increase in the erythrocyte sedimentation rate. Of course, this is also normal. Generally speaking, a slight increase in the erythrocyte sedimentation rate does not mean anything. At most, it indirectly reflects the possibility of clippers, but cannot directly conclude that it is cerebrovasculitis. To confirm, a biopsy is necessary. Plus, clippers are extremely rare, so it's no wonder these big guys didn't think of this possibility. But clippers explains it all perfectly. As soon as Xiaoqi spoke, everyone in the consultation room was stunned. Before they could find out who had spoken, they were shocked by the information contained in the words. Clippers. Other department heads do not specialize in vasculitis and have never even heard of it. Only the director of the Department of Neurology thought about it for a while, and suddenly his eyes brightened and he was very excited. Yeah, we kept guessing it was a brain tumor, but clippers fits the symptoms perfectly. The other department heads looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Can anyone explain what this disease is? The head of neurology ignored them. The more I think about it, the more I think this is a brilliant diagnosis. However, clippers is an extremely rare disease, especially in a young woman like her. The chance of it happening is even lower. If no one mentions it, they may not think of it for a long time. The reason why the director of the Department of Neurology knows about this disease, this is because the first clippers patient in China was treated at Tsinghua First People's Hospital, but at that time he was just a small intern. The person primarily responsible for the diagnosis was the director of the Department of Neurology at that time. This is also an extremely powerful boss. He happened to have come into contact with this disease abroad, so he was able to finally think of it. However, this big boss has retired now, otherwise it would not be his turn to sit in this position now. When it is brought up, the head of the neurology department immediately recalls the information related to clippers. Cerebral vasculitis can cause increased intracranial pressure, and edema is the main factor causing increased intracranial pressure, which can also explain why patients suddenly develop edema in their throats when undergoing MRIs. He licked his lips, his throat was dry and his eyes were straight. At the same time, intracranial pressure can lead to neurological symptoms, which explains why the woman suddenly lost her voice. Oh shit. This speculation is simply perfect. He didn't expect it. This is the first time I see the arrogant director of neurology praising someone like this. The others looked at each other in shock. The sun rises from the west. However, after the explanation, they understood. Although they didn't know what clippers was, they understood that women were more likely to suffer from clippers. However, they also want to discuss the specific plan with the director of the Department of Neurology. He was seen staring blankly ahead. The current director of the Department of Neurology is in a state of extreme confusion. Even he only knew a little about this rare disease. Who could have figured it out in the first place? He really wanted to worship him as his master, especially the rhetorical question just now, which sounded very much like the disdainful tone of the neurologist who supervised him back then. Who is it? The head of neurology department turned around and searched the room. His eyes swept over Shao-Chi, then immediately looked away. Foreign intern, don't even think about it. It's impossible. Searched around. Strangeness. There is not a single one that fits the bill. Could it be that some big shot has appeared? At the same time, Lin Chuan swallowed and looked at the big guys in shock, whose expressions changed drastically because of Shao-Chi's words. He turned to look at Shao-Chi with a confused and shocked look on his face. However, Shao-Chi still looked calm. It seemed as if the chaos in the consultation room was not caused by him. Awesome, Lin Chuan screamed excitedly in his heart. Look at him. What is the demeanor of a big boss? After saying a word, he waved his sleeves and left without taking a cloud with him. I searched for a long time but couldn't find the person who asked the question just now. The head of neurology was incredulous. He was very familiar with the voices of the several directors present. It was definitely not their voice, but the people present were not like that. Could it be that the voice was just his hallucination? But it doesn't seem right to look at other people's performance. Unable to contain his inner excitement and curiosity any longer, the head of the neurology department asked loudly, "Excuse me, who just mentioned clippers? How did you guess it? There is clearly nothing abnormal in the data, so how did they come to this conclusion?" The big boss had to go through many tests, make many inferences, and eliminate one guess after another before he was finally diagnosed. But this person actually came up with it directly. Curious, extremely curious. Who on earth is more capable than this neurologist? Others were also turning around to look. The small consultation room actually started a search for someone. Seeing this, Shao-Chi hasn't shown anything. Yet Lin Chuan was extremely anxious and excited. It's Shao-Chi. It's Shao-Chi, a scream of heart-wrenching pain. Seeing the calm look of the person next to him, Lin Chuan understood. How can we let the boss do this himself? He took on the responsibility of a younger brother very consciously. I saw him raising one hand tremblingly. This moment, everyone in the consultation room looked over. What is this kid going to do? It can't be that he said that. Just kidding. They guessed correctly. This sentence was indeed not said by Lin Chuan, but his next words made these famous. Bosses look indifferent, broken, like petrified. With a great sense of oppression, Lin Chuan pointed at Shao-Chi next to him and spoke with difficulty. Clippers was proposed by Shao-Chi. I was sitting next to him and heard it clearly. What? Who? Tell me who it is? Shocked, everyone stood still. The person who was most shocked among them was Director Liu from the emergency department. He just wanted to bring an intern over to learn. but the intern turned out to be a great leader. What kind of cyberpunk fantasy plot is this, etc.? Director Liu, who had just recovered from his shock, heard the name that Lin Chuan had just blurted out. Why does it look so familiar? Shao-Chi. Shao-Chi, but Director Liu asked stiffly, did you just call him Shao-Chi? Oops, Lin Chuan wanted to slap himself twice on the spot. How come you just said it so casually? At this point, I can only admit it. Yes, he is Shao-Chi. Suddenly the entire consultation room became deathly silent. Chapter 50, this face was slapped. Excuse me. They were stunned by the amount of information contained in these words. My brain was pumping, their dull eyes and open mouths all showed their disbelief. Let them whisper. First of all, this extremely rare yet extremely symptomatic clippers was proposed by a young man in his 20s. Many of them are experienced old doctors and have never even heard of it. Doesn't this show that they are not as good as the young people? Secondly, this young man is the pretty boy who got in through the back door that they despise the most? Everyone looked at each other, their expressions a mixture of dissatisfaction, shock, shame and disbelief. Unbelievable. Then I thought about how disdainful they were before and how they jointly went to the dean to protest. The facts snapped, hit them in the face. It hurt so much. Young man, did you really guess this? You didn't ask others for help, did you? We won't laugh at you if you tell us. He didn't believe it. How could this young man know something he didn't even understand? Maybe I came across it by chance somewhere and it just happened to match up. At this moment, Lin Chuan spoke weakly again. I saw with my own eyes that Shao-Chi came to this conclusion after reading the test report. He did not ask for help from anyone else, nor did he flip through any magazines. As soon as the words fell, the consultation room was quiet again. The directors who had spoken just now looked a little embarrassed, staring at Lin Chuan fiercely. You are the one who talks too much. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face in public. If they weren't so good-tempered, they would have turned hostile and left long ago. One of them refused to admit defeat and retorted, that doesn't mean anything. Can you be in charge of a department? He looked at Shao-Chi, his face showing a stubbornness that showed he would never give up even if he jumped down from here. He felt that he would not acknowledge Shao-Chi, however, being questioned by everyone. Shao-Chi just shrugged indifferently. Don't care about their evaluation at all. Everyone, what to do if I get even more angry? In the end, it was the director of the Department of Neurology who came to the rescue. He looked at Shao-Chi with a very complicated expression. I have to say, Shao-Chi looks very much like his previous director. That's also a brilliant genius. He sighed. It's really amazing that you have such knowledge and judgment at your age. At least when I was young, I couldn't compare to you at all. There's nothing to be embarrassed about in admitting that others are better. But I'm curious, how did you come to this conclusion? At this time, Shao-Chi finally changed his posture. He sat back directly from upright position, crossed his legs and raised his chin slightly. Seeing him like this, I feel like he deserves a beating. Turn to the third line on the second page of the report. The erythrocyte sedimentation rate has increased. Add to that the patient's symptoms. Isn't it easy to see? Everyone quickly opened the report, and it was exactly as Shao-Chi had said. The head of the neurology department was incredulous, and his voice changed in surprise. Is that all you rely on? Shao-Chi frowned slightly. Just this? I think this is enough. Arrogant, someone complained. What if you guess wrong? Shao-Chi looked at him as if he were a fool. The man felt a little embarrassed and awkward. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Shaking his head, Shao-Chi was helpless. Of course you are wrong. Isn't it normal to make a wrong diagnosis? That's why we need testing. Are all the answers you guessed before 100% correct? Everyone was speechless. It is impossible to be 100% natural, otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered so many people here. Before the instruments were used for testing, all the results were Schrödinger's cat.so. That person is really a fool. Just as everyone was embarrassed, Director Liu, who had been the most vocal opponent of backdoor dealings, made the decision with a grim look on his face. Since everyone is okay with the patient having clippers, let's arrange for the patient to have a biopsy now. This decision was equivalent to implicitly acknowledging Shao-Chi's answer. Others, you were such a thick-eyed guy, you were the one who opposed it the most fiercely at the beginning, and now you are betraying them. Even so, they naturally had no objection to this result. Shao-Chi does have something, but so what? They would never agree with him so quickly. Suddenly, a breathless shout was heard from the woman's ward. Get out, all of you. I already have a brain tumor and I'm going to die. I don't want to go through with this anymore. I want to spend the rest of my time without pain, so please stop torturing me. At this time, the woman on the hospital bed was completely different from how she was a few days ago. His cheeks were sunken, his face was haggard, and huge dark circles hung under his eyebrows. He was so thin that he seemed like he could be blown away by the wind. In just a few days, his condition deteriorated rapidly to this point, and he was previously told that he had a brain tumor. No wonder the woman no longer had any hope of survival. The most important thing is, she went for an MRI a few days ago, and the result was that she almost went to see the king of hell early. She really didn't want to experience that suffocating feeling a second time. God knows, she was forced to lie in bed these days and couldn't even speak. The strange feeling in her throat reminded her all the time. There was a big hole in her throat and a tube was inserted into her throat from the outside. Every time the woman saw herself in the mirror, she would scream like crazy. Even at night, I dreamed every day that my throat was cut by a knife and blood splattered. Thrilling fear. That's how she got half of her dark circles. Today she was finally able to have the tube removed and her throat can make sounds again. However, the bandaged wound on her throat reminded her again and again of what had happened before. She couldn't even handle an MRI, and now they're going to give her a biopsy. Look at that long needle-like thing. She just checked it online. A biopsy is a procedure that involves obtaining tissue for examination from the lesion in her body by cutting, clamping, or puncturing, and her lesion was undoubtedly in the brain. In other words, this long and thin needle is going to enter her brain. This is simply unimaginable. She also absolutely could not accept it. What if they make a mistake again? The needle would pierce her brain. Frightened by his own imagination, he looked at the doctor in horror. The doctor was also extremely helpless. They can't force the patient to cooperate if he refuses to do so. After much persuasion to no avail, the doctor had no choice but to report to Director Liu. When Director Liu learned about this, he rushed to the ward. Director Liu felt a little embarrassed when he saw the lifeless appearance of the woman. Because of this matter, the hospital is indeed responsible. After pondering for a moment, Director Liu finally decided to take the risk. He couldn't bear to see a patient ignore the situation when he could save him. In fact, you don't have a brain tumor, but cerebral vasculitis. This can be cured by taking steroids, but we must first. Before she finished speaking, a light flashed in the woman's eyes. Don't do the test. I agree to use the medication. I will bear the consequences myself. Chapter 51. A new symptom appeared. Insomnia. The steroid is slowly injected into the dropper. There was a gleam of vulnerability in the woman's eyes. Doctor, I'm going to be fine, right? Director Liu pondered for a moment and said slowly, after consultation, your condition is highly consistent with clippers. We will treat clippers, which is an inflammation of the blood vessels in the brain. It will get better after injecting steroids. It's just that you refuse to do a biopsy, so the final conclusion cannot be 100% certain. So I don't have a brain tumor. I'm not going to die? The woman didn't care about his next words at all. She only heard what Director Liu said before, that she didn't have a brain tumor. His originally lifeless face suddenly glowed with radiance. She looked at him expectantly, because she knew very well that if it was really a brain tumor, judging from the speed at which her condition is deteriorating, it's probably already in the final stage. There's nothing she can do now but wait to die. In the past few days, since she learned that she had a tumor, the woman's spirit has been getting worse day by day. There are both disease factors and psychological factors. It's not like her family members haven't come to visit her before, but no matter how many words of comfort he gave, the woman just lay motionless on the hospital bed. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. In the end, parents can only sigh and leave. Today can be considered her most energetic day. One was when I strongly refused to have a biopsy before, and the other is now. He looked at the woman as if she were grasping at her last straw. Finally, Director Liu nodded. If the condition improves after using steroids, it means that our treatment is correct. He did not say what would happen if it was not vasculitis. The woman doesn't need him to leave unfinished words. All she needed now was a reason to live. The heavy burden of the past few days was suddenly lifted, and the woman felt extremely relaxed. A deep sleepiness came over her, and she closed her eyes and fell asleep with a smile on her lips. Seeing this, the doctors continued to observe the woman's physical condition, and after confirming that no other unexpected situations occurred, they withdrew with peace of mind. When Director Liu walked out of the ward, the assistant following him looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Director Liu glanced at it. Just say what you want to say. Why are you dithering? Shall we just tell her it's vasculitis? Director Liu was silent for a moment. Then do you have any way to arrange a checkup for her? If our guess is right, then nothing will happen. If we are wrong, then it will give the dying person a few days of hope. Sometimes willpower can create miracles. We should not only treat patients physically, but also encourage them spiritually. The assistant suddenly realized that he was worthy of being a director-level figure with a different ideological awareness. Director Liu, no, I was just talking nonsense. Actually, there is nothing I can do to her. Afterwards, the assistant was a little disappointed. I hope Dr. Zhao's guess is correct. Hearing this, Director Liu fell silent. There is indeed something unusual about Xiao Qi, but why he had never heard of such a person in the industry before. Moreover, Xiao Qi's background is very ordinary. Both of his parents have passed away, and he is not a big figure in the medical field. That's strange. How does Xiao Qi know so much knowledge? They have not experienced many cases and cannot even associate them with them, but Xiao Qi did it easily. Is this the gap between geniuses and ordinary people? That's a huge difference. Director Liu had seen geniuses before, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Xiao Qi. After the consultation, he specifically asked about Xiao Qi's recent performance. As expected, he found out what Xiao Qi did in the consultation department that day, and also learned that the patients and the police had given him banners. This doesn't seem so surprising. Director Liu gave a detailed account of Xiao Qihui's knowledge system: pediatrics, neurology, infectious diseases. There is even a criminal investigation department. How can one person have so much? Where on earth did this weird thing come from? All of a sudden, Director Liu recalled what happened when the consultation was about to end that day. Xiao Qi stood up directly. He raised his head slightly and looked down at them. I just proposed an idea. It's up to you whether to adopt it or not. If it's really cerebral vasculitis, he looked hesitant. You know it's steroids, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone present stared at him fiercely, wishing they could rush up and beat him. The head of the oncology department said angrily, "We know." What's even more infuriating is that Xiao Qi actually showed a relieved expression. Then, he left without looking back. After he left, the consultation room fell silent again. Although they were very reluctant to adopt Xiao Qi's suggestion, however, it must be said that Clippers is the most likely candidate at the moment. They are not children anymore and will not act on impulse. After the final discussion, all subsequent treatments were converted to focus on treating Clippers. However, that day they all remembered the name Xiao Qi deeply. The next morning, Director Liu and other directors of the consultation room came to the women's ward for diagnosis. As soon as they opened the door, they were very surprised to see the woman sitting on the hospital bed eating breakfast in big mouthfuls. Looks like he has a very good appetite. At the same time, her mental state was no longer as haggard as before. Become alive. The woman's parents sat beside her with pleased looks on their faces, wiping away tears from time to time. Hearing the door being pushed open, the woman's parents turned around in surprise and quickly ran to Director Liu and the others. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my daughter, the two old people are very old and their crying was heartbreaking. Director Liu quickly supported the two elderly people. This is what we should do. Thank you so much. Nan hasn't been able to eat for many days. This is the most she's eaten since she was admitted to the hospital. We were all very worried. When the woman saw them, she smiled for the first time and continued eating. Director Liu and his colleagues walked up to the woman and carefully observed her condition. Really, the woman did get better. The patient's improvement proves that the treatment is effective, so they should be happy. But Director Liu and the others looked at each other. His expression was complicated. I didn't expect that steroids are really effective, which means that Xiao Qi's judgment is correct. They really lost to a young guy. Sigh. We will observe the situation again tonight. If her condition continues to improve, I believe your daughter will be able to be discharged from the hospital soon. Night. The doctor on duty first measured the woman's heartbeat. Normal. He pulled the woman's hands. Can you feel it? The woman was in a good mood and answered him with a smile on her face. Able. The doctor nodded and said there was no problem. Just as he was about to step out of the hospital bed, a woman's terrified voice came from behind. My eyes can't see. The doctor turned his head. I saw the woman who was originally lying down and now sit up straight. The head was raised strangely, and the eyes were staring straight at the ceiling. The doctor had a bad feeling. Sudden, the woman's neck bent back, as if someone was strangling her. She slammed backwards into the bed, eyes widened strangely. The whole person was twitching violently. The doctor watched in horror as the electrocardiogram turned into a straight line. The woman has no vital signs. Chapter 52 The culprit turned out to be sausage. After sleepless rescue. Finally, the woman escaped death and came back alive again. However, this time, the woman's condition is more serious than any previous time. The woman lying in bed can only survive with the help of a ventilator. She stared ahead with dull eyes. His face was sallow and his eye sockets were sunken, not in human form. If this continues, she will be paralyzed from the waist down within a week, permanent blindness. Then he died of respiratory failure. She stood in front of the woman, looking carefully at the numb woman. He came to the hospital early in the morning, only to learn that the woman's condition had deteriorated rapidly last night, even nearly lost his life. So, this also explains, women who have it are not clippers, otherwise her condition would not have suddenly reversed. However, the strange thing is that even if it wasn't clippers, it shouldn't have caused such a violent backlash. The condition began to become confusing. Shi frowned and touched his chin, thinking this would only happen if there was something in the woman's body that caused a reaction to the steroids. But what exactly is that thing? He looked the woman up and down, yet there were no clues. Shi put several picture cards for teaching kindergarten children in random order on the table in front of the woman. Can you put the cards in chronological order? The woman panted with her mouth slightly open, her dull eyes slowly moving to the table. She clearly understood what Shi said, but when she looked at the picture in front of her, her mind was in a mess. Even though I saw the pictures, it felt like reading alien text. Arrangement? Confused, seeing this, Shi's heart sank, because women's intellectual degeneration is more serious. Seeing her like this, there's nothing more to be learned from her. Afterwards, Shi asked the woman's two parents. It's a pity that the woman moved out after she became an adult and worked hard in the big city alone. So she currently lives alone, and her parents know nothing about her life. It's useless to ask. He sighed heavily. Shi walked out of the ward. It seems that I have no choice but to go to her house and check it out myself. The condition has deteriorated so seriously, which means that something must have been lurking in her body for a long time. Home and work, these are the two most likely places, and just now Shi learned that the woman had recently changed jobs. Well, there's only one spot left. Shi always does what he thinks. After figuring out the next course of action, he immediately obtained the family's consent and got the key. Without any delay, he took a taxi to the woman's home. At the same time, the atmosphere in the consultation room was even more solemn than last time. The air seemed to freeze. Other doctors who passed by the door heard the noise of arguments that were always going on in the room. At this moment, there was silence. They immediately realized how serious the situation was. As if affected by the atmosphere inside, everyone passed by. My steps were all light, and I didn't dare to breathe. Indoor, Director Liu and others also know about the decline in women's intelligence. Heavy asphyxia. They couldn't figure it out. If it wasn't even clippers, which matched the symptoms so well, then what disease could it be? This is simply a blow to their academic authority. Silence. Director Liu lowered his head and spoke in a hoarse voice. I was wrong in this matter. I used the medicine before the examination. I made a very low-level mistake. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became even more depressing, because they knew that this was not just Director Liu's problem. The conclusion was reached unanimously by them. When it comes to responsibility, they all bear the responsibility for making the decision. And what can we do if the patient resists being examined? Many times, patients have a variety of conditions. Some people really cannot undergo examination, and at this time they can only discuss carefully and take risks in taking medication. Everything depends on the doctor's experience. It is also a very helpless and common thing. After all, the country has only been using instrumental assistance for many years. Nowadays, clinic doctors and many veteran Chinese medicine practitioners do not have the conditions of a large hospital and still rely on experience to treat patients. Otherwise, why do they say that doctors become more popular as they get older? But they really couldn't understand it, because the symptoms were extremely consistent with clippers. The use of steroids at the beginning did indeed make the patient feel better, but how come the patient's condition suddenly deteriorated overnight? I can't figure it out. The head of the neurology department finally couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere in the room anymore and shouted angrily, "What are you all doing? Let's discuss why this happened. We don't have time to admit our mistakes here. The most important thing now is why the patient has intellectual degeneration." This angry shout actually eased the heavy atmosphere a little. Everyone turned their attention back to the condition. The head of the oncology department pondered for a moment and asked, could it be that the brain was deprived of oxygen when the disease occurred? No, I just gave her the same test again and it was done this time. Director Liu frowned as he described the patient's condition. Like his language ability, his mental state changes intermittently. From recent developments, The patient's brainstem has been affected and she will soon suffer from paralysis, blindness, and respiratory failure. Director Liu solemnly issued the woman a death notice. She only has a week left. Soon, the taxi driver took Xiaoqi to the destination. The woman lived in an independent apartment and did not share it with anyone else. It seems that women's salaries are quite high. After habitual reasoning, Xiaoqi opened the door. Because no one lived there for several days, the air smells slightly of dust, the house is clean and tidy. No one has lived here for a few days, and there is no smell of rotting food. The woman is single, a little bit of a clean freak, and also very frugal, by only small amounts of food at a time. Xiaoqi quickly came to this conclusion in his mind. After taking an overall look, nothing noteworthy happened. The first place you see is the trash can. Determine what the woman ate before coming to the hospital. Xiaoqi looked through it with gloves on and nothing special happened. Ponder for a moment. If something can have a long-term impact on the human body, it must be related to eating, sleeping, and smell. There was no peculiar smell in the air, and her neighbors did not behave abnormally, so the smell could be ruled out. The rest is sleeping and eating. When sleeping, focus on checking the room. When eating, focus on checking the kitchen. Xiaoqi went to the woman's room first. He searched through the closet, bed sheets, and quilt covers, and especially smelled the woman's pajamas. There's only a woman's body odor, no smell of mold. In the end, even the cash that the woman had hidden deep inside was found by Xiaoqi. However, still nothing was found. Well, now there is only one place I haven't found yet. Kitchen, pools, sewer pipes. Then there's the refrigerator. As soon as it is opened, Xiaoqi was suddenly stunned because there was a row full of hams inside. Well, this is indeed a portable food for people living alone. Just as he was about to close the refrigerator door, Xiaoqi paused. Ham, I see. P.S. Although it is not very popular, most of the people who clicked in have read it, perhaps because of the bad name. Persevere. I will try to write more in each chapter so that it will be more comfortable to read. Thank you for your support. Chapter 53. The puzzle pieces are finally complete. A bright light suddenly burst out from Xiaoqi's eyes. The joy of finally solving the mystery went straight to the top of my head. It was so good that his scalp was tingling. So that's how it is. The last piece of the puzzle has finally been found. Everything fits perfectly. Why do women's conditions suddenly worsen after using steroids? There is a reasonable explanation for all this. Xiaoqi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Refreshing. It's so refreshing. The birds outside were almost shaken off the branches by his sudden laughter. Bird, is this human sick? After a moment, Xiaoqi finally stopped laughing. Hold on, business is important now. Xiaoqi got in a taxi and rushed to the hospital without saying a word. At the same time, Jinghua First People's Hospital, the woman lay on the hospital bed, looking extremely haggard. She looked lifeless, and anyone who saw her would think she was going to die soon. No wonder whether it's physical torture or mentally. I learned that I had a brain tumor and cerebrovasculitis, which is a treatable disease. Then it turned into a blow of terminal illness. It's no less than falling from heaven to hell. It's heaven and hell back and forth over and over again. Most people can't stand this stimulation, not to mention, she is a girl who has never experienced any setbacks. The woman's parents stood outside the door, looking at their daughter's wooden appearance through the glass. My heart is broken. My heart aches. Even if this disease does not happen to them, how can parents not feel their children's pain? Despair. The mother fainted from crying in her father's arms. Also outside the ward were Director Liu and his group. Their faces also looked extremely ugly. It's not that I haven't seen such sad scenes before. After all, a hospital is a place where people say goodbye all the time. At their age, they have seen everything. Only, it's so embarrassing. We are all the top doctors in the hospital. With so many people gathered together, we can't save a little girl. Now we can't even find the cause of the disease. The head of neurology department looked angry. Director Liu sighed. Who has any solution now? None of the guesses are right. We have used all the available medicines, but the situation has not improved at all. No, wait, is there really no other way? Such a tricky and elusive cause of the disease has left even the experts clueless. The last time was when they were interns following the big boss. What kind of disease is this? Could it be that it has nothing to do with brain disease? It's a pity that we can't do any tests right now, otherwise I don't believe that we can't find out anything. Well, thinking of this, everyone sighed. After several setbacks, the little girl refused to receive treatment again. Even they are full of distrust. Unless solid evidence is placed in front of her, she will never cooperate. Silence. Several big guys stood at the door like door gods. Many medical staff passing by didn't dare to breathe. The other patients were also very surprised. The doctors Expression is so serious, it seems that the person inside is in a miserable state. TSK. Just when everyone was frowning, there was a surprising sound of footsteps from someone at the end of the corridor. In a noisy environment, the sound of footsteps was clearly heard by everyone. Looking back, Shao-Chi was striding towards them. There was an aura around him that made everyone quiet down unconsciously when he passed by. When Director Lu saw him, he suddenly remembered that they hadn't seen him since a while ago. It's not that I didn't think of calling him, but none of them could bring themselves to do that. Then, everyone maintained the same tacit understanding as never before, and no one took the initiative to mention Shao-Chi's name. But now Shao-Chi appeared by himself. What is he doing here? Is he going to say something shocking again? Director Lu and others all looked at him in surprise and doubt. Under everyone's unwelcome gaze, only Lin Chuan looked surprised, with tears streaming down his face. Brother, you are finally here. You know I am too scared to even fart among these big guys. I'm dying of suffocation. At this time, Shao-Chi had stopped in front of them. Director Lu and his colleagues are feeling frustrated because of the uncertain condition of their illness. Now Shao-Chi looked like he was looking for trouble and rushed straight towards them. Well, don't blame us for being rude. The temper hidden under the volcano suddenly erupted. Just when a few people were about to open their mouths to scold, Shao-Chi raised the thing in his hand and spoke first. Everyone, what do you think this is? Director Lu was stunned. Their erupting little volcano was interrupted by Shao-Chi, and they were stuck in a stalemate. I feel so choked up in my heart. Take another closer look. Your sister. This is just a sausage. What's so good about it? You kid, are you hungry? Are you here to play tricks on us? The anger can't be suppressed at all. The director of the brain tumor department frowned and said, Shao-Chi, what on earth are you doing? This is not a place for you to joke around. Director Lu didn't understand either, so he held up a ham and asked them what it was. Does Shao-Chi think they are fools? Shao-Chi, I advise you not to block here if you have nothing to do. Don't be ungrateful, we don't have time to play kindergarten games with you. When Lin Chuan saw this situation, his heart skipped a beat. Oops, as expected, some doctors passing by saw the big boss and joined him in criticizing the pretty boy who got in through the back door. They also took the opportunity to flatter the big guys. An internet celebrity shouldn't come out and embarrass himself. What is that pretty boy doing with a sausage? Is he treating everyone to a meal? No way, a big internet celebrity can be so shabby. Ha. What is he going to do? He's not going to do anything, is he? I heard that all those internet celebrities do this, but he doesn't even look at the time now. He's definitely going to be fired this time. That's what barefoot doctors are like. They don't know the rules of the hospital. Several people spoke loudly, afraid that Shao-Chi couldn't hear it. The big guys did not refute it because they also thought so. However, Shao-Chi heard everyone's discussions, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled calmly. The sausage in my hand was taken from the patient's home. Everyone was stunned and confused. So what? Who knows? When Shao-Chi heard this, he chuckled. So what? No way, you haven't reacted yet? Hearing this, several doctors passing by could not hold back even more than Director Lu and his companions. Ever since Shao-Chi was presented with banners by patients and police these days, the young nurse has been talking about Shao-Chi all the time. Seeing that Shao-Chi's face was even more handsome than theirs, several people's jealousy and depression suddenly erupted. Kid, just speak your mind, don't talk nonsense. Maybe you're here to sell goods, stop insulting me here. Humph, I want to see what nonsense you can come up with. However, the unhappy expressions on the faces of several big men paused. As if he had thought of something, his brows were furrowed and he was deep in thought. Shao-Chi looked at the passers-by, spitting with a smile. The harsher you curse, the more painful your face will be later. When everyone was exhausted from cursing, Shao-Chi finally spoke slowly. As we all know, ham is made from pork. Isn't this nonsense? Passers-by looked down on him. Director Lu and the others understood something and their bodies stiffened. The presence of pork means. Chapter 54. I think it should be brain cysticercosis. Shao-Chi continued their unfinished words with a smile. This means, the woman is most likely suffering from brain cysticercosis. As soon as the words fell, the scene suddenly became quiet. Several bigwigs have realized something. The hands that were originally across the chest slowly lowered. They all stared at Shao-Chi in a daze. Suddenly, their thoughts suddenly became clear, and a numbing sensation spread from their tailbone to the top of their head, shaking them so much that their whole bodies were trembling. Goosebumps appear. The dark clouds in everyone's hearts dissipated, and the sun shone brightly in an instant. Several Other doctors who were passers-by also reacted at this time, although I don't know whether what Xiaoqi said is true or false. Looking at the boss's dazed look, it means that Xiaoqi is very likely right. Shit, this is outrageous weight gain, it's outrageous. Suddenly, they were speechless. The head of neurology department widened his eyes in disbelief. You mean she has pork tapeworm in her brain? The woman's parents also said excitedly, are you sure? Cysticercus is also known as tapeworm. When Xiaoqi was a child, he had seen it in the program Approaching Science. Watching the long white worms being pulled out of the human body was a nightmare for him when he was a child. The pork tapeworm is the main parasitic tapeworm in my country. If you eat unhygienic pork, the parasite may enter your body. Tapeworms usually live in the intestines, blood, and brain. Among them, the clinical symptoms of brain cysticercosis are the most serious and complicated. Epilepsy and headache are the most common symptoms. There may also be memory loss, nerve damage, increased intracranial pressure, sensory impairment, etc. It matches the woman's symptoms. But Director Liu hesitated. Tens of millions of people eat ham every day. This possibility is very small. The clippers they diagnosed previously also had several of the same symptoms. It is normal for different diseases to show the same symptoms. They no longer dared to draw conclusions without first checking. Xiaoqi sneered. Have you forgotten that on March 15, a certain brand of ham was exposed as unhealthy? After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. It actually makes so much sense. The woman's parents also exclaimed at this moment. That's right. My daughter really likes to eat ham, especially that one. Oh shit, they all correspond. Then, Xiaoqi turned and looked at the director of the Department of Neurology. Neurologist, let me ask you what reactions will occur after patients with brain cysticercosis are given steroids? Everyone turned to look at him. The head of the neurology department had a complicated look on his face. After the administration of steroids, the condition will improve slightly, and then take a sharp turn for the worse. That's right, is this the truth? The mystery was actually solved by this pretty boy. A group of passers-by. Dr. felt dizzy. Xiaoqi snapped his fingers. Bingo! You're right. The director of neurology department smiled immediately when he was praised. That's not right. Why should he be happy because of Xiaoqi's praise? The smile on his face suddenly froze, then he was filled with black lines on his face. It was so embarrassing that he couldn't answer such a simple question. Suddenly, Xiaoqi lowered his eyes, his smile disappeared, and his expression turned serious again. A classic example of tapeworm infection is if the pork is not cooked long enough, the larvae can get into the digestive system. Following his voice, everyone began to recall the contents of the book. They have little hooks on their bodies that can attach to the intestinal wall, where they can then parasitize, grow, and reproduce. Parents standing by and listening attentively, and patients passing by. At this moment, vivid images emerged in my mind. I couldn't help but shiver. Looking at the haggard woman on the hospital bed, I thought of her body full of parasites. Oh my god, I got goosebumps. But soon, the woman's parents reacted and hurriedly asked, didn't you say that those worms are in the intestinal wall? Then why is my daughter's intelligence deteriorating? Anyone who has learned a little bit of physiological knowledge knows that although the intestines and the brain look similar, one is used to store feces and the other is a control center. If the parasite is only in the intestines, how can it affect the area that can only be controlled by the brain? Xiaoqi looked at them with admiration in his eyes. That's a good question. Because what I just said was a typical case, and your daughter. Before he finished speaking, the director of neurology sighed deeply. Complex. This is not a typical case. This young man once again found something among the vast causes of the disease that even they could not figure out. Looking at his relaxed expression, it was as if these things that had stumped them were so easy for him. Xiaoqi, where on earth did this weirdo come from? Xiaoqi was not annoyed by being interrupted. He looked at the director of neurology and saw that he had no intention of continuing. He continued, tapeworms can lay 20,000 to 30,000 eggs a day, most of which are excreted from the body, but some always slip through the net. Unlike the larvae, the eggs are so small that they can pass through the intestinal wall and into the bloodstream, which travels throughout the body. The scary thing is that as long as the eggs are healthy, the immune system will not reject them, and the parasites can escape immune surveillance and control the flow of body fluids by secreting special substances. It can be said that the whole process is perfectly coordinated, and as long as the insects are healthy, the people are healthy. Nature is really amazing. When the woman's mother heard that the tapeworm was so terrifying, she broke out in a cold sweat. The thought of this horrible parasite wreaking havoc in my daughter's body, she screamed and immediately ran to Xiaoqi, her knees going weak and she was about to kneel down. Doctor, if the worm is still there, then my daughter is hopeless. Please save my daughter. Fortunately, Xiaoqi was quick to support her immediately. The other onlookers were also curious. Do I need to find a veterinarian to cure the worms? Xiaoqi shook his head. It was too late because we had used steroids before and the parasites were dying. They couldn't resist the host's immune system surveillance, and the immune system recovered and devoured the worms. Everyone was confused. Isn't this a good thing? Director Liu sighed heavily. No, by this time the parasites have spread throughout the brain, and the immune system is attacking it, causing serious damage to the brain. With a cry of ah, the woman's mother fainted suddenly. However, the oncology department had just finished reading the test report submitted by the assistant. Frown. But this doesn't rule out other possibilities. Her eosinophil count is normal. Only 30% of cases with parasitic infection have abnormal counts. This doesn't prove anything. Xiaoqi looked calm. Unless you can find more suitable cases to convince me, and it can be proven by testing and treatment. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the doctors in front of him all began to shake their heads and sigh. Finally, it was Director Liu who spoke. This patient, she doesn't want to accept any of our treatments, nor does she want to undergo any tests. She just wants to wait to die. This time, even Xiaoqi was silent. Chapter 55 The Feeling of Dying Night. After everyone left, Xiaoqi came to the woman's ward alone. This time, the woman still hadn't slept yet. She sat on the bed with a numb face, looking out the window. I'm Xiaoqi, and I'm one of your attending doctors now. Hearing this, the woman reacted slightly. She turned her head slowly. What do you want to say? Xiaoqi stared into her eyes closely. You have a tapeworm in your brain. If you don't get treated, you won't make it past the weekend. The woman's expression remained unchanged, or rather, she was unmoved. His eyes were cold and he had no desire to survive. She doesn't believe it. Even one corner of the mouth is slightly raised and the corners of the eyes are turned down. Disdain. She has a deep distrust of hospitals. Xiaoqi's heart sank slightly. Sure enough, the next second the woman asked him, Did you see the bug? Of course not. As the woman spoke, her expression finally showed a hint of emotion, and she asked back angrily. You thought I had vasculitis before, but I listened to your treatment and now I can't walk and have to wear diapers out of shame. How else do you want to treat it? Xiaoqi's eyes were burning and his tone was firm. I'm not talking about treatment, I'm talking about cure. I don't believe you're willing to die like this. Your parents are still alive and they're worried about you. After saying this, Xiaoqi clearly saw a flicker of hesitation in the woman's expression. It seems that she doesn't really want to die, nor is she completely desperate. I just don't trust them. The woman's eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Xiaoqi. Do you know what it feels like to have a near-death experience? Have you ever experienced that feeling of being on the verge of death? Now you want me to experience it again? Excuse me, even if it's only for a week, I want to die with dignity. I don't want to become a retard who is worse than a 3-year-old child. After the woman finished speaking, the ward fell into silence. After a moment of silence, Xiaoqi raised his drooping eyes. You asked me if I had ever experienced a near-death experience. Of course I had, more than once. During his years as a detective, in addition to catching mistresses, he also fought brutal serial killers. He has been through life and death situations many times, even at the end, otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. But the woman didn't believe it. She looked Xiaoqi up and down. How could such a young and handsome man experience the feeling of near death? It's just like those people who are hypocritically comforting her. They don't understand anything and can't empathize with others. But now he is pretending. Hypocritical. Xiaoqi looked at the woman's distrustful eyes and said softly, Of course I have. If it is caused by external force, the first thing you feel is pain. Then all the feelings disappear, and your whole body seems to be sinking. It feels like you are in a daze. Sometimes I feel a sense of dissociation. My consciousness is separated from my body. I will float in the air, looking at my body and the busy medical staff around me, and then I will recall the most important experience of my life. Until it returns to nothingness. The woman looked at him in disbelief. The experience he described was exactly the same as hers. At this moment, she felt a resonance of soul. But how could that be? Why would a young, handsome, and gifted person like him, who works in a big hospital, experience death? The shared experience gave her a sense of trust in Xiaoqi, and the woman's expression began to waver. Just when Xiaoqi thought she would agree, the woman finally shook her head. I'm sorry, I know that the test requires a CT scan, but I really don't want to enter that small space again and experience the feeling of having no one to turn to for help." As she spoke, tears suddenly flowed from the woman's cold eyes, and she choked up and said, "I'm very scared. After experiencing death, I'm even more scared. Please go." I voluntarily give up treatment. A long time the moonlight coming through the window fell on Xiao Qi's shoulders, as if it had condensed into frost. His motionless body finally left the ward slowly because of Xiao Qi's movement. The woman was still sitting on the bed with tears in her eyes. She still refuses to accept treatment? Outside the ward, the group once again observed the woman through the window on the door. The woman's parents kept crying. "No matter how we persuade her, Nan won't listen. Doctor, you must save her. She is just depressed for the moment and doesn't really want to die. Please don't give up on her." Director Liu was also a bit troubled by this situation. Neurocysticercosis is not easy to diagnose and the incidence rate is not high, which is why they did not think of it first. Directed biopsy is the only way to confirm this. In addition, due to its unique imaging characteristics, neurocysticercosis can be identified on CT and RITI and separated from other brain tumors. For example, in CT, it will appear as a sheet-like low-density lesion, and in MRI TL-weighted, tapeworms will appear as small dots. But even so, misdiagnosis still occurs in many top hospitals. For example, in a Naval General Hospital famous for its neurosurgery, 8 out of 37 cases of brain cysticercosis in recent years were misdiagnosed as other cases, not to mention that this is a hospital that is only known for its comprehensive strength. Therefore, it is indeed amazing that Xiao Qi was able to determine that it was brain cysticercosis. Director Liu's eyes changed when he looked at Xiao Qi. Ahem, we've gone off topic. In short, it is impossible to detect tapeworms without doing these tests. Director Liu sighed. The patients wanted to provide proof but resisted having those tests. What could they do? Just when he was about to say that he was powerless, a clear voice spoke first. "Don't worry, we won't give up on any patient." "Who is it?" He almost got slapped in the face. Turning around, Director Liu had a blank expression on his face. "Oh, it's you again, Xiao Qi." He wasn't surprised at all, but at the same time, he became curious. What could Xiao Qi do? This time it really touched his blind spot. Not only him, other big guys also looked at him curiously. There is a good saying, "Those who were born after me, but heard the truth before me, I will follow them and learn from them." They also don't mind learning from people younger than them, as long as they are recognized by them. Secretly take out your little notebook and write it down. Xiao Qi's eyes were silently looking at the woman, thinking about something. "I know a non-invasive test that is absolutely safe and will not cause her to resist." With just one sentence, everyone's eyes lit up for me. Non-invasive test, many instruments flashed through my mind, but I still couldn't get an answer. "Have you ever seen bugs in an X-ray?" The big guys were stunned. "Huh? Say it again?" They couldn't believe their ears. "Are you talking about the regular, old, non-contrast X-rays that are hundreds of years old?" Xiao Qi smiled. "Yes." Chapter 56. Why do we need to look at the head? The thighs can also be diagnosed. Director Liu looked a little strange. He had just affirmed Xiao Qi in his heart, but he actually gave an unexpected answer. "Xiao Qi, you are kidding me. I have never heard that X-rays can be used to check for tapeworms." They looked at Xiao Qi with surprise. Xiao Qi calmly replied, "Of course I'm not kidding. Bugs look like a shotgun bullet in an X-ray, just like an MRI image." It seems to be true. However, the head of neurosurgery frowned. Wrong. "But we did a CT scan before and couldn't see anything." If they had seen the tapeworm before, would they have kept guessing? Xiao Qi was not panicked when he heard the rebuttal, but remained calm, just like a teacher who was patiently answering students' questions. "That's normal. That's because the density of the tapeworm cells is similar to that of the cerebrospinal fluid, so you can't see tapeworms in the brain." But this word "but" hit everyone's heart hard. They couldn't help swallowing. Their intuition told them, next, Xiao Qi will come to a conclusion that will surprise them. But what? This time we didn't target her brain, but her legs. Those bugs like thigh muscles. If there are bugs in her brain, then there must be bugs in her thigh muscles too. Silence. Everyone present was urgently recalling all the information about tapeworms. The director of the Department of Neurology was stunned for a moment. "Yes, I have seen this operation in an academic research report. I thought it was just an interesting anecdote at the time. After all, with more advanced instruments nowadays, who would still use such an ancient method? I didn't expect that I would actually use it today." The others looked at each other. They don't have the habit of the director of the Department of Neurology to read academic reports everywhere, and they are not very familiar with tapeworms. The majors don't match. What can they do? However, judging from the expression of the director of neurology department, what Shao-Chi said was true. But where on earth did this kid know these little bits of knowledge? Without his reminder, they wouldn't even have thought of it. The director of the department of neurology also asked the question that was on their minds. Well done, 1 point for neurology. However, hearing their questions, Shao-Chi felt very confused. Knowing is knowing. Just call up all the relevant information in your mind and eliminate them one by one until you choose the most appropriate solution. It's very simple. Shao-Chi looked at them innocently. Isn't that the case with you guys? Everyone was silent. Break the bowl. How could a normal person remember all the relevant information? You are the abnormal one. The invisible Versailles is the most deadly. A director Lu and the others looked as if they had choked on a steamed bun. The distorted expression, stuck on the face, is extremely funny. Finally, they accepted the fact that Shao-Chi was different from ordinary people, and forced their expressions back to calm. Right now, arrange for her to have an X-ray immediately. The woman lay on the bed with a cold, numb expression. Looking closely, there was a faint glimmer of hope in her eyes. Shao-Chi operated the X-ray machine and moved it to the woman's legs. With a click, soon an X-ray of the woman's leg came out. Eye in the muscle of the left leg. A bullet-like larva appears clearly in the film. Amazing, it really exists. Shao-Chi is awesome. Everyone present cheered and hugged each other in surprise. Lin Xuan, who was following them silently, even cried for joy. The interns who were following behind looked incredulous. They are all outstanding students taught by their respective principals. At this time, I was specially called by the teacher to study. After learning the whole story, I saw the tapeworm that really appeared in the film. Oh shit, how can it be like this? It's really eye-opening. This is the emergence of a tiny tapeworm larva. This means that the diagnosis after so many days has finally produced results. The patient was finally able to receive treatment. After the cheers, a group of big men stared at Shao-Chi with greedy eyes. It's a pity that such a good talent is not their student. However, now that he is the head of a department, he is not interested in being their student this time. They had no prejudice against Shao-Chi at all. After a while, the X-ray was placed in front of the woman. She also saw the tiny bug clearly. The faint light in Muran's eyes began to grow brighter and brighter. This time, she was no longer wary of Shao-Chi. I have bugs in my thighs. Does that mean I have bugs in my brain too? Shao-Chi nodded. And they have probably been in your body for 6 years. The woman uttered a cry of surprise. The thought of her body being covered in parasites and more filling her mind. Oops, itchy all over. The woman's originally wooden expression suddenly became particularly vivid. Therefore, few people can remain so calm in the face of life and death. What should I do? They're all in my head. Am I dead? Shao-Chi walked slowly to the table, poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. At the same time, he placed 2 pills in his other hand in front of the woman. Albendazole. The woman looked at him suspiciously. Just 2 pills? Shao-Chi shrugged. Yes, just 2 pills. Take 3 times a day after meals, and in a month all those bugs will disappear from your body. The woman asked again incredulously. Really, just 2 pills? Yes, of course there may be some adverse reactions, such as abdominal pain, vomiting, headache, dizziness. The more Shao-Chi spoke, the bigger the smile on the woman's face became. Before he could finish his words, the woman looked into Shao-Chi's eyes and swallowed the medicine without saying a word. Outside the door, the woman's parents cried with joy after drinking the medicine. The woman still looked at Shao-Chi, looking at her eyes. Shao-Chi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she has a crush on him? Goodbye, he has to concentrate on work now and has no time for a relationship. Slipped away. After this battle, Shao-Chi became completely famous within the hospital. The young nurses all looked at Shao-Chi with admiration and love. Several directors praised it highly. Today's young people are really scary. They are really old. I don't know where the dean found this good talent, but fortunately he didn't end up in another hospital. One day, Director Lu suddenly came to Shao-Chi's department. Dr. Shao, I want to ask you, why did you go to the patient's home to look for clues? I have never seen a doctor like you, who is like a detective. Shao-Chi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Director Lu to come and ask him specifically. Ponder for a moment. Because patients often lie, and sometimes they don't even know the reason, so going to their homes can save a lot of trouble. Director Lu suddenly realized, this young man is indeed extraordinary. It seems we can rest assured in choosing him. After a pause, Director Lu looked serious. Dr. Shao, the industry holds a medical exchange conference every year, and every top hospital will send people there. I would like to recommend you to go. Chapter 57 I want you to attend a medical exchange meeting. Medical exchange meeting. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi immediately became interested. He had never heard of it before. This is also related to the fact that the level of his previous exposure was too low, but he was still a little surprised. He didn't expect that Director Lu, who had always looked down on him, would come to him, although he became a little famous in the hospital this time. But to be honest, this is nothing. It's just because it is in stark contrast to his previous reputation. That's why it attracted so much attention in the hospital. To be honest, Xiaoqi's fame is not as great as those famous doctors who are well known. Moreover, the entire Jinghua First People's Hospital is very large, with 5 buildings alone, covering all departments. Among them, there are countless top doctors. Dr. Lu and his colleagues are just one of the few. This medical exchange meeting should bring together elites from many hospitals, but with so many candidates, why did Director Lu nominate him? Although Jinghua First People's Hospital is very strong, that is only in terms of comprehensiveness. When it comes to specialization in a certain field, it may not be able to compare with some other hospitals. Not to mention, he currently can't even get an appointment in the hospital, let alone compare with doctors in other hospitals. Moreover, in terms of strength, most of Xiaoqi's skills are still at the intermediate level, so his professional precision is naturally a little worse. However, in terms of comprehensiveness, few of them can compare to him. Wouldn't it be better to choose another doctor than him? After pondering for a moment, Xiaoqi asked doubtfully, Director Lu, I am indeed very interested in this medical exchange meeting, but I want to know why you chose me? There are many people in the hospital who are better than me. He was indeed very interested in this exchange meeting, but if he went it would be the same as not going. So why should he waste his time? His hobby is slapping people in the face, but he doesn't like to let others slap him in the face. Unexpectedly, after Xiaoqi asked this question, Director Lu sighed repeatedly, looking worried. Let me first tell you about this medical exchange meeting. Although it is called an exchange meeting, it is actually a competition among the strengths of various hospitals. Xiaoqi understood instantly. Isn't this equivalent to a martial arts competition? A hospital's reputation is linked to its strength. The stronger the strength, the greater the reputation. With fame, it will attract more patients and influence the first choice of outstanding graduates. Limited resources will continue to flow into high-quality hospitals. The strong become stronger, and the weak become weaker. Director Lu continued. Usually we send 3 generations of people, the old, middle-aged, and young. The old generation represents the historical experience of the hospital. They will hold a communication meeting on the first day to share their experience. The middle-aged generation represents the backbone of the hospital. They will present their latest medical research this year and discuss with each other on the second day. Director Lu didn't have any special expression before, but here, he suddenly paused. His expression was slightly melancholy. Xiaoqi understood in his heart that it seemed that the problem lay here. The young generation is the future of each hospital. They are generally in their 20s to 30s. On the third day, the organizer will provide several patients with difficult and complicated diseases for them to diagnose. This is also the most important part of testing the strength of each hospital. Difficult and complicated diseases. Now that you say this, I'm not sleepy anymore. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly lit up. This is exactly what he wants. Director Lu did not notice Xiaoqi's expression and said angrily, Unfortunately, several of the talents we have favored over the years have been poached by other hospitals at high prices. Although the children who enter our hospital are all excellent, they are still a little inferior to those geniuses. In the past few years, the performance of the younger generation in our hospital has not been very ideal. If this continues, Xiaoqi understood. If this continues and the older generation retires, I'm afraid Jinghua First People's Hospital will not be able to compete with other hospitals. However, Director Lu's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Xiaoqi in front of him. Xiaoqi felt a little numb when he looked at him. I saw him holding Xiaoqi's hand tightly. Fortunately our hospital has you this year. Now we finally have the conditions to compete with others. I believe in you, Dr. Xiao. I finally understand how wise it was for the dean to invite you. Xiaoqi, pull your hand out forcefully. 2 grown men shouldn't pull each other like this. How embarrassing it would be to be seen by others. I didn't understand it before. I thought the dean wanted to find another way to advertise by hiring an internet celebrity. When Director Lu said this, he scratched his head, laughed, and his eyes wandered. Who would have thought that Xiaoqi was so capable? At his age, no one would believe it, but it's better this way. Even they don't believe it, and the outside world will not believe that their hospital really has a miracle. Director Lu's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. And no matter how much other hospitals offer to poach people, no matter how talented the newcomers are, however, to reach the level of Xiaoqi, it will take at least several more years of experience. Only, Xiaoqi thought quickly in his mind. At 30, there are more than just new people. Director Lu nodded. Yes, there are already many experienced doctors at the age of 30, especially in the past few years. There are several who can be regarded as direct disciples of some great figures. This is where we lose. There have been quite a few monsters in the past few years, some of them are even comparable to us. Each generation is stronger than the last. It's just that our hospital doesn't have good sources of students. Xiaoqi understood and completely realized why Director Lu chose him. It turns out that there are not many available candidates. At the same time, he also understood why the dean promised him the position of department director. One reason is because of his ability, and they are afraid that he will be poached by other hospitals with higher prices. Second, even if he was given a position in the department, however, this is a brand new department. If Xiaoqi does not have the ability, this will just be a false title, and the hospital can directly fire him in a month. If Xiaoqi had the ability, naturally there would be patients coming to him, revitalize this new department. To outsiders, it seems as if the hospital is losing money. In fact, the hospital is simply winning. He is worthy of being the dean. Those who can sit in this position are all experienced people. After thinking it through, Xiaoqi was not disgusted by the result. Adults should be treated like adults. Moreover, among so many hospitals, only Jinghua First People's Hospital took the risk to try him. Based on this sincerity, he would not be ungrateful. Xiaoqi looked calm and smiled slightly. I am very interested in this exchange meeting. Director Lu, please tell me when this exchange meeting will be held? Director Lu's face instantly broke into a big smile. That's great. This year's exchange meeting will be held at the end of December, which is still half a year away. You can prepare well. Half a year, it seems that he needs to upgrade his knowledge in the next 6 months. At least all of them should be upgraded to advanced level, otherwise, it would be a bit uncertain to deal with those elites. Chapter 58 Smart Micro Camera. After seeing Director Lu off, Xiaoqi stretched his body, and his joints made crackling sounds. Comfortable. After talking with Director Lu just now, I thought about upgrading quickly. Xiaoqi finally remembered the system he had forgotten for a long time. After the woman's condition was diagnosed in the morning, the system announced the reward. However, no sooner had he cured the woman's illness than a new patient came to him. As a result, he had no choice but to put the system reward aside and concentrate on treating the patient. It is now time to get off work. There are no patients, and the clinic is very quiet. Xiaoqi thought about it and opened the system, detect the host and solve a difficult problem of medium difficulty, and get advanced reward X1 and gold coins X150. Do you want to receive the reward? Without any hesitation, yes. This time it turned out to be a difficult and complicated problem of medium difficulty. At first appearance, it seems that there are levels within the system. This surprised Xiaoqi a little. However, the difficulty in confirming the diagnosis this time is indeed extremely great. Not only is the case difficult to diagnose, but the patients themselves are also unwilling to cooperate. If it weren't for Xiaoqi's solid knowledge, this woman might not have survived this week. Congratulations to the host for randomly upgrading 3 pieces of knowledge to advanced level. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million cash. Experience gained from perspective skills increased by 10%. A surge of knowledge suddenly poured into my mind. Xiaoqi felt extremely happy as he swam in the ocean of knowledge. Cool. The later you get, the more you will like the pleasure of imparting knowledge. After the indoctrination was over, Xiaoqi calmed his mind and focused his eyes, opened the personal information panel. Host, Xiaoqi, age, 23, occupation, doctor, intermediate knowledge of men's diseases, intermediate gynecological disease knowledge, advanced knowledge of infectious system diseases, advanced clinical surgical knowledge, advanced knowledge of neurological diseases, advanced knowledge of digestive tumor system diseases, advanced knowledge of blood system diseases, gold, 345. After Xiaoqi read it carefully, he was delighted. He now has 5 advanced skills. I believe that as long as I upgrade a few more times, I will be able to upgrade all my knowledge to advanced level. I don't know what levels there will be after the advanced level. Looking forward to it, although my knowledge now seems to be sufficient, but he could still vaguely feel that there was still a wider sky above it. He still has many shortcomings. If he could upgrade all his skills to advanced levels, the diagnosis of the woman's illness today wouldn't have been so tortuous, because the system gave him a lot of knowledge, some detailed and some brief. If it weren't for Xiaoqi's powerful brain power, He would have been thinking over and over in his mind, I'm afraid he hasn't figured out how to use the X-rays. Yet his current level of IT can be seen as a collection of the directors of all the tertiary departments. If you keep going up, wouldn't that be comparable to the leading figures in the medical field? Thinking of this, Shao-Chi immediately became excited. A 23-year-old department director is already amazing. A leading doctor in his 20s, oh shit, I dare not even think about it. So terrifying. After a moment, Shao-Chi finally calmed down. Refocus your attention on other rewards. This time he received $1 million in cash, in addition to the previous 500,000. Now he has a total of 1.5 million in cash, which is equivalent to a director's 2-year salary. Suppress the excitement in your heart. Don't worry, wait until he has settled all the rewards. In addition to cash, after 3 upgrades, his gold coins accumulated to 345. Without saying anything, he immediately opened the mall. At a glance, many items were lit. There are all kinds of things like magical lollipops that you can hold in your mouth for 10 days without melting, and self-cleaning clothes that you don't need to change after wearing them, etc. The skill area also opens up skills such as carving, fine operation, micro-engraving, basically around 200 gold coins. After reading it, Shao-Chi was very upset. Does this mean he will carve on the patient? It doesn't seem impossible. Stop, there are quite a few useful and interesting things, and there are some that make him excited, but when he thinks about it carefully, it seems that he doesn't really need them. Calm down, never make impulse purchases. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. Smart micro camera, a micro camera built by Eun Technology Company specifically for the low-tech world appearance. The overall diameter is only 1 centimeter, and it can be pinned on the collar or clipped next to the ear. Functions: it can broadcast live online, automatically recognize faces and block privacy, perform special processing on sounds, and the camera can be set to face forward or toward the host. Gold-rimmed glasses can be used to watch live comments. Gold 250. The function is really awesome. Shao-Chi was ecstatic. This just solved his urgent problem. As the number of visits to the doctor increases, he was increasingly unable to cope with live streaming on his mobile phone. He can't always keep one hand free to hold up his phone and take pictures of others. Trouble not suitable, especially in many more serious environments. He was really afraid that the family members would see him holding the phone to the patient and shouting, "Thank you, my friend, for the plane." He will definitely be chased out of the 4 blocks by his family members. Just like during the previous consultation, he pretended to be an intern, and it was not appropriate for him to use his mobile phone to broadcast live in such a serious occasion. Since then, apart from daily live broadcast Diagnosis, there is no more live broadcast to follow up on the woman's condition. Facing the screaming audience in the live broadcast room, Shao-Chi was also helpless, but with this mini camera, he doesn't have to worry. Without hesitation, click to buy. There was a flash of light, and a small black camera and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared in Shao-Chi's hand. He looked at the 2 things in his hands. Very refined. The camera looks like a black gem and looks great on the ear. Instead, it reveals a hint of unruliness. There are faint patterns on the frame of the gold-rimmed glasses, and you can see them when you put them on. A line of words immediately appeared on the lens. Do you want to start live broadcast? Shao-Chi said no. Curiously, I picked up the mirror and looked at myself. Fuck. Once you put on the gold-rimmed glasses, you will immediately turn into a gentleman. Within 3 meters, he is so handsome that it is hard to tell the difference between humans and animals. Cough cough. That's an exaggeration. Now that I have so much cash, it's time to think about buying a car. 1.5 million is enough. It's a good time to rest tomorrow. There's plenty of time to buy a car, although the hospital is not far from the house where he lives now. But which man can resist the temptation of a car? Even if you don't drive it normally, you can just leave it there and take it for a spin when you have time. Isn't it great? I looked out the window and it was already getting dark. I ran back and forth a lot today for my woman's illness and was exhausted. Go back and have a good rest and get back in shape. Go to bed quickly, or you will die suddenly sooner or later. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, fatigue quickly swept over me. Next second, Shao-Chi has fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 59. Brother Shao, you are not the son of death. The next morning, when Shao-Chi woke up, he packed up immediately and went straight to the nearest forest shop. 1.5 million is enough to buy a high-end luxury car. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche. What's more, he only has cash, so he can withdraw it and go. On the way there, Shao-Chi also started a live broadcast and put on gold-rimmed glasses. Today I happened to try out my new mini camera to see if it works well. As soon as the show started, Shao-Chi pointed the camera at his own face. The fans were originally excited and wanted to say hello to the host, but when he looked at the people in the live broadcast room, he was stunned. Fuck, who is this? Brother Xiao seems even more abstinent after not seeing him for a long time. What should I do if I, a man, have a nosebleed in front of Brother Xiao? Brother Xiao, you might be suffering from some serious illness. Ah, I used to be a medical fan of the anchor, but I've changed. I want to become a girlfriend fan. Husband, when will you marry me? So handsome, like a beast in human clothing. Think, shashasha. Xiaoqi looked at the crazy barrage of comments in front of him with some helplessness. Has he changed that much? Today we are not broadcasting a doctor's visit, today we are going to buy a car. With just one sentence, the audience in the live broadcast room were excited for me. You bought a car so soon? You're so rich, please support me. Others have already bought cars at the age of 23, but I am still a greenhorn at the age of 23. Awesome. Is live streaming so profitable? Brother Xiao said he doesn't treat patients during live broadcasts. Do you believe him, brothers? There were rows of expressions of disbelief on the barrage. What a joke. Xiaoqi's nickname is the Son of Death. Is it so easy to break the medical master's hand? Even if you don't broadcast the medical consultation live, it will eventually become a medical consultation. Xiaoqi, just wait for me. Joking with the viewers in the live broadcast room all the way. Soon a forest store appeared in front of us. As soon as he entered the store, a woman in her 30s but still charming came out to greet him. The beauty was not in a hurry to sell the product at the first moment. Instead, he let Xiaoqi Luo sit on the sofa first, then she sat down. The aroma is very nice. Xiaoqi sat upright, looking straight ahead, totally unaffected by the beauty. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room were very excited and clamored to get close to the beauty. Although the audience in the live broadcast room could not see Zhi Yanlan's appearance, they knew she was a beauty as soon as they heard her voice. The beautiful woman smiled. Then he asked someone to brew a pot of fragrant Biluakun tea for the two of them. Xiaoqi picked up the tea and sniffed it. First, admiration, good tea. After Xiaoqi slowly sipped the tea, the beautiful woman smiled and asked about Xiaoqi's expected goal. The tone is neither hurried nor slow, very comfortable. Just because of this attitude, Xiaoqi immediately took a good impression of this store. He is also very straightforward. Just say that you want a car worth about 1.5 million. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up, but she didn't seem eager. After confirming Xiaoqi's needs, he took out an atlas and began to analyze it. Logically, Porsche 718, this car is made of very good materials, but it is a bit jerky at low speeds. During the selection process, Xiaoqi also relied on his excellent small talk skills to inadvertently learn a series of information about the beautiful woman. It turns out that the beauty is Zhi Yanlan, who is also the owner of the store and has a 9-year-old daughter. When the viewers in the live broadcast room heard that the beautiful woman had a daughter, they immediately wailed in the barrage. Xiao. She smiled, you deserve it because you want to get close to beautiful girls every day. However, soon, the netizens began to feel sorry for the beauty again. My boyfriend at the time dumped me as soon as he found out I was pregnant and he disappeared afterwards. Zhi Yanlan said it lightly, but just think about it, and you will know what a huge blow it was to her as she was still a little girl at the time. Scumbag, Xiaoqi spat. When netizens learned about the beautiful woman's miserable experience, they couldn't help but curse the scumbag and feel sorry for the beautiful woman in the barrage. Following the sound of Zhi Yanlan slowly entering the flow, Xiaoqi learned something else. After being abandoned by her boyfriend, Zhi Yanlan worked as a waitress and real estate salesperson. She has persevered alone over the years. Finally, with his excellent eloquence, he saved a lot of money and finally opened this forest store. For so many years, she has never revealed her past to outsiders. Zhi Yanlan didn't know why she felt close to Xiaoqi. Be you willing to let people talk about those things? When she said this, Zhi Yanlan's voice suddenly became low. If it weren't for my daughter supporting me, I would have had a hard time making it through. But why? Unfortunately, God never seemed to favor them. As the beautiful woman pointed her finger backwards, Xiaoqi saw a little girl behind him with a bright smile, humming and dancing to the music. Anyone who sees her will think that this is a carefree and cheerful girl, but for a moment, Xiaoqi fixed his eyes, because Xiaoqi could tell at a glance that the girl's beautiful black hair was a wig. What could cause such a young girl who loves beauty to lose her hair? Then I saw the girl's slightly pale and sickly face. Xiaoqi's intuition told him that the girl was sick and the condition was serious. Combined with Zhi Yanlan's depressed expression, Xiaoqi frowned, pursed his lips and said affirmatively, your daughter has cancer and has undergone chemotherapy. Zhi Yanlan raised her head suddenly and asked in astonishment, how did you know? They never talk about these things. When outsiders see Xiaoqi's cheerful and lively appearance, they would never associate her with a terminal illness. But how did he figure that out? Xiaoqi took a sip of tea and said calmly, I am a doctor. Ji Yanlan suddenly understood, but she was still a little confused. Are all doctors nowadays so perceptive? Can you tell at a glance that someone is sick without being in the hospital? Other doctors, don't get me wrong, we don't have that ability to. I don't know why the viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly had a bad feeling that the name they gave Shao-Chi, the son of death, was just based on a joke from some elementary school student. Probably not, Ji Yanlan sighed and looked at her daughter with a distressed look. Shao-Chi was diagnosed with alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma when she was very young. She has undergone 5 major surgeries, a bone marrow transplant, 14 rounds of chemotherapy, and 1 round of radiotherapy. Hiss. Hearing so much about chemotherapy, the audience in the live broadcast room all gasped. Even adults like them might not be able to endure this kind of experience, let alone a little girl. However, Shao-Chi frowned deeply. Alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma is a malignant tumor that is incurable in most cases and can only be controlled by chemotherapy to control further deterioration of the disease. The little girl is very young. It's such an unfortunate fate. Shao-Chi shifted his gaze to the little girl. The girl stood on tiptoes and danced to the music. The little hand took out the medicine box from the bag and swallowed the medicine with water. Obediently, the adults would be choked when seeing this, but she is used to it. Just when everyone was sighing, the little girl suddenly stiffened and covered her ears, as if she had seen something terrifying. Finally, he suddenly screamed and fainted. Medicine, shocked. You are indeed the son of the god of death, Shao-Chi, it's none of my business. Chapter 60. This inexplicable luck and love. Ji Yanlan screamed and rushed over. Shao-Chi, what's wrong with you? The viewers in the live broadcast room were also a little confused. They were just casually talking about Shao-Chi being the son of death and really had no intention of cursing the little girl. Bah! 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 At the same time, the netizens swallowed their saliva. He never dared to say again that their house was big and invited Shao-Chi to visit. What if the son of death really works? I'm so scared. At the same time, Shao-Chi ignored the netizens' teasing and rushed over as well. He immediately took the little girl's pulse with a serious expression. Facing the bewildered Ji Yanlan, Shao-Chi spoke calmly. Her pulse is normal, she just fainted. Call 120 immediately. I want to check her out. At this time, Ji Yanlan also quickly became strong under Shao-Chi's calm gaze. She was just frightened because something happened to her closest person. Now that she came to her senses, she took a deep breath and called the emergency number. While waiting, Shao-Chi was not idle either. He quickly examined the little girl's body and found nothing abnormal. To think about it again, when the girl fainted, it seemed like she saw something horrifying. Could it be an illusion? But alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma does not cause hallucinations. Unless, Shao-Chi's expression suddenly became solemn. Unless rhabdomyosarcoma spreads to the brain, that would be bad. Shao-Chi's face suddenly became extremely ugly because once rhabdomyosarcoma spreads to the brain, this optimistic little girl may not have long to live. The rest of the time, just about a week. Seeing that Ji Yanlan had put down her phone, Shao-Chi quickly adjusted his expression. Don't let her see any clues. He felt sympathy and compassion for the ill-fated mother and daughter. It's just that Ji Yanlan didn't see Shao-Chi's expression, but the netizens saw it clearly from all angles. It's over, it's over. If Brother Shao shows an expression like this, it means something bad is going to happen. Oh my god, Brother Shao went out to buy a car and the store manager's daughter fainted. The son of death is indeed worthy of his reputation. No, seeing a girl go through so many chemotherapy sessions and still remain optimistic, I really can't bear to see her being taken away by death. Really? A 9-year-old girl swallowed a handful of medicine without blinking an eye. I really admire her. The little girl died, so what about her mother? I can see that they have a deep bond and are each other's spiritual support. I can't imagine what would happen if the daughter died. Don't lose heart. They will be fine once they meet Brother Shao. When Ji Yanlan came back, she looked at him with tears in her eyes. My daughter is going to be okay, right? Shao-Chi looked at her pleading eyes and a smile appeared on his heavy face, with convincing momentum. I promise she won't die in front of me. Soon. An ambulance from the nearest Beijing First People's Hospital rushed to the scene. As soon as the emergency personnel arrived, they saw Shao-Chi was also at the scene. The two looked at each other. Surprised, confused. Director Shao, why are you here too? By now, everyone in the hospital has more or less heard of Shao-Chi's name, especially Building 2, which is known to everyone. Shao-Chi had a serious expression. I went out to buy a car and encountered a patient who fainted for unknown reasons and was suspected to be adenoma and had hallucinations. I immediately took him to the hospital for examination. Seeing Xiao Qi's serious expression, the emergency personnel did not dare to delay and immediately lifted the patient and sent him to the ambulance. Xiao Qi and Ji Yanlan also took the car back to the hospital. Until I got in the car, the paramedics suddenly reacted, "Buy a car, damn it." He just took a look and saw that there were luxury cars in there that he didn't know how many years it would take him to save up for to buy them. Xiao Qi is too rich. Envious saliva suddenly overflowed from the eyes. This time, Xiao Qi also saw the netizens' ridicule of him. His face suddenly turned black and he was speechless. "You are the son of death, and your whole family is the son of death, but he is a medical genius, okay?" At the same time, this emergency situation attracted a large number of spectators again. The last time they encountered something like this was on the high-speed train. Originally, a patient looked like he was in serious trouble, but unexpectedly, Xiao Qi actually shut down the live broadcast. Midway, "I finally caught him again this time. I have to call my friends over to watch. It doesn't matter if there are blurs, they still watch it with great interest, because they are not here for the patient's appearance." As the number of people in the live broadcast room continued to increase, the ambulance quickly arrived at the hospital. The emergency doctors had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the car door opened, the director of the oncology department and Lin Chuan were dumbfounded when they saw Xiao Qi. "Why are you in the car too? Aren't you going to rest?" Xiao Qi was helpless as he had to ask him every time he saw him, "Is he so conspicuous in the hospital now?" "I went to buy a car and the daughter of the owner of the forest shop fainted, so I followed her here." Upon hearing about the patient's condition, Lin Chuan and the others' expressions suddenly became serious. "What's the situation? Is there any danger to life?" Several people pushed the stretcher quickly and asked about the patient's condition urgently. "The patient has alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma. He just fainted after having hallucinations. His life is not in danger for now. I suspect the rhabdomyosarcoma has spread to the brain." Xiao Qi described all the situations clearly and quickly. The first priority is to determine whether the tumor has spread to the brain. Arrange a CT scan, blood test, and protein marker for the patient right now. The doctors did not dare to be careless after hearing what Xiao Qi said. Now he is no longer a gigolo who got in through the back door, but the director of the Department of Difficult and Complex Diseases with extraordinary talent. Everyone's expressions suddenly became solemn. "Alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma is a malignant tumor. This little girl is so pitiful." Without further ado, the inspection was arranged immediately. "Check outside." Xiao Qi and Ji Yanlan waited for the results together. Originally, Xiao Qi could see the results instantly. Ji Yanlan is alone and has no other relatives here. For the sake of their brief encounter, Xiao Qi accompanied this strong mother in waiting out of humanitarianism. Netizens in the live broadcast room were also very anxious, through the popular science education provided by medical students on Danmu. They also learned how serious a disease rhabdomyosarcoma is. If it is really found that the virus has invaded the girl's brain, then the little girl can say goodbye to this world completely. Everyone in the live broadcast room was praying for the girl. "I hope it's not the worst outcome. God, please give others a little hope." While waiting, an interesting thing happened. It brought some relief to the nervous people. During this period, many nurses passed by, and each one of them would greet Xiao Qi with a smile on their face. "Good afternoon, Dr. Xiao. Dr. Xiao, have you eaten yet?" "Wow, my luck with women is pretty good." The netizens who saw it were immediately jealous, but who can blame him for being so handsome and powerful? Even Ji Yanlan smiled through her tears. Dr. Xiao is really popular with women. What can Xiao Qi do? I could only scratch my head in embarrassment. Chapter 61, Strange thing, there is no cancer cell in her brain. The waiting time is fleeting. Xiao Qi waited until late at night yesterday and went home to take a nap, while Ji Yanlan was still resting where she was, until the next day. Every piece of data has a result. Early the next morning, Xiao Qi rushed over without stopping. This time, Lin Chuan just walked out with a report. But there was something strange about his expression. Confused. Incredible. It was as if he had encountered something that was extremely confusing and troubling him. The director of the oncology department, Wu Ming, had the same expression and was lost in deep thought. What's going on? Ji Yanlan suddenly became nervous. She had never seen a doctor with this expression before. This expression wouldn't appear if everything was fine, nor should it appear if something was wrong. "Xiao Qi, you're here just in time. I was just looking for you." Lin Chuan was confused, but when he saw Xiao Qi coming, his eyes lit up, as if he had met a savior. The test results were so weird. He couldn't explain the cause of the disease to the family. Should he say he didn't know? Just when they were feeling awkward, Xiao Qi came over. It seemed like once he came, everything could be solved. It's that trust. it's that powerful, Xiaoqi frowned, looking at the two people with expressions that seemed like they were constipated. What's going on? What's wrong with the test results? Zhi Yanlan's heart tightened at this question, and she looked at them anxiously. Wu Ming, director of the oncology department, shook his head. The little girl has woken up. According to her, she did have hallucinations, but the strange thing is, halfway through his words, Wu Ming seemed puzzled by the following result. Zhi Yanlan was waiting anxiously on the side. Oh, please tell me, has my daughter's condition worsened? As she spoke, she looked like she was about to faint. Xiaoqi quickly supported her, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Just tell me what's going on. Don't keep us in suspense. The audience in the live broadcast room were also extremely anxious. The doctor was so hesitant that they were very anxious. Wu Ming followed his words and nodded obediently, subconsciously. Etc. Why did he obey Xiaoqi's words so naturally? Weird, outrageous, let's just break it. The strange thing is, we found no cancer cells in her brain. Xiaoqi paused. CT scan, blood test, protein markers, all are negative. Zhi Yanlan was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes burst into surprise. Because of her daughter's illness over the years, she knows a thing or two about these things. Does this mean my daughter is fine? However, Xiaoqi frowned deeply and fell into deep thought. The relevant knowledge quickly flashes through my mind. Standing in the memory palace that is materialized as a library, there were books spread out in front of him. Next second, he raised his head solemnly. No, this means her hallucinations are not caused by rhabdomyosarcoma, but something else. Many thoughts flashed through his eyes. Finally, he said in a deep voice, arrange a consultation immediately. Lin Chuan and Wu Ming were stunned and quickly nodded and waved their hands facing Zhi Yanlan. Xiaoqi looked serious. Don't worry, we will do our best to help every patient. He didn't say that, even if the problem was solved, this alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma could only give her 1 more year to live, but even if there is only 1 year, he will fight for her. Zhi Yanlan's inner anxiety suddenly settled down. She had indeed not misjudged him in the store. That he is a truly reliable man. Xiaoqi's words have such magic that people can't help but believe them wholeheartedly. Netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be moved by his words. That's why I follow Xiaoqi and why I never get tired of watching his live broadcasts every day. Although Brother Xiao is nicknamed the son of the god of death, I can always see the brilliance of humanity in him. My husband is still so great. I feel so safe sleeping in his arms every day. Do you feel that Brother Xiao is different now? He seemed to not care about anything before, but now, do you miss being alone more now? Laughing and crying, inside the consultation room. As the person who knew Xiaoqi best, Xiaoqi introduced her to everyone. The patient was 9 years old and had undergone 5 major surgeries, 14 chemotherapy sessions and 1 radiotherapy. The doctors present shook their heads after hearing this. Some female doctors were even more emotional. In the little time left in life, more than half of it is spent on treatment. Like weeds that cannot be burned by wildfire, they are tenaciously rooted in the earth. This little girl is so tenacious. If it were me, I would rather stay at home and watch TV, eat fried chicken, play games or something. The emotion is over. Let's get to the point. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoqi spoke first. I have a few guesses, please write them down. The attending physicians were stunned. So fast? They haven't figured it out yet. Also, how come you can so naturally command them like a boss? Although they thought so, they still took out pen and paper to take notes. Didn't you see that Director Lian and the others didn't say anything? These little fry should stay out of this. The medical students in the live broadcast room also became excited. Such a rare case can only be seen in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room. Hurry up and add the video to their learning materials, Xiaoqi said as he sorted out his thoughts. First of all, it's latent neurotoxicity caused by chemotherapy. However, the patient's last chemotherapy was 2 months ago, so the symptoms should have appeared long ago. Denied. The doctors nodded to reasonable guess. Someone just thought of this, but it was denied by Xiaoqi the next second. Seeing this, they had no choice but to move on to the next cause of the disease. Second, genetic disease. But I have investigated both sides of the little girl's parents and neither of them has a medical history, so this can be ruled out. Good job. They haven't thought about the genetic factors of their parents yet, so you should investigate them all first, before they could think of anything else. Xiaoqi's voice sounded again. Third, the bone marrow transplant caused a host versus host reaction. After the infection spread to the brain, hallucinations occurred. This requires preparation for blood tests and lumbar puncture, but if there is an infection there will be hydrops in the meninges, but nothing abnormal can be seen on the CT scan. Reserve your opinion. Very organized, I can't compare to others. Wu Ming, director of the oncology department, nodded. I'll arrange for an inspection right away. After saying 3 in a row, they racked their brains but could not come up with any other causes for a while. Just at this moment, after thinking for a moment, Xiaoqi continued a fourth. Everyone was shocked. There is actually more. What is your brain made of? How can I think of so many causes of disease at once? This is outrageous weight gain. It's outrageous. Inside the live broadcast room, the medical students were immediately ecstatic, writing quickly. The actual cases are completely different from what they learn in class. They study each knowledge point individually. Some people try to follow the diagnosis, but in many medical books, it is difficult to recall the associated causes. They just felt like their heads were about to explode. Let's just say, Xiaoqi is awesome. Chapter 62, No Abnormality, overturning previous speculation. Xiaoqi crossed his hands and rested them under his chin. Fourth, do a toxicology screen and an MRI. Wu Ming, who was about to agree, suddenly stopped. But the time of contact between the poison and the toxicant doesn't make sense. Xiaoqi remained calm and said, we can't determine the cause of Xiaoqi's illness now. We can only test all possibilities. Don't miss any possibility. Everyone nodded in admiration. No matter how good they were, they could not compare to Xiaoqi's thorough and thoughtful thinking. So envious. When will they be like Xiaoqi? The diagnosis comes easily and there is no obstruction in thinking. I really want to have the same brain as Xiaoqi. Ponder for a moment. Xiaoqi searched for other possibilities in his mind. Without more information, this was the best conclusion he could come up with. That's all I can think of for now. Do you have anything else to add? Everyone looked at each other. They really had nothing to add. It's as if the top student in the class not only gave the answer, but also gave 3, 4, 5, or 6 ways to answer it. They could only look at the top student and sigh in despair. In the past, every consultation would take them half a day to come to a conclusion and then conduct an examination. If the inspection is not correct, continue researching. There has never been a time when it was so fast. It ended so suddenly. Everyone was about to shake their heads to indicate that they had no questions. This time, Lin Chuan raised a trembling hand. There is another possibility. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Chuan. Of course, they didn't expect it. Even Xiaoqi didn't think of the reason, but this kid actually thought of it, hidden deep inside, to some extent, thinking of factors that Xiaoqi hadn't thought of. Isn't that even more powerful than Xiaoqi? Wu Ming's eyes were also scanning around. Lin Chuan is usually silent, but today he was unexpectedly quiet. It seems that he usually underestimated him. Everyone stared at Lin Chuan with surprise and expectation. Even netizens in the live broadcast room were curious about his answer. After all, the medical students were thinking hard. Xiaoqi's answer was already perfect, and they really couldn't think of any other answer. This made them even more curious. Lin Chuan was under tremendous pressure, under everyone's gaze. What should I do if I suddenly regret it? Swallowed. Another possibility is that the little girl might be pretending. After saying, the silence in the consultation room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Chuan regretted it. He just suddenly thought of speaking to liven up the atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqi started from such a high level that he was directly regarded as the hope of the entire village. Silence. After waiting for a long time, everyone had almost reviewed all the medical books in their minds. All rare cases have been considered. I really can't think of any other possibility. That's the result? Pretending to be sick? Damn it. After being speechless for a moment, Xiaoqi commented, what you said is indeed possible. Although they say so, in reality the possibility is almost zero. He is a man who is good at micro-expressions. Almost no one can lie under his nose. The only ones who can give him a headache are a few famous serial killers, well, including those mistresses who refuse to admit it. Unless a 9-year-old girl is smarter than a high IQ criminal, there is no way she can escape his eyes. But unfortunately, this is undetectable, so, action. As soon as this voice came out, everyone immediately stood up, closed their documents and walked out of the consultation room quickly and unconsciously. Everyone had already followed Xiaoqi's action instructions. Wu Ming didn't mind and looked relieved. When Director Liu told him to recommend Xiaoqi to attend the medical exchange meeting, he was somewhat reluctant. When Xiaoqi attended the previous consultation, he pretended to be an intern. Except for the last throw of a cerebral vasculitis, he left in a cool manner. It can be said that they were not very clear about Xiaoqi's consultation ability. This was the first time he saw Xiaoqi actually take action in the consultation room. At the same time, Xiao Qi's clear and organized speech this time completely put Wu Ming's worries to rest. Inside the detector, the little girl lay on the examination bed again. Now she has taken off her wig, revealing her bald head, and has undergone repeated examinations, but she still maintained a sunny expression and a heartwarming smile on her face. Xiao Qi stood on one side. "Come, I'm going to put something on you now." Xiao Qi smiled confidently. "I know, this is a blood oxygen monitor. So skilled that it makes people feel distressed." Xiao Qi raised his eyebrows and praised, "Professional. It seems that I can't explain it to you anymore, save trouble." Then he opened the girl's collar and took a look at the instrument. The girl glanced down. "I know this is the central venous line for chemotherapy. I am very grateful for it. It can help me avoid many injections during infusion and save a lot of time." Now, Xiao Qi was really surprised by this girl. Many optimistic people may not be able to remain optimistic from treatment to treatment. He has seen many patients hate these chemotherapy machines. This was the first time he had seen someone thank it. This girl is already more optimistic and stronger than most people. Suddenly, the little girl looked a little depressed. "Brother, are we still looking for tumors today?" Xiao Qi blinked at her. "No, we're looking for an infection today. Are you ready? We're about to start our journey. The sooner we start, the sooner we'll finish." Xiao Qi immediately smiled again. "Then let's get started." Soon, half a day passed. The results of all the tests Xiao Qi redid came out. Lin Chuan personally delivered the report to Xiao Qi's clinic.at this time. Xiao Qi had just finished a case in which a man was disliked by his girlfriend because his foreskin was too long, and the idiot ended up cutting off his own penis on impulse. Lin Chuan looked at him with an indescribable look. "So you can do this?" "Nonsense, he was once nicknamed the expert in men's health." Bah, Xiao Qi was speechless. "I asked him to find a plastic surgery department. I am not interested in connecting with Xianyao." "Is that a report you have in your hand?" "Oh yes, I almost forgot about the important things because of watching the show." Lin Chuan's expression suddenly became serious again. "The test results are out. Both the blood test and lumbar puncture are normal. It's not an infection caused by the bone marrow transplant." At this time, Lin Chuan's expression turned a little ugly. Xiao Qi frowned. "What's going on?" Lin Chuan's next words surprised Xiao Qi. "Everything is normal in the test results. Both Xiao Qi's MRI and toxicology screening showed nothing. There is no infection or neurotoxins. This means that all the conclusions they had reached in the consultation room were wrong." Lin Chuan roared in his heart. Could it be that the joke he made that day was true? Otherwise, how could nothing be found out? Anyway, he couldn't think of any more reasons. What do you think?" Xiao Qi looked at him steadily. Just when Lin Chuan felt uneasy, Xiao Qi reached out and took the report personally. Just one glance and he frowned slightly. Chapter 63. After being called Son of Death, he was also called Great Devil. No, the blood oxygen saturation is 94%. Go check her heart. Lin Chuan didn't understand. Isn't blood oxygen saturation normal? Xiao Qi looked up at him. That creepy feeling came back. Why did he feel like this look was looking down on him? Xiao Qi sighed helplessly and shook his head. No, the blood oxygen saturation has dropped by 1 percentage point. Lin Chuan was so shocked by Xiao Qi's look that he began to doubt his life, and then he suddenly became confused. Is there any problem with the blood oxygen saturation dropping by 1 percentage point? Normally, blood oxygen saturation ranges from 95% to 99% and should not be lower than 94%. A level below 94% is considered insufficient oxygen supply. Although the girl's blood oxygen level was low, it was still normal compared to her broken body. Isn't this within the normal range? Xiao Qi rolled his eyes for the first time in history. If the DNA was off by 1%, she would be a dolphin now. Many times, the causes of diseases that cannot be detected by instruments are often hidden in these tiny values. They are very hidden and know how to disguise themselves. If you are not careful, you will be fooled by them. Shock, unbelievable. This was the first time Lin Chuan heard of such a theory. It has to be said that the impact on him was as fierce as a volcanic eruption. It completely overturned all his previous common sense from then on. It even completely changed the way he would see a doctor in the future. Not only him, many medical students and doctors in the live broadcast room were also shocked at this moment. They are used to carrying those numerical ranges. As long as the values are within the normal range, they won't take a second look or delve into it further, because this is the knowledge in the textbooks and the experience of our predecessors. They never thought that these slight deviations in details could be used for diagnosis. If you think about it carefully, Shao-Chi had indeed found clues from these slightly deviant values many times before. Suddenly I realize it. Reorganization of 3 views, learned it, Shao-Chi continued to explain patiently. Our patients have hallucinations without any obvious cause. Since the problem is not obvious, we should focus on the subtle details. What you said makes a lot of sense. But Lin Chuan asked the last question. But even if the oxygen saturation is really low, it only means that her blood is not getting enough oxygen. Shouldn't we check the lungs? Why check the heart? Although many netizens in the live broadcast room have not studied medicine, they have at least studied biology in junior high and high school. I originally thought it was no problem, but now Lin Chuan mentioned it, they also found it strange. Yes, the function of the lungs is to ventilate and exchange gases. Shouldn't we check the lungs if the oxygen level is low? In addition, medical students also had many doubts about this, not to question Shao-Chi. After all, they knew that the gap between their levels was like heaven and earth, but they found that they were far behind Shao-Chi and could not keep up with the pace. I totally don't understand. It was just like watching a genius write down the answer directly on the big question in a few seconds without any process. How can they understand it? Please help. Please help. Yeah, why on earth would you need to check your heart if your blood oxygen saturation is low? I don't understand. I can only think of it being related to the lungs, but lung disease doesn't cause hallucinations, so why would you suddenly focus on blood oxygen saturation? It's over. I was listening to a math class, but when I lowered my head to pick up a pen, I couldn't understand it anymore. I guess everyone in front of the screen must be flipping through books in a hurry. I'm a good student. I know that lung lesions may induce other lesions that cause hallucinations. Shao-Chi smiled slightly when he saw this comment. This student has given a very good answer. Welcome to the end of my line of reasoning. The medical student who posted this comment knew that he had guessed correctly, and he was immediately overjoyed and proud. Other netizens were jealous. Damn it, they also want to be praised by Shao-Chi once. Then it's time to answer questions. Upon hearing these words, both Lin Chuan and the medical students in the live broadcast room immediately picked up their pens and prepared to take notes. The weird thing is that even other netizens seem to be taking notes seriously. What if it comes in handy? Even if it doesn't, you can write it down and brag about it. It will definitely make your doctor friends drop their jaws. Yes, lung lesions may induce other lesions that cause hallucinations. For example, primary pulmonary hypertension, pericardial effusion, or pulmonary fibrosis. Lin Chuan is testing you. Do you know any other strange conditions? Lin Chuan, who was writing furiously, was like a student who was suddenly called by the teacher. He immediately raised his head nervously, thinking hard, since teacher Xiao. Dr. Xiao mentioned that it is limited to special circumstances, then it must not be a common type. At this moment, Lin Chuan's brain was working rapidly. It was not easy for Shao-Chi to ask a question to him, and he absolutely could not embarrass himself. Cold sweat broke out drop by drop just when everyone thought he couldn't answer. Suddenly, Lin Chuan had an idea. I see, there's also the peculiar case of scoliosis. Shao-Chi nodded with approval in his eyes. I learned a lot. Lin Chuan immediately gave himself a yeah in his mind. I'm happy to be affirmed by Shao-Chi. Wait, he is a grown man in his 30s, why would he be happy about the praise from a young man in his early 20s? Pupil tremor. How could he be qualified? Oh, he is indeed qualified. After all, Shao-Chi is the director of the department, and I am just an attending physician, younger than him, but stronger than him. It's like a river of sadness. The dean sent him here to help Shao-Chi. He was so rebellious that he thought he was here to guide Shao-Chi, yet he was wrong, really wrong. Shao-Chi didn't know that just one word of compliment could cause Lin Chuan to have so many inner thoughts in his heart. He looked at his watch and it was time to get off work. Wang Kai is coming today, and he has to pick him up on time. I haven't seen it for so many days and I miss it a lot. I'm going to get off work to pick up the dog. Now that we have a suspicion, we'll quickly check her arterial oxygen level. Once we confirm that she's hypoxic, we'll immediately arrange for a pulmonary function plethysmography, a chest X-ray, a CT scan, and perfusion imaging. He pondered for a moment, thinking carefully whether there were any other mistakes or omissions. If none of these tests reveal anything, and she has a pulmonary tube inserted, is there still a problem? Xiaoqi spoke neither fast nor slow, but despite this, Lin Chuan still couldn't keep up a little. After thinking for a moment, he asked a serious question. Can you say that again? Xiaoqi, as a last resort, Xiaoqi had to repeat it again. Now Lin Chuan remembered it completely. I'll arrange it right away. After receiving the order, Lin Chuan followed the clockwork robot execute immediately. Before Xiaoqi could leave a message saying notify him when the result comes out, Lin Chuan was like a man as fast as the wind, running away into the distance. Wipe the sweat. It's really stressful to be with Xiaoqi. Run. The audience in the live broadcast room watched Lin Chuan running away in panic. Without hesitation, he added the nickname of the Great Devil after the nickname of the Son of Death used to record Xiaoqi's terrifying appearance. Chapter 64 Goodbye Wankai, the sensible little girl. Radiology room. Xiaoqi looked around carefully, and finally set her sights on Lin Chuan in front of her. Curious. Uncle, I have never done this test before, what is it for? This was the first time Lin Chuan met Xiaoqi face her questions. He was a little surprised. The 9-year-old girl was lying alone on the examination bed without her parents, but she was not afraid at all. Instead, I am more curious about things I have never seen before. He is indeed different from other kids and very strong. This, it's going to go into your lungs from the hip vessels. If we run into any obstacles, we'll just pull it out. It's simple. The little girl seemed to have thought of something. My attending physician once said that my arteries are great, so this time it should be easy. As she spoke, her tone dropped. I love my mother very much. I haven't experienced a lot yet. I'm only 9 years old. But I know there's a good chance I won't be able to leave the hospital. If I die, what will happen to my mother? She will be so lonely. Lin Chuan was surprised at the girl's maturity. While other 9-year-old children were still playing coquettishly in their parents' arms, she was already thinking about matters of life and death. When facing cancer, people are not worried about themselves, but are more concerned about the feelings of those around them. She is more psychologically mature than most adults. If this girl could live and grow up, she would definitely become an outstanding and popular person with great relationships. At this time, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel sorry for the girl. For the first time, he felt sorry for concluding in the consultation room that the girl was faking illness. A 9-year-old girl knows how to care about other people's feelings, but he still makes such malicious assumptions about others. Moreover, although some of these examinations are not painful, who would like to be unable to go anywhere every day and can only lie on the examination bed with various tubes inserted into them? Lin Chuan looked at the girl and felt a flash of guilt in his heart. No, you've met a very handsome older brother before, he's very capable, you will definitely be able to leave the hospital in good health. At the same time, Xiaoqi was standing at the entrance of the community. The pet transport will arrive in a little while. I don't know if Wankai has forgotten him after so long. Squeak. A transport truck stopped in front of Xiaoqi. After confirming the employer, the cage opens. Wankai, who was lying listlessly in the car, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He raised his head suddenly. Wankai, woof woof. Wankai jumped out of the car in an instant, ran to Xiaoqi in a few steps, and put his claws on his body. Xiaoqi squatted down and hugged the dog that weighed at least 5 kilograms. After not seeing him a few days ago, Wankai turned into a ball. What kind of tonic soup did Dao Yuanwu feed it? Wankai's tongue kept licking Xiaoqi's face, and his tail was wagging rapidly. Xiaoqi could even feel the strong wind from the tail. It was still whimpering from its mouth, as if accusing him of abandoning it. Xiaoqi patted Wankai's fat body. Good dog, I bought you your favorite canned food, let's go home. Woof woof. The man and the dog returned home. However, Wankai seemed to be afraid that Xiaoqi would abandon it again, so it followed Xiaoqi wherever he went. While Xiaoqi was cooking, it lay at his feet waiting. Even when you need to poop, it will lie down at your feet and wait. While taking a shower, he stared at Xiaoqi's naked body. When Xiaoqi turned around, he saw 2 strange eyes staring at him. He almost kicked Wankai away. Damn, silly dog. If it weren't for the fact that he had abandoned it for so many days, he would have kicked the stupid dog out long ago. Before going to bed, Xiaoqi snuggled in the warm quilt. As a result, a furry, plump thing crawled in. Without looking, he knew this was Wankai. The dog's head rested gently on Xiaoqi's shoulder. Forget it. I haven't seen it for so many days, so I won't force it to get out of bed. Man and dog fell into a good sleep. The next morning, Xiaoqi was not awakened by the alarm clock, but by the familiar beating of his fingers. Right at this moment, Wankai jumped on his belly again. Damn, critical hit, I almost vomited the leftover food. Angry, if you don't punish him for one day, he will climb up the roof and tear off the tiles. He lifted Wankai up by the scruff of his neck. Its eyes looked at Xiaoqi. innocently, as if asking, "What are you doing?" I patted the dogs but a few times and threw it aside. After Xiaoqi finished packing, Wang Kai still followed him out. Fortunately, Xiaoqi had already greeted the elderly people in the community yesterday. Let's send Wang Kai to the pet kindergarten today. Originally, seeing Wang Kai clinging to me so much, I thought it would be like sending other children to kindergarten, and I would experience the separation of life and death. Result, watching Wang Kai happily running to another female dog and constantly showing his courtesy, Xiaoqi felt deeply ashamed and speechless. Sure enough, the master doesn't smell as good as a bitch. He endured it. As soon as Xiaoqi sat down in the clinic, he received a call for a consultation inside the consultation room. The atmosphere this time was not as solemn as in previous times. Lin Chuan also dutifully informed others about Xiaoqi's judgment yesterday. After listening to it, they all felt that it made a lot of sense. So this morning's consultation is mainly to report yesterday's examination data. So far, the little girl has undergone many examinations, but the cause of the hallucinations has not been found. Yesterday Xiaoqi provided a new idea, and they all hoped to detect something, otherwise, they couldn't come up with a more comprehensive speculation than Xiaoqi's. Lin Chuan stood at the front and reported the results to the boss's look of doubt. Xiaoqi's pulmonary angiography showed no abnormalities, and her arterial blood gas analysis and CT were also normal. There was nothing wrong with her heart and lungs. How could that be? Everyone was surprised. Strange, why can't I find the reason anywhere? If this is not the reason, then what else could be the cause? Unable to come up with a solution, everyone turned their attention to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was in deep thought. So we still can't find the reason why the blood oxygen saturation is low. Wu Ming hesitated a little. Maybe the blood oxygen saturation is just low, and there is actually no problem. Xiaoqi shook his head. No, it's just that we can't see why it's abnormal. He signaled Lin Chuan to go down with his eyes, then he picked up the marker and stood in front of everyone. Everyone, we have now ruled out infection. Let's put the test results aside for now and think carefully about the reasons. Everyone looked at each other in confusion at first. Many doctors saw that so many tests were unable to detect any abnormalities, and they began to suspect that perhaps the girl was not seriously ill. Well, maybe she just ate spoiled meat. There's nothing worth discussing. It's also possible that she watched a horror movie and got scared. Ha ha ha. Xiaoqi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Madness. No, her condition is not right. Her blood oxygen saturation has dropped by another percentage point. There must be something wrong. But after speculating for a long time, no conclusion was reached. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoqi suddenly looked up and said, I see. There is a possibility that she has another tumor in her heart. Thrilling, impossible. P.S. Is it recommended? Why is it that someone is reading it suddenly? It will be updated at this time every day, and the chapters will be longer. I'm inexplicably happy, and fortunately I persevered. Nearly a week of single-player life after the debut. Thank you all for the gifts, flowers, urging for updates, and comments. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Chapter 65. How is it possible to have two completely unrelated diseases at the same time? Wu Ming, director of the oncology department, has always been a silent supporter of Xiaoqi. Hearing Xiaoqi's guess at this moment, he stood up excitedly. Impossible. Her heart has been scanned with an MRI and an echo scan, and there is nothing abnormal. Faced with Wu Ming's fierce rebuttal, Xiaoqi did not panic, but smiled and sat down. So do you have any theory that can explain the low blood oxygen saturation? Wu Ming suddenly felt annoyed. Why did Xiaoqi insist on blood oxygen saturation? I can't explain it. Because there's nothing wrong with it. Even if it's low, it's still within the normal range. The other doctors sitting below were also silent, looking at their disapproving expressions. Xiaoqi understood. They don't think there's anything wrong with it either. He nodded in understanding. It seems we can't count on them. Xiaoqi spoke casually. One condition that can affect both the heart and the brain is when a child has alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma and also gets tuberous sclerosis complex. Tuberous sclerosis complex, it is an autosomal genetic disease that affects multiple systems. The various organs of patients with this disease are abnormally developed. Benign hamartomas may occur in the eyes, mouth, skin, heart, lungs, kidneys, and other internal organs and bones. Classic manifestations include epilepsy, intellectual disability, facial angiofibroma, and other symptoms. This is also a rare disease. If it is not hereditary, the chance of getting the disease is very small. At the same time, the possibility of curing tuberous sclerosis clinically is very small. Can a 9-year-old girl suffer from 2 rare diseases at the same time? After the words were spoken, silence fell in the consultation room. A moment later, the consultation room exploded. The people who were originally silent and unable to get a word in also began to express their opinions. Xiaoqi glanced at their faces. Everyone frowned and shook their heads after talking to others. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I've never seen anyone with 2 tumors at the same time, and at such a young age. 2 rare diseases, the probability is almost 0. Just because her blood oxygen level dropped? That's too far-fetched. In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with this little girl, and her blood oxygen level is normal. In my opinion, he is just a name with nothing. He just happened to guess correctly the last few times. Maybe it's because of his determination to find the disease, ha ha ha. The room was filled with doubts and sourness. Besides, many viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked, not to mention the new fans. They just think that this anchor has something wrong with his brain. Amid all the doctor's doubts, many old fans also think that Xiaoqi's judgment is a bit too arbitrary. He began to doubt Xiaoqi. Of course, there are also many old fans who still stand firmly on Xiaoqi's side. A strong gaze was staring at Xiaoqi from the place closest to him. The eyes of Wu Ming, director of the oncology department, were full of suspicion towards him. The gaze is strong and cannot be ignored. Good job, there was nothing wrong with others, you just insist on saying that others are sick, right? Originally he was very optimistic about this kid, but after listening to his random analysis, Wu Ming finally couldn't sit still anymore. There have been no abnormalities in the examinations over the past few days, so their consultation usually ends here. You even have to accuse the patient of other rare diseases. What's the matter? Do you have to make the patients in your care sick? Wu Ming's eyes were filled with disappointment towards Xiaoqi. You know, it's almost impossible to have 2 completely unrelated cancers at the same time. Besides, I've never encountered such a situation in all my years of practicing medicine. Others followed suit and said, yes, it's impossible. Facing everyone's doubts, Xiaoqi remained calm and composed, almost. What's the cancer incidence rate among the general population? 1 in 10,000? I think it's not impossible that 1 in 10,000 will suffer from another type of cancer. I can only say that the little girl is unlucky and won the lottery twice. Wu Ming was angry. Bang! He slammed the table and stood up. Xiaoqi, can you be more serious? Treating a patient is not like doing math problems. Just because you say it's possible doesn't mean it's possible. Xiaoqi's eyes fixed, and he sneered with great momentum. I was serious. It was precisely because I didn't do math that I didn't care about the damn probability problems. I just knew that she had a heart problem. I just want to save her. The last sound was roared by Xiaoqi. A tremor. All the noisy sounds disappeared. Wu Ming looked at Xiaoqi in a daze. They didn't expect him to react so strongly. They are wrong. Under the intimidation of Xiaoqi's momentum, no one made any sarcastic remarks anymore. There was silence in the air for a while. Finally, it was Wu Ming who spoke up to break the suffocating atmosphere in the consultation room. So what are you going to do? If you want to confirm whether the patient has another cancer, you have to do exploratory surgery. Wu Ming's eyes were gloomy. I can agree with your idea for now, but I will never agree with you using an endoscope to randomly explore a 9-year-old child with a compromised immune system. Her body is already very fragile. She will die on the operating table. You have to come up with a better way than using exploratory surgery to confirm it. If you can't produce a certificate within 2 days, it means she's fine, and we can only let the little girl go home. As soon as the words fell, even Xiaoqi fell silent. Everyone looked at him and gave the director a thumbs up in their hearts. As expected of the director, he hits the nail on the head. Xiaoqi was speechless all of a sudden. That it's time to put some pressure on this kid, otherwise, you'll be catching patients and saying they're sick all day long. Wu Ming closed the document and shouted, the meeting is adjourned. At the command, everyone scattered like birds and beasts and left the consultation room. In the end, Xiaoqi was the only one left in the consultation room. Lin Xuan was the last one to leave. Before leaving, he looked at Xiaoqi with concern. I saw him sitting alone in the empty consultation room. He supported himself with his hands, thinking about something silently. From this angle, Lin Xuan could only see his profile. The light cast a shadow on his eyelashes, and the expression in his eyes flickered and could not be seen clearly. Lin Xuan sighed, stopped disturbing him, and finally left. In fact, he didn't disbelieve him. After these days of contact, I can say that he is the person who knows him best in this hospital. Shao-Chi is not the kind of person who shoots without a purpose, but it's no use for him to believe him. He can't help it all. How can we determine the heart condition without exploratory surgery? This is simply an impossible task. Shake your head, no solution. Inside the consultation room, Shao-Chi stroked his chin and thought that he hadn't spoken before. This is because what Wu Ming said is indeed correct. The first contraindication of endoscopic examination is that it cannot be performed on patients who are in a critical stage of the disease or in the terminal stage of life. However, this problem, which was difficult for them to accomplish, was not a big problem for him. Not long. He came up with a method that did not require endoscopy but could be tried, and now he is thinking seriously. What are you having for lunch today? Chapter 66. Using music to find tumors in Shao-Chi's clinic. The netizens in the live broadcast room looked at Shao-Chi's leisurely appearance in silence. Didn't Director Wu say that if the cause can't be found within 2 days, he will be released? How come the anchor doesn't have any sense of urgency? I give up. I'd rather watch you anxiously trying to figure out a solution than sit here. I think the host has given up. There's nothing wrong with it. He just wants to attract attention. I've never heard of it before. It's possible to detect a heart tumor without an endoscope? If the anchor can do it, I'll eat my fill. I think Brother Shao is more confident. I want to know how Brother Shao knows if there is a tumor in the heart without an endoscope. Medical students are so curious. +1, I want to know that too. Hurry up, anchor. As Shao-Chi's supervisor, Lin Chuan naturally had to follow him, but he had just finished lunch and pushed open the door of the clinic. As soon as the door is opened, I was speechless as I saw Shao-Chi's feet on the table, lying leisurely on the chair, listening to music with headphones on. He was completely different from the gloomy look he had in the consultation room. No way. Why is this person not in a hurry at all? Is that possible? Giving up on yourself? He walked up to Shao-Chi in doubt. How come you still have time to listen to music here? Have you come up with any solution? Shao-Chi raised his eyes and looked at him in confusion. Of course, why else would I be sitting here? Am I not looking for a tumor? Lin Chuan looked around suspiciously. There was nothing except Shao-Chi, a living person. You can find a tumor while sitting here listening to music. Are you fucking kidding me? Netizens in the live broadcast room rubbed their eyes in disbelief, trying their best to figure out what Shao-Chi was doing. Lin Chuan asked blankly, You listen to music to find tumors? Looking at Lin Chuan's silly look, some netizens asked him if he was crazy. Shao-Chi sighed helplessly. How come these people have no imagination at all? Take off your headphones, turn up the volume to maximum, and play it loud. Sure enough, the public broadcast sound is better. Shao-Chi sighed and his voice rang out. Bang! 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 The sound was like someone jumping up and down upstairs, and it had a dull feeling. It's not music. Everyone was stunned, while netizens were still confused about what this thing was. Lin Chuan suddenly thought of something, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he said in astonishment, This, could it be the beating of the mitral valve? Shao-Chi actually thought of using sound to identify heart disease. Why didn't he think of this solution? Awesome. In fact, auscultation is not uncommon. Outpatient departments often determine whether the heart is healthy by listening to the heart rate, heart rhythm, heart sounds, and murmurs. Among them, the murmur is more complex and is the one that can best indicate heart disease. There are 2 types of heart murmurs. The sound loudness is divided into 6 levels, with level 6 being the loudest and level 1 being the smallest. Point 1 type is physiological murmur, which is harmless, light and soft, and the loudness is generally below level 2. The other type is pathological murmur, which is characterized by being loud and rough, and the loudness is generally above level 2. The characteristics of the sound vary depending on the pathology. However, auscultation is generally used to identify heart disease. It is rare to use it to identify tumors. Moreover, auscultation is difficult. It is a skill that requires a lot of practical experience. Unlike the standard answers in the book, you need to listen and practice constantly to slowly master them. Moreover, as an empirical science, auscultation is often limited to known diseases. When doctors hear about unknown or rare diseases, they are often at a loss. As a cardiologist, Lin Chuan is naturally familiar with auscultation. But why does Shao-Chi know it too? What kind of education did he have? How come he knows everything? Just as he was lost in endless thought, Shao-Chi interrupted his thoughts. Wrong, this is the patient's aortic valve. I downloaded her ultrasound heartbeat. Xiaoqi looked at him with contempt. Awkward skills haven't been used for many years. I actually heard it wrong. To make up for it, Lin Chuan coughed and asked in a disguised tone, "Are you trying to find a tumor using sound?" Then I became confused. But tumors are very quiet. They don't make any sound. Xiaoqi rubbed his cheeks to relieve his fatigue. But we can hear abnormalities in the echo of the valve, which indicates the presence of foreign matter. If we can tell surgeons where to look for tumors, it won't be exploratory surgery, but precision strike. Netizens, wow, so impressive. Medical student, I'm still a long way from becoming a big shot primary school student. It turns out that doctors are like Brother Xiao, who knows everything. So awesome. Lin Chuan listened carefully for a while and said cautiously, "The aortic valve sounds normal." "No, it's terrible." Xiaoqi lightly tapped the phone with his slender fingers and switched to the next paragraph. "Next, let's listen to the beautiful melody of our little baby's tricuspid valve." "This seems normal too?" Xiaoqi didn't answer and continued switching his fingers. "Mitral valve." Lin Chuan listened carefully, then frowned and shook his head in confusion. "I didn't hear anything unusual." The medical students in the live broadcast room also took the opportunity to listen attentively with serious faces. In the end, the conclusion they came to was consistent with Lin Chuan's. They didn't hear anything. What's going on? There can't be nothing. Scratching head, Xiaoqi looked at Lin Chuan, then looked at the live broadcast room, and sighed deeply. "Your level kind of makes me sad." Medical students, Lin Chuan, save me, Xiaoqi pointed his finger, "Listen again." I glanced at Xiaoqi. Well, he didn't seem angry. Lin Chuan swallowed and finally asked the question that everyone had always wanted to ask. Xiaoqi just had a hallucination. Maybe there's nothing wrong with her. Why do we have to risk her life to perform surgery on her instead of letting the little girl spend her last moments at home? Xiaoqi was silent for a moment. If she doesn't have surgery, she only has 1 week to live. I promised to give her a year of life. The netizens in the live broadcast room were speechless. As expected of Brother Xiao will definitely do what he promised. Brother Xiao is trying to snatch her life from the god of hell. Brother Xiao said that even the god of hell cannot take her life in 1 year. I admire this mentality and attitude, but ordinary people should not learn it easily because they can easily get hurt. Lin Chuan's irritability gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath and listened carefully to the sound. Next, the mitral valve. Xiaoqi looked at Lin Chuan's silence, thinking that he didn't hear it. He shook his head and was about to switch to the next one, etc. Xiaoqi looked up in surprise and raised his eyebrows. "Here." Lin Chuan closed his eyes. He opened his eyes quickly. "One more beat." Xiaoqi looked him up and down and nodded with satisfaction. "Now that we've found the problem, let's have the surgeon check the mitral valve first." Lin Chuan, who was recognized by Xiaoqi, almost jumped 3 feet high with excitement. The man in his 30s was as happy as a little kid at this moment. "I'll go right away." Chapter 67, Explantation Surgery, Temporary Removal of the Heart. Watching Lin Chuan's back getting farther and farther away, Xiaoqi put on his headphones again. "Listen and hum." Brother is wearing a vintage suit, holding a cane and playing magic music. Walk along, Samaritan. Time is renewed by the years. An empire with no boundaries. At this time, the music playing in the mobile phone is real music. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have resolved some major issues and calmed down to listen to Xiaoqi humming a song. To be honest, Xiaoqi sings quite well, plus this handsome appearance. After the complete makeover, she could debut as an idol. However, he has the ability and does not bother to venture into the entertainment industry. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all surgeons received an urgent notice to prepare for an operation in half an hour. Xiaoqi was lying on a stretcher and was pushed into the operating room. Ji Yanlan followed her all the way. Baby, this operation doesn't hurt at all. When you wake up and see your mother for the first time, she will definitely be there. Xiaoqi gently placed her hand on her mother's hand. "Don't worry, I'll be fine, Mom." Xiaoqi and Lin Chuan were standing at the corner watching them. Looking at this scene, Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh. This is such a mature and brave little girl who came to comfort her mother. Xiaoqi didn't say anything, but lowered his eyes, as if thinking about something. Once the surgery begins, They go into the next room and watch the procedure. The room next door is separated from the operating room by a layer of glass and is a whole floor higher. It looks a bit like the ancient Roman Colosseum. The operating room is the sunken room, and they are like standing on a high observation deck. You can clearly see the situation in the operating room from above, but it won't make the patient feel embarrassed face to face. All the attending physicians in the consultation room that day, except those who needed surgery, were present here. They stood behind the glass, in a row, observing Xiaoqi's surgery. The door was pushed open and everyone looked back. It's Xiaoqi and Lin Chuan, eyes meeting. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. They also didn't expect that Xiaoqi would actually find out that there was a heart problem and complete the task they thought was impossible. Thinking of that day, they swore that there was nothing wrong with Xiaoqi's heart. They really wanted to go back and slap themselves. Let you talk too much, make you not believe it. This time I got slapped in the face again. Wu Ming looked at Xiaoqi with a complicated expression. At this moment, he seemed to be back outside the ward of the parasitic patient. Xiaoqi refuted them one by one in this way and finally won the victory. In front of him, Wu Ming felt for the first time that he was old. Thinking has become rigid and cannot keep up with young people, but he also admired Xiaoqi's spirit of never giving up on details. If it weren't for his persistence, they would have actually missed the tumor. But speaking of it, Xiaoqi is really good at finding new ways. The same thing happened last time when we used X-rays to find parasites, and this time when we used auscultation to identify heart problems. He always comes up with some unexpected methods, but they unexpectedly worked. It was as if he was trying everything to find out the cause of the disease, so all possible methods were taken into consideration. Such unconventional behavior has brought a great shock to the academic doctors who follow the rules. It even changed the way many doctors think. The most amazing thing is it is impossible to tell what department Xiaoqi belongs to. It seems that he has all kinds of skills and is very skilled in them. It seems that the dean was foresight when he gave him a department for difficult and complicated diseases. The dean is still the dean. Teach them what it means to speak with facts. Thinking about it this way, being slapped in the face by Xiaoqi doesn't seem to be an unacceptable fact. I suddenly felt relieved. Etc. Damn it. Why do they feel like they are being pooed by Xiaoqi invisibly? It actually felt good to be slapped in the face by Xiaoqi. They are really not perverts. Everyone tried to pretend nothing had happened, staring at the operating room while secretly glancing at Xiaoqi out of the corner of their eyes. Xiaoqi felt the gazes from all around him, but he didn't care at all. He came today just to see the results of the operation. On the other hand, Lin Chuan next to him raised his head like a proud rooster. His eyes swept over everyone with a smug look, his nostrils almost pointing to the sky. Attending physician, you're asking for a beating. At the same time, except for those doctors, the ones who felt the most and gained the most were the medical students in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room. They are now at the stage of being indoctrinated with textbook knowledge. This time, a strange doctor suddenly came. He did not follow the standard procedures when treating patients, but he could solve the problem perfectly every time. It is conceivable how much impact this has on the minds of students who are receiving education. It turns out that there are doctors like this. It can be foreseen that the emergence of Xiaoqi will bring great changes to the future medical industry. From this time on, teachers who teach the classes will find that there are a lot more thorns in their classes, but these troublemakers still make sense. Weird. Where did these students learn these things? In the operating room, surgeons were opening the girl's chest step by step according to the procedure. Suddenly, their eyes focused and they discovered something. The surgeon raised his head and nodded upward. This confirmed. Sure enough, there was a tumor, the wavering stone, and everyone's heart finally fell upon seeing this. The assistant hurried out to communicate with the family and report the situation to them. The attending physicians were also very curious as to why no abnormalities were found in the previous MRI. They all followed him out of the room. We found a tumor in the lungs, and it had spread to the heart. Because the tumor grew along the heart wall, it couldn't be seen on an MRI. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized that they had actually expected this situation. Who would have thought that a little girl would have two tumors at the same time? It's incredible. When Xi Yanlan heard this, her body swayed and she almost fell, but she quickly stood up on her own without anyone's support. Why does her Xiaoqi have to endure so much pain? God is so unfair. After calming down, Xi Yanlan looked at her assistant firmly, motioning him to continue. The assistant continued, because the tumor is in a very special location, we can only temporarily remove her heart. This is called explantation surgery. If you agree, we will remove the tumor and replace the damaged heart with a bovine pericardium patch. Bovine pericardial patch, as the name suggests, is extracted from bovine pericardium. Xi Yanlan ignored these medical terms. She was only concerned about one issue. With tears in my eyes, I choke on my sobs. What are her chances of survival? The assistant sighed deeply. The tumor occupies most of the heart. After removing all the tumors, there may not be enough heart tissue left. And if the tumor has already metastasized, there is nothing we can do. Ji Yanlan took 2 steps back and slumped in the chair, staring ahead with dull eyes, thinking about the past. Ji Yanlan's attention suddenly focused again. Do it! Xiaoqi is a strong child, I believe in her. P.S. Thank you again for your support. Many of you were worried that I would cancel the event. I survived a dozen people in my debut, so it's even more impossible for me to give up now. There will be no problem with the female lead at the moment, because there is no such setting in the outline for the time being. I hope to update more often. I can update when I am not busy. Normally, I will update 3 times a day. If I don't go out on Sunday, I will update 1 more time. For example, tomorrow, just asking for flowers will make me satisfied. Chapter 68. Believe in Brother Xiao and get eternal life. All the doctors in the operating room were silent. They are undergoing a difficult operation. No one was in the mood for small talk. The surgeon worked quickly on the removed heart, with drops of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. The assistant, who was watching closely at the side, quickly picked up a cotton pad to wipe the sweat. The second assistant pried open the patient's eyelids and was about to give her an injection of saline. Solution: after finishing the drops on the right eye, open the left eye, but I found that there was sudden bleeding in my eye. The second assistant checked carefully again and found that his left eye was indeed bleeding. Dr. Lin. Something's happening. Dr. Lin, the surgeon in charge, didn't even raise his head. Wait till I finish tying this knot. The second assistant continued in a heavy tone. She has bleeding in her eyes. The surgeon in charge was also stunned. Because this operation would not cause intraocular bleeding, Lin Chuan had a sad face and sighed repeatedly as he followed Xiaoqi out of the observation room. In the end, the tumor was found and the heart was repaired, but the little girl had bleeding in the retina. This is too miserable. Other attending doctors also followed suit and analyzed. Retinal hemorrhage is not caused by a heart tumor, because heart tumors are benign. The report on the tumor was delivered to them immediately after the operation. Benign tumors mean, Lin Chuan gave the answer with a slightly heavy tone. Besides, benign tumors do not cause hallucinations. So, this tumor is actually a coincidence? In the end, they did find a tumor by accident, but the cause of the hallucinations was still not found. How strange, outrageous. Xiaoqi walked in silence. Everyone went to the consultation room. Dr. Xiao is really lucky. After all the analysis, he unexpectedly guessed it right by accident. Don't say that. Being able to detect a heart tumor is much better than most people. Ha, it's just a coincidence. I was really shocked just now. I really thought that this young man had surpassed us. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Don't make random diagnoses like this in the future, otherwise what will happen if you make a misdiagnosis? As the person who was the center of everyone's discussion, Xiaoqi remained indifferent. Lin Chuan was stunned when he saw it, because usually when Xiaoqi shows this expression, it means that everything is under his control. Seeing that there was no surprise on Xiaoqi's face, Lin Chuan still chose to believe him, because if you don't believe what he says, you will end up being slapped in the face by him. Lin Chuan has deep experience of this. So when everyone agreed that Xiaoqi's judgment was just a coincidence, netizens in the live broadcast room were dissatisfied with the comments of these doctors. A voice suddenly sounded, refuting them. Netizens looked closely and found that it was Lin Chuan. I was immediately moved. He was indeed Xiaoqi's good brother. Well done. No, Xiaoqi said there was a tumor there, and there really was a tumor there. This can't be a coincidence. Facing the death rays from everyone, Lin Chuan was sweating nervously. Dr. Xiao. You must not betray my trust. I stand by your side under tremendous pressure. You must give them a good slap in the face. At this time, everyone had arrived at the door of the consultation room, being looked at expectantly by Lin Chuan. Xiaoqi did not speak but pushed open the door of the consultation room first. I walked naturally to the front and stood there looking at everyone. Wait until everyone is seated. Xiaoqi asked the first question. A 9-year-old child with advanced cancer has a benign tumor in his heart. Why? The people below looked at each other. Someone shrugged and said casually, maybe it's just a coincidence. Xiaoqi sneered and really wanted to dissect their brains to see if there was tofu pudding inside. Is retinal hemorrhage also a coincidence? Some people still listened to Xiaoqi's words, and after thinking for a moment, they said, it's possible that the blood clot increased the pressure under the eye and caused the bleeding. As soon as this was said, someone immediately refuted it. All blood clots can explain retinal hemorrhages, but they cannot explain hallucinations. Someone added, blood clots can also cause epileptic seizures. Great, another symptom that doesn't cause hallucinations. Of course you can't. Are you not good enough in your training? Have you forgotten post-epileptic disorder? It's the brain that creates hallucinations to correct itself after an epileptic seizure. You are not very skilled, I just didn't think of it at the moment. Because of Xiaoqi's question, the consultation room suddenly became noisy. Xiaoqi stood there with his hands behind his back, watching with satisfaction as their discussion got slightly closer to the end of his answer. The attending physician who was the first to refute felt a little embarrassed to be refuted in public, so he continued to refute with his neck stiff. Even if blood clots can explain retinal hemorrhages and hallucinations, what about tumors? A tumor as big as an octopus wrapped around the little girl's heart, is that also a coincidence? They have no answer to this question either. Perhaps it's because that girl is unlucky and a collection of faults, but they also think that the probability is too low. Not only did he suffer from two unrelated tumors at the same time, but he also had blood clots. There are problems everywhere. This is really too miserable. At this time, Xiaoqi saw that they had almost finished their discussion and thought that they would not be able to reach any further conclusion if they continued. Now is the time for him to speak. In the middle of the argument, one voice easily suppressed everything. Everyone looked up at Xiaoqi, who was in the front. The tumor is equivalent to an Al-Qaeda organization, a core member, and we have rushed in and eliminated it at this time. But unfortunately, it has already sent out a pair of splinter cells. They are a group of lower-level terrorists who are quietly lurking in the core areas, waiting for an opportunity to catch us all in one fell swoop. As tumor cells grow and spread, the tumor will form cancer thrombi, which will become cancer cell thrombi after entering the blood vessels. This is quite common in clinical practice. The doctors present were not fools, and almost all of them reacted after hearing what Xiaoqi said. Wu Ming thought for a moment and said, "You mean the tumor threw up a blood clot and that clot caused everything?" Xiaoqi smiled. It's a simple and easy to understand analogy. I think no one has any other objections now. Everyone was unwilling to accept it, but what he said made so much sense, and even half of the process was deduced by themselves. What can they do? They could only shake their heads in unison. Lin Xuan tried hard to suppress the curve of his lips. As expected, if you believe in Brother Xiao, you will gain eternal life. Fortunately, he had just firmly chosen to believe Xiaoqi, so now he was not like these people, with a look of aggrieved expression on his face, seeing that no one had any objections. Xiaoqi nodded and gave the order. We need to do a cerebrovascular scan on her before the blood clot detonates the suicide bomb. Now, immediately, act now. Everyone was urged by Xiaoqi's words and did not dare to delay. They all obeyed Xiaoqi's words and got busy. Chapter 69. Could it be that Brother Xiao has a second personality? Check the bed. After anesthesia, the doctor inserted a thin needle into Xiaoqi's artery. The guide wire is then introduced into the blood vessel through a thin needle. The doctor was operating while keeping his eyes on the display screen nearby. The appearance of blood vessels is clearly shown above. Injection of contrast agent. An hour later, the doctor sent the report to the desks of the attending physicians. This time, Xiaoqi stood outside the ward, observing the mother and daughter inside through the glass. His eyes looked thoughtful. There was a sound of hurried footsteps coming closer and closer behind me, until he stopped behind Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi didn't even turn his head. What are the results of the examination? Lin Xuan was about to speak when his eyes widened in surprise at this question. How did you know I was going to report the results of the examination? Who else but you would be in such a hurry to find me at this time? Xiaoqi turned his head and said, Tell me, is the result unsatisfactory? Although it was a question, he used an affirmative tone. You know this again? Someone has already told you? Lin Xuan was suddenly startled and took a step back. Eye in his eyes, Xiaoqi was like a halo on his head. No, but the sound of your footsteps has revealed everything. Each of your emotions corresponds to a different sound of footsteps. Happy and anxious. Although your footsteps are both fast, your footsteps are bigger when you are happy, and smaller and more frequent when you are anxious. What has happened recently that has made you anxious? It seems that the test results are not satisfactory. Xiaoqi spoke casually and his expression was indifferent. It was as if he was talking about what to eat for lunch today. However, Lin Xuan was shocked by the information contained in these words. He felt as if he was standing naked in front of Xiaoqi, and Xiaoqi saw through everything. A tingling sensation spread from my tailbone all the way to the top of my head, and a chill rose up my back involuntarily. Then Lin Chuan was like a cat with its fur standing on end. He quickly jumped back several steps to get away from this big devil. So scary, just by the sound of footsteps, he already knew the general information. If a woman marries him in the future, she will have no privacy at all. After hesitating for a while, Lin Chuan lifted his feet and looked at them. I can't see anything. In the end, he walked back to Xiaoqi awkwardly, like a penguin. Hateful. After what he said just now, I suddenly couldn't walk anymore. Lin Chuan coughed when he remembered what he came here for. Ahem, the test results are out, and the angiography is normal, which means there is no blood clot. Did they make the wrong judgment again? Headache. Since receiving this little girl, we have been trying to find out where the hallucinations are coming from. They did numerous tests, but to no avail. After eliminating one possibility after another, there was finally a high probability that it was a blood clot, but now even after angiography, they still can't find the blood clot. Difficult, however. If you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem so surprising. Damn this, the cause of the little girl's hallucinations is like a thief who appears and disappears without a trace in the fog. I don't know where I'm hiding, playing hide and seek with them, Lin Chuan thought with gritted teeth. However, after hearing the test results, Xiaoqi's expression remained unchanged and he remained calm. No, there is a blood clot, we just didn't find it. Lin Chuan was suddenly startled, and then fell into deep thought. Xiaoqi must have his reasons for saying this. The only thing that hasn't been examined now is the brain. Lin Chuan hesitated, but the brain cannot undergo exploratory surgery. Xiaoqi looked at him steadily, and Lin Chuan suddenly understood what he meant. That's right, the blood clot is in the brain. Xiaoqi turned around and looked at the mother and daughter in the ward with a slightly sympathetic expression. Blood clots won't disappear for no reason. They may explode at any time. Let them be mentally prepared. At this point, he couldn't think of any solution for the time being. He didn't expect that the little girl's situation was more troublesome than he expected. However, since he had promised them that he would get them out of the hospital, he would not break his promise. He will definitely find a way. However, the only uncertainty now is that the blood clot is like a bomb. It could explode at any time. What he was most worried about was that the little girl would die before he could find the location of the blood clot. He has to be quick. We must find a feasible solution in the shortest time possible. Looking at Xiaoqi's expression, Lin Chuan screamed in his heart. It's over, it's over. I have never seen Xiaoqi with this expression before. Is the little girl really going to die? The audience in the live broadcast room also felt uneasy and sad. They followed Xiaoqi along the way and saw how brave and cheerful the little girl was. Unfortunately, God did not give her the opportunity to grow. No way, we finally made it to the last step, and now even Brother Xiao can't do anything about it? It's tragic, it's really tragic. Not only does he have 2 tumors, one of which is malignant, but now he also has a suspected blood clot in his brain. It's really tragic. Alas, if we can't find the blood clot, the little girl only has less than a week to live. If we find the blood clot, she only has a year to live in the advanced stage of cancer. If I knew when I would die, I wouldn't be able to face life as optimistically as she is. Why is God so unfair to bring all the bad luck to a little girl? I have never encountered such a 1 in a million chance of winning the lottery in my medical career. If I hadn't seen the live broadcast, I would not believe it. I am willing to not eat snacks for a week, and pray that Brother Xiao can come up with a good plan. The whole screen of the live broadcast room was filled with people praying for the little girl. The light of humanity shines throughout the entire live broadcast room. Xiaoqi glanced at the barrage and turned his gaze to the ward. Ponder for a moment. Suddenly he figured something out and smiled. Xiaoqi is indeed a very brave child, so I want to see how brave she can be when she hears that she is about to die. The sad atmosphere stagnated. Netizens in the live broadcast room, huh? Are you still human, Lin Chuan? Is Dr. Zhao's bad taste coming true again? No one could understand why, as Xiaoqi was clearly feeling sad for the mother and daughter just a second ago. Now I suddenly feel bad and want to see the expression on other people's faces when they hear that they are going to die. Are you sick? Or does Xiaoqi have a second personality? Outrageous. Lin Chuan looked at Xiaoqi in confusion, wanting to confirm whether his words were true or false. After watching for a while, he found that Xiaoqi was serious. After hesitating for a moment, he still did it out of trust in Xiaoqi. Push open the ward. Xiaoqi looked at Lin Chuan through the glass and said a few words to the mother and daughter. Soon, Ji Yanlan covered her mouth with her hands and cried bitterly. The little girl didn't shed tears. Instead, he reached out and held his crying mother in his arms. Patting her back and comforting her, the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly. The little girl would occasionally stroke her mother's head, running her fingers through her hair. He spoke words of comfort, incredibly brave and sensible. At the same time, he was incredibly calm. Even though Lin Chuan has been practicing medicine for many years, he has seen many such scenes, but when they say there is nothing they can do, the feeling of squeezing your heart tightly with your hands is still inevitable. Lin Chuan didn't dare to look at them again and looked up at Xiao Qi, who was standing outside. However, Xiao Qi looked at Xiao Qi thoughtfully, with a smile on his lips. Oh shit, what a pervert. Chapter 70. Being too calm is also a disease. Lin Chuan gently closed the door of the ward, looking at Xiao Qi, who was still staring at the mother and daughter. Lin Chuan looked conflicted. Dr. Xiao, why do you have such a perverted expression? Even if you don't have any feelings, don't show this kind of expression in front of others, you will be beaten. Xiao Qi put away his smile and glanced at him indifferently. After just one glance, Lin Chuan didn't dare to say anything more. Lin Chuan wanted to slap himself in his heart. Dr. Xiao had his own intentions and asked you to stop talking. Xiao Qi looked at Xiao Qi, who was still comforting her mother. Something's not right. A 9-year-old child was calmer than an adult when he knew he was about to die. There isn't even any negativity on the surface. He has seen too many terminally ill patients. When they knew they were going to die soon, they basically either cried loudly or looked desperate. Even some people with stronger endurance will lose consciousness for a moment and then return to their original state. This child seems to be unusually mature and calm. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Qi opened his mouth and answered Lin Chuan's question. Do you feel that Xiao Qi has a calmness and courage beyond ordinary people? Lin Chuan was stunned. Wouldn't it be better to be brave? Just now Xiao Qi said that he wanted to see how she would react when facing death. Now you were saying that other people's bravery is not normal. So you just can't stand seeing other people being strong and brave, right? Lin Chuan looked at Xiao Qi with a strange expression. Brother, I think you are abnormal. Netizens also nodded in agreement. Feeling Lin Chuan's gaze, Xiao Qi sighed deeply. Let me ask you, if you knew you were going to die, how would you react? Lin Chuan was stunned and fell into deep thought. If I were dying, how would I react? I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. After all, he had never felt it. Lin Chuan shook his head and said, I don't know. I would be at a loss. Xiao Qi tilted his head and glanced at him. No, you will cry like a baby, everyone will do that, but she didn't react at all. Like a stone. Even the death row inmates in prison will turn pale and look ashen when they know they are about to be executed. There are truly transcendent people. Rare, but that couldn't be a 9-year-old girl. After hearing Xiao Qi say this, the netizens in the live broadcast room and Lin Chuan felt something was wrong, but Lin Chuan still didn't like Xiao Qi being like this, being so high and mighty like a god. Treat patients with indifference. Maybe she is really brave. She has been through more setbacks than most people in their entire lives. Xiao Qi remained unmoved and calmly retorted, so what? Does that mean she wants to die? No matter how much she has been through, she won't be able to face death so easily. When saying this, Xiao Qi's expression remained calm, but his tone was slightly melancholy. Especially when you still have people or things in the world that you care about, how do you think her relationship with her mother is? Lin Chuan's expression was complicated. He understood what Xiao Qi meant. The relationship is very good. Anyone can see how deep the bond between Xiao Qi and her mother is. How could such a person remain indifferent in the face of death? Lin Chuan was convinced, but he was still a little unwilling. He also came into contact with Xiao Qi. During the examination that day, the girl told him her worries, worrying that she would not be able to leave the hospital and that her mother would be left alone. He didn't think Xiao Qi was really indifferent to death. Only, he had no evidence to refute it. So what do you mean? The audience in the live broadcast room felt that Lin Chuan was right at one moment and Xiao Qi was right at another. Later they all thought that what Xiao Qi said made more sense. Yeah, I've long felt that this little girl's bravery is a bit abnormal. When my uncle was diagnosed with advanced gastric cancer, he turned pale and almost fainted. You know, he is a doctor who is used to seeing life and death. My uncle was a soldier and won the 3rd prize many times. He was a man who never cried, but when he saw his wife and children crying beside his bed, he couldn't help but burst into tears. I have seen people who are indifferent to death, or numb. They are the elderly. Their children are already adults and they have nothing to worry about. In addition, they are suffering from physical pain. It is better to say that they are numb than indifferent. Not many people are not afraid of death, let alone a 9-year-old girl, unless she traveled through time. It's not normal for a girl to disregard life and death at such a young age. But what does this have to do with treatment? Even if she is indifferent to life and death for some reason, so what? Ignore the noise in the live broadcast room. Xiaoqi lowered his eyes and expressed his guess in a deep voice. I wonder if her bravery is a disease. The sound was like thunder, shocking everyone. They never expected that this would be the answer. Lin Chuan's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning, and his pupils contracted violently. He stood there stupidly, stunned like a wooden chicken. You said that her bravery is a disease? Is she mentally ill? Who can tell him how this was launched? Don't understand. Besides, even if Xiaoqi is mentally ill, what does that have to do with treatment? She should have received psychiatric treatment after she got better. Not only Lin Xuan, but the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. They no longer understand how things are going. How come the topic turned to psychiatric disease? Weren't we discussing blood clots? Could it be that blood clots are so powerful that they can even change a person's mental state? Haha, impossible. Unknown to the netizens, they had already inadvertently guessed the truth. Seeing that everyone's thoughts were flying to who knows where, Xiaoqi could only sigh helplessly and remind. The location of the blood clot was so specific that it not only caused the hallucinations, but it also disturbed her emotions. Lin Xuan thought about it carefully and immediately understood what he meant. You think her bravery is chemically caused? Xiaoqi nodded, as if he finally understood it. That's why I asked you to test how Xiaoqi would react when facing death. This will help us find the location of the blood clot. In the end, Xiaoqi's reaction confirmed his guess. Without waiting for Lin Xuan to respond, Xiaoqi suddenly asked, where is the fear center? Lin Xuan didn't have time to think, and blurted out, amygdala, near the hippocampus. After saying that, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Xiaoqi always asks questions, but fortunately his basic knowledge is solid, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Etc. Could it be that Xiaoqi wants to inspect that area? That area is huge and densely packed with nerves. Operating on it carelessly would kill her. He shook his head and said, if it's really that area, you can only wait for an autopsy if you want to see blood clots. Xiaoqi, who was originally thinking with his head down, suddenly raised his head when he heard these words. His eyes flashed with light and he curled his lips into a smile. He asked Lin Xuan, then let's do an autopsy. Is it illegal to do an autopsy on a living person now? Everyone, huh? Chapter 71, Performing an Autopsy on a Living Person? Update, everyone dared not imagine their ears. What did they just hear? Performing an autopsy on a living person. Lin Xuan looked at Xiaoqi in disbelief. Brother, wake up, how did you come up with such a horrible idea? We are a regular hospital. Not a black clinic. Brother Xiao, we are a regular hospital, not a part-time forensic doctor. Lin Xuan was so scared that he stuttered and even called himself Brother Xiao. I in the barrage, netizens also advised him to calm down. Brother Xiao, we don't need to do this. If we can't cure it, then don't treat it. Wow, you'd rather kill the patient than find the cause of the disease? How responsible. I love you. I was paying attention to the fact that Brother Xiao could do autopsies. Wait, Brother Xiao, calm down. Is the anchor crazy? He is absolutely crazy. Dr. Lin, stop him quickly and don't let him do anything stupid. Brother Xiao, you must stay calm. We can't do anything illegal. Ineffective rescue and killing the patient are two different things. Brother Xiao, forget it. Life and death are up to fate. Just let the girl go. They had never heard of performing an autopsy on a living person. Many viewers in the live broadcast room began to wonder if Xiaoqi had some mental problems. How could the words he said be so horrible? When Xiaoqi saw everyone's reactions, he rolled his eyes rudely. Forget about the audience. But why is Lin Xuan also acting stupid? Does he look that dangerous? Everyone, you're not, Xiaoqi sighed. What I mean is, I want to induce cardiac arrest with hypothermia, then draw 2 liters of blood from the patient through extracorporeal circulation, and then perfuse the brain while doing an MRI scan. When the blood flow is reperfused, the microblood flow blockage caused by the thrombus can be seen on the MRI screen. Not if the thrombus is small, it can also be seen whether plaque is formed. Xiaoqi spoke a lot quickly. Lin Xuan was stunned for a long time, and the words in his mind separated and reassembled one by one. He couldn't describe how shocked he was when he first heard Xiaoqi's thoughts, and how crazy he thought Xiaoqi was. It took a long time before he finally understood what Xiaoqi meant. In a way, Xiaoqi's idea was really amazing. Lin Xuan had heard of similar methods before. This method is indeed feasible, but these almost all appear in some foreign medical journals. Even a hospital like theirs had never tried such a dangerous operation. Yes, dangerous, although Xiaoqi said it lightly. Lin Xuan knew how dangerous this operation was. There are so many dense and fragile areas in the brain that if you are not careful, the patient may suffer permanent brain damage and become a vegetable. 2 careless mistakes can lead to the patient's death. You'll kill her. No, absolutely not. Xiaoqi spread his hands. It's just for a short while. I will revive her soon. If we don't do this, she can only live for 1 day, no more than a week at most. Lin Xuan covered his forehead with his hands due to headache and paced back and forth anxiously. How come he met such an evil guy like Xiaoqi? Where on earth did the dean find this weirdo? He is so audacious, and I was unlucky enough to be assigned to supervise him. From then on, I lived in fear every day, like an old father. No, our hospital has never performed such a dangerous operation. If you are not careful, it will lead to the patient's death. The hospital will not agree to your request. The family members will not agree to it either. Although many netizens in the live broadcast room did not understand medicine, they could feel from Xiaoqi's description how dangerous this operation was, especially when he saw that Lin Xuan, who had always stood on Xiaoqi's side, was so firmly opposed. This further illustrates the danger of this operation. It turns out that when performing an autopsy on a living person, the patient really needs to be allowed to die for a while. And after death, there is a high possibility that you will never wake up again. Instead of being appeased, everyone's worries became even more serious, except the reactions of many medical students and doctors in the live broadcast room were the same as Lin Xuan's. Shock, unbelievable, crazy. Many medical students have never even heard of this method, but this does not prevent them from knowing how fragile the brain is. You are worthy of being like this, Brother Xiao. You are so bold, do whatever you want, and take human lives lightly. Ahem, that's a bit exaggerated. However, they share the same opinion as Lin Xuan. No. There is no way anyone would agree to this operation. Xiaoqi ignored the howling protests from the audience in the live broadcast room and pushed his glasses down, saying calmly, "No surgery is without risk. Even the smallest and most mature surgery can have accidents. It's just that the success rate of this surgery is not that high. However, we can reduce the risk by simulating the surgery in advance. As for what you said about the hospital and the family not agreeing to my doing this, then it would be fine if I could get them to agree. Xiaoqi doesn't have much time left to live. Unless you can think of a better way, leaving her waiting in the hospital like this when there is a way is tantamount to murder." Lin Xuan opened his mouth to retort, but the words got stuck in his throat. It has to be said that what Xiaoqi said made a lot of sense, and he was almost convinced even though he had originally strongly opposed it. After a pause, Lin Xuan said in a hoarse voice, "If I died of illness, at least I could see my family for the last time. But dying in the operating room, besides, if her mother knew that this only had a 1 in a million chance of success, how could she possibly agree to it?" The netizens in the live broadcast room had the same idea as Lin Xuan. None of them had any hope for Xiaoqi's method. Xiaoqi tilted his head and looked at the ward inside. Mother and daughter were cuddling each other. The light shone through Xiaoqi's gold-rimmed glasses, making it difficult for Lin Xuan to see his expression. After a moment of silence, Xiaoqi spoke in a low voice. "How do you know Xiaoqi wouldn't prefer to have the surgery? Besides, her mother would agree." Lin Xuan was stunned, because when Xiaoqi said this, he was sure of it, as if he already knew what choice they would make. Lin Xuan's face was conflicted, but he finally stood on Xiaoqi's side. "If the mother and daughter agree, I will help you convince the hospital." Xiaoqi turned his head, looked at Lin Xuan and smiled. "Thanks, but no thanks, I am enough on my own." In Xiaoqi's clinic, Xiaoqi and Ji Yanlan sat face to face. "I promised before that I would not let Xiaoqi die here without surgery. Our plan is to restart your daughter, like a computer, shutting it down and then restarting it. We will cool her down to 21 degrees Celsius with blankets and air conditioning." Shi Yanlan asked hesitantly, "Like hibernation?" Xiaoqi stared at her and shook his head slowly. "No, animals hibernating still have a slow heartbeat, but cardiac arrest means there is no heartbeat at all. Freezing can minimize the risk. We will draw out nearly half of her blood and then pump it back in. During this period, we can briefly use an MRI to hopefully see the outline of the blood clot. If it succeeds, Xiaoqi can leave the hospital. If you agree, we will implement this restart plan." Ji Yanlan pursed her lips tightly, tears streaming down her face. Should she agree? Finally, she raised her head and looked at Xiaoqi with firm eyes. I agree. Chapter 72. An unprecedented surgery in China. I don't know what method Xiaoqi used, but he actually convinced the hospital to agree to the operation. When Lin Xuan received the surgical rehearsal, he was still shocked and unbelievable. Did Xiaoqi give them some kind of love potion? What Lin Xuan didn't know was it's actually very easy to convince them. Although this operation is extremely risky, there are few examples in China, but once successful, it will bring great reputation to the hospital. Besides, the family members have agreed, so there is no reason for them to stop it. There were also some who strongly opposed it, but under Xiaoqi's coercion and inducement, they had to raise the white flag and surrender. From then on, no one opposed Xiaoqi's idea. Time confirmed. The restart plan is expected to start the day after tomorrow. Today and tomorrow, they will intensify their simulation practice for the surgery to improve the success rate of the surgery. Now there were at least 20 people standing in the operating room. There are doctors from various departments and quite a few nurses. They will carry out a simulation of the surgery. Xiaoqi stood in the center of the operating room. Tonight he was the most important commander here and would guide the entire direction of the operation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor that you will be selected to participate in this exercise. This is an unprecedented operation in the country. Many people are paying attention to us. Congratulations on having a good result tonight. Xiaoqi was right, because this kind of surgery has never been performed in the country. So after the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the industry. Shock, curious as many hospitals have turned their attention to Jinghua First People's Hospital. That's not all. They have already started contacting Jinghua First People's Hospital, hoping to watch the operation up close on the day of the operation. For a time, Beijing First People's Hospital became the most eye-catching focus recently. A large number of hospitals called Jinghua First People's Hospital. However, given that there were so many hospitals requesting to view the video, after discussion, Jinghua First People's Hospital decided to only give a few places to hospitals with which it had a closer relationship. Not many, just 2 or 3. After all, there are many people in their own hospital who need to be watched. It is more important to meet the needs of your own people first. The other hospitals that were unable to get admission tickets were so angry that they burst into tears. But what can we do? It's their hospital and they have the final say. This also led to the doctors who did not get admission tickets being extremely surprised when they discovered the live broadcast room of the main person in charge, Xiaoqi. They all rushed into Xiaoqi's live broadcast room. In an instant, the number of people in Xiaoqi's live broadcast room increased explosively. Besides that, Jinghua First People's Hospital also received requests from some media outlets for coverage. However, given that the family members did not agree, the hospital did not want the media to broadcast the operation live. This would violate the patient's privacy. So the hospital rejected all media requests. On the day of the operation, out of respect for Ji Yanlan and her daughter, Xiaoqi decided to only take MRI images, even though their privacy would not be exposed. However, there are no particular requirements for simulation exercises. After finishing today's opening remarks, Xiaoqi bowed and thanked the cadaver teacher. On the operating table tonight, following his lead, the others also bowed in thanks. Xiaoqi stood up and said loudly, "We will cool the patient physically, and once the temperature is reached, we will immediately connect her to extracorporeal circulation. We will have 60 seconds to extract 2 liters of blood from her body and then infuse it back." Everyone knows the purpose of this. It is to obtain images of the blood clots in her brain. I hope everyone will keep a close eye on the images. Next, I will explain the most important precautions for this operation. Xiaoqi looked around and everyone looked extremely serious. Regarding this operation, Lin Xuan's concerns were different. There were so many people in the hospital who wanted to participate that they were just scrambling to get in. They all knew that this was the first case in the country. Once successful, they will have another brilliant experience on their resume. The ones who most hope that the operation will be successful are not only Ji Yanlan but also them. Xiaoqi nodded with satisfaction and continued, "If someone bumps into the protagonist during the MRI tomorrow, the alarm nearby will sound and the red light will come on, which means we won't get any usable test results, and the operation will be a failure. During the MRI process, the patient must not move, as movement will cause artifacts. It's like taking a photo of a running person, and a long shadow will appear in the photo. Movement can affect image quality and make diagnosis difficult." Xiaoqi's words were addressed to the doctors present and also explained to the audience. All the doctors present understood these principles, but they all listened carefully to what Xiaoqi said. "I even wish he would say a few more words and tell me all the things to pay attention to. The more they talk, the less nervous they become. The neurosurgeon is in charge of watching the imaging screen. Xiaoqi pointed to the empty space beside him. The cardiac surgeon is on standby in case a thoracotomy is needed. Two anesthesiologists, one is watching the heart-lung machine, and the other is watching the cooling machine. Those who received the instructions all nodded to indicate that they had received it. It is worth mentioning that as Xiaoqi's little follower, Lin Chuan naturally benefited from it and joined the operation. In Xiaoqi's mind, he had already rehearsed countless plans, and the plan he finally selected was listed in his mind like a checklist. Nurses who are taller than 165 centimeters follow me. Very good, countdown is 60 seconds, and the show is about to begin. A nurse pressed the timer. The heads of various departments who were watching the operation in the next room nodded with satisfaction when they saw that Xiaoqi had arranged everything in an orderly manner. Among these people, in addition to a few familiar faces that Xiaoqi had seen, there were also quite a few strangers. They were all big bosses from other buildings in the hospital, and they had only heard of Xiaoqi but never seen him in person. Today, when these bigwigs learned that Xiaoqi was going to preside over an unprecedented operation, they were finally willing to put down the unimportant matters in their hands. I pushed as much as I could just to watch the operation with my own eyes. 3, 2, 1. At the command, a tense atmosphere instantly filled the air. Arterial cannulation to draw blood. Now they start simulating a gastric lavage. Ice water will be introduced into the stomach through a rubber catheter, cools the body from the inside out. The doctor inserted the tube into the cadaver teacher's mouth. At this time, the cadaver teacher's head moved slightly and the alarm sounded immediately. Everyone watched the scene nervously. Come again. The doctor inserted the rubber tube again, and the doctor who was operating was sweating profusely. He had never received such a difficult task. It is required that your hands should not shake at all of this time. We must succeed. Pity. The alarm sounded again. Everyone sighed in frustration. The audience in the live broadcast room all clenched their fists and prayed for them. Come again. The alarm sounded again and again. Xiaoqi has no idea how many times he has said come again, but there was no progress. Just when everyone was feeling dejected, Lin Chuan quietly raised one hand. Perhaps we could secure her to the operating table? The operating room suddenly became quiet. Xiaoqi turned to look at Lin Chuan, his eyes shining. It's simple and crude, but I like it. Well done, Xiaolin. I didn't expect you to be so useful. Chapter 73. I don't want to leave mom alone. Originally, Lin Chuan was very happy to be praised by Xiaoqi, but I heard the following sentence. Lin Chuan immediately frowned. Look at what Xiaoqi said. What do you mean? I didn't expect he could be of some use. I guess you never counted on me, did you, that I leave? After all, he is a young and outstanding person who graduated from a prestigious university. Besides, who are you calling Xiaolin? I am so much older than you. There is no respect for elders or younger ones. Really, my fist is hard. Xiaoqi didn't notice Lin Chuan's resentful expression at all. He smiled as he arranged for everyone to fix the cadaver teacher's head. Lin Chuan, I feel wronged, but I won't say it. After a lot of work and several experiments, I finally found that the alarm did not sound a few times in the first step. When the first complete operation was completed without any errors, everyone present cheered and hugged each other. Some of the big guys behind the glass couldn't help but wave their fists excitedly. Then, under the strange gazes of others, he coughed awkwardly. Soon. 2 days of intense rehearsals passed. The good news is that Xiaoqi's blood clot did not suddenly occur in the past 2 days. The not so good news is that even though they have practiced this many times, the success rate is still not very high. But Xiaoqi only has one life, and they only have one chance. If you fail, there is no chance to start over the night before the operation. All personnel involved in the exercise were given leave. However, night, Xiaoqi slowly walked to the outside of Xiaoqi's ward and looked at her quietly, and now he has already closed the live broadcast room. At the same time, Lin Chuan happened to come here to visit the mother and daughter. After all, this might be the last time they see each other, but he didn't expect that when he arrived here, he found a person standing in front of him, and it was Xiaoqi. Listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer behind. Before Lin Chuan could speak, Xiaoqi suddenly asked, What if she is really brave? Lin Chuan was puzzled. What? Xiaoqi was silent for a while, and then asked in a low voice, Does Xiaoqi know that she will have a very dangerous operation tomorrow? Why are you suddenly asking this? Lin Chuan scratched his head. I haven't told her the details of the operation. Xiaoqi's eyes were unfocused. He looked blankly ahead, and said softly, Maybe you're right. Maybe she really is brave. Maybe she doesn't understand at all. I thought about it for a long time. If a 9-year-old girl doesn't know the meaning of death, then she is not brave, but ignorant. My theory is that she understands everything, including death. Lin Xuan had never seen Xiaoqi look like this before. He has always been confident and strong, moving forward with determination, but this attitude was mixed with a hint of casualness, as if he treated everything as a game. Not as so many times, Lin Xuan found that Xiaoqi didn't care about the consequences of his actions at all, only now, facing a brave but vulnerable cub that was about to die. Xiaoqi finally showed some humanity. It doesn't sound like a good thing to say, but this is Lin Xuan's most intuitive feeling. After a moment of silence, Xiaoqi's eyes were firm. She has the right to know what is going to happen. As he said this, he raised his foot and walked towards the ward. Lin Xuan came back to his senses instantly and quickly grabbed him. Are you freaking crazy? Why do you have to target a little girl? Are you sick? What deep hatred do you have against her? This was the first time that Lin Xuan confronted Xiaoqi so bluntly in front of him. Xiaoqi looked back with a dim look in his eyes. Are you getting too bold, boy? Her eyes signaled him to let go. Lin Xuan swallowed his saliva and regretted what he had said just now. He was obviously much older than Xiaoqi, so why was he so afraid of him? Although he thought so in his heart, he did not let go of the hand that was holding Xiaoqi's sleeve. Well, the little girl is already miserable enough, let's not provoke her any further. Xiaoqi looked at him steadily and suddenly smiled. Lin Xuan was stunned by the smile. What the hell is he laughing at? Because I respect her, I want to tell her the truth, but I also want to, let me go right now. Lin Xuan was so scared that he let go immediately. Then, Xiaoqi, like the husky that had been let go, quickly ran into the ward. It was too late to stop it. Seeing this, Lin Xuan had no choice but to follow, and Xiaoqi sat down on the chair next to the bed and spoke slowly. Do you know that you will face a life-threatening operation tomorrow? Xiaoqi's eyes were slightly red, her expression was no longer sunny, and her voice was hoarse. I know. Mom told me some of it, but I guessed it myself. Xiaoqi pursed his lips and nodded. Let me explain it to you in more detail. Tomorrow's examination will last for 10 hours. Your physical condition is very fragile and you may not make it. What do you think? My mother has. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiaoqi. You can choose to give up the surgery and spend the rest of your time with your family and eat your favorite food, or you can choose to undergo a surgery with an unknown outcome. This is your life and you have the right to choose. Xiaoqi looked at him, her tone somewhat helpless and cold. But I have no choice, right? I heard that you have made a lot of preparations for this operation, and my mother also agreed. Xiaoqi shook his head and said softly, these are not problems. The operation can be cancelled. I can give your mother dozens of perfect reasons to explain the situation. Xiaoqi's eyes were getting redder and redder. No, I want to survive, I want to get better, even if there is only 1 year left. Seeing this, Lin Xuan's heart ached. Xiaoqi's tone was still very gentle, and he communicated with the little girl very patiently. Most people who have cancer face endless suffering and just want to end this journey as soon as possible. Xiaoqi's eyes were moist, and her voice was choked and trembling. You are asking me if I want to die. I don't want to die. No one wants to die, but the question is how to die, what it will feel like before you die, will it be painful, and I want to know if you want to end the pain. Hearing this, Xiaoqi finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. I can't leave my mother alone just because I'm tired. You can't stay. But she needs me. Xiaoqi looked at the sad cub on the bed with pity, kindness, and care in his eyes. But this is your life. You have the right to make your own decisions. Take a break if you are tired. Tears dripped onto the pillow. Xiaoqi shook her head and sobbed while taking a breath. I can't leave her, she loves me, and I love my mother too. Xiaoqi lowered his eyes, and he finally confirmed some things. Finally he nodded and walked out of the ward. Lin Xuan looked at Xiaoqi who was walking out the door, then looked at the little girl crying on the bed, and couldn't help but muttered, what a sin. You made a little girl cry and then ran away. I despise you. Lin Xuan quickly ran to the bedside and comforted the little girl. Xiaoqi finally fell asleep to Lin Xuan's tone-deaf singing. Chapter 74. During the operation day 3. Xiaoqi's surgery began under the watchful eyes of everyone. The girl lay on the cold operating table. She blinked her big eyes and looked around. They were all people wearing dark blue surgical gowns. These scenes are not unfamiliar. Only, she looked up and saw a crowd of people gathered behind the glass wall above. Why are there so many people here today? I heard Xiaoqi's slightly uneasy question. Xiaoqi told her seriously and gently, because you are the most dazzling star tonight, they are all here because of you. Be happy, little ghost. I'm a little scared. Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side. This was the first time Xiaoqi spoke in such a gentle tone. You read that right. Yes, Xiaoqi would be scared too. After yesterday's conversation, Xiaoqi finally confirmed one thing, that is, Xiaoqi doesn't know nothing. It's not that I'm so brave that I'm not afraid of anything. She also feels fear, but she has faith and love to support her. That is, the orchid.so. She wisely suppressed her fear and anxiety deep in her heart. In other words, Xiaoqi's previous guess that the blood clot affected Xiao Xi's fear center was actually wrong. For the first time, Xiaoqi felt admiration for a little girl. All preparations have been made, the operation is about to begin. This operation was the first in the country's history to find blood clots by temporarily killing the patient. Extremely dangerous. The risk is huge, the content is even more bold. Almost all the idol directors, senior executives, and outstanding interns in Jinghua First People's Hospital had the opportunity to observe the operation. Bosses from other hospitals also stood behind the glass, looking serious and staring at the people below with sharp eyes. To be honest, seeing so many people standing there is quite intimidating. At the same time, Xiaoqi's live broadcast room also welcomed the largest number of people in history, even if the lens is only looking at the instrument, but the number of people has not decreased at all. Even every minute and every second shows explosive growth. Xingfei People's Hospital is here to visit. Reporting from the affiliated hospital of West China University. A second-year medical student from Qishui Medical University came to show his support. Our professor repeatedly told me to come and watch. The First Naval General Hospital came to support us. Today's surgery was very bold and innovative. The First People's Hospital of Jinghua is very progressive. I hope it will be successful. If this operation is successful, I hope that Jinghua First People's Hospital can share its experience at the exchange meeting so that more patients can get help. This is Hua Media Daily. With the host's consent, we will load the live broadcast simultaneously. Don't worry about delays because we are essentially in the same live broadcast room. More hospitals and media are flocking into the live broadcast room. The current number has reached more than 2 million. Still growing. The entire barrage was filled with their friendly greetings. Netizens who usually love to make dirty talk are now trembling and dare not speak a word. There is absolutely no place for them to have a say in this group of bigwigs. Looking at those famous big hospitals, which are usually so aloof and have no news at all, they all greeted me so warmly today. My whole body seemed to be filled with the anticipation of look at me. Look at me. If it weren't for Xiaoqi's live broadcast, they wouldn't even know that these hospitals actually had official accounts. It's just like a zombie. Besides that, there are also many well-known media outlets that are eagerly waiting for the live broadcast room to be the first to explore hot topics. After all, this operation has some weird highlights, bold experimental content, and is a domestic first. These labels are enough to attract the attention of many media that do not focus on medicine, including self-media, because Xiaoqi only authorized a few media outlets that praised him at the beginning. As long as these media outlets link to Xiaoqi's live broadcast room, they can obtain a steady stream of traffic. Other media can only wait in the live broadcast room and dig out hotspots on their own. However, their industry is one that requires taking advantage of every opportunity, having a keen sense of smell, and constantly racing against time. They have long been accustomed to this kind of tense and exciting waiting. To this end, they even had the headline content written last night. If it fails, it will be the first domestic living dead detection has failed. Success is surprise. My country's first living dead test is a great success. The content has been compiled long ago and can be published immediately once the data is available. They just have to wait. That's not all, they even took care of the process and wrote the title in advance. What is exciting? Such a thing actually happened in the operating room. There is also the provocative article Morong Haima said, Jinghua First People's Hospital uses patients' lives for show and despises life. In short, no one can stop their enthusiasm now. The anesthesiologist injected anesthetic into Xiaoqi's body. The medicine is starting to take effect. Xiaoqi gradually felt a sense of tiredness coming over her. On the other side, the nurse put the respirator on Xiaoqi's mouth. Breathe. Xiaoqi blinked a few times and finally closed her eyes. When Xiaoqi saw that the time had come, he immediately ordered the operation to begin. This time, there are not many people talking in the barrage anymore. The people in front of the screen were watching nervously and carefully. The catheter was inserted into Xiaoqi's mouth smoothly and without any accidents. An iron plate similar to a splint was placed right in the center of Xiaoqi's head. A doctor put the screw into the screw hole and then tightened it tightly with an electric torque tool. The humming sound of the machine can't help but make people feel nervous. Combined with the image of the electric gun pointing directly at the head, The impact was so strong that I almost thought a gun was going to poke a hole in the person's head. When the head was properly fixed, the doctor nodded, indicating that the operation could begin. Current body temperature is 37 degrees Celsius. Start cooling down. First, crushed ice is injected between the thermos cup and the body surface. The body temperature begins to drop gradually. Xiaoqi signaled with his eyes to the person standing nearby who was responsible for cooling the body's body. You can start now. The man quickly took out the plastic blood bag filled with crushed ice that was hung high up and squeezed it down with his hands. The crushed ice was immediately poured into Xiaoqi's body through the catheter due to gravity. However, at this moment, Xiaoqi's body was shaking unconsciously reflexively due to excessive cold. This is an unexpected situation that cannot be simulated using cadavers. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists, worried about whether Xiaoqi could solve the problem. Perfectly. Certainly. Of course, there is no need to worry about this. Simulation exercises cannot completely restore the on-site situation 100%, but Xiaoqi himself has also made a lot of preparations. Dozens of unexpected solutions have already been simulated in my mind. Xiaoqi quickly and calmly ordered 200 milligrams of vecuronium. The doctor quickly injected it into the foreline. The shaking stopped. At this time, the body temperature is dropping rapidly and has reached 24 degrees Celsius, and the temperature is still dropping madly. The audience all stared at the numbers nervously while the crushed ice has been injected. Xiaoqi's face revealed a kind of frozen transparency. Xiaoqi pressed her cheek with his hand, feeling the temperature. At this point, the rate at which the body temperature numbers drop begins to slow down. By the time the last decimal point reaches 0, the body temperature has reached 21 degrees Celsius. Suddenly, the EKG machine emitted a long buzz. The people who listened were choked. Atrial fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation is an irregular heart rhythm. Xiaoqi unplugged the power cord that was sirening the alarm. She is dead. Start. Chapter 75 Countdown. Determine Lin Chuan. The nurse pressed the timer. The countdown begins. The numbers jumped and soon became 58 seconds. Time is running out. Everyone's hearts were pounding with the number of seconds. Bright red arterial blood was continuously pumped out. The most tense and important scene is finally here. It seemed like there was a time bomb in everyone's heart, and the countdown on it was ticking. Everyone watching couldn't help but grab everything they could get their hands on. For example, if you have a boyfriend next to you, just hold his thighs tightly. Countdown 50 seconds. 1 liter of blood has been drawn. The blood bag was gradually filled. Everyone in the operating room stared at this scene closely. 2 liters. When the blood volume reaches 700 milliliters as indicated by the small mark on the blood bag, Xiaoqi immediately said seriously and quickly, "Start refilling." The doctor in charge of the reinfusion did not waste a second and quickly carried out Xiaoqi's instructions. It has begun to perfuse back into the blood vessels. At the same time, the MRI images also showed the distribution of blood vessels in Xiaoqi's brain. At this point, the blood vessels in the image are like a coloring page waiting to be colored against the blue-black background. They look like transparent jellyfish tentacles. And now, with blood reperfusion, the blood vessels are gradually filled with blue-white starting from the top and the center of the image. At this moment, except for the doctors and nurses who need to operate the instruments, everyone else was staring at the small screen. They need to do this in less than 60 seconds. Among the numerous tiny blood vessels, find the blood clot that has only subtle characteristics and is hidden somewhere unknown. The difficulty is that the blood vessels in blood perfusion are just interconnected vessels. At first only 1 or 2 vessels were perfused. Then several vessels were filled simultaneously. No one present had such experience in the past. They just had to take the film and analyze it slowly, and now we have to observe multiple blood vessels at the same time in a short period of time. But fortunately, Xiaoqi had assigned different areas to each person before the operating table is surrounded by hanging images. Except them, the people in the live broadcast room were also staring closely. There are many ordinary people among the audience. They have never studied medicine, let alone seen what a blood clot looks like, but they still want to do their part to help the little girl. Speed reading at this time is like taking an English listening test. If you didn't see it, you didn't see it, and you can only continue reading. They just felt that their eyes were not enough. You can only keep your eyes wide open and try not to miss anything. This is what everyone is looking for. Media professionals also stared at the screen, writing quickly with excited smiles on their faces. Soon, one article after another came out and was quickly published on major platforms. It's extremely critical. The 60-second countdown has begun, and the doctor hasn't found the blood clot yet. Anxious. Only 20 seconds left in the countdown. Still nothing. 30 seconds passed, everyone felt that time was both long and fast, their eyes were sore from staring, but they found nothing. Everyone's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. Many sentimental people in front of the screen couldn't help but shed tears at this moment, and silently prayed for this little girl in their hearts. Please, let time pass a little longer. I beg you, great gods, to let this strong little girl take one more look at this world. Please don't get into any trouble. The countdown on the screen has become 17 seconds. Time is running out. Many unscrupulous media in front of the screen heard the news and took action. They were just waiting for the operation to fail so that they could take a piece of meat. They didn't care whether the little girl lived or died. Hotspots, explosive points, and eye-catching things are what they pursue. There are several screens with different contents hanging around the operating room. Shao-Chi took a comprehensive view of the situation. Did you find anything? One doctor said without blinking. The internal carotid artery and cavernous sinus are normal. The nurse prompted, 10 seconds. The vestibulocochlear nerve is intact. The middle meningeal artery is normal. 5 seconds. No. Countdown 1 second. The last digit of the number becomes 0. The countdown turned red. The time limit has expired. However, still nothing was found. The blood is almost completely pumped back into the body. Everyone's heart began to sink to the bottom. Finished. This operation has almost been declared a failure. The big guys standing behind the glass wall looked regretful and sorry. Others shook their heads and thought that this was an unreliable examination and surgery. The people with the worst expressions were the leaders in the hospital. They originally agreed to let Shao-Chi undergo this operation just to promote his reputation, but this reputation is a good reputation, not a bad reputation. Of course, they knew at the beginning that this was not a 100% successful operation. This is also unrealistic, however. They did not expect that this operation would also attract so much media attention. Famous and unknown, moral and unscrupulous. When they turned on their phones, they saw that some unscrupulous media had begun using sensational headlines to criticize their hospital for conducting experiments on living people, regardless of the patient's life or death. His expression suddenly became even uglier. Some senior executives who had originally disagreed showed sarcasm on their faces when they saw this. This kid named Xiao is threatening me. The result is that there is still nothing we can do. Now you are ruining the reputation of the hospital. You will be kicked out of the hospital sooner or later. At this time, Shao-Chi, who was at the center of public opinion, also looked a little unhappy. An experienced old doctor said, "We have to start warming her up or else there will be permanent damage." Shao-Chi's eyes were sharp and he made some calculations in his mind. There are 5 seconds left until the limit. There is still a chance. Keep looking. Everyone looked carefully at the not-so-clear image on the screen again, but their mood was already filled with frustration. The pattern composed of bright spots looks like a mosaic made by Pac-Man. I didn't see anything. Shao-Chi is simply wasting his time. When everyone was dejected, there was one person who was still searching diligently and seriously. Lin Chuan could be considered as one of the opponents before the operation began, but once he knew the surgery was scheduled, he stopped dwelling on the past. Instead, we will firmly implement the plan, become Shao-Chi's most loyal supporter. He will never give up until the last moment. Suddenly, Lin Chuan pointed to a place. There. Everyone perked up and looked in the direction he pointed, but I saw nothing. Me too. Shao-Chi watched carefully, but unfortunately he was standing at a bad angle. That place is not very clear. He also saw nothing. Are you sure? Lin Chuan looked back at him with a determined look, but with some trepidation in his heart. He didn't know whether Shao-Chi would believe him. 4 millimeters to the side of the hippocampus. I saw it, believe me. Someone nearby reminded her, there's no time left. If we don't warm her up, she'll become a vegetable. Shao-Chi looked into his determined eyes and said without hesitation, return to the warm state. Everyone quickly stepped forward and removed the thermal cotton covering the girl. The people standing upstairs watching were all stunned at this reversal of the scene. Those media people who released the news too early contacted the platform urgently to retrieve the pickaxe. Shao-Chi and the others may not be afraid, but once the hospital reacts, they will most likely sue them for spreading rumors. Hurry up and slip away. Chapter 76 Genius Dr. Yi Yutang. Although hospital executives were surprised by the last-minute reversal, they were generally happy, and now their hospital's reputation will be further enhanced. This is different from the twists and turns of thoughts of the media and hospital executives. Netizens were simply excited that the surgery was a success. There was jubilation in the live broadcast room. The atmosphere was as warm as if the Chinese national football team had won the World Cup, although it's a They'd exaggerated. But when they learned that the operation was successful, many people couldn't contain their excitement and jumped up in front of the screen. Some people even stretched out their arms and tightly hugged the neck of the person next to them, patting the other person's shoulders excitedly. Many people almost rolled their eyes. The barrage of comments flew upwards rapidly. Use words to express their admiration for the operation. Awesome. It really worked. I'll be honest, you can always trust me, Brother Xiao. Lin Xuan has done a great job this time. He is worthy of being the man standing behind Brother Xiao. Successful, ha ha ha, this countdown makes my heart pound. The sound of my heartbeat is deafening right beside me. This is not as exciting as American blockbusters. The 1st Naval General Hospital sent a congratulatory message, congratulating the 1st People's Hospital of Jinghua for the success of its first operation. It has made a great contribution to clinical medicine. The affiliated hospital of West China University of Chinese Medicine sent a congratulatory message. Jinghua Hospital is still as strong as ever. Like. Hua Media Daily congratulates Dr. Xiao on the success of the operation. Our country has gained another promising medical talent. Spread flowers, different from the lively atmosphere of Jinghua First People's Hospital, Chongmen University First Affiliated Hospital. It this time, there were only a few patients on the neurosurgery floor. It seems extremely quiet. Ye Yutong had just finished a case in which he performed surgery on a patient who had sustained a head injury due to a car accident. Although the patient's condition was critical, he was ultimately saved. This operation may be difficult for others, but it is just a piece of cake for him. Wash hands and remove gloves. Ye Yutong walked out of the operating room. In the cold light of the corridor, the glasses on the bridge of his nose reflected an elusive light. There is a cold face under the glasses. My whole body is conveying the message that don't get close to me, or you'll be unlucky. With his hands in his coat pockets, Ye Yutong looked ahead boredly and strode towards his own clinic. Life is so boring every day. My colleagues every day are people in their 40s and 50s. As a genius who went straight to a doctoral program, graduated with a PhD at the age of 26, and published dozens of academic journals. Before graduation, he had already received strong recruitment offers from major hospitals. In the end, he chose the First Affiliated Hospital of Chongmen University. It's not because the treatment is good, but because it is strong. Now he is 28 years old and has become a capable surgeon. However, the same faces come and go every day, and there are no new cases. What a unchallenging life. Ye Yutong walked past the consultation desk without looking around as several young nurses took advantage of their free time to sit together, looking at their phones and whispering to each other. Ah, so handsome. Dr. Xiao is really amazing. Not only is he handsome, but he also has superb skills. Hey, what kind of technology are you talking about? Oh, that's disgusting. Ye Yutong had a cold expression, turn a deaf ear to what's happening outside and just pass by. I heard that this is a domestically pioneered technology. How could Dr. Xiao, at such a young age, think of temporarily killing a patient for testing? I can't think of this in my entire lifetime. It actually worked in the end. And Dr. Xiao is young and handsome. He is exactly the man of my dreams. He's young and promising. From now on he will be my idol. Ye Yutong was walking further and further away, but suddenly stopped when he heard what the nurses said. He is certainly not a childish idiot who gets jealous because his attention from girls is taken away by others because of some dream lover or idol. Instead, he captured words like first of its kind, young, temporarily dead, and successful. Success aroused the challenge of this genius, plus the Dr. Xiao they mentioned. Ye Yutong curled the corners of his mouth. There is no need to guess to know that they are talking about the internet celebrity Dr. Xiao Qi. To be honest, Ye Yutong didn't have a good impression of Xiao Qi. As a student who graduated from a prestigious medical school and was admitted to a doctoral program, he has always been the other people's child in the eyes of his parents since he was a child. Ye Yutong has always been very self-disciplined, and of course he disdains those internet celebrities, those messy and unlearned people. But suddenly one day, this person who was at the bottom of the food chain in his eyes did something earth-shattering, quite interesting. Ye Yutong stepped back. Several young nurses were still immersed in the excitement along with the barrage of comments. Suddenly a shadow fell overhead. What are you looking at? A cold voice came from behind. Several young nurses froze. It's over. It can't be the head nurse. The young nurses turned their heads tremblingly and trembled even more. It's over. It's not the head nurse, but the cold-faced devil. To be honest. Ye Yutong, a cool and handsome academic genius, was already a surgeon before he was 30 years old. He is simply a male god who walked out of a novel. Such a person, once entering the hospital, should have been favored by many nurses. Unfortunately, ever since he ruthlessly rejected the confession of a nurse who had a very good look and figure in person, not only did he reject her, he also told her to read more and not think about falling in love every day. To be frank, love is nothing more than a chemical reaction in the brain. Don't indulge in temporary pleasure, but focus on improving your abilities. To be honest, this is quite sincere. If this was said by an older person, others would not think it was a big deal, but he actually said this when someone was confessing his love to him. He really didn't give anyone any face at all. The young lady was so angry that she ran away crying. From then on, Yi Yutong went from being the person everyone in the hospital wanted to marry the most to being the person no one in the hospital could marry. The nurse looked at Yi Yutong coldly, although he had never scolded anyone in front of him. The nurses always felt like they were caught by the head teacher for being absent in class. Suddenly, fate grabbed me by the scruff of the neck. Fear. We are watching the live broadcast of Dr. Xiao, the recently very popular Xiao Qi. After saying that, he obediently handed over the phone with both hands. Yi Yutong did not pick up his phone. He still had his hands in his pockets, but he stared at the live broadcast without blinking. In the picture, the indicators on various instruments have returned to normal, the heart rate on the monitor slowly increased to 75, and the wavy lines next to it leaped into arcs of life. All this shows that Xiao Qi's first experimental operation was a great success. Yi Yutong's eyes were deep, and his glasses reflected a calm light under the light. Interesting. The young nurses trembled when they heard this. Who has he taken a fancy to, so miserable? Yi Yutong pushed his glasses up on his nose and curled the corners of his mouth. It seems that Xiao Qi is not just a name for nothing, he is actually quite capable. This year's exchange meeting is expected to be very interesting. I hope you won't let me down, Xiao Qi. Chapter 77. Successfully removing the blood clot. A mirror. The door of the operating room was pushed open. A group of doctors walked out tiredly. Although this operation was not the longest they had ever experienced, it was definitely one of the most stressful. My spirit is always tense. Now that the operation was finally over, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Ji Yanlan, who was sitting outside, clasped her hands and supported her forehead, waiting anxiously when she heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Ji Yanlan stood up quickly. She looked nervously at Xiao Qi in the front. I am both looking forward to and afraid to hear the final result. Xiao Qi smiled and nodded. The heartbeat was successfully restored. Xiao Qi is in good condition, and we also successfully found the blood clot. Ji Yanlan let out a breath, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked at Xiao Qi with tears in her eyes. Thank you so much. I'm lucky I met you at that time. If Xiao Qi hadn't met Xiao Qi, she wouldn't have been able to find the cause of the hallucination so easily and locate the blood clot. If it were any other doctor, they would probably have let them go home the moment they couldn't find the cause, then she would never see Xiao Qi again. Xiao Qi shook his head. It's too early to thank me now. Finding the blood clot is only the first step. We have to ask a neurosurgeon to remove it. Only then will Xiao Qi be truly safe. Ji Yanlan let out a deep breath and sat down on the chair. We have survived all these difficulties, and I believe Xiao Qi will be able to hold on to the last step. Dr. Xiao, no matter what Xiao Qi's final outcome is, you are her lifesaver. I know how much pressure you have endured for this operation. From now on, whenever you shop in our store, you'll get a 20% discount. Haha, and I'll also give you a 5 yuan coupon for a Lamborghini. Although Ji Yanlan had tears on her face, she still smiled. It's like a flower that has gone through wind and rain, with raindrops hanging on its petals, trying hard to bloom on the desolate land. Strong. Unyielding, Xiao Qi's mouth corners slightly raised. Okay. After the operation, everyone dispersed. Everyone goes back to their own home and finds their own mother. Xiao Qi closed the live broadcast room and returned to his clinic. Xiao Qi will be sent for surgery as soon as her body functions return to normal. This is to prevent a sudden blood clot from occurring. If the blood clot is finally found, Xiao Qi will die during this period due to untimely surgery. That would not only make all their previous efforts go to waste. A life that could have been saved will be lost because of their delay. As the person who discovered the blood clot, Lin Chuan will enter the operating room to assist the surgeon in finding the position. In the clinic, it was nearly dark. Xiao Qi sat alone in the clinic, thinking. He was playing with a Rubik's Cube in his hand. There was no light on in the room. The dim light shone through the window, flickering on his face and divided into several streaks. After this operation, his mood was unexpectedly not particularly happy, but slightly complicated. These feelings are not because of Ji Yanlan but because of Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi looked at Xiao Qi and had a very strange feeling. Obviously they are completely different age, gender, personality, height, etc. Xiaoqi is brave, optimistic, mature, considerate of others, and lives in a loving atmosphere. There is no need to talk about Xiaoqi. Regardless of whether he is optimistic or not, you can tell at first glance that he is not the kind of person who loves others more than himself, and not to mention that he has been living alone for so many years, without any damn love or faith to support him. Everything he did was to allow himself to live better. In his previous life as a detective, he had no so-called moral bottom line, and in this life he solved difficult and complicated problems just for the system rewards. In essence, he is a complete egoist. Point 2. Completely opposite people. Miraculously, Xiaoqi seemed to see himself in Xiaoqi. He looked at her and had a strange feeling. That's because Xiaoqi looked at Xiaoqi as if he was looking at a mirror inside and out, one big and one small, yet they look like the same person. Xiaoqi seemed to see some things that he had once abandoned. After meeting Xiaoqi, these things came back a little bit. This is also why Xiaoqi changed, become more humane. I no longer view the world as a bystander, but want to participate in changing it. At the same time, Xiaoqi's emotional center seemed to have become a little different. It was the first time he tried to speak to a little girl in such a gentle voice. She is him, and yet not him. The sun was setting and the sunlight was divided into two halves by the window. Xiaoqi's face was half light and half dark. In his hand was a Rubik's Cube with one side already solved. No one knows what he is thinking now. At this time, a neurosurgery operation was ongoing. Lin Chuan stood beside the operating table and said affirmatively, 4 millimeters to the side of the hippocampus. I'm sure it's there. The surgeon held a long and thin solitaire FR instrument and inserted it deep into Xiaoqi's head. His eyes were fixed on the screen in front of him. The neuroendoscope clearly reflects Xiaoqi's brain distribution and catheter position on the screen. The head of neurosurgery moved his fingers slightly. I've gotten here and there's nothing. Lin Chuan crossed his arms across his chest, imitating Xiaoqi's calm and composed look perfectly. You haven't arrived yet, keep going. The surgeon obediently continued to proceed. I'm already there, but still nothing. Are you sure? As the catheter went deeper, the surgeon suddenly saw the blood clot. It was in an area with dense nerves, so he didn't see it for a while. This area is quite dangerous. If the fingers tremble even slightly, the girl will be doomed. It requires the doctor to operate very delicately and with superb skills. I should be able to get it out. Beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. The assistant nearby saw it and quickly used cotton to absorb the sweat. As the catheter is slowly pulled out, the blood clot was finally removed, which also meant that Xiaoqi's crisis was temporarily over. Lin Chuan was so excited that he almost jumped up, but he immediately calmed himself down. After the operation, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. At this point in time, whether Xiaoqi is in the hospital is like Schrödinger's cat. Before opening the clinic, Lin Chuan would never know whether Xiaoqi was there or not, but he had a very important question to ask him, so he tried his luck first. When we arrived at Xiaoqi's clinic, it was pitch black inside. Lin Chuan turned on the light in the room with a little regret. It seemed that Xiaoqi was not here today. As a result, when the lights came on, Xiaoqi was sitting in the chair right in front of him, looking at him with dim eyes. Oh no, he was almost scared to death. What are you doing, sitting inside without turning on the light? Xiaoqi leaned back in his chair and replied lazily, lazy. Lin Chuan was speechless, but he soon thought of something and smiled with a hint of pride. Xiaoqi's blood clot has been successfully removed. That area is far away from the amygdala, so her fear is completely normal. This is the only thing you guessed wrong after guessing everything correctly. That's what I told you. My intuition tells me that this is a brave little girl. Oh, you still don't believe it? Xiaoqi lowered his eyes, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. It's over. I hope Xiaoqi won't be so upset that he will cry. When he was about to comfort him, Xiaoqi suddenly raised his head and smiled a smile that was 50% similar to Xiaoqi's, very warm. Lin Chuan was stunned. You're right, her bravery is not a disease. Life brought her nothing but pain, but she was able to endure it all so as not to make her mother sad. Today, the biggest contributor is not me, but you. This is your highlight moment. Oh my god, this is the first time I hear Xiaoqi praise someone like this. Lin Chuan was a little scared. Could it be that it was possessed by someone else? However, to be honest, it feels good to be praised. I hope Xiaoqi can be possessed by someone else for a little longer. P.S. I admire you all. Xiaoqi and Xiaoqi can think of this. From 300 people pushing for updates to 3,000 people, we finally made it. Easily satisfied. Thank you all again. Good night everyone. I will update more on the weekend. Chapter 78 Weird Rewards. Xiaoqi is moved. In fact, before Lin Chuan came, Xiaoqi already knew that Xiaoqi's operation was successful. It's nothing, just the moment the operation is over, Xiaoqi received a notification sound of system reward. Only if Xiaoqi is truly safe and sound will the system determine that he has succeeded. This is also the reason why Lin Chuan was in such a good mood when he saw Xiaoqi. Half an hour later, Xiaoqi, in a very good mood, picked up the dog and went back home together. After washing up, he lay on the soft and warm bed, feeling so comfortable that he never wanted to get up again. And he hugged the fat dog in his right hand. Well, although this guy has gained weight and the texture has improved, I just don't know how it tastes. Xiaoqi's mind moved and he opened the system panel. Thump thump thump. Several messages popped up all at once. Detect the host and solve a difficult and complicated disease of medium difficulty. Completed difficult level operation. And obtain advanced reward X1, intermediate reward X1, and gold coins X160. The number of people online in the host's live broadcast has reached 1 million. You will be rewarded with a pair of underwear that will always stay clean and a 10% discount coupon for the mall. *. The next reward will only be available when the number of online users reaches 5 million. Do you want to receive the reward? Xiaoqi's condition this time was also confusing in the early stages, so it was not surprising that she received a high-level reward. However, this time the diagnosis was easier and more manageable for Xiaoqi than before. On the contrary, the operation of faking death to find blood clots was the most difficult part for him during the whole process. Only, can you get rewards by live streaming? The system has never prompted this before, therefore, if he had not insisted on live streaming, he would have missed this reward forever. Xiaoqi looked thoughtful from the first day he got the system. There was nothing like an instruction manual, the system didn't even introduce itself, and he had to figure everything out on his own. Other people's systems are there to help the host solve problems, but why is his system like a moron? But it seems that the things it carries are not very low-level. Is it possible that the system is broken? Thinking to no avail, Xiaoqi put aside these puzzling questions, but he understood one thing: the system's task rewards are likely to be triggered, and the medical task rewards are the most basic, so they are there from the beginning and do not need to be triggered. As long as he can complete the task, he can follow the main storyline to the end. Other side quests need to be triggered by yourself. Xiaoqi touched his chin. It seemed that there was still a lot to be explored in the system. He can also develop comprehensively in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects. He didn't expect that the number of people online during the live broadcast could also be exchanged for rewards. But this reward is a bit unorthodox. The 10% off coupon in the mall is pretty good and practical. As for what this underwear that always stays clean is, when you zoom in, you'll see that it's actually a pair of briefs. The underwear on it kept twisting from time to time, which was very sexy. Underwear that stays clean forever. A new product launched by Bayun Furniture Technology Company uses materials that carbon-based organisms cannot understand. As soon as this perfect pair of briefs was launched, it immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the majority of male compatriots and instantly topped the list of men's favorite items. As long as you put on this pair of underwear, you will never have to wash it. Underwear. You read that right, no need to wash it, no matter if you poop or pee on it, or crawl out of a sea of blood and corpses, no matter how tattered you are. Your underwear will always stay clean. Xiaoqi finished reading the instructions. What should I do if I suddenly feel moved? But these are briefs. Yes, it doesn't need to be washed, but the briefs are a bit sexy. It doesn't need to be washed, but it doesn't need to be washed. Yema, it smells so good. Xiaoqi was shamelessly moved and immediately put on the underwear that did not need to be washed. It is indeed a high-tech product. It doesn't feel stiff at all when you put it on. Instead, it is soft, warm and elastic, and very close-fitting and comfortable. My mood has improved. After receiving the reward for this unexpected side quest, Xiaoqi received another advanced reward for the main storyline. This time, in addition to rewards for diagnosing difficult and complicated diseases, there are also rewards for directing Xiaoqi to perform surgery. Congratulations to the host for randomly upgrading 3 pieces of knowledge to advanced level. Congratulations to the host for winning 8 million in cash. Congratulations to the host for increasing your thinking speed by 5%. The moment the reward is turned on, knowledge flows like a stream into a river. Many previously unclear questions now have answers. After enjoying it for a while with his eyes closed, Xiaoqi looked at the mission reward again. Sure enough, 3 more intermediate skills were upgraded to advanced levels. Basically, if he did it again, he would be able to upgrade almost all of them to advanced levels. Immediately, he will be able to reach a higher level. Then, Xiaoqi moved his gaze downward. 0.8 million in cash, more than he had ever gotten before combined. This time the prize money has become 8 million, which is much more than before. This should be the result of the combined rewards of the two tasks. The principle of fairness is also followed. The last item of gold coins, after deducting the money for purchasing the mini camera last time, there are still 145 gold coins left, plus today's reward. Now he has a total of 305 gold coins, not as much as last time, although he was given a discount coupon. Xiaoqi didn't want to buy anything for the time being and didn't want to waste the coupon on this. Keep it. It may come in handy someday. Now accumulate it first. After fiddling with the system, it was already getting late. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. The great success of this operation attracted a lot of attention not only yesterday but in the following period. This miraculous operation continued to ferment. A storm about Xiaoqi is sweeping the internet. A quick glance on Douyin will show either Xiaoqi's live broadcast recording or live broadcast pictures with text and uplifting BGM. Under such information bombardment, people who frequently surf the internet may have heard of his name to some extent. Even if they don't know who this person is, there are also Weibo, Zaya Hanshu, Toshio, and Mohu. Everyone was discussing the operation. Many ordinary people who know nothing about medicine can soon talk about it properly under the impact of the explosion of information. Most people were amazed at the strangeness and danger of this operation, as well as the miracle of its final success. In addition, many people in the industry also came to participate. Some people debate whether Xiaoqi is qualified to be taught in the history of medicine. Supporters believe that Xiaoqi's knowledge has been demonstrated very well, and he is at least famous in medical history thanks to an operation. Opponents believe that Xiaoqi is too young and the success of the operation was mostly accidental and it almost failed. Some people also debated whether Xiaoqi should undergo the operation. Debate. Some people even specifically criticize Xiaoqi to gain popularity for themselves. For a moment, the name Xiaoqi instantly topped the list. All kinds of arguments, discussions, and lengthy speeches are being waged on the internet to fight for life and death. There are many opponents and many supporters. Every day a hospital director is about to have a heart attack because of online arguments. However, various official media took a positive attitude towards this, praising Xiaoqi's pioneering operation and saying that he has a learning spirit that keeps pace with the times. Others who wanted to stand against Xiaoqi to gain popularity gave up the idea after careful consideration. Xiaoqi didn't care about the comments about him on the internet. He didn't really want to become an internet celebrity by doing the live broadcast. What he cares about now is, after a period of rest, Xiaoqi is now able to be discharged from the hospital. Chapter 79. Xiaoqi appears, ending the probation period. The day Xiaoqi was discharged from the hospital, basically all the people who participated in the operation and consultation, as long as they have free time, are standing in the lobby on the first floor waiting to congratulate her on her discharge. Not just them, even some of the hospital's leaders came out to welcome us. Of course, they don't really have any special feelings for Xiaoqi. It was because this operation brought great attention to their hospital. The operation was even reported overseas. All his words were praise for Xiaoqi. In other words, Xiaoqi's surgery truly made him famous in the medical community. Instead of just being famous in Jinghua First People's Hospital, leaders naturally need to come out and express their views. Of course, it is unknown how much their enthusiastic attitude has to do with the hospital photographer taking pictures nearby. In addition to the cameraman inside the hospital, there were also some media present. Naturally, the hospital did not agree to allow these media to enter, but they also know that even if the media is not allowed in, there will still be some reporters pretending to be patients and sneaking in. Xiaoqi leaned against the examination table beside him, feeling bored, separated from the crowd. Now he glanced around casually. You can see many people secretly hiding the camera in their bags or pockets to take pictures. Really, it's like a secret visit to an underground factory. Xiaoqi rolled his eyes. After this incident, everyone in the hospital had a basically positive impression of Xiaoqi, and it was not low. Gained +1 respect and +1 admiration from the nurses, received +1 from doctors for their admiration, received a +1 from the director. Everyone feels proud. I can't help but feel a special concern for Xiaoqi, the other protagonist of the story. Soon the protagonist appeared. Zhi Yanlan pushed Xiaoqi, who was sitting in a wheelchair and wearing a hat, out of the elevator. After a period of rest, although Xiaoqi has almost recovered her body functions, she is still very weak and has to move around in a wheelchair most of the time. Faced with the applause from the crowd, Xiaoqi, who is always sunny and cheerful, seemed a little embarrassed. She stood up from her wheelchair, smiling and hugging everyone who welcomed her out of the hospital. Finally, except for Xiaoqi, who was away from the crowd, everyone was hugged. Xiaoqi slowly walked up to Xiaoqi with a big smile. She raised her head and looked at him expectantly. Xiaoqi coughed unnaturally, stood up straight, and casually pulled his not-so-straight clothes. Well, I won't take the initiative to hug you. Go away quickly and go home to have a good rest. Xiaoqi pursed her lips and smiled. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. Xiaoqi stepped forward and hugged Xiaoqi. Warmth, there is a very special feeling. This was Xiaoqi's first feeling. It had been a long time since he had been hugged like this. The left hand hidden behind was also lightly placed on the girl's back, hugging her back. The morning sun is beautiful, don't hide behind the dusk anymore. The girl's muffled voice came from Xiaoqi's arms. I'm busy. Well, I'll try to take the time to enjoy the morning. Lin Chuan watched the scene with a gratified smile. Just like an old father, the little girl withdrew from Xiaoqi's arms, smiled at him one last time, took Xi Yanlan's hand and left the hospital, walking farther and farther away. But Xiaoqi stood there in a daze, with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. He seems to be in a low mood. Lin Chuan walked up to him and asked him carefully, what's wrong? Are you reluctant to let her go? Why don't you say anything? You can still visit her any time in the future. Xiaoqi lowered his head and suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter became louder and louder. In the end, he even bent over with his hands on his stomach. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and finally reacted, angry. This kid was just teasing him on purpose. He pretended to be sad, and he knew that he would come back to comfort him. Damn it, he has caught me again. Just wait for me, little brat, Lin Chuan said in a gloomy tone. Have you laughed enough? Enough of laughing. As Xiaoqi spoke, he wiped the tears from laughing from the corners of his eyes. It had been a long time since he had laughed like this. All the depression and frustration in my heart were released with the laughter at this moment. Lin Chuan helplessly looked at Xiaoqi, who was still laughing. Forget it, forget it. I have never seen Xiaoqi so simply and purposelessly happy. He was older than him, so he endured it. I don't know how long it took. Xiaoqi finally stopped laughing and rubbed his aching stomach. No, if you have time, please help me get off the car. Some people are fine after seeing them once. Besides, seeing myself might not be a good thing. Lin Chuan didn't react for a moment. Later he suddenly realized that Xiaoqi was answering his first question, that he didn't plan to see the little girl anymore. I don't understand what he is thinking, Lin Chuan muttered quietly. Why are young people nowadays so weird? Is there already a generation gap? Xiaoqi's first month at Jing'oa First People's Hospital passed in a flash. Since completing the treatment of Xiaoqi's case, the hospital no longer received any special difficult and complicated cases. Xiaoqi basically opens a live broadcast room every day and sits in the clinic to see patients. Now, there is a long queue every day for people to see Xiaoqi for medical treatment. Most of the patients learned about Xiaoqi on the internet and came from far away to see him for treatment. Of course, except for some people who come to him for medical treatment, there are also many strange people who come to him to check whether their husband/wife has cheated on them, and some even ask him to tell their fortunes. It's just outrageous. Occasionally on vacation, Xiaoqi would also go out for a walk. Fortunately, nothing else happened. Otherwise, he would never be able to get rid of the title of Son of Death Netizen. It can't be taken off in the first place, during this 1-month probation period. Although the system does not have advanced rewards, I have slowly accumulated 50 gold coins through some basic rewards. The number of fans of Douyin's live broadcast room has also accumulated to 1 million. Every day when Xiaoqi starts live streaming, medical students come to check in, and the average number of online users can reach 200,000. This number is extremely impressive. The number of online viewers for some big anchors' live broadcasts may not be as stable as his, and those that are more stable than his are not as high as his. Today it was the day when Xiaoqi officially ended his inspection. The dean also just happened to end his days of traveling around and return to the hospital. On this day, the hospital director will vote to decide whether Xiaoqi should stay. The result is naturally self-evident. Almost all directors admire Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was naturally left behind. Nonsense, they don't want it, but other hospitals are always eyeing it and poaching our talents every day. They not only want Xiaoqi to stay, but also want Xiaoqi to stay happily. The attitude of everyone in the hospital now is completely different from what it was a month ago. The dean stood with his hands behind his back, smiling quietly and keeping his reputation hidden. After the inspection period, Lin Chuan also has to return to his department to work. Now he was standing in Xiaoqi's department, looking at this place with a complicated expression. At first he was particularly reluctant to take on this task, but for a month, the process of partnering with Xiaoqi was unexpectedly joyful. Finally, it's time to say goodbye. Lin Chuan reluctantly packed up the items on the table. This time, Xiaoqi just pushed the door open and looked at Lin Chuan in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 80, Build Your Own Team and Ask the Dean for Help. Lin Chuan also looked back at him blankly. Isn't it obvious what he is doing? Pack your things and go back to the cardiology department. Xiaoqi walked to his seat, sat down, turned around, propped up his chin and asked him doubtfully, "Why are you going back to the cardiology department?" If I don't return to the Department of Cardiology after your probation period is over, where else can I go? Xiaoqi shrugged and said casually, stay here. Stay here, here? Lin Xuan thought Xiaoqi didn't understand what he meant, and was about to explain it to him again. Xiaoqi spoke first. I've told the dean that you'll be working in the Department of Difficult and Complex Diseases from now on. It just so happens that I have some strange patients here every day, so if the Department of Cardiology is short-staffed in the future, you can go back and help. Xiaoqi felt pretty good about getting along with Lin Xuan during the past month. Besides, he is the only director of his department at present, which seems too shabby, yet he really needs someone to help him share the workload, and this time Lin Xuan's performance really impressed him. At the same time, it also made his idea stronger. Ever since Xiaoqi entered the hospital, he has always wanted to form a team of his own, and it would be best if this team included elites from every subject. Brainstorm. From now on, no matter how difficult or complicated the disease is, it will not escape their eyes. In this way, he wouldn't have to call people from everywhere for every consultation, nor would he have to waste time convincing the directors. It's just that talent is hard to come by. The only young person he likes at the moment is Lin Xuan. Don't think that Lin Xuan seems stupid just following Xiaoqi all day long. Before Xiaoqi appeared, Lin Xuan was also an outstanding young elite in the hospital. At the age of 29, he was working as an attending physician at Beijing First People's Hospital. There are not many people with such a resume, enough to surpass most people. However, since following Xiaoqi, many of the cases Lin Xuan encountered were not within the scope of his training, not to mention Xiaoqi's brain, not to mention Lin Xuan. Even some experienced directors would be confused for a while. However, once he encounters Lin Xuanhui's field, he often has his own highlight moments, just like Xiaoqi's surgery. This is something that even Xiaoqi could not achieve. Then, after they meeting unanimously passed the decision to keep Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi immediately stopped the dean at the end of the meeting and expressed his intention to let Lin Xuan stay. Originally he thought it would take some time to convince the dean. Unexpectedly, the dean thought about it and immediately agreed. He didn't even need to explain too much. Lin Xuan is a good talent in our hospital, otherwise I would not have arranged for him to be your supervisor during the probation period. After saying this, the dean put his hands behind his back, smiled slightly, and left. Xiaoqi looked at the dean's receding back and couldn't help but stand in a It turns out that the dean is the expert. The timeline goes back to the present. Lin Xuan looked at Xiaoqi in disbelief. What did he just hear? He can stay here and continue to work with Xiaoqi. I don't have to pack my things? We're still going to work together in the future? In the same department. Xiaoqi crossed his legs leisurely, raised a finger and shook it. This made Lin Xuan confused. What does this mean? Isn't it that he is wrong? No, it's not about working together, but I'm the director and you're my subordinate, you have to listen to me. Lin Xuan, how to say it? Xiaoqi's behavior doesn't seem that surprising. In short, Lin Xuan was extremely happy to be able to stay. Lin Xuan hummed a song as he put things back on the table, while Xiaoqi was reading the latest medical research report. The atmosphere is extremely harmonious. Early morning, Xiaoqi went to work as usual and even passed by the emergency department. There are many temporary beds in the emergency department. There are many patients here who cannot be transferred to specialized wards, and there are also many new patients who are temporarily brought here by ambulances. After visiting the outpatient department, it was obvious that the emergency department had become Xiaoqi's latest target. Let's be honest, the emergency department is much more fun than my own clinic. Most of them are really sick, and their illnesses are very strange and urgent. From time to time, you can encounter interesting diseases in people. At least they are much more interesting than the patients who come to him in his clinic to solve cases. During these few days, the doctors and patients in the emergency department also became familiar with Xiaoqi. As soon as they saw Xiaoqi coming, they welcomed him enthusiastically. They all greeted him in a friendly manner. Who wouldn't like to have a great god to help lighten the burden? Good morning, Dr. Xiao. Along the way, the beautiful nurses greeted Xiaoqi with shy smiles. Xiaoqi nodded calmly. Xiaoqi is now a hot commodity in the eyes of the nurses. After all, Xiaoqi is not only handsome, but also increasingly famous. The future is visibly bright. If I could marry Xiaoqi, I could work less for at least 20 years. Unfortunately, Xiaoqi hasn't shown any special attitude towards any girl in these few days. Many nurses who expressed their love were rejected by Xiaoqi in a polite and neither soft nor hard manner, but even so, it couldn't stop their enthusiasm. Just as Xiaoqi was greeting, his eyes fell on an old couple. Lying on the bed was an old lady who was about 80 years old. The old man next to her held her hand tightly and kept comforting her. There is actually nothing special about the two old people, but it is rare to be able to stay together until old age and still be so loving. The reason why Xiaoqi noticed them was because it was a peak period for patients and there were obviously not enough doctors. Although the old man next to him was a little anxious, he had no choice but to wait anxiously in silence. When he saw the doctor was busy, Xiaoqi turned around and came in front of them. The old man looked at Xiaoqi, who was getting closer and closer, and excitement flashed in his eyes. "How is the patient?" The old man has a gentle temperament, and even though he is anxious inside, his tone of voice is still gentle. "My wife never wanted to come to the hospital, but she couldn't hold on since yesterday, so I immediately brought her here." Xiaoqi nodded and was about to continue listening to the description of the illness. Here, one of the emergency doctors finally finished his work and ran over to ask, "Dr. Xiao, you are here too. What's going on with these two?" Xiaoqi shook his head. "That's what I was going to ask." The doctor understood and took the opportunity to ask about the patient's condition. After a while, the doctor came to the conclusion. "Your wife may have acute cholecystitis, which means her gallbladder may need to be removed." Xiaoqi did not object, as it seemed that there was no major problem with the diagnosis at the moment. The old man asked with some doubt, "Is this gallstones?" The old lady hit him lightly. "I'm sorry, doctor. I usually like to watch some health programs on TV. After watching them, I thought I could become a doctor myself." Although they were cursing, they smiled at each other after they finished speaking. There is a tacit understanding between them that no one else can interfere with. After seeing this, Xiaoqi and the doctor both felt a little better. "We will give you antibiotics to control the inflammation, and we will contact a doctor to perform surgery on you later." Xiaoqi listened to the conversation between several people and casually used his perspective skill on the old man on the bed. "This data is originally useless, but today I happened to see information about gallbladder." Xiaoqi looked at the data with a slightly gloomy expression. Chapter 81. Some people are not annoying because they are old, but the people who are annoying are old. The reason why Xiaoqi had this look on his face was because the old lady's gallbladder data was ridiculously bad. It's not just a cholecystitis problem anymore. Xiaoqi used his perspective skills to focus his attention on the upper right abdomen of the human body. Under the skill, you can see that there is a high-density shadow at the location of the old man's gallbladder. Xiaoqi immediately had a guess in his mind. "I'm afraid the old man doesn't have cholecystitis but porcelain gallbladder." Some people currently believe that porcelain gallbladder is caused by gallstones that are not treated in time, which eventually leads to porcelain gallbladder. Of course, there are other speculations, but they are not important, because porcelain gallbladder is relatively easy to treat through clinical surgery. It can be removed through laparoscopic surgery. These are not big problems. The problem is that porcelain gallbladder is prone to gallbladder cancer. Gallbladder cancer is a malignant tumor. Because of its strong hidden nature, high degree of malignancy and rapid metastasis, it is even called the king of cancer. Generally, by the time the disease is discovered, the patient has already reached the middle or late stages. The average survival time of people with gallbladder cancer is 5 to 8 months. According to the US SEER database, the 5-year survival rate for early-stage gallbladder cancer is 66%. The 5-year survival rate for intermediate-stage gallbladder cancer is 28%. The 5-year survival rate for advanced gallbladder cancer is 2%. It can be seen that its survival rate is very low. If it is really gallbladder cancer, life can only be maintained through resection and chemotherapy, but given the old man's current physical condition, I'm afraid he can't even withstand the treatment. Whether it is gallbladder cancer or not, we have to wait until the test results come out to know the specific situation. Xiaoqi looked at the old grandfather sitting beside the bed, holding his lover's hand tightly, and he looked at his wife with tenderness in his eyes. It is hard to imagine what would happen to such a loving couple if one of them dies. Xiaoqi sighed in his heart. "Hope not." I arranged a CT scan for the elderly to check whether he has a porcelain gallbladder, and then draw blood for markers such as carcinoembryonic antigen, CA, and glycoprotein CA199, a color Doppler ultrasound, and an MRI. Xiaoqi spoke quickly to the emergency doctor beside him. The doctor was still discussing the details of the operation with the two elderly people when Xiaoqi next to him suddenly said this. The emergency doctor's instructions were suddenly stuck. Xiaoqi's strength has long been proven, there is no need to question it, and there is no need to doubt what he says. What he said was definitely not without purpose. Simple cholecystitis does not require these tests. Unless, the emergency doctor's face suddenly became serious. "I'll go right away." The two old men looked at the doctor's sudden change in expression and felt uneasy. The old man patted his wife's hand soothingly, then stood up and asked worriedly, "Doctor, is there something wrong with my wife?" Xiaoqi smiled gently. The results haven't come out yet, so it's still uncertain. We will transfer you to the hepatobiliary surgery department later. You need to go through the hospitalization procedures now. The old man nodded in understanding and did not continue to ask what the doctor's guess was. Maybe he already knew something and didn't want to ask the doctor in front of her. The old man sat back next to his wife and looked at her tenderly. I'll go get you hospitalized first. When you're better, we can go to the ancient city to play, okay? The old lady on the bed laughed and scolded him. Go now. How can I not understand things at my age? You are so annoying, old man. The old man shook his head and smiled. He stood up and passed by Xiaoqi, then paused. A young man, if you are not too busy right now, could you help look after my wife? I will be back soon. Before Xiaoqi could even open his mouth, the old lady had already driven him away. Old man, please go quickly. The doctor is very busy. You can't delay his work. It's just for a while. I'm fine. Hey. 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 I'll go right away, don't worry. The old man has a hunched back due to his old age, but he walks very steadily. Xiaoqi watched him walk towards the front desk step by step, rolled but determined. Beyond this, the entire emergency department was filled with crying, blaming, and a dead atmosphere as usual. Even if there aren't so many emergency patients every day, this place is still packed with people. This is because there are quite a few temporary beds that have been occupied by some elderly people who have fallen ill from then on. This place was regarded as their retirement base and they were unwilling to leave. Obviously, most of these elderly people are unwilling to be supported by their children, otherwise they would not use hospitals as nursing homes. Naturally, they had no money to give to the hospital. The longest period in which no money has been paid is 5 years. However, for various reasons, large hospitals cannot drive them away. So, they naturally treated the temporary beds as their home and lived a lifeless life. Every day, but today, a bright light was injected into the emergency room, which was eye-opening. Xiaoqi sat in the old man's seat, and the old lady looked at him kindly. Little doctor, you don't have to listen to that old man. If you need to be busy, go ahead and do your work. We are not the kind of unreasonable old guys. Sure enough, some people are not annoying because they are old, but the annoying people are old. These two elderly people made him feel very comfortable. It's okay. I happen to be free right now, and I might have to take responsibility for your illness. That's great, the boy is so handsome, and I feel good when I see him. After a brief hesitation, Xiaoqi said hesitantly, do you need me to help notify your children? Normally he would definitely not ask any extra questions, but Xiaoqi has a lot of experience in judging people. From the old lady's behavior and facial expression, we can conclude that this is a family with a harmonious atmosphere and at least one son. Not surprisingly, their children will not be the kind of people who ignore their loved ones. Sure enough, the old lady was not displeased after hearing Xiaoqi's question, but she smiled and shook her head. They already have their own families, and they live far away. It's too much trouble. As for me, I only need the old man. I don't want them to come and destroy our world of two. I have made an agreement with the old man that we will take care of each other when we are old, travel around, and visit all the beautiful places that we didn't visit when we were young. I'm old, I just need him, and only him. After listening to the old man's words, Xiaoqi fell silent. It was the first time he heard such a view. A bit shocking. Originally he was a very self-centered person, even though because of Xiaoqi he became a little more human, but in his heart he still didn't want to trust anyone, let alone fall in love and spend his life with someone. My scalp tingles just thinking about it. Can a person really trust another person completely, live intimately together for the rest of your life? Is it really like the wedding vows, that we will be together through life, sickness, old age, death, poverty and wealth? Xiaoqi didn't believe it, but today an elderly couple told him through their actions, such a situation exists. It really is, so weird. A woman's voice yelled in response to the situation, just playing with your phone. Your son is sick and you don't care at all. I have to run around all the time. Oh, that damn bastard, get out of here. He found a mistress and didn't even care about his wife being pregnant. Blame and blame each other. Xiaoqi nodded. This was clearly real life. A relationship like theirs where they grow old together is really strange, right? Xiaoqi couldn't understand why such a thing existed. Chapter 82 Birds in pairs on the trees, green water and green mountains bring smiles. How precious it is to grow old together. Just look at the hospital and you will know. Many people lie alone in bed when they get old. Abandonment and giving up happen at any time. Not only Shao-Chi didn't understand, other doctors also glanced at the old couple from time to time. They can still love each other so much even when they are old. This is really rare. Shao-Chi began to feel curious about the two of them. He decided to continue observing them, but he wanted to see what was going on with this old couple. While Shao-Chi was talking to the old lady, the old man hurried over with the list. "Doctor, I've got it done. Can we move to another ward now? There are so many things to do on a mobile phone now. Technology is so advanced. It took me a while to figure it out. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Shao-Chi stood up and gave his seat to the old gentleman. "The doctor and nurse will be here soon to transfer to the ward." The old man nodded, walked quickly to his wife's side, held her hand tightly, and kept talking about some interesting things in the past. The old lady's eyes narrowed into a curve because of his teasing, and she used her other hand to wipe the anxious sweat from his forehead. "Why are you sweating so much?" "I was worried about you, so I came back quickly. I didn't quite understand the cell phone, and I was sweating profusely. Luckily, the nurse helped me fix it. Don't worry, I won't be in any trouble here." "But you are an old man, what if you fall down?" There is an atmosphere between the two that no one else can interfere with. Respect each other and love each other. It is just as the old lady said, they don't need their children's care. Even if they came, they probably wouldn't be able to interfere in their lives. Shao-Chi watched their interaction coldly, with an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. Strangeness. Soon, several doctors and nurses pushed a mobile bed into the inpatient department. Along the way, the old man followed closely behind, but after walking for a long time, the old man began to feel exhausted. He was slowly left behind and took steps with some difficulty, but he was still breathless, walking forward slowly but firmly, step by step. This time, a pair of strong hands grabbed his arms and supported him forward. The old man turned around and saw that it was the handsome young man from before. With emotion, "Thank you, young man. You are such a kind person." Kind-hearted person, Shao-Chi sneered inwardly. This was the first time someone had commented on him like this. If those who had previously called him cold-blooded heard this, they would surely glare at him. While feeling amused, Shao-Chi also had a question. "When you can't walk anymore, who will take care of whom?" The old man smiled gently. "Many people have asked me this question. My wife doesn't like seeing a doctor because she is afraid of injections." "Ha ha. She's like a child. This time she came to the hospital because she couldn't bear it anymore." The old man's eyes flashed with sadness. "I know. She's probably not feeling well. When one of us can't walk anymore, we'll stay with each other in our own yard. We won't go anywhere. We don't need anyone to take care of us." At this time, the old man suddenly raised his head and looked at Shao-Chi with pleading eyes. "Doctor, if she really, please don't tell her. I want her to continue to be happy." Shao-Chi nodded under his gaze. He became more and more curious about how the two old people would react when the results came out. He lowered his eyes, his expression somewhat complicated. In the ward, various instruments have been connected to the old lady's body to monitor her vital signs at any time. Shao-Chi was disinfecting her left arm, preparing to draw blood for a tumor marker test. Her right hand was held tightly by the old man. The old man sitting next to her looked at his wife lovingly. Without blinking, the old lady was a little bored and seemed to be looking for a topic to talk about, so she asked him a question. "What other animals are monogamous?" The old man replied gently, "There should be field mice, right?" The old lady nodded and licked her lips, as if savoring the taste. "Vole meat is delicious." Shao-Chi thought that the old gentleman would be confused by the old lady's wild ideas. Unexpectedly, he looked at his wife with a smile, nodding and agreeing with her. It seemed like whatever she said was right. "Shao-Chi, I was just walking on the road. Why did you kick me?" The young nurse standing by held her face in her hands and looked at the scene with envy. If there is such a person, who listens to the other person carefully every time and nods in response all the time, who would not want to marry him? The nurse looked at Shao-Chi meaningfully. However, Shao-Chi was like a rock, still struggling with the acupuncture, and was completely unable to receive her message. The nurse was so angry that her teeth were itching, grinding teeth and sucking blood. "Damn man." The old lady looked at Shao-Chi trying hard to insert the needle and felt a little embarrassed. "Alas, my skin is a little too hard to be pierced with needles." "It's okay. I'll find an easy vein to pierce." "Okay, I found the blood vessel. Now don't move." The process may take several seconds to fill the blood collection tube. When the old lady heard this, she was so scared that she took a few deep breaths, licked her lower lip, and swallowed nervously when the needle really went in. The old lady was so scared that she quickly turned her head away and looked at her husband pitifully. An old man making such a look should have been somewhat irritating, but for someone who was immersed in love, the look in his eyes is really different. Just like a little girl who looks old, although her face is full of wrinkles, her eyes are still pure. Didn't you see that the little nurse next to her had already unconsciously smiled like an auntie? There were even a few big words flashing in their eyes. It's really interesting to watch others fall in love. The old man patted her hand, trying to divert her attention. Do you still remember how to sing your favorite Huang Mei opera? Speaking of this, the old lady suddenly became energetic. Yes, that the legend and the heroes. I'll sing a line first, and you follow me and shout. The birds in the tree are in pairs. The old man skillfully continued with the next sentence. Green water and green mountains bring smiles. After singing 2 sentences, the blood collection tube was full. The old couple looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Although no one understood what they were laughing at, their happy emotions infected everyone present. Every doctor and nurse suddenly felt relaxed from their tired mood, and they all watched the interaction between the two with a smile. Shao-Chi held the blood test tube in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. But a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When Shao-Chi walked out of the ward, he happened to meet Lin Chuan, who was looking for him everywhere. Looking at Shao-Chi with his hands in his pockets and walking leisurely, Lin Chuan was so angry, he disappeared early in the morning and ran around like a stupid husky, leaving him searching for him everywhere. But fortunately, I can find out where he has gone by just asking the nurse. I said, can you take me with you every time you see the doctor? Otherwise, I will look incompetent. Before he could finish his words, Shao-Chi put the blood tube in his hand. Yes, take it for tumor marker check. It gives you life. Go quickly. Lin Chuan looked at Shao-Chi, who was getting farther and farther away. Speechless. What should I do if my director is too lazy? What else can I do? Just bear with it. Chapter 83 White Lies. Department of Radiology. The old lady lay on the examination bed and was pushed into the CT scan. An hour later, from the CT images, we can see that the elderly person has a uniform, ring-shaped, high-density shadow at the location of his gallbladder. The doctor handed the report to Shao-Chi. It is true that porcelain gallbladder was found. Further examination is needed to determine whether there is gallbladder cancer. At this time, the old man was sitting outside nervously waiting for the result. When he saw Shao-Chi coming out, he immediately stood up tremblingly and waited for him to speak without saying a word. Mr. Wang. The old man nodded in response. Shao-Chi looked at him seriously. We found your wife has porcelain gallbladder during the CT scan. The old man seemed to have a premonition of something and asked him anxiously, what does that mean? Generally speaking, this is a precursor to gallbladder cancer, and the specific results will not be known until 2 days later. The old man, who had been smiling gently in front of him, suddenly had red eyes, and he trembled in disbelief and confirmed again, she has cancer? Very likely. Lin Chuan, who followed Shao-Chi out closely, saw that Shao-Chi had made someone cry again. She immediately looked at him with a look that said, are you a beast? You even don't let the elderly go. Are you a beast? Is this a pervert? Lin Chuan immediately pulled Shao-Chi to the back and said with a slightly regretful tone, Mr. Wang, you need to be mentally prepared. We also want to make your wife more comfortable, but she needs to do more examinations and more surgeries, and this process may not be comfortable. The old man did not blame them, but took a few deep breaths and asked in a choked voice, these surgeries will cure her, right? Facing the old man's expectant eyes, Lin Chuan reluctantly and sadly told him the unfortunate news, the cancer. I'm afraid it's in an advanced stage, and we have several palliative procedures that could help relieve her pain. However, gallbladder cancer cannot be cured. The old man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. With red eyes, he looked at every doctor present. He hoped someone could give him a different answer. Pity. No one answered. Everyone's face was filled with regret. The old man hung his head in disappointment. Then, he staggered to the glass window, looked at his wife lying quietly on the bed, and asked softly, how long does she have? Lin Chuan couldn't bear it, but still told him gallbladder cancer is a malignant tumor. From the current perspective, she has less than half a year to live. Terribly sorry. The old man had been holding back his tears, but they finally fell along his wrinkles and age spots. He took out the folded handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his eyes. When he was about to put it back, his hand holding the handkerchief suddenly stopped. She embroidered this handkerchief for me during the Chinese Valentine's Day. She said she wanted to learn how young people give gifts. It's so silly and cute. The edges of the handkerchief have become frayed, and it's obvious that it has been used for many years, but it is still cherished and well preserved, and the two butterflies embroidered on it are still exquisitely lifelike. The old man stroked the handkerchief gently. Will I never see her again? The old man turned around and looked up at the crowd. I want to ask you one thing. I hope you don't tell her this news. I didn't want her to know she was dying. Looking at the people in front of him who were somewhat hesitant, the old man looked at them pleadingly. Please, she is a happy old lady now, please let me take her home. I don't want her to face the cold instruments at the end of her life. I promised her when we got married that if she followed me, I would make her happy for the rest of her life. I don't want her to be filled with fear and terror before she dies. After saying this, the old man turned his gaze towards his wife lying on the bed. She fell asleep quietly in her bed, looking at her sleeping face. The old man smiled faintly. She doesn't need to know that. Everyone present was moved by their feelings and nodded in agreement. 2 days later, the test results came out. It's gallbladder cancer. There are no miracles. God did not favor them. Although Shao-Chi was nicknamed the son of the god of death and a medical genius, no matter how powerful he was, he could not really extend the life of a person who was at the end of his life. Perhaps there are some magical items in the system's mall that can have this effect. Unfortunately, this is not something he can afford now. Shao-Chi is not a god, and he calmly accepts the fact that he will also have an incurable fate. After all, hospitals are places filled with separations of life and death at all times. Regret and remorse can be seen everywhere. Shao-Chi stepped into the ward and found that the old man was rarely by the bedside, but when he thought of this point, Shao-Chi quickly understood. I guess he went to make dinner. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, the old lady asked him to stay for dinner. I'm sorry, ma'am, I've already eaten and I'm sorry I can't have dinner with you. The old lady laughed out loud because of Shao-Chi's amusement. Seeing Shao-Chi looking at the instrument and recording data, the old lady's smile gradually disappeared and her expression became serious. Little doctor, tell me, how much time do I have left? Shao-Chi paused and looked up at her in surprise. Seeing that he was silent, the old lady smiled and shook her head. I know my own body. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have guessed it. You might as well tell me how much time is left now, rather than me waiting for an unknown number every day. Half a year. Almost as soon as the old lady finished speaking, Shao-Chi answered her. The old lady was a little surprised at first that Shao-Chi told her so quickly, but then she nodded after hearing the answer. We were originally planning to go to the ancient city at the end of the month. I heard that if we rode the afterlife boat and crossed the reincarnation bridge, we would be together forever. Maybe we crossed paths in our last life, so we are still together in this life. The old lady smiled as she spoke, but fell silent after she finished speaking. After a while, she suddenly asked, You haven't told my husband yet? Shao-Chi was puzzled. What? The old lady smiled helplessly. My husband is always worried that I will go first and that I will be lonely down there. Shao-Chi frowned in confusion. You don't want him to know about your illness? The old lady looked at him kindly and amiably. I can see that you have never been in love, and I don't expect you to understand an old lady like me. Sudden critical hit. What's wrong with being single? Are you going to lie to him? Shao-Chi didn't understand. In his opinion, if two people love each other, it should be based on trust. Hiding things from each other, isn't this a sign of distrust? Shao-Chi raised his eyebrows. I don't understand what this operation is. The old lady shook her head. I'm not lying to him. This is for our future. We have spent more than 60 years together, but I'm going to die now. The old man, who always loved to laugh, now looked heavy and sad. She did not continue speaking, but said firmly to Shao-Chi, We are going to the ancient city, we are going to row a boat and cross the reincarnation bridge. By the end of his speech, the old man was already in tears. Shao-Chi couldn't express his feelings at the moment. By the time the old man came back with the food, the old lady had recovered her mood. The two looked at each other with happy smiles on their faces. This time, they didn't know that the other party had already known about the condition. Shao-Chi looked at this scene thoughtfully. P.S. Pay attention to the temperature in summer and prevent heatstroke. You can prepare some huaxiang Zhengqi water at home, which is only for damp heatstroke. My friend's uncle died of overheating, so be careful. Chapter 84. Others still think I am your mother. The corridor on the second floor of the hospital, because the entire building is a circular building. Standing here, Shao-Chi could clearly see the scene in the lobby on the first floor. This time, an old man appeared in the hall. He slowly pushed the wheelchair with an old lady sitting on it. The old couple tacitly gave up treatment, not the slightest displeasure. Time flies. After resting in the hospital for some time, both felt it was time to set off. Today is their discharge day. The wheelchair was pushed to the center of the hall and stopped. The old lady stretched out her feet and stood up from the wheelchair carrying her bag. Looks in good spirits. She just stretched out a hand to the side. Soon, another pair of old hands held her tightly. A tacit smile appeared on the two old faces. Just like that, the two of them held hands and slowly walked out of the hospital. Even though their lives are short, every day of their lives is happier than most people. They will cherish every day from now on as if it were their last. In the end, they will rely on each other. On the journey, in happiness, sleeping together in the ground. Xiaoqi just watched their backs gradually disappear into the distance. An indescribable emotion once again filled my heart. Xiaoqi lowered his eyes. A story about growing old together or something like that. He suddenly sneered. I don't believe it. Although he said this, his body was very honest. He heard the nurse's greetings from behind, and Lin Chuan called his name loudly. Xiaoqi turned around and put on an impeccable smile on his face. The old lady walking slowly on the road saw the sweat on the old man's head and was about to take out the water bottle from her bag to give him a sip, but I didn't expect to take out something like 2 pieces of cardboard. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a flight ticket from Beijing to the ancient city. It goes without saying who sent this. The old lady only told one person about her wish to go to the ancient city with the old man. That's Xiaoqi. The two looked at each other, with knowing smiles in their eyes. Back to the clinic. Except for special circumstances, Xiaoqi has to see patients for at least 5 hours every day. This is a rule specially set by the dean because he was afraid that Xiaoqi would run around everywhere. After all, he didn't want to receive any more complaints from the consultation department. At that time, the dean even held Xiaoqi's hand and earnestly instructed, you can see patients in the future, but don't see all the patients, otherwise it will seem useless. You see, there are many people in your department now, why not see them all first? Helplessly, Xiaoqi could only go back to his clinic and sit there calmly. Oh, there's a follower behind. Lin Chuan followed Xiaoqi, muttering, can you please come back on your own initiative every time? You always make me arrest people in the hospital. You know what they said I was? They said I was your old lady. Nonsense, I am obviously your hard-working old father. Xiaoqi picked his ears. These words happen almost every day. Won't Lin Chuan get tired of it? Is he really starting to develop his mother's talent? Ignore the nagging background noise. Xiaoqi started the live broadcast as usual and opened the door to receive guests. Opened the door to see a doctor. More than 200,000 people suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room. Patients began to arrive one after another. Mostly they are minor ailments. In less than 5 minutes, Xiaoqi killed one. The medical students in the live broadcast room all exclaimed that Brother Zhao's speed had become faster again. Before they could react, Xiaoqi had already finished. Horrible. Lin Chuan was also a little surprised at Xiaoqi's speed today. Why does it seem like he is in a good mood today? No more scolding patients. No more unnecessary words. Why did he seem a little disappointed after seeing those patients leave? As expected, Xiaoqi's patients, like Xiaoqi, were not normal. Lin Chuan was not sitting idle in the clinic. Of course, he also had to see a patient. However, due to the limitations of what he learned, he still learned most of the time from Xiaoqi. Or after Xiaoqi finishes reading it, he can transfer the case belonging to the cardiology department to him. Suddenly I felt that Xiaoqi was quite considerate and a little touched. For several days, Xiaoqi stayed in the clinic obediently to see the doctor. Lin Chuan touched his chin and looked at Xiaoqi's abnormal behavior. It's strange. Why doesn't he hang out in other departments? Every day when he saw Xiaoqi staying in the clinic obediently, he no longer had to look for him everywhere. It should be a happy thing. So why is he so uncomfortable with it? Stop. This is definitely an illusion. Just when Lin Chuan was daydreaming of the next patient, a male in his 50s, came in. As soon as he passed by, the patients next to him immediately covered their noses and backed away. It's because he smells so strong. The clothes look like they hadn't been washed for days. There are black spots on the body. That's dried motor oil. With just one glance, Xiaoqi roughly knew the information about this person: divorced, currently single. There are children, but they are not around. The most important thing is. Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows as he watched the male patient's footsteps change from light to heavy, but he seemed to be unaware of it. Name, age, symptoms? The man seemed a little embarrassed, sitting on the edge of the chair. It was obvious that he was aware that he was quite dirty. My name is Ma Qi, I'm 58 years old. He looked at Xiaoqi and didn't know where to start. Xiaoqi did not continue to ask him, but narrowed his eyes and stared at his neck. Can you please put your collar down? Lin Chuan was holding a small notebook and taking notes while sitting next to Xiaoqi. Hearing this question, he immediately raised his head and observed the patient carefully. It seems that this patient has aroused Xiaoqi's interest. He doesn't usually have this attitude when he sees patients. In less than 5 minutes, he quickly called the next person, fearing that others would stay a little longer. How could he be so patient today? The man in front of him listened to him obediently and lowered his collar. This time Lin Chuan was also a little surprised. I saw a large black patch of skin on the man's neck, which looked dirty and as if it could not be washed clean. Lin Chuan immediately wondered in his mind what disease these symptoms might be. Medical students in the live broadcast room also expressed their speculations in the barrage. However, after reading it, Xiaoqi nodded and said something surprising. Take off your shoes. The reason why Lin Chuan didn't quite understand this step. What is this for? See the color of his neck? He must be suffering from diabetes. The first sentence was ordinary, but Xiaoqi's next sentence was a bit shocking. He probably had an infection in his foot, but the pain was masked by the neuropathy caused by diabetes. As Xiaoqi was speaking, the man in front of him looked hesitant and slowly took off his shoes. When his feet were revealed, everyone was stunned. Many viewers in the live broadcast room vomited violently. It was seen that a large hole had been eaten away on the back of the man's exposed foot, and the meridians inside could be clearly seen through the hole. The most disgusting thing is that this big hole is full of fat white maggots. It's alive, they are still wriggling and gnawing. As he took his foot out, the maggots actually fell to the ground with a crackling sound. This is too. Lin Chuan opened his mouth in disbelief and immediately rushed out to prepare for the debridement operation for the man. Xiaoqi was still sitting in his seat, propping up his chin and smiling. Sometimes seeing a doctor is still fun. Chapter 85. I will never take care of a child. When Lin Chuan suppressed his nausea and cleaned all the maggots on the patient's feet and finished cleaning the wound, Xiaoqi just sat in the chair and looked at them bored. It's really good to have an assistant. For example, at a time like this, there is no need for him to take action at all. Marvelous. Xiaoqi was holding a thermos cup in his hand, which contained wolfberry water and steam was rising. It perfectly inherits the Chinese people's health. Preserving customs. The wound has been cleaned, now what? Xiaoqi lowered his head and drank a sip of water, then answered without raising his head. Of course, transfer him to the endocrinology department. He is a relatively special type of diabetes, so just leave it to them. This is just a diagnosis room. Let's leave the treatment process to professionals. Lin Chuan looked at Xiaoqi speechlessly. Xiaoqi looked a little excited just now, but now he looks bored again. The tone of his voice was so righteous. In fact, he just had no interest in this, so he transferred this patient with follow-up troubles to other departments. If it is a case that interests him, he would even like to participate in the whole process. Really, Xiaoqi is still the same Xiaoqi. Lin Chuan had seen through it long ago. The patient was also pushed into other departments by the nurse in a wheelchair. Soon, during Lin Chuan's complaints, the next patient came in. The one who came was a young woman. She was holding her belly with one hand and holding a 5-year-old girl with the other hand. On this journey coming in, and the woman looked more and more uncomfortable, holding her stomach and slowly walking forward to Xiaoqi. Cold sweat frequently broke out on her forehead, and she was still comforting the little girl at hand. Baby, mommy is fine. After Xiaoqi finished drinking the water, he looked up and saw this scene. Suddenly his eyes fixed, then he quickly stood up from his seat and rushed to the woman. This time, the woman's abdominal pain became more and more severe, and she finally couldn't hold on anymore and was about to fall to the ground. Just as the woman's body was about to hit the ground, Xiaoqi arrived and caught her. This process is extremely fast. Lin Chuan was about to sit down at his desk when a man whooshed past him. Like the wind made his hair flutter in the air. He looked up in confusion. What happened? Is there something wrong with the patient? Xiaoqi looked serious and quickly checked the woman's condition. I touched my forehead. It was so hot, the temperature is at least 40 degrees Celsius. Xiaoqi placed his fingers on the woman's pulse again and felt a violent beating. My heart is beating abnormally fast. The situation is critical. Xiaoqi suddenly changed, frowned, and analyzed quickly. The patient had severe abdominal discomfort, high fever, and tachycardia. The woman lay in Xiaoqi's arms, breathing heavily. The 5-year-old girl standing next to the woman, holding a teddy bear, looked at them with fear in her eyes. Mom, what's wrong with you? The woman panted, endured the groan of pain, and tried to comfort the little girl in a gentle voice. Mom is fine, just be good. Xiaoqi immediately picked up the woman and put her on the bed beside him. Pick up the stethoscope around your neck and start the examination. This time, Lin Chuan also reacted very quickly. He quickly put down the debridement tools in his hand and took out the blood pressure monitor from the drawer. With his other hand, he he picked up the little girl who was standing alone at the door and rushed to the bed. Then he immediately put the little girl down, inflated the air to measure her blood pressure, and then quickly pressed on her abdomen with both hands to check it. The girl pulled Lin Chuan's trouser leg and looked at her mother on the bed with confusion and anxiety. Soon, Lin Chuan got the result after the examination. Hypotension, abdominal tenderness and enlargement. Joke. During this period of time, he did not do nothing for Xiao Qi. At least he had learned the speed of emergency treatment 100%. On the other side, after hearing the result, Xiao Qi quickly checked the woman's fingers, pressed them lightly and then released them. The body is dehydrated and capillary refill is slow. Capillary refill time refers to the time it takes for the nail bed to blanch after slight pressure and then return to its original color. The normal time should be less than 3 seconds. Prolonged filling time is generally a sign of obstructive peripheral arterial disease or reduced cardiac output. Of course, the specific situation needs to be diagnosed together with other symptoms. After Xiao Qi made his judgment, he continued while observing the woman. The respiratory rate is rapid and the skin is cold and cyanotic. At this moment, the woman's breathing began to speed up rapidly, as if she was unable to breathe. Xiao Qi's face suddenly changed. Oh no, she's going into shock. Seeing this, Lin Chuan said to Xiao Qi anxiously, "We need aggressive fluid resuscitation immediately." Clinically, once a patient is diagnosed with septic shock, active fluid resuscitation should be performed promptly, which can reduce the patient's mortality rate. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, their judgments became quicker, and their speech speed became faster and faster. Xiao Qi made a quick diagnosis at the end: start promoting spectrum biotin, insert nasogastric tube to decompress the abdominal cavity, test lactic acid, and start a full range of sepsis treatment. At present, it seems that the woman's abdominal pain is caused by some kind of pathogen. At present, no specific pathogen has been detected, and only empirical antibacterial treatment can be carried out. The two did not communicate with each other, but they both agreed to use antibacterial treatment. At this time, doctors and nurses from the emergency department also arrived at the scene in response to an emergency call. The nurse ran over urgently with emergency medicine in her arms. Several people performed first aid on the patient in an orderly manner. Fortunately, after an emergency rescue, the woman was temporarily out of danger. The nurses and emergency personnel present all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was the first time he encountered such a critical situation in Xiao Qi's clinic. The woman was almost dead. It seems like it's time to follow Xiao Qi's example and wander around the emergency department. Lin Chuan touched his chin thoughtfully. Once the woman's condition stabilizes, she was therefore placed in a separate ward. Xiao Qi looked at the unconscious woman, pondered for a moment, and then quickly instructed the doctor next to him, "Let's give her an ultrasound first. There's something else about this case. I'm involved." Soon. A new patient arrived in the ultrasound room. After the examination, the woman was pushed into the ward again. The 5-year-old kid also followed them and ran around. Now she was resting her hands on the hospital bed, looking at her sleeping mother in confusion. Lin Chuan looked at the little girl with some concern. "We don't know where their families are now." "This child," Xiao Qi glanced at the child, then looked at Lin Chuan with a squint. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly understood what Xiao Qi meant. "You take it." He instantly jumped up like a frightened cat. You're not going to ask me to take care of the baby, are you?" "No. I've never taken care of a child before. I absolutely won't take care of a baby. Absolutely not." As he was speaking, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 86. No, this patient is hiding something. The patient woke up. Lin Chuan was instantly surprised and burst into tears. Great, she can contact her family when she wakes up. He finally doesn't have to take care of the children anymore. Pooh, he doesn't take care of children. Lin Chuan looked at her with eager eyes the moment she woke up. "Ma'am, do you have anyone else's contact information?" The little girl also called out mom in surprise. The woman had just woken up from a coma, and the first sentence she heard was Lin Chuan's question, which made her a little confused. My brain is still a little confused at the moment. I didn't react for a moment, she just subconsciously responded to her daughter, "Hey, mom's here." When Xiao Qi saw Lin Chuan's impatient look, he sat down on a chair beside him calmly. He opened the thermos and took a sip of water, with an ambiguous smile on his face. TSK. According to his observations, I'm afraid Lin Chuan will be disappointed if you, no, hold it in, don't laugh. At the same time, Xiao Qi's live broadcast room. The audience was a little nervous after experiencing the emergency moment just now, but now they all relaxed. On the screen, the audience could clearly see the smile on Xiao Qi's face. Moment, their curiosity was aroused. Why is brother Xiao suddenly laughing like this? There's a big problem. According to what I learned in Brother Zhao's live broadcast room, this smile contains the meaning of being proud in watching a good show. Whoever is so unlucky as to be targeted by Brother Zhao is doomed. Lin Chuan just vowed that he would never take care of children. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Brother in front, could it be that we are thinking the same idea? Shaoqi looked at the various speculations on the barrage and smiled without saying anything. At this time, the woman on the bed also woke up from her confused state. She looked at Lin Chuan with eyes full of apology. Lin Chuan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next second. I'm sorry, I'm a single mother, and I'm making my way in this city by myself. It will take at least 3 days for my family to get here, and I really don't have anyone else to contact right now. Lin Chuan immediately got furious and cursed in his heart. He suddenly remembered, it seemed that since a while ago, someone had abnormally not refuted his words. Could it be that he had anticipated this? Lin Chuan looked at Shaoqi with murderous eyes, but Shaoqi now looks completely different from before. He was seen supporting his chin with his hand, looking out the window with a serious expression, as if he was thinking about something important. It seems that he is not paying attention to the situation here at all. Lin Chuan was a little suspicious. Did he blame him wrongly? However, the audience in the live broadcast room saw it clearly. Shaoqi, who was just laughing secretly, seemed to have a premonition of something. The second before Lin Chuan turned around, he quickly changed his expression, put down the thermos and looked at the scenery outside the window. It seems like it has always been like this. Lin Chuan touched his nose and turned to look at the woman on the hospital bed. Angrily, the woman was looking at Lin Chuan with pleading eyes. I'm sorry to ask this, but I really don't have anyone I can trust. Can I ask you to look after me for a while? The little girl was also holding the teddy bear at this time, blinking her big eyes at Lin Chuan. With the sound of clacking footsteps, she ran to Lin Chuan's feet and gently pulled his trouser legs. Brother Lin Chuan was immediately overjoyed when he heard the word brother. The little girl is so cute. Etc. Lin Chuan's face was confused. He had never taken care of a child before. And he just said that he would definitely not bring it. If he agreed now, wouldn't he be very embarrassed? Lin Chuan glanced at Shaoqi. He still maintained the same posture. He coughed lightly. It's not easy for a grown man like me to take care of a child. How about I ask other nurses for you? The woman nodded very quickly. Lin Chuan rushed out of the ward. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan actually brought in 4 young nurses. Pity, I don't want it. I want my brother. Wow, wow, wow. The little girl held the bear in one hand and tightly pulled Lin Chuan's pants with the other hand, crying with tears in his eyes. Each nurse tried to hold the little girl's waist and take her away. However, touching her would cause the little girl to resist strongly. Lin Chuan felt as if his pants were about to be pulled down until the last nurse tried to take the baby away, but to no avail. She could only look at Lin Chuan helplessly, patted his shoulder and said with pity, I leave it to you. Good luck to you. The nurses ignored Lin Chuan's earnest attempts to keep them and all left. At this point, Shaoqi had enough of pretending to be profound. He turned around and encouraged Lin Chuan sincerely, come on. I believe you can do it. Daddy is so handsome. Lin Chuan made a bitter face and picked up the tearful and sobbing kid. The little girl was lying on Lin Chuan's shoulder and still sobbing. The woman on the hospital bed felt a little embarrassed facing such a scene. I'm sorry, Xiao Yuan wasn't like this before. I don't know why she likes you so much. The audience in the live broadcast room had already laughed like crazy. Well done, little darling. I also want to see how Lin Chuan takes care of a child. Ha ha ha, it's over. The girl is relying on you. Brave Lin Chuan, don't be afraid of difficulties. Face the reality, Dr. Lin. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chuan, %UN at hashtag it. I have a sentence MMP, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Lin Chuan's bitter face formed a sharp contrast with the joy in the live broadcast room. This may be what is called building happiness on the suffering of others. The little girl sobbed and said, Brother, do you hate me? Lin Chuan sighed inwardly and reluctantly accepted the fact of having to take care of the child. Faced with the little girl's aggrieved questions, the last trace of dissatisfaction in my heart disappeared. No, I like you very much. If I have any problems, you can ask the brother next to me for help. Now, it was Shaoqi's turn to have a face as black as the bottom of a pot. After deciding where the little girl should go, the woman on the bed frowned and asked worriedly, What's wrong with me? When talking about the illness, their expressions suddenly became serious. Lin Chuan frowned slightly while holding the child. The ultrasound showed that your colon was enlarged. We put a rectal tube and a nasogastric tube in to try to relieve the pressure inside. The woman gently stroked her belly, looking a little worried. If we can find the cause of the bloating, it will be very helpful for our diagnosis. Do you have a history of Crohn's or ulcerative colitis? No. The woman answered Lin Xuan's question without any hesitation. Then, she seemed to be having trouble speaking. I've had a urinary tract infection lately. Lin Xuan nodded to show that he understood. However, urinary tract infection is an inflammatory infection of the urinary system and will not cause colitis. Seeing the woman's slightly embarrassed expression, Lin Xuan comforted her, "Don't worry, this should have nothing to do with your illness." The woman's expression suddenly relaxed. Lin Xuan continued to ask about the woman's situation. However, ever since Xiao Qi heard the woman say that she had a urinary tract infection, he has been frowning and staring at the woman's face, thinking about something. Strangeness, why did she look ashamed and embarrassed when she said this? Wrong expression. Xiao Qi narrowed his eyes. This woman is hiding something. Chapter 87. A murder caused by a piece of chocolate. Lin Xuan asked the woman whether she had been to other places recently and whether she had come into contact with other patients, and nothing was found. His face looked somewhat regretful. However, this situation is normal in hospitals, and many times the patients themselves do not know the reason. This time, you can only wait for the doctor to combine the symptoms, find out all the possibilities, and then eliminate them one by one through examination. Finally, prescribe the right medicine. We don't know the woman's condition yet, so we can only give her conservative treatment. Lin Xuan told the woman about the next treatment plan. We will continue to give you intravenous antibiotics and monitor your swelling closely. Although the exact cause is not yet known, however, it can be basically determined that it is caused by certain bacteria, and the use of antibiotics is effective. After a pause, Lin Xuan said helplessly, "During this period, I will help you take care of Xiao Yuan. You don't have to worry." The woman was worried about Xiao Yuan's whereabouts. She couldn't believe that Lin Xuan really agreed to take care of her daughter. She was incredulous at first, and then looked at him with gratitude. Over the years, she has been working alone in other places and has become accustomed to the warmth and kindness of human beings. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. She is grateful from the bottom of her heart to everyone who was willing to lend a hand to help her when she is in trouble. The woman looked at Lin Xuan with light in her eyes. "I don't know what to say, thank you." "Thank you so much." Lin Xuan, who was particularly reluctant to take care of the child just now. At this moment, facing the woman's thanks, I felt particularly embarrassed. To be honest, Xiao Yuan's mother has big eyes, long eyelashes, fair skin, and is a beauty with a gentle personality. Thank you for being such a beauty. Single guy. Lin Xuan is actually a little shy. Xiao Qi rolled his eyes behind his back. "Ahem, your condition has been stabilized for the time being, so we'll leave first." The woman nodded gratefully. Lin Xuan held Xiao Yuan in his arms and walked out of the ward step by step. Xiao Yuan lay on Lin Xuan's back, staring at his mother on the bed. There was a look of uneasiness in her eyes. The woman smiled at her tenderly, encouraging her daughter to be brave with her eyes. Finally, under the woman's encouraging gaze, Lin Xuan walked out of the ward. The little girl's eyes were red, but she didn't see her white. At the same time, Xiao Qi stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and followed them. During this time, he deliberately remained silent. When the two were talking before, Xiao Qi was hiding quietly in the dark. His eyes were observing the woman's expression quietly. After the woman talked about her urinary tract infection just now, she felt ashamed for a moment, but she quickly recovered. In the subsequent series of questions and answers, the woman's expression was normal. Xiao Qi walked out of the room, stroking his chin and thinking. It seemed like she knew exactly why she had a UTI, and the reason why she looked so ashamed was obviously because the reason for her illness was difficult to talk about. However, later, she quickly returned to normal and had no thoughts of speaking. Maybe she thinks this is not important, maybe she thinks that thing is normal, but ordinary people can hardly accept it. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Xiao Qi's mind. Various speculations came to his mind, but he ruled them out one by one. I just don't know if this reason has anything to do with the cause of her illness. After stepping out of the ward, Xiao Qi looked back at the woman for the last time. The woman just smiled at him in confusion, and there was nothing unusual about her. Xiao Qi smiled at her politely before turning around and leaving. On the way back to the clinic, Lin Xuan kept asking Xiao Yuan what he liked to eat and what he liked to play. Xiao Yuan lay in his arms sullenly. After Lin Xuan asked many questions one after another, Xiao Yuan did not answer, but asked him a question: "Why is my mother unhappy?" Lin Xuan scratched his head and thought for a while before answering. "Because your mother is not feeling well, but it's okay, we will cure her." Xiao Yuan suddenly raised his head. "My mom is fine, can you be my dad?" Lin Xuan couldn't swallow his saliva and almost choked to death by these words. Xiao Qi, who was following behind, was still thinking about something. When he heard this, he immediately looked at him meaningfully. She walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said with relief, "The child has grown up. It's time for you to start a family and build a career." Lin Chuan's face was filled with black lines. "You should start a family and build a career. Isn't being single nice?" Wait, it seems his focus is wrong. Looking at Xiao Qi's back getting farther and farther away, Lin Chuan gnashed his teeth and chased after him. "Who are you calling kid? Are you taking advantage of me? I am your father." The two returned to the clinic looking at the extra little creature inside. "I was puzzled. I used to think that it was just a child. How difficult could it be to take care of him?" As a result, when Xiao Yuan got off the ground, he looked at the unfamiliar environment, tightly tugged at Lin Chuan's pants, with red eyes, and said he wanted to find his mother. Xiao Qi put on his earphones, sat on the sofa, turned his back to them, and began to read an academic report. There are a few big words written all over his body. "Don't look for me." Lin Chuan could only start his miserable career of feeding his baby. "Can we not look for mom first? Do you want to play this? Look, wow, this is fun." Xiao Qi could still faintly hear Lin Chuan's coaxing voice in his ears. I continued to turn to the next page of the report, sneering inwardly. He would never coax a little brat like a fool. "Hey, the takeaway has arrived. I ordered something delicious for you. Can you wait for me here for a while? I'll let the brother next to you play with you, okay?" Suddenly the earplugs were removed. Xiao Qi's quiet world began to become noisy. When he turned around, he saw Lin Chuan standing in front of him with a big smile on his face. A bad feeling came to my mind. "The takeaway is in the lobby on the first floor. I'll go get it. Can you help me look after the baby?" I had a hard time coaxing her into crying. "Please don't make her cry." Without waiting for Xiao Qi's consent, Lin Chuan quickly pushed the door and ran away. Xiao Qi's eyes moved from the door to another person. The other party, Xiao Yuan, was sitting on Lin Chuan's chair, his feet swaying and his head buried in the table, drawing out. "It's only a short period of time. The little brat shouldn't be in any danger." Xiao Qi carefully assessed it and felt that there shouldn't be any big problem. "I guess Lin Chuan thinks so too." Until Xiao Qi took out a chocolate from the drawer and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. There was a pause. By the time Lin Chuan got the takeaway and opened the door, he had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. 5 minutes, nothing should happen. As a result, when I pushed the door open, I saw an adult and a child confronting each other. The younger one's face was covered with tears, and the older one looked angry. "I'm starting to have a headache. What should I do?" 5 minutes later, Lin Chuan finally understood what had happened. It turned out to be a murder caused by a piece of chocolate. "I say, now that you are this old, can you give way to her?" Xiao Qi had a sour face. "Why should I let her? It's difficult." 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan was exhausted and finally took care of the two children, one big and one small. He let them sit down and finish their meal in peace. "The meal is over." The little girl burped, wiped her mouth, and suddenly thought of something. His expression turned guilty. "I made mom sick." Lin Chuan was about to comfort the little girl, who suddenly became sad unexpectedly. The little girl's next words left him stunned. "My mom ate my stinky." Chapter 88. The patient's unspeakable truth. Xiao Qi paused as he was wiping his mouth, thinking about what happened before, combined with the woman's situation. He seemed to understand something. Lin Chuan couldn't believe what he just heard. He asked the little girl again in disbelief, "The stinky thing you're talking about is your poop?" Xiao Yuan raised his head and said to him seriously, "Yes." Then he thought about it and shook his head, "No." Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was like, how could such a beautiful mother do such a weird thing for no reason? However, it was too early for him to feel relieved. After Xiao Yuan shook his head, he said to Lin Chuan seriously, "I didn't eat it, but my mother drank my stinky food." Xiao Yuan thought about it again, and this time nodded seriously, "That's right." As the girl spoke, a beautiful woman appeared in Lin Chuan's mind, and he picked up a steaming yellow rare object. Then, he drank it with a smile. My stomach suddenly churned. Vomit. Not only Lin Chuan, but the audience in the live broadcast room were almost disgusted to the point of vomiting. They were originally eating, watching the interaction between the two adults and one child with a smile on their faces. The live broadcast is better than the variety show, hee. It goes very well with rice. Asa. Result, Xiao Yuan finished eating and suddenly said this. They looked at their unfinished meal. Ugh. 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 There was a sudden chaos in front of the screen. "No, I haven't finished my meal yet. Help!" This beautiful girl looked so gentle, but she actually has such a strong taste. Today is really a little knife-pulling ass, it's eye-opening, a beautiful woman actually eats shit. Fuck, today's live broadcast is so interesting. It's over. I can't eat anymore. I always feel a smell at the tip of my nose. You guys compensated me for my meal. I suffered a serious mental trauma. Ugh. Lin Chuan looked serious and confirmed to Xiao Yuan again. Xiao Yuan, are you sure what you said is correct? Xiao Yuan nodded randomly, somewhat impatiently. I already told you that mom drinks my shit. Why do you keep asking? Lin Chuan looked up and glanced at Xiao Qi in shock. However, Xiao Qi did not show the same shock as him, but seemed to be thinking about something. What's wrong? Do you have any ideas? Lin Chuan asked Xiao Qi curiously. Even he was disgusted looking at this situation. Could Xiao Qi be thinking of anything else? Xiao Qi pondered and asked a question. If she was drinking, then how did she get a urinary tract infection? Now Xiao Qi finally understood why the woman had such an expression when she mentioned that she had a urinary tract infection. Apparently it has something to do with her using her own daughter's poop. That's why she showed a shameful expression when she mentioned this. But if you just drink it, it won't cure a urinary tract infection. Lin Chuan's expression suddenly became even more indescribable. You mean? Generally speaking, there are two routes of urinary tract infection: retrograde infection and hematogenous infection. Among them, retrograde infection is the main mode of infection. The so-called retrograde infection, in simple terms, means that the bacteria enter the urinary system from the outside and cause corresponding urinary tract infection. In other words, women may not drink shit, but smear it. Oh shit, this is also very flavorful. It was because Lin Chuan thought of this that his expression did not improve, but became even stranger. In response to Lin Chuan's question, Xiao Qi did not give a precise answer, but shook his head. Not sure, we have to go find her again. To find out the situation. In the ward, the woman stared at them with wide eyes. It seemed that they didn't expect them to find out about this. She licked her lower lip with the tip of her tongue, looking a little helpless. Being misunderstood by a handsome doctor as smearing shit on my genitals is such a socially fatal scene. I didn't. I just did a home fecal transplant using her poop. The woman looked at them expectantly, hoping that they wouldn't misunderstand that she was really smearing shit. Doesn't she want an image? Lin Chuan frowned. Then why didn't you explain the situation to us before? The woman looked at him innocently. You said my urinary tract infection had nothing to do with the condition, so I just didn't want to talk about it. Lin Chuan looked at Xiao Qi helplessly. Why do patients always like to conceal their illnesses so self-righteously these days? Don't you know how much of a misjudgment this will cause to our work? Xiao Qi stood at the end of the bed, thinking about something. The woman looked at the helpless expressions of the two and explained eagerly, because I took antibiotics before and didn't get better. I looked online and saw that it was completely safe and reliable. Oh, by the way, I still have that video saved on my phone. The woman turned sideways and quickly picked up her bag and found it in her hand. Unlock, open the local video, play. The whole action is smooth and done in one go. Look, it's this video. I made it according to this video. Xiao Qi projected the video on his mobile phone onto the TV. Soon a woman appeared on the TV series. Judging from the background, it should be in the kitchen of one's home. First, make sure your friend is healthy, preferably a vegetarian, and the younger the better. The woman in the video said this and walked to the front of the juicer. Let's add the salt water first. A bottle of salt water is poured into the juicer, the woman on the TV explained, probably in a 1-to-1 ratio, and then, a lump of yellow stuff was poured into the juicer. Buzz, the algae and salt water were immediately mixed into shit yellow water by a juicer. The woman on TV was still smiling and admonishing attentively. Remember to puree it, make plenty of it, and while we're dealing with the mixture, the woman walked to the side and picked up 2 items. Let's deal with the enema bag. Xiao Qi stopped the video at this point. This time, most of the people in front of the bed looked unhappy. Lin Chuan endured it, let out a final cry, and quickly ran to the bathroom to dry heave. A nurse who came to change the dressing also unfortunately saw this video. I immediately covered my mouth, wanting to vomit but unable to. Even the experienced doctors are like this, let alone the audience in Xiao Qi's live broadcast room. Ugh. I vomited. I really vomited. Why the hell are you doing this? You didn't censor what should be censored. The girl's breasts are covered quite tightly. What a weird treatment method. It even uses shit. It's too strong, and there are still people who believe it. Fuck, another doctor who consults doctors online. She said to use shit and you used shit. You fucking believed it. Don't go to the doctor online. I'm sorry, brothers, I can't hold it any longer, I'm going to vomit first. Lin Chuan walked out of the bathroom weakly and wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue. It seems that Xiao Yuan saw her mother using the juicer and thought her mother was going to drink it. The young nurse at the side said puzzledly, I don't understand, how could anyone believe such a stupid method? The woman lay on the hospital bed, looking at them helplessly. I thought everyone would oppose this method, which was obviously a serious disease. Xiao Qi unexpectedly expressed a different opinion. No, this approach makes sense. Everyone was surprised. Unbelievable, what the hell? Chapter 89 Fecal Microbiota Transplantation. As if he knew what everyone was thinking, Xiao Qi paused and continued, the human intestine has a large number of microorganisms. There is nothing wrong with the idea of reintroducing the colonic microbiome through fecal microbial transplantation. When the woman heard that Xiao Qi was actually standing on her side, she first looked at him in surprise, then nodded excitedly. You see, my approach is right. The young nurse stood aside with her eyes wide open. She had never heard of using feces to treat diseases, but now she heard Xiao Qi actually acknowledge this technology. Is this true or false? Outrageous. The young nurse was so shocked that her jaw dropped, but it's not her fault. After all, this technology is not widely used in our country and is still a relatively high-end technology. Moreover, when most people first heard about this technology, they looked disgusted. I don't know where these people on the internet got the information from. The people in the live broadcast room also expressed disbelief. They all shouted, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Chuan was stroking his chin, thinking about something. He seemed to have heard Xiao Qi mention it in the clinic. Seeing this, Xiao Qi had no choice but to continue explaining helplessly. In medicine, there used to be a very difficult disease to cure called recurrent Clostridium difficile infection, a disease that many top hospitals were helpless against. This bacteria invades the intestines when the intestinal microorganisms are destroyed. It causes diarrhea, vomiting, fever, stomach pain, and even death in severe cases. At this point, doctors can take the feces in capsules orally or by rectal infusion to restore the diversity of the patient's microbiome. When everyone heard Xiao Qi's description, the corresponding pictures appeared in their minds. Eat shit or something, vomit, abnormal. Xiao Qi saw that everyone looked uncomfortable, but he remained expressionless and pushed his glasses calmly. Well, although the picture is a bit uncomfortable, this treatment is clinically effective at 90% and it works quickly. At this time, Lin Chuan, who was standing aside, thought hard and finally remembered something. He slapped his thigh. I remember you showed me a report about a stool bank some time ago, and there were several successful cases of using stool to treat patients in our country's hospitals, right? Xiao Qi nodded and looked at Lin Chuan with a look of surprise, as if he didn't expect you to be useful. Relieved, Lin Chuan, are you looking for a fight? At this time, Xiao Qi took out his mobile phone from his pocket and tapped the screen, looking for the report he had read last time. Suddenly, his fingers paused, found it. Xiao Qi showed the page on his phone to everyone present. Lin Chuan read out the words with a serious expression. The city of Vancouver successfully treated an 85-year-old woman who had severe diarrhea from taking antibacterial drugs due to Helicobacter pylori infection through fecal microbiota transplantation, FMT. The first case in Taiwan. A 5-year-old boy accidentally ingested a strong alkali and was infected with Clostridium difficile, which is highly resistant to antibiotics. The 11-year-old brother saved his brother with feces. The two formed a friendship of giving feces. As Lin Chuan was reciting, he suddenly burst out laughing. How can the news from Taiwan be written so funny? Xiao Qi calmly took back his phone and read out the rest of the news. A 49-year-old woman from Shaanxi ate spoiled food from the refrigerator and was diagnosed with a rare and severe case of pseudomembranous enterocolitis. Shaanxi Second Hospital injected her son's fresh fecal extract into the patient's jejunum through a nasojejunal tube, and the woman recovered soon after. As he spoke, Xiao Qi frowned and shook his head, saying helplessly, fecal transplantation and other technologies are not uncommon abroad, but few people have heard of them in our country. The audience watching the live broadcast also clearly saw the report on their mobile phones. After seeing so many examples, they finally reluctantly accepted the idea that feces can save lives. Even many medical students said that they were hearing about it for the first time and felt a little uncomfortable. I never thought that shit could save people one day. Poochie, I suddenly remembered the news about Japanese people eating the gold grains of beautiful girls, snickering. At that time, I thought Japanese people had really heavy tastes, but now it seems that I wrongly blamed them. This is the first time I've heard of fecal transplantation during my medical internship. There probably aren't many hospitals in China that have it, right? I am doing my internship at the second Sangyu Hospital. I was fortunate enough to observe the entire process of this lady's case. To be honest, FMT is still a relatively advanced technology in our country, and few hospitals have the equipment. Xiaoqi's expression suddenly became somewhat inexplicable. Finally he sighed. This technology may sound very novel and exotic, but in fact there are more than 20 prescriptions for human feces in the compendium of Materia Medica alone. Human feces can be used as medicine. This should not be a blank area in our country's modern medicine. Everyone could see that Xiaoqi felt helpless about the current situation. For some reason, netizens suddenly felt a little guilty for their disdain for fecal transplant technology. Lin Xuan looked at Xiaoqi and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Before they could say anything, Xiaoqi had already cast aside his sudden melancholy and instantly regained his composure. Shrugging, Xiaoqi dropped another exciting news. Just a while ago, Lion Country established the first feces bank in Southeast Asia. Our country is also considering setting up a feces bank recently. Guanghong Zhongshan 6th Hospital has even launched a reward of 500 yuan for each feces donation. When it comes to being able to exchange for money, netizens suddenly no longer feel sleepy and no longer think shit is disgusting. A way to get rich suddenly appeared before my eyes. Who was still short of shit? It's decided, buy a plane ticket right now and go to Guanghong to sell shit. Netizens began to dream of marrying a beautiful, wealthy woman and reaching the peak of their lives. Hey, and after Xiaoqi said so much, they understood. It turns out that the fecal transplant technology that the woman looked up on the internet is actually true. This was just an accident. Was it the right thing to do? After listening to Xiaoqi's explanation, the woman nodded repeatedly. There was excitement in his eyes. Xiaoqi's words proved her innocence and that she was not an idiot who acted on impulse. In an instant, Xiaoqi's image became taller in her eyes. Yes, this method was told to me by a friend who studied abroad, so this method is indeed scientific, right? Who would have expected? Xiaoqi sneered after hearing her words. He looked at the barrage, which was full of group applications for going to Guanghong to donate shit. A sneer broke their fantasy. Donating feces in fecal transplant technology is not as simple as you think. Xiaoqi looked at the woman who hadn't yet realized her problem. He shook his head with pity. Lin Xuan, who had been standing aside and searching for information on his mobile phone, also looked up at this moment, took over Xiaoqi's words. FMT transplantation surgery needs to be carried out in a sterile environment and professional equipment must be used for detection and extraction. At the same time, the requirements for feces are also very high. I just checked the data. After layers of screening, the final pass rate is only 4%. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone wailed. Oh no, another road to wealth has been cut off. Chapter 90. Lin Xuan's smile stiffened again. Xiaoqi sat down leisurely on the sofa beside him. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, Xiaoqi clapped his hands in satisfaction. After saying so much, his mouth was dry. Finally someone learned to share the burden with him. Xiaoqi nudged the kettle on the table and signaled to Lin Xuan with his eyes that he was thirsty. Lin Xuan? You have no hands or something? The kettle is right next to it, won't it get there by itself? Are you sick? Fists clenched, there were flames of anger in Lin Xuan's eyes. Crash. The water slowly filled the cup. What to do if you meet a resentful boss? He kicked over the dust in front of him. Xiaoqi blew away the steam coming out of the cup, took a sip. How can fecal microbiota transplantation be that simple, in your own kitchen? Ha ha. The woman on the bed looked a little embarrassed. But what the woman in the video said is true. The person donating feces must be healthy. The first choice is the feces of one's own healthy body, and the second is the feces of one's relatives. It's just like immune cells. Everyone's intestinal microbes are different, so it's best to choose microbes with similar species and proportions to the patient. Secondly, it is best to choose young people, such as students, college students, and young office workers aged 10 to 18. In some special cases, younger children will be chosen. Xiaoqi glanced at Xia Yuan, who was holding Lin Xuan's trouser leg. She can just meet these situations. The audience in the live broadcast room counted on their fingers, counting the conditions that were met. I was pleasantly surprised to find that, considering the current conditions, their shit is still quite qualified. Just as they were celebrating their own shit on the barrage the next second, Xiaoqi broke their expectations. Xiaoqi blew away the hot steam on the cup again, took a sip of water, and continued, it's not that simple. Third, the feces must be healthy. The The donor's body must be free of infectious diseases and inflammation, and the feces must not be infected with pathogenic bacteria. And the donor's work and rest must be healthy, not staying up late, not smoking, and not drinking. By the way, minors need a guardian's signature for donating feces. Those stupid netizens who stayed up late every day to watch Douyin have been eliminated by now. It's impossible not to stay up late. I feel guilty if I don't play with my phone before going to bed. Young people staying up late is not called staying up late, it's called delaying sleep and rest. Well, it seems that some money is destined to be earned by others. Great, I have a very healthy lifestyle and a very regular diet, so can I donate my feces? Xiao Qi glanced at the barrage and happened to see this sentence. You can try it. Many people have found out that they have certain diseases during the fecal donation testing process. Then, he glanced at the woman on the bed. The woman looked at him blankly. Xiao Qi, do you also understand that if you did the fecal transplant correctly, you would not have UTIs now? Or maybe I got infected during the enema process, which is less likely. Or, Xiao Qi suddenly looked at Xiao Yuan. Not everyone's eyes followed his gaze. Faced with everyone's gazes, Xiao Yuan hid behind Lin Xuan and feared. Now, everyone understood what Xiao Qi meant. If the infection was not caused by the transplant process, then there is something wrong with the stool itself. Lin Xuan blocked everyone's gaze for Xiao Yuan. Hey, that's enough, you guys are scaring the little girl. Seeing this, Xiao Qi retracted his gaze. Now that the cause of the infection has been found, let's prepare her for surgery. Given the symptoms of swelling and stiffness, she may have colon perforation. She must be arranged for surgery immediately. Also, check for toxins and infectious bacteria in Xiao Yuan's feces. Soon. A list was handed to the surgeon. The woman was taken to the operating room as arranged. Generally speaking, unless it is a special operation like Xiao Qi's, Xiao Qi will not personally participate. Otherwise, he has to do every operation. Isn't that going to tire him to death? At the same time, Lin Xuan was holding the little girl's coat, squatting outside the women's restroom waiting. Xiao Yuan was pooping hard on the toilet accompanied by a nurse. Xiao Yuan, who was sitting on the toilet, shook his calves and suddenly shouted, "Brother!" Lin Xuan was counting sheep in his mind, and was startled by the sudden sound. Out of boredom, I quickly responded loudly to the little girl inside, "What's wrong?" The little girl puffed up her chubby cheeks and blushed. "Wow, I can't pull it out. I don't want this sister, I want a brother." Lin scratched his head in embarrassment. "Xiao Yuan, my brother is a man and cannot enter the women's restroom." The little girl pursed her lips, feeling a little aggrieved. "Okay, I'll try my best." Now, Xiao Yuan's mother was lying on the operating table. There was a big hole in the stomach. Several surgeons worked together on her belly with various tools. While operating the knife, they were still chatting about family matters. Your Xiao Chui is taking the college entrance examination this year, right? How is her score? Hey, you're just average. You can only get into Jinghua Medical University, but you insist on becoming a doctor like me, and you won't listen to my advice. At this time, the surgeon suddenly spoke. The colon was resected proximal and distal to the perforation using a closure device. Everyone paused for a moment and then started chatting again. Last time I heard that a patient had his genitals cut off in order to study well, saying that it affected his studies. Awesome, did you connect with him later? At this time, the surgeon spoke again. Divide the mesentery with a ligature. Everyone worked in silence for a while. The surgeon glanced at the screen and frowned. The second assistant suddenly spoke. There is bleeding, it's serious. Clamp the artery with forceps. The atmosphere suddenly became serious and no one dared to chat anymore. The surgeon quickly determined it's the tension when the patient moves that causes the splenic capsule to tear. A splenectomy is necessary. After making the judgment, the surgeon ordered without a pause, cut the connection. The assistants next to him quickly cut the part connected to the kidney and the other cut the part connected to the diaphragm. Use the white stapler to manage the vascular pedicle. After that, the surgeon warned his assistants very seriously, don't touch the tail of the pancreas. Xiao Yuan's face flushed, he pouted and pulled hard at thump. The two people who had been waiting outside for a long time were cheered up. The nurse quickly rushed into the bathroom, picked up Xiao Yuan, and wiped her but a few times, then put the freshly baked olives into the container, holding the little girl in one hand and the container in the other. Go out. When handing the things to Lin Xuan, the nurse paused. She blinked at him with a playful smile on her lips. No one else wants to do this job. I'm the only one who is so kind to help you. It's not because I'm easy to talk to. Looking at the nurse's expression, Lin Chuan immediately understood. It seems that this is his romantic luck. There's nothing I can do. It's just what happens when people are too outstanding. Lin Chuan showed a handsome smile. I know, you want to, yes, give me Xiao Qi's phone number. Lin Chuan's smile suddenly froze on his face. Ha, it's not for me, I hate you. Xiao Qi, P.S. Let me explain, during surgery, chatting for relief is not irresponsible. Chapter 91 Xiao Qi, Bad Uncle, Ugly Monster. The green light in the operating room came on. The woman's eyes were closed at this moment and her breathing was steady, although there were some minor accidents during the operation, but this time the operation was successful. However, because of the anesthetic, the woman is still in a coma. The doctor pushed the mobile bed and took her back to the ward. I believe that the woman will be able to be discharged from the hospital soon. Xiao Qi's consultation. Room. At this time, Lin Chuan was accompanying Xiao Yuan in painting. There are 4 people in the painting. 2 men, a woman, and a little girl. Among them, a man, a woman, and a little girl were standing hand in hand. Needless to say, these 3 people must be Lin Chuan, Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan's mother. The last man, with a bloody mouth and a distorted face, looked at them pitifully from a distance. Lin Chuan suppressed his laughter and deliberately asked Xiao Yuan loudly, Ahem, who is this ugly guy standing alone? Xiao Yuan replied in a baby voice, it's the bad uncle next to me. Ugly guy, bad uncle, Xiao Qi, this day will come for you too. Lin Chuan suddenly felt relieved, even though Xiao Qi didn't know that the young nurse asked him for his phone number during the day, but Lin Chuan just felt unhappy. And now think about it, as long as he stood next to Xiao Qi, all the nurse's eyes would be on Xiao Qi. Before Xiao Qi came, he had been confessed to by many young ladies. However, now Lin Chuan thought with gritted teeth, all his romantic opportunities are gone. They all ran to Xiao Qi's side, damn it. But then, Lin Chuan looked at Xiao Yuan with satisfaction. Fortunately, there is someone with good eyesight, although, it's just a child. But then I thought, children won't lie, and the fact is that I am more handsome. Lin Chuan didn't dare to confront Xiao Qi openly, but children speak without restraint, so we can't blame him for this. Hey, Lin Chuan suddenly grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and smiled brilliantly. He also secretly glanced at Xiao Qi too. See how he reacted. Pity, Xiao Qi had his back to them, so his expression could not be seen behind their back. Xiao Qi was reading an academic paper written by Yi Yutan that was published in SCI. The viewpoints are novel and interesting. Yi Yutan, he remembered it, hoped to have a chance to get to know this person. Of course, Xiao Qi also heard the conversation between an adult and a child behind him. It's so loud that only a deaf person can't hear it. His reaction to this was a roll of the eyes. You are so grown up, yet so childish. Also, he doesn't like children at all. Of course Xiao Qi is different. Click, click, click. There was a knock on the door. Xiao Qi put down the report and quickly said, come in. A beautiful lady from the laboratory opened the door holding a test report. The beauty walked up to Xiao Qi and said shyly, Dr. Xiao, the stool results are out. It doesn't look special. It's just a sample from a 70-year-old man. Could your labeling be wrong? However, as soon as the words fell, the clinic became silent. Both of them stopped what they were doing. The expression on his face suddenly became extremely serious. The beauty was a little frightened. What happened? Xiao Qi said solemnly, but the sample we sent was from a 3-year-old girl. The beauty was stunned. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she immediately picked up the report to check. No, the results show that there are short-chain fatty acids, isobutyric acid, and isovaleric acid elevated. If true, this suggests she is at high risk for a serious heart condition. The beauty's expression was also a little serious. Throw away the shyness in front of handsome guys. Asa doctor. She also realized the seriousness of the matter, but the rest of the situation is not her business. Put the report on Xiao Qi's desk. The beauty went back to work without looking back. There were 3 people in the clinic again. Xiao Qi and Lin Chuan looked at each other at this moment, both with solemn expressions in their eyes. Things are more serious than they imagined. Then, there. Attention shifted to Xiao Yuan. The little girl was still drawing without realizing it looks perfectly normal. Xiao Qi's eyes were heavy. Arrange a coronary arteries CTA examination for her immediately. Radiology. Xiao Yuan lay on the examination bed with some uneasiness. It's empty here. No one else is there. It is also filled with various instruments. Lin Chuan stood beside her and kept stroking her hair. Be good and don't move, okay? With Lin Chuan's comfort, Xiao Yuan gradually calmed down, nodded obediently. When everything was almost ready, Lin Chuan extended his hand to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan understood what he meant and obediently handed the little bear to Lin Chuan. As the instrument was slowly pushed in, Xiao Yuan closed his eyes tightly. Xiao Qi and Lin Chuan were in the observation room together. The CT screen displays a clear dynamic image of the coronary arteries. With just one glance, the two of them confirmed the situation. Lin Chuan's heart couldn't help but sink. Xiaoyuan's mother opened her heavy eyelids after anesthesia. She still looked very weak at this time. When she opened her eyes, she thought she saw a white ceiling, but I didn't expect him to be a doctor with a serious face. The woman's heart skipped a beat, wondering if something went wrong during the operation. Lin Chuan said in a heavy tone, "Ms. Lin, we have some bad news to tell you." The woman swallowed nervously and stammered, What? Your gut biome shows elevated cholesterol, but you don't, which means your daughter has elevated cholesterol. The woman weakly repeated Lin Chuan's words, Xiaoyuan's cholesterol is elevated? She suddenly realized that perhaps it was her daughter who was in trouble, and tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Chuan nodded heavily. Xiaoyuan has a genetic disease, hyperlipidemia. The coronary artery examination showed that the left main trunk of her heart was shrunk by 90%. The woman shook her head in disbelief. What does this mean? Xiaoqi shrugged and said, What I mean is that your daughter needs emergency heart surgery, otherwise her life will be in danger at any time. Lin Chuan stepped aside, revealing Xiaoyuan, who was hiding timidly behind him. Lin Chuan said to the woman somewhat helplessly, The trouble now is that I need you to communicate with her. The woman gently waved to Xiaoyuan, who was hiding behind her. Baby, come to mommy. Xiaoyuan observed for a while, then quickly ran to his mother. Baby, mommy has some bad news for you. What? Xiaoyuan looked at his mother in confusion. The woman's eyes suddenly turned red when she saw that her child was so young and had a heart disease. The doctor just told Mom that they found a monster inside your body. Xiaoyuan widened his eyes in surprise. Monster? But I didn't feel it. The woman was still very patient in answering the little girl's question. So the doctors want to check your body. How do I check? They'll open you up and send Princess Elsa to capture it. Xiaoyuan frowned and thought deeply. Just when she was about to open her mouth to agree, the teddy bear in the girl's hand rolled aside. Xiaoyuan closed his eyes. The body fell limply to the ground, lost consciousness in an instant. No! My child! The woman looked at this scene with eyes wide open and screamed. Chapter 92, Xiaoyuan fainted. Xiaoqi performed the operation himself. Netizens in the live broadcast room were just immersed in the interaction between mother and daughter. As a result, I was stunned by this sudden change. Many people left comments on the thread asking what was going on. Soon, they knew the answer immediately. Lin Chuan strode towards the little girl and quickly checked her physical condition. She's having a heart attack. An exclamation, the heart vessels become narrowed and blood cannot be transported adequately. The girl is breathing weakly at this moment. First aid must be provided as soon as possible. Xiaoqi was standing at the door and only took 2 steps to reach the girl. He quickly knelt down on his knees and pressed the girl's chest, performing chest compressions immediately. The nurses outside the door reacted quickly and rushed in, pushing a medical cart. Lin Chuan quickly pulled out the respirator from the cart and pressed it over the girl's mouth and nose, and continuous intermittent positive pressure ventilation with a balloon was used. Quick! 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 Xiaoyuan! 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 Don't scare mommy! The woman turned pale with fright. She pressed her abdomen, ignoring the pain, and turned sideways, anxiously calling for her child. Unfortunately, the effect of the anesthetic made her body still unable to move. She could only watch the two people's first aid with panic eyes. Tremble with fear, teeth clenched. Fine. Xiaoqi and Lin Chuan worked in perfect harmony before the emergency bed arrived. Her life was saved temporarily. Soon, Xiaoyuan was sent to the operating room. The operation was critical. Xiaoqi also followed him into the operating room. The urgency level was automatically upgraded and 2 surgeons were assigned to perform the operation. Xiaoqi is one of them. In the operating room, Xiaoyuan lay on the operating table with his eyes closed and breathing weakly. The green sterile towel covered Xiaoyuan's entire body, with only a hole on his chest. Another surgeon took over Xiaoyuan's case right after he finished operating on Xiaoyuan's mother. It's just such a coincidence. However, at this moment, their faces did not look as relaxed as when they faced Xiaoyuan's mother. If an acute myocardial infarction occurs, it is an emergency and critical case. The blocked blood vessels need to be opened immediately. Crisis moment, there is no time to lose. Everyone is now operating in silence except for the occasional jargon. The atmosphere is serious, hold your breath. Xiaoqi stared at the screen and made judgments one by one without a smile. Severe proximal left anterior descending artery disease with total mid-segment occlusion, stenosis that cannot be resolved with angioplasty. The left anterior descending artery is the main branch of the coronary artery. Once the proximal segment of the left anterior descending artery is severely narrowed, the blood supply to the left ventricle will be significantly reduced, leading to acute myocardial ischemia and necrosis. The blocked blood vessel needs to be opened immediately. Angioplasty is a procedure that reshapes narrowed blood vessels to restore their normal path, but it is not suitable for patients with severe vascular stenosis and malnutrition. Xiaoqi said to several surgeons with a heavy face, the patient is too young, and the risk of blood vessel rupture is very high. After opening the chest cavity, Xiaoqi immediately made a judgment in an orderly manner. It was the first time for the other surgeons to work with Xiaoqi. After listening to Xiaoqi's extremely correct analysis, they looked at each other in shock. Oh shit, absolutely correct, you can do this too? Although Xiaoqi is currently very popular in the hospital, but surgery and internal medicine are completely different systems. Even though Xiaoqi guided Xiaoqi's fake death surgery to check for thrombosis last time, but after all, he was just directing rather than doing it himself. There is a world of difference between the two. Before starting the operation, several surgeons were extremely worried about Xiaoqi's ability. I was afraid that he was overconfident, hot-headed, and insisted on participating in the operation, just a normal surgery, but the situation is critical now. If we are not careful, the patient will die. Even one of the experienced surgeons felt under great pressure at this moment, and Xiaoqi, at the age of 23, who would believe he could do it. However, Xiaoqi once again broke their shaky cognition that he told them with facts that he could do it. Hearing his steady voice, everyone put aside their worries about Xiaoqi's skills, and after he made one judgment after another, gradually, everyone began to regard him as their backbone. Now, regarding Xiaoqi's judgment, another surgeon suggested, how about a stent implant? Xiaoqi's eyes were still fixed on the screen in front of him, even though the other surgeon was right to his right. He didn't even glance at the surgeon next to him. In response to the surgeon 2's suggestion, Xiaoqi calmly replied, no, it's not enough to effectively restore blood supply. Perform an anastomosis of the left colic artery to the left anterior descending artery. Anesthesia, the diseased tissue is removed and the remaining tissue is sutured together. That is to say, they now need to remove the overly narrow blood vessels between the left colic artery and the left anterior descending branch, and connect the normal blood vessels together. When the surgeon number 2 heard this conclusion, his face turned green. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead due to nervousness. I've never done a coronary artery bypass graft on a 5-year-old. Help, this operation is really too risky. Children's blood vessels are much smaller than those of adults. If she is not careful, the little girl will have to meet the god of death, and he has never had this experience before. Disaster. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqi just calmly replied after hearing his words, I haven't done that either. Damn it, then how can you be so calm? It seemed to be to ease the tense atmosphere. An assistant smiled and said her mother had a fecal transplant, which was a perfect coincidence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have discovered the child's heart disease so quickly. Surgeon 2 was troubled by this difficult operation and was in a bad mood. He replied to her in a bad tone, and her mother was lucky enough to have a section of her colon cut off? It's just a coincidence. Xiaoqi didn't even turn his head, and interrupted their conversation while cutting off. At least her mother won't regret it. Stop grumbling about other people's business and move on. Xiaoqi's expression was calm, and his hands were as steady as ever. Xiaoyuan's mother was biting her fingers anxiously at this moment. My heart is aching. Wow. The door was pushed open. The woman looked towards the door anxiously. Xiaoqi stood there calmly with his hands in his pockets, and Lin Chuan followed behind him. I saw the woman looking back. He didn't keep the woman in suspense and looked straight into her eyes. The surgery was successful. We will prescribe statins and LDL for her, and then do a lipid removal procedure. The light in the woman's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and she looked at them with tears of gratitude. This surgery will remove the LDL from her blood and almost bring her cholesterol levels back to normal. The woman asked with a slightly distressed look in her eyes, does she have to take these medicines for the rest of her life? Xiaoqi shrugged, at least her life can be extended for a long time. The woman burst into tears and laughed at the same time. Thank you. Xiaoqi nodded slightly, and the two of them left the ward. From here one can still hear the sound of women crying for joy. Lin Chuan suddenly sighed, seeing the light of hope rekindled in the eyes of patients. This is the meaning I am looking for. Xiaoqi put his hands in his pockets and walked in front with an unchanged expression. After the operation, even he felt tired. The two walked back to the clinic. Just as they were passing by the emergency department, suddenly a scream filled with unwillingness struck everyone's heart. Help! Everyone was startled by the sound. The emergency department was suddenly in chaos. Chapter 93, Shocking Change. This is not my leg. Updated. The hospital is always filled with noise, especially the emergency department. Here, the patients were all crowded together and the doctors were in a hurry. From time to time, you can hear urgent calls for where the doctor is. However, even in such a noisy environment, this roar filled with despair successfully attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned around and looked at the man who looked like he was about to faint. "Is there anyone who can help me? Doctor!" The man's voice was like his final, blood-soaked cry. "My legs." After one sound, the man's strength was completely exhausted. The voice became extremely weak at the end. Lin Chuan was shocked. "What's going on?" The two of them suddenly froze and stopped. Xiaoqi looked into the emergency department from afar. He had a hunch something unusual is about to happen. At the same time, the miniature camera next to Xiaoqi's ear flashed its light, faithfully recording this scene. The netizens in the live broadcast room were just drowsy and were immediately awakened by the scream. Everyone's eyes widened. What's going on? During the day, they followed Xiaoqi through a day of diagnosis and surgery, even though they did not personally take part in the battle. Just watching Xiaoqi busying around made them feel like they had been busy all day. Unexpectedly, the tearful yawn was only halfway through. The finger was still typing on the barrage. "Good night, Makabaka." A sudden scream made their bodies tremble with fear. "Knock hard on the sleeping heart." "Okay, they are totally woke." Confusedly, he raised his eyes and looked back at the live broadcast room. Tears still hung in the corners of my eyes. "What the hell? Who is that? I'm scared to death." I just put the sound out loud, and my mom thought something happened to me, so she rushed in to take a look. My goodness, that scream made someone who didn't know think my house was robbed. I'm so scared. I'm sure I'll have a nightmare tonight. Is there any boy to accompany me tonight? What's going on? I can't see anything at all. Come closer and take a look. At this time, the camera in the live broadcast room followed Xiaoqi's perspective and faced the source of the sound. However, there was a crowd of people in front of the consultation desk, blocks most of the view. They could only see a little bit of the situation through the gaps in the crowd. Not long after the man screamed, a doctor nearby quickly rushed over to him and asked about his condition. Xiaoqi could vaguely see it through the gap. The person who was blocked behind the crowd and screaming was a middle-aged man. This time, he was leaning against the consultation table, leaning on a crutch, his face pale and sweating. After the doctor asked him what was wrong, the man stretched out his weak hand and pointed tremblingly at the leg on the crutch. "My legs are cut off, help." The doctor was somewhat puzzled by his words. Since his legs were covered by his pants, it was difficult to see clearly what was going on. But there is always something wrong with the legs. So the doctor immediately asked the nurse next to him to bring her a pair of scissors. The nurse nodded quickly and ran forward quickly. While waiting, the doctor asked about the man's condition. "Can you tell me what happened? Did you break it yourself?" The man was a little confused at this time. He shook his head slightly and uttered weakly, "No." Soon, the scissors were placed in the doctor's hands. As the trouser legs were cut open, the doctor gasped in horror. She finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The nurse who handed her the scissors also covered her mouth in shock. The patients surrounding the man took a few steps back in fear. The noisy emergency room suddenly became quiet. After a moment, the sound of "fuck never stops." The reaction in the emergency room made the audience in the live broadcast room curious to death, because Xiaoqi and the others were standing right in front of the man. The condition of the man's legs was well covered up by the doctors and nurses. To the point that they have no idea what the man is really like. Based on what the man said just now, netizens speculated that some accident might have happened. But looking at the reactions of the crowd, things don't seem that simple. Curious, extremely curious, but they were too embarrassed to ask Xiaoqi to squeeze in. "Can't you see it's a mess in there? Going in at this time would clearly cause trouble." The audience who have followed Xiaoqi for so many episodes are not the kind of people who make unreasonable troubles. Even if I'm curious, they could only suppress their strong curiosity. "Hold on." Xiaoqi put his hands in his trouser pockets and stared straight ahead with a calm gaze. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Lin Chuan, who was standing next to him, tiptoed and looked up curiously. This time, amidst everyone's shock, the man also slowly uttered the last few words, "That's not my leg." Suddenly, unexpected things happened. The man rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. "Wow!" The crowd onlookers exclaimed in surprise, but the doctors in the emergency room were not frightened by this unexpected turn of events. Some people quickly put down what they were doing and rushed forward to provide first aid, while others quickly pushed over a Stretcher, doctors worked together. It wasn't long before the man was carried onto a stretcher. The other patients who were watching all gathered together and whispered to each other. They could not forget what had just happened. I urgently need to share the surprise and anxiety in my heart with others. As they spoke, they would occasionally look towards the unconscious man in the center with shocked eyes. For a moment, the entire emergency room was filled with discussions. The sound was buzzing, like hundreds of flies flying around in a panic. It's horrible. I'm not seeing things. How insane. TSK, you're a pervert. Netizens in the live broadcast room pricked up their ears and listened carefully to the discussions of the onlookers. After listening for a long time, I still couldn't understand anything. Instead, it aroused their curiosity even more. What did the onlookers see that caused them to react like this? Make way. Please make way. At this time, the doctors were pushing the stretcher and rushing towards the door. The crowd gradually made way for the crowd. Xiaoqi and Lin Xuan happened to be standing at the door, moved sideways to let the emergency doctor pass. When the two sides passed by each other, Xiaoqi and the others finally saw clearly what was happening to the man on the bed. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in shock. Fuck. Just see, the man's left trouser leg had been cut open, the pants were spread out on both sides, the man's calves were fully exposed in front of them, there was a neat cut just below his knee, there are neatly arranged stitches on the incision, the two broken legs were sewn together with needle and thread, blood gushed out from the incision, or maybe it's because it's been too long, the skin edges of the two broken legs have begun to curl up. The skin is tilted upwards as if it is about to poke out from the needle and thread. The most important thing is men have fairer skin, however. The calf sewn on his leg was even darker. This is, someone sewed two different people's legs together. The wound seen by netizens has been completely blocked by mosaics, but they can still see the distinctly different skin colors of the two legs. The chill runs up my spine, my scalp is tingling. Creepy. Among these, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. The fatigue is instantly swept away. P.S. Many people have reflected that the protagonist has a rather cold personality. Because I was a private detective in my previous life, I have experienced many things, plus the way I died. In short, it will become warmer and warmer. After all, there are only so few words. Then the pending project. Will there be a big-name girl with a buzz cut? Not a CP, nor any emotional intersection. I just feel that there is no female appearance. Forensic Qin Ming or many have a girl, but there is no feeling, just pending. Novels are inevitably exaggerated, and it is difficult to satisfy everyone, so the hairline is high. Chapter 94. DNA is stirring. Familiar feelings are evoked. The patient turned pale at this time. It looks like he will die soon. Dare not delay. The emergency personnel pushed the stretcher and ran away, and behind him, Xiaoqi's shining eyes followed their receding backs. The adrenaline starts to rise, covering up the previous fatigue. It seems something interesting happened. His long-lost experience told him that this man's case was definitely a criminal case, and there must be bigger news behind him. A familiar feeling swept through my body. The detective part of me was awakened by a familiar feeling today, and my DNA was agitated. Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel a tremor of excitement. He followed this case. Lin Xuan, who was standing next to him, rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. He had no idea that Xiaoqi next to him was thinking the same thing. At this moment, he was still immersed in the shock of seeing the alien leg being stitched together. After a lot of effort, the coldness in my body slowly subsided. In his many years of career, I have seen many strange, interesting, and speechless cases, but this is the first time I've done something perverted. It was obvious that the broken leg was not sewn by the man himself, as someone must have, etc. Think about it this way: who was the owner of the other broken leg? Why are his legs on this person? Who sewed them together? It's terrifying when you think about it. The goosebumps that Lin Xuan had just gotten rid of appeared again in an instant. He swallowed and turned back to see Xiaoqi's reaction. However, I didn't expect to see Xiaoqi's eyes flashing with excitement, and he followed the stretcher closely. Oh shit, why are you becoming perverted again? Lin Xuan's eyes were filled with fear, and he moved slightly to the side. Why do you have such an expression? Xiaoqi's eyes were deep. Go back to the clinic first. I'll keep you here for the next few days. I've decided to follow up on this matter. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. What? I'm the only one in the clinic? No, these are not your patients. Why are you meddling in this matter? This matter is obviously not simple. I'm interested in cases that are not simple. I'm tired of seeing simple cases. Xiaoqi smiled and patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder. I'll trouble you in the clinic these few days. Without waiting for Lin Xuan to react, Xiaoqi strode towards the place where the stretcher was going away. He wanted to get first-hand clues as soon as the man finished the operation. Lin Xuan just stayed there, waving his hand as if to keep him. In the end, he just stared blankly at Xiao Qi's back as he disappeared. In a simple operating room, a man in his 20s, wearing a floral shirt, with large tattoos on his arms, looking like a gangster. He lay unconscious on the operating table. The light shone brightly in his eyes. The man slowly opened his eyes, and the moment he opened them, he was blinded by the bright light. Quickly close your eyes again. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. However, my vision was still blurred by the stimulation. What's going on? Where is he? This question suddenly popped up in the man's mind. In my memory, before he fell down, he seemed to be fighting with someone. He forgot whether he was injured or not. He just remembered that in the last scene he seemed to see a doctor standing next to a car. Later he walked up and somehow fell into coma. The man groaned. It immediately caught the attention of another person in the room. Faintly, he saw a man who looked like a doctor walking towards him with a frown on his face. The gangster wanted to move, but was horrified to find that he was tied to the operating table. He struggled in fear. Then the straps remained unmoved. What's going on? Wake up instantly. While he was struggling, a doctor in a white coat came to his side. The gangster finally saw his appearance clearly. It was a man he had never seen before. However, he looked very kind. As soon as you look at this good-natured guy's face, you can tell that he is someone who was easy to bully. The arrogance of the gangster suddenly returned. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? Let me go right now, or your whole family will be in trouble. The kind-looking doctor glanced at him and was not frightened by his words. Instead, he frowned and muttered, "There's still not enough anesthesia. We need to find a way to get more." Looking at the man on the operating table still struggling desperately, the doctor smiled at him. "You are lucky. You are my first experimental subject. I hope my experiment will be successful at once." Hearing these perverted words, the gangster suddenly realized something was wrong. It seems that this is not an enemy, but a crazy pervert. The gangster swallowed his saliva, and when he realized that something was wrong, he begged, "Please let me go. I still have family. How about I give you 200,000 yuan if you can let me go?" Seeing that the doctor was unmoved, the gangster began to raise the price in a hurry. However, the doctor still looked coldly at the gangster struggling to death on the bed. He picked up a jigsaw from the side and gestured to his left knee. The gangster looked at the sharp wire that flashed a cold light and was so scared that his legs trembled and he pissed and shit all over the place. Finally, he broke down and yelled, "What the hell do you want to do?" Unexpectedly, the cold-blooded doctor smiled after hearing his words, "I'm going to cut off your legs and sew them to another person." No longer listening to the gangster's desperate cry for mercy, the doctor immediately stopped smiling and pressed the breathing mask mixed with anesthetic gas on the gangster's face. Not long after, the gangster fainted. There was coldness in the doctor's eyes, and the tools in his hands reflected a cold light, direct cold light. "You remain silent and lie on the operating table." I pulled the wire saw, meticulously moving your sturdy calves. The wire saw made a strange creaking sound at first. The skin is cut open to reveal densely packed golden fat. The skin fat moved softly left and right with my saw. The sharp weapon cut everything open smoothly, revealing the bright red muscles and meridians inside. There is whitish bone in the middle. Blood gushed out, splashing on my face and body. There was heavy bleeding. Unfortunately, the first operation failed. I watched your severed calf fall onto the operating table, mixed with blood and your feces and urine. Silent and cold. It seems that we have to find the next target. May 15th. Just last month, when Xiao Qi had not yet arrived in Jinghua City, a body was found dumped in the wilderness in Huangsha Village, Xixi City. Due to the dry and hot climate, the body did not rot but instead turned into a mummy. The estimated time of death is 1 month. What was strange was that the body was missing its left calf. No matter how hard the police searched, they could not find the calf. The scene was discovered to be a young couple who were planning a trip to the suburbs. They were happily exploring the way, but suddenly they saw a black block in front of them, which looked like a human figure. The two thought it was some burnt wood. He walked forward with a smile and took a look. A wind-dried human face seemed to be grinning at them. Chapter 95. This is a serial case. The news that a dried corpse with chopped off legs was found on the outskirts of Huangsha Village spread throughout the city quickly as if it had legs. Such a vicious incident has not happened in this quiet little village for many years. All the villagers were in a panic. Most of the people here are simple-minded, and no one dares to believe that this is happening around them. The police station of Huangsha Village immediately conducted on-site inspection and investigation. Unfortunately, most of the police officers in this small county had no experience in handling cases and ultimately found nothing. However, although they did not find any clues, they identified the identity of the deceased through DNA matching. The deceased was named Luo Xiaowei, an uneducated gangster who had some private connections with some drug dealers. When the police learned the news, their faces suddenly became serious, regardless of whether Luo Xiaowei was killed for revenge or to be silenced. the difficulty of this case was clearly beyond their capabilities. As a result, the police in Huangsha County reported the case to higher authorities, and the appearance of two victims successfully put the case on the desk of the special case team. Now in the meeting room of the special case team, Xia Chao lowered his head and closed his eyes to rest. In order to solve the last case, he slept only 4 hours for 3 consecutive days. I thought I could have a good rest, but then a new case came up. His hair, which had not been taken care of for a long time, had grown a little long, just enough to cover his eyes. With his bronze skin, you can tell at first glance that he is a detective with great kung fu skills and who has experienced many battles. This time, Xia Chao Qingqing had no time to shave his stubble as he was called to the meeting room for a new case. The stubble not only did not make him look more sloppy, but instead made Xia Chao look more mature. Of course, no matter how unruly Xia Chao looks, there are still many girls who like him when he walks on the street. Many team members were envious of this, thanks to the team leader for having a handsome face. Would an ordinary person try this? They take care of it every day. But it's not as if Xia Chao doesn't take care of Shui. So angry, however, no team member would be dissatisfied with him because of this. It was because Xia Chao was good enough that he was already the leader of the special case team at the age of 35. His resume and experience are enough to convince everyone. All the other team members had left was respect and admiration for him, without any jealousy at all. Having a handsome appearance is also a plus point even in the eyes of male compatriots. He is handsome and capable, just like what they dream of becoming. Unfortunately, Xia Chao only had eyes for the case and didn't even have much time to spend with his girlfriend. Just looking at his slightly cool and unruly face, people who don't know him would think he is a playboy. As a result, he rejected the girls' confessions one after another. Team members entered the meeting room one after another. Seeing Xia Chao's tired appearance, everyone didn't dare to disturb him for a moment. Some time ago, the team leader's girlfriend of 2 years finally couldn't stand him being busy with cases all day. Unable to bear it any longer, I proposed to break up. Before Xia Chao could try to persuade him to stay, another case came up. Xia Chao was unhappy the members of the special case team did not dare to mess with him. As a result, the entire special case team has been in a low mood these days. All team members have arrived, not many, just 5 in total, but each one is an elite. Although Xia Chao closed his eyes, he remained alert and attentive. I silently counted the footsteps in my heart, seeing that everyone was present. Xia Chao also opened his eyes. He turned his gaze to Xiao Ko, who was in charge of information. Tell me about the case. The atmosphere relaxed. Xiao Ko nodded and projected the information onto the central screen. The suspect this time was a jerk who liked to take people's left legs. The first victim, Luo Xiaowei, was a small-time thug who had some connections with drug dealers. Xiao Ko pressed the remote control with his finger and called up the victim's appearance and information before his death. According to forensic identification, the first victim had already passed away when his limbs were amputated, and his body was dumped outside Huangsha village. Having said that, another team member immediately raised his point of view. The deceased Luo Xiaowei was associated with drug dealers. Is this incident related to drugs? Xiao Ko shook his head. I have already asked the relevant informants. Luo Xiaowei has not had any contact with drug dealers recently, and, as he spoke, Xiao Ko pointed his finger again and pulled up the information of the second victim. A photo of a young boy with slightly dark skin and a bright smile appeared in front of everyone. The second victim was a college student who had no connection to the previous victim. He was found abandoned on the side of the road near Jing City a week ago, which is 1,000 kilometers away from Huangsha village. He is currently receiving treatment in hospital and is not in danger of death for the time being. He will be transferred to Jinghua First People's Hospital for further treatment in 3 days. A team member in his 50s, holding a thermos cup, said with a smile, that's a coincidence. We are also in Beijing. We don't have to travel to other places. Xiao Ko pointed his finger again, and the bloody picture of the victim's amputation was enlarged in the center of the screen. While showing the pictures, Xiao Ko added, similarly, we did not find the missing left legs of either of the victims. People have become accustomed to these pictures and do not react to them. Someone pondered for a moment and said, at present, we can get the following information. First, after the death of the first victim, the suspect was silent for a period of time and went north for unknown reasons. Someone stroked his chin. It seems that the suspect has an obsession with the left leg, but was there any evidence of it at the scene? Could it be that the suspect intends to eat it in exchange for the like? After careful observation, the only female member of the team, who also holds a master's degree in chemistry and criminal psychology and is also the team's laboratory technician, was the first to speak up and refute. The college student's stump has bruises from intravenous injections and sutures from surgery. If it is to be eaten, why bother? The team member who was in his 50s and smiled like Maitreya Buddha agreed with the lady and also expressed his own analysis. So, both bodies have signs of surgery. It seems that we are looking for a doctor. Xia Chao opened his eyes. It seems that the first clue has been found. Which hospital is the victim a patient of? Xiaoke shook his head. No, both of them are healthy. One team member analyzed the information while flipping through the documents. There are traces of subcutaneous injection on the college student's neck. The suspect may have drugged him and then taken him to the hospital for surgery. Without even raising his eyes, Xia Chao calmly refuted him. It is unlikely that the suspect was operated on in a hospital. Even a highly qualified surgeon needs to be under supervision before operating. While everyone was analyzing the situation carefully, there was a knock on the door. The operator pushed the door open and said to everyone, "It is suspected that a new victim has appeared at the Jinghua First People's Hospital." Everyone looked at each other. Xia Chao's eyes were gloomy, and he immediately made the decision, "Let's go to Jinghua First People's Hospital." Chapter 96 Encounter in the morgue. At this time, Xiao Qi was lying with his arms folded across his chest, one leg leaning against the wall outside the operating room, dozing with his eyes closed. I don't know how long I waited. Ding ding. The door of the operating room was pushed open, the doctors pushed out a mobile bed, and the man with his legs sewn together was lying on it. Seeing Xiao Qi standing outside the door, the emergency surgeon was a little surprised. "Dr. Xiao, what are you doing here?" Xiao Qi stood up and said, "Let me see the patient just now. How is his condition?" Although it was a bit strange that Xiao Qi was suddenly interested in this matter, there was nothing to hide about this situation. The surgeon shook his head and said, "The patient was brought in too late. He died from excessive blood loss." In fact, Xiao Qi had almost guessed the ending before the doctor told him. Looking at the man with his face covered with white cloth and his chest flat, Xiao Qi asked curiously, "Have you contacted his family? Have you called the police?" "It's an emergency." "We haven't contacted his family yet, but we have called the police. They are on their way. Now we have to take him to the morgue." Xiao Qi's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect the police to act so quickly. She took a step forward, held the handle of the bed, and smiled at Doctor Yu. "Aren't you busy? I'll take you to the morgue. Let these comrades accompany me. You go ahead and do your work." Dr. Yu looked at Xiao Qi, who was about to squeeze him out, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to Xiao Qi's proposal. "Okay, another one was just brought in who had a car accident. I have to go check it out right away, so I'm sorry to bother you." Xiao Qi smiled sincerely, showing his big white teeth. "Go quickly, leave it to me." Dr. Yu had no doubts and quickly ran away. Xiao Qi's smile gradually disappeared, his face calm as he pushed along with everyone else. He planned to wait until everyone had left and then he would carefully observe the condition of the corpse. The elevator door opened. While their boss was away, several assistants were curious about this famous doctor, Dr. Xiao. At this moment, everyone was silent as if it was a bit awkward. It just so happened that Xiao Qi was quite interested in this patient, so several assistants started the conversation about this. "Hey, I just heard from the nurse Xiao Yuan who called the police that she was transferred to some special case team while she was talking." "Oh, it seems this isn't a simple matter. I've been a doctor for so many years, and I've seen many disgusting cases, but this one still scared me a little. What kind of person is this? He's so cruel." The netizens in the live broadcast room also pricked up their ears to listen to the gossip. Xiao Qi had originally been standing aside and wasn't planning on getting involved, but when he heard the words special case team, he immediately became interested. Special case team? When the assistants heard that Xiao Qi was interested, they became even more excited. "Yeah, the special case team is the one that's really good at solving cases. I've often heard of them on TV. They've solved quite a few big cases. Yes, I have seen the interview. I even went to watch the human flesh dismemberment case that shocked the whole country. It was thrilling. I just remember that the boss of the special case team was very handsome and looked like a playboy." Netizens in the live broadcast room were listening to the gossips of several assistants. They were also holding potato chips and melon seeds in front of the screen and sharing gossips together in the barrage. "I like Xiao Ku. I heard he is a computer genius and was specially recruited at the age of 17. I like Sister Qingqing, she is always rational. I don't care, I still like Boss Jie Chao, he's so handsome, I really want to touch his muscles. Both Sihasi Xiao and Jia are my husband's O, greater than over equal to V less than over equal to O. I'm really impressed. Can you guys stop being crazy here? Would you get angry if someone called your boyfriend husband? Besides, he is my husband, Shai, what are you all talking about? I don't understand anything. Never mind. I'm just a dog of brother Jia. Sisters in front, put on some pants. Combine everyone's gossip and automatically filter out some eye-catching information. Shao-Chi also had a rough idea of what kind of organization this was. It is similar to his difficult and complicated case department, which means that any case that the local police station cannot solve will be transferred to the special case team. It's a very high-level task force. A case that could alarm them would at least not be simple. At least it has to start with a serial case. Thinking of this, Shao-Chi licked his lips excitedly. When he was a detective, he had helped police officers of this rank before. As for why he later went to help catch the mistress, they really gave too much of the thought of confronting those top detectives, and the serial killer soon made me feel happy. The shiver of excitement went straight from the spine to the top of the head. It's a good opportunity to test their level. I think it won't be bad. Just as he was thinking, the elevator reached the basement floor. A chilly atmosphere instantly hit me, and the dim blue light shining on people's faces looked a little weird. Shao-Chi suddenly turned around and said to his assistants with a smile, I will just push it to the morgue next, you guys go up first. The cold light hit his three-dimensional facial features, leaving a few vague shadows, and the blue light reflected by his white teeth made him look even more eerie. For some reason, even the experienced emergency surgeons felt a little uneasy. After swallowing their saliva, they said tremblingly, then we'll trouble Dr. Shao. We'll go up first. After Shao-Chi responded with an okay and pushed the cart out of the elevator, they began to frantically press the elevator buttons. Shao-Chi felt a little strange when he heard the rapid clicking sound behind him. Are doctors so timid now? Netizens in the live broadcast room, brother, do you want to look at that smile you just had? It was simply a midnight thriller. Since arriving at the morgue, perhaps because the environment is too quiet, netizens have reduced the number of barrage comments. The whole environment is silence, cold. After watching Shao-Chi push the body into the morgue, he stopped here and observed the body silently. From time to time, he would get closer to take a closer look. Occasionally, subtle cracking sounds could be heard from the morgue. Crackling, all the netizens in front of the screen were trembling and urging Shao-Chi to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, after reading the comments, Shao-Chi inexplicably asked, why are you leaving? Smile. They will definitely come down to check on the deceased later. I will just wait for them here. Everyone wailed. Squeak. The car stopped in front of the hospital. Xia Chao and Qingqing got out of the car and rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible. The leader was already waiting on the side. As soon as I saw the two of them, I hurried over to greet them. Xia Chao raised his hand to pick his ears, stopped the leader's endless nonsense, and said directly, take us directly to see the deceased. The leader nodded quickly. Waiting in front of the elevator door, Jia Chao put his hands in his trouser pockets and glanced at the hospital leader. The two of us can go down, you don't have to follow us. Without waiting for the leader's response, the elevator door opened and Xia Chao walked straight and closed the door, all in one go. When they reached the basement level, Xia Chao and Qingqing rushed to the morgue without stopping. However, when he reached the door of the morgue, Xia Chao stopped. I saw a dead body placed on the cart in the middle of the morgue. And in front of the corpse was directly opposite Xia Chao. A man was sitting with his back to him and his legs crossed, seemingly observing the corpse with great interest. Cold light and chill filled the air. Xia Chao's careless eyes suddenly focused and he asked, who are you? P.S. I had to work overtime, but luckily I made it. Chapter 97. No matter who he is a butcher who takes lives. This point in time, why would anyone come here specifically to observe the corpse? Xia Chao narrowed his peach blossom eyes. An ordinary doctor would not come down here for no reason and carefully examine a corpse that has no medical value. What a strange person. This was Xia Chao's first impression of Xiao Qi. At the same time, with Xia Chao's many years of experience in criminal investigation, alarm bells started ringing in his heart. When he saw Xiao Qi, my heart sank. The person in front of him was definitely not a simple person, which could arouse his vigilance. Remember that they just analyzed that the criminal is most likely a doctor. The hand quietly touched the waist. Then Xia Chao saw that the man in front of him paused from observing the corpse after hearing his question. The hand that was supporting his chin and the crossed legs were put down at the same time. He is coming back, although I didn't see the person in front of me carrying any dangerous items. However, Xiaoqiao did not dare to relax for a moment and remained vigilant. Qingqing, who was following behind him, slowly took 2 steps back and guarded the door. The person who can be treated like this by the team leader is not a simple person, but, however, the protagonist Xiao Qi, who they were wary of, reacted completely differently from them. When some female netizens in the live broadcast room really saw Jie Chao, they excitedly screamed "Ah" in the barrage. "Ah, this is the first time I've seen Boss Jie somewhere other than on TV. I actually got to see 2 great male gods get together in Brother Zhao's live studio one day." Both chefs were ecstatic. Brother Xiao is awesome. You can never imagine who you will meet in his live studio. Doge, although team leader Xia's hair looks like it hasn't been taken care of for a long time, every drooping hair is still so handsome. Pre. We first met in the morgue, how romantic. Dog head. Xiao Qi was also a little excited. It's finally here, it was worth it that he posed for so long. As early as 10 minutes ago, Xiao Qi had completed the examination of the body. All the clues that should be mastered have already been mastered. I never expected this. We waited and waited, but the special case team members never showed up. Xiao Qi stared at the corpse in boredom. The audience in the live broadcast room was staring at a mosaic until finally some netizens couldn't stand it anymore and started looking for topics in the barrage. Ask whether it is possible for Jie Chao to come, and what will happen when the two meet if they come. This immediately ignited the interest of netizens. I admit that Brother Xiao is very awesome, but he is only in the medical field after all. When the special case team comes, Brother Xiao will have no say. I'm curious about what Brother Xiao is looking at. Is it possible that he can see something else? Is he more powerful than the special case team? I don't believe it. When the special case team arrives, the area will definitely be cleared. Is there any need to say that? Brother Xiao, why don't you give them an unforgettable meeting scene? Soon, all kinds of suggestions started to appear on the barrage, something about dancing with corpses and standing behind doors to give them a scare. All kinds of unreliable suggestions poured out. Xiao Qi naturally would not listen to their suggestions, which might get him beaten to a pulp by the special case team, but Xiao Qi stroked his chin and thought, you can try to give the special case team an impressive meeting. Just as netizens said, the special case team would definitely not allow an ordinary doctor like him to participate. He finally came across an interesting case and he didn't want to miss it. At least don't let him be kicked out the first time you meet him. My heart moved. Xiao Qi immediately brought a chair and sat solemnly facing the corpse. I asked the audience in the live broadcast room for their opinions on this posture. The audience nodded repeatedly and praised the performance. Xiao Qi was very satisfied. After posing like this, I waited and waited. Finally, they heard footsteps. But why did the atmosphere suddenly become quiet? Xiao Qi was a little confused, but he still proceeded according to his original plan. After turning around with a smile, Xiao Qi saw 2 people looking at him with vigilance. The guy in front is indeed quite handsome, just a little bit inferior to him. Just this posture. Is he going to draw his gun? Is he so cruel? Xiao Qi narrowed his eyes and did not answer Jie Chao's question. Instead, he turned around and lifted the white cloth covering the corpse, walked to the location of the corpse's feet. Xiao Qi supported himself on the cart with both hands, staring straight at the broken leg, and asked the 2 people. This shouldn't be the first victim, what's your guess? The 2 people at the door naturally did not answer his question, but continued to stare at him vigilantly. Xiao Qi didn't care and chuckled. It seems that our suspect's original intention was to amputate a limb, but the purpose of amputation is to remove necrotic tissue in order to protect the healthy limb. Even freshmen in medical school know this, and yet, Xiao Qi pointed at the man's severed limbs. Since these are 2 different limbs, the doctors had already cut the thread that was tightening the skin during the surgery. This part that did not belong to him was finally separated after his death. Now this other person's calf was placed on the cart along with him, but the man is dead, so there is no need to bandage his stumps. The necrotic flesh, dark red bloodstains, and white leg bones were clearly displayed before his eyes. Look here, I don't understand why the suspect sewed the skin flap on his stump so tightly that the blood couldn't flow properly and gangrene occurred. TSK, this is a really rough operation, just like a novice starting out. Xie Chao stared at Xiao Qi, yet he did not interrupt Xiao Qi while he was analyzing. After listening to the analysis, Xie Chao slowly put his hand down, but he remained vigilant. Slightly narrowed her peach blossom eyes. You mean the suspect isn't a doctor? Xiao Qi shrugged and said casually, it's hard to say, but at least, he's definitely not a surgeon. Xia Chao became interested. Although he didn't know who this person was, he couldn't find any problem with his analysis so far. A bit of a talent. Xia Chao's shoulders relaxed and he walked towards Xiao Qi with a frivolous smile. She leaned forward slightly and followed his fingers to carefully observe the stump. It was exactly as Xiao Qi said, the bigger the smile. Oh? Then who do you think the suspect is? Xiao Qi lowered his eyes, and his pupils hidden under his eyelashes were staring at Jie Chao with a sidelong glance. Obviously, Xie Chaoming seemed to have relaxed his body, but the muscles in his waist remained tense, approaching him seemingly defenseless. In fact, as long as he makes any movement, this position can subdue him immediately. He is worthy of being the leader of the special case team. A bit of a talent. The two seemed relaxed on the surface, but in fact they were both wary of each other. However, netizens in the live broadcast room could not understand the secret confrontation between the two, and celebrated Brother Zhao's successful infiltration in the barrage. Xiao Qi retracted his gaze and answered him calmly, whoever he is a murderer. Dividing line, small theater. It has nothing to do with this book. Host, welcome to the Guess What's Your First Impression of Each Other When You First Met? Xia Chao leaned back on the sofa, suspicious, very suspicious, like a criminal suspect. Xiao Qi smiled, he's not as handsome as me. Chapter 98. Is he also from Xixi City? Xia Chao looked at Xiao Qi's back as he walked further and further away, as if thinking about something. Just now, during the other party's self-introduction, he learned that this man's name was Xiao Qi, and he was the head of the Department of Difficult and Complex Diseases at the Beijing First People's Hospital. He can become the department director at such a young age. Either they are born with talent or they are extremely capable and talented. This person is not simple. Qingqing stood behind Jie Chao, seeming to be hesitant to speak. After thinking for a while, she finally spoke. Boss, is it really okay to let a stranger participate in our case discussion tomorrow? Xia Chao raised his hand to stop her from continuing. Did you listen to his analysis just now? Qingqing looked confused. I heard it, the analysis is correct, but we can't rule out his suspicion. What if? Xia Chao's eyes gradually became deep. That's why I want him to participate. Either he really has some ability to see through things, or he has a connection with the suspect, or he is, but no matter what, since he showed up here on purpose, he just wanted to participate in the investigation. So why not satisfy him and see what tricks he plays? After Xia Chao watched Xiao Qi enter the elevator from afar, he seemed to smile at him again. Xia Chao immediately gave him a bohemian smile. However, the next second, the tone that came out of his mouth was not so polite. Check his background right now. Okay, I'll let Xiao Qi know right away. Xiao Qi, who was standing in the elevator preparing for the consultation room, was different from Jie Chao. He was in a very good mood at the moment. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also excited. As expected of Brother Xiao, after a lot of analysis, he successfully infiltrated the special case team. As expected of you, you are awesome, you were so cool just now, and your analysis was really good. I was stunned by it. I can't believe it at all. Xiao Qi is not only an excellent doctor, but he can also solve cases. Is there anything you can't do? Haha, I haven't seen how the special case team solved the case. Now I can fulfill my wish. When Xiao Qi saw this comment, he looked at them with a little regret. Netizens' hearts skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next second Xiao Qi said with a slightly regretful tone, I'm sorry, I may not be able to broadcast live from now on. After all, this case is still under investigation and confidentiality is required. I will start the show after the case is solved. After saying that, no matter how the netizens in the barrage made a scene, Xiao Qi resolutely closed the live broadcast room. The elevator opens through the hospital window. The moon was already high in the sky. The day goes by quickly and time is gone in a flash. I don't know if Wang Kai will be unhappy if I go to pick him up so late. Waiting to the pet kindergarten, Xiao Qi then realized that he was wrong, very wrong. How could he expect this stupid dog to remember him? Xiao Qi dragged a fat dog with an expressionless face. The dog refused to leave and was even howling. The object that the silly dog was reluctant to leave was a Samoyed with delicate features. Why did his predecessor keep such a stupid dog that was so inconsistent with his temperament? Half an hour later, Xiao Qi finally dragged Wang Kai back home. Wash up, go to bed, and welcome a wonderful second day. The dim light dazzled people's eyes. Just like that day in the quiet hospital late at night, everyone fell into a deep sleep. However, a young man in one of the wards fell into a deep nightmare. The smell of disinfectant filled the air. Liu Xiaolu opened his eyes in a flash. He was the second college student victim. Strange ceiling, small room. It wasn't any place he was familiar with. Liu Xiaolu took off the oxygen tube in confusion. I looked down at my body and saw that I was wearing a blue surgical gown. The belt completely bound her from the lower body to the waist and abdomen. Almost everyone who meets me will have a thought in their mind: what's wrong with me? But it's not a good thing after all. Liu Xiaolu struggled desperately, and the young boy's strength caused the operating table to bang. The doctor was originally leisurely prescribing medicine for the patient. Unexpectedly, the prey behind him woke up and was still resisting fiercely. The intense sound seemed to indicate that the prey was about to break free. The doctor cursed inwardly, and without bothering to continue dispensing medicine, he hurriedly put down what he was doing and rushed to the prey. The two looked up and looked at each other. Liu Xiaolu's premonition of danger was beeping. The struggle became more intense. The young man in the city hospital ward closed his eyes, shook his head, and kept mumbling something, sweating profusely as he tried to get rid of the nightmare. The doctor looked fierce and pounced on him immediately, pressing Liu Xiaolu down and preventing him from moving. The two men wrestled fiercely with their arms. The doctor quickly took out the ventilator beside him and quickly covered Liu Xiaolu's face with it. A feeling of drowsiness gradually came over me. And no matter how unwilling Liu Xiaolu was, his resistance became smaller and smaller, and his eyelids could only slowly close. Faintly, he heard the man complain in a low voice: "I'll have to get a pair of handcuffs next time." Consciousness gradually faded into darkness. The young man in the ward finally struggled out of his nightmare. He jumped up from the bed, breathing rapidly. For a moment he was still in shock and thought he was just having a nightmare. Liu Xiaolu raised his eyes and looked around. The same disinfectant in the same cold ward instantly made him break out in a cold sweat. He trembled and threw back the quilt. A bandaged broken leg suddenly came into view. Liu Xiaolu's eyes widened suddenly, bloodshot. A scream instantly woke up many nurses who were dozing off. The police officer guarding outside thought something unexpected had happened and rushed in immediately. As a result, Liu Xiaolu was seen looking at his broken leg in horror. The hoarse awe is still coming out of my mouth. Doctors and nurses rushed in quickly. The patient was very mentally unstable and a sedative was given to him immediately. The police officer immediately grabbed a doctor and asked hurriedly what happened to him. Can he still be investigated? The doctor replied hastily, the patient's mental state is very unstable. Don't stimulate him anymore. The police officer was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out his cell phone and reported the incident to his superiors. The superior quickly reported the matter to the special case team. When Xiao Qiheo was immersed in his sleep. At the same time, Xia Chao looked at a pile of pictures and finally couldn't hold on any longer. So he fell asleep on the table in the conference room. Haven't slept for long. A team member immediately pushed the door open and woke up the poor man who had just fallen asleep. Xia Chao rubbed his swollen temples. There was some apology in the team member's eyes, and he didn't mean to disturb the boss. Xia Chao closed his eyes and knew what they were thinking without even looking. Just tell me what happened, don't hesitate. The visitor nodded and placed a stack of information in front of Xia Chao. The Jingxi police station just called and said that Liu Xiaolu's mental state is extremely unstable. I'm afraid it's hard to get any useful information. In addition, the team member pointed to the information on the table. The information about Xiao Qi has been found. This person is also a popular anchor with funny voices. It is said that he has treated many difficult and complicated diseases and is very popular. Xia Chao flipped through the documents in his hand suddenly, his eyes fixed. This time, the voices of the team members also sounded at the right time. Coincidentally, more than a month ago, he was also in Xixi City, and his clinic was not far from Huangsha village, where the crime scene occurred. Later, he accepted the invitation of Jinghua Hospital and came to Jing City, and our suspect also came. The small theater has nothing to do with the main text. Xiao Qi, alert.jpg. Is someone saying something bad about me? Xia Chao looked up at the sky. It's not me anyway. Chapter 99. Participating in the case, extremely bad first impression. At the entrance of the hospital's family quarters. A black nanny car slowly stopped in front of Xiao Qi. The window of the cab rolled down, and Xia Chao's face came into view. Get in the car, I'll take you to headquarters. Xiao Qi's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect that it was the boss of the special case team who came to pick him up personally. Give me such face. Without saying a word, Xiao Qi immediately got on the passenger seat. There was an eerie silence between the two of them along the way. After all, the two are not familiar with each other and they study different fields. If it weren't for Xiao Qi's performance last night, Xia Chao wouldn't have noticed him, and then, after reading Xiao Qi's information yesterday, Xia Chao did not expect that Xiao Qi's itinerary was so strikingly consistent with that of the suspect. If Xiao Qi was really the mastermind behind this incident, he had to say that he was the most daring criminal he had ever encountered. Xiao Qi, I am innocent, I am a good citizen. Whether this was a coincidence or something else, Xie Chao changed his original idea and decided to observe Xiao Qi secretly while driving. Xie Chao kept glancing at Xiao Qi out of the corner of his eye. Xiao Qi looked ahead with a serious expression. Suddenly, a WeChat message alert sounded. It's Xie Chao's cell phone. I unlocked it casually and thought it was sent by a team member. Asa result, when Xie Chao saw the person who sent the message, his silent heart was slightly stirred again. From the corner of Xiao Qi's eye, he could see Xie Chao's originally passionate peach blossom eyes, which always seemed to look down on everyone, became particularly serious at this moment. The body, which was originally leaning sideways, suddenly straightened up. While waiting for the traffic light, Xie Chao kept replying to messages in a hurry. Yo-ho, he thought the boss of this special case team had a casual confidence in everything. I didn't expect that he would be so serious one day. The green light comes on and the car started, and Xie Chao drove while glancing at his phone, waiting for the other party's reply. After a while, he didn't know what the other party replied. Xie Chao pounded the steering wheel in frustration. He took a deep breath and exhaled, then finally threw his phone forward in annoyance, his eyes full of annoyance. Seeing this situation, Xiao Qi immediately understood and asked with interest, "Girlfriend?" Xie Chao looked forward with a serious look, his expression unrecognizable. After a long while, he uttered a few words unhappily from his thin lips. "No, she's my ex-girlfriend now." Taking a deep breath, Xie Chao returned to his unruly look, and his peach blossom eyes were filled with smiles again. "I can't help it. I don't have time to spend with my girlfriend. This is how the job works. So let's just break up." Xiao Qi turned his head slightly and looked at Li Chao with squinted eyes. Unexpectedly, Xie Chao was also staring at him sideways. The two looked at each other and smiled kindly. Xiao Qi knew countless people, and he could tell at a glance that Xie Chao's smile was only superficial, and deeper inside was indifference and unhappiness. Naturally, Xiao Qi's smile did not reach his eyes. The two of them turned back as if nothing had happened and looked ahead. However, the same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. TSK, he's not a good person. Soon the car stopped at the headquarters building. Xiao Qi got out of the car, put his hands in his pockets, and looked up at the tall building in front of him. A little unexpected, the headquarters building is not located in a secluded place, but in a bustling commercial center. The lobby on the first floor is bustling with people. There are all kinds of people wearing suits, uniforms, and white coats. Let's go. Our territory is from the 5th to the 7th floor. Now we have to go to the meeting room on the 5th floor. They are already waiting for us. It suddenly occurred to Xiao Qi that there were more than just the special case team members in this building. Besides the special case team, what other departments are there here? Xie Chao followed Xiao Qi into the building and said, "There are many. There are some secret departments that even I don't have the authority to enter. I will take you to get a temporary ID card first. This card only gives you access to the 5th floor." Having said this, Xie Chao turned around and solemnly instructed Xiao Qi, "Don't wander around just because you're curious. If you get caught, I may not be able to get you out." Xiao Qi nodded. It seemed that the rules here were quite strict. As for why some secret departments are blatantly set up here, it is not difficult to understand. At first, they are confident in the security of the building. Second, this might just be a decoy. Instead of hiding, it is better to tell the enemy openly that they are here. As for whether some actions are true or false, let them guess for themselves. This is somewhat different from his world. It may also be that his level was not high enough before, so he could not reach this level. While Xiao Qi was thinking about it, Xie Chao had already prepared a temporary ID card for him. Xiao Qi took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The ID card is heavy and quite exquisite. It is clearly stated that the date is only today, the only accessible location is the 5th floor, and the number of elevator rides is only 4. Xiao Qi whistled. So cool, it was worth all the time he had posed for so long. In the carefully designed opening remarks, "It was worth the trip, insert the ID card into the card slot." The blocked gates opened. Walking into the elevator, Xiao Qi was surprised to find that there were no floor buttons, only a transparent scanning area like the one at checkout. Without Xie Chao's explanation, Xiao Qi simply swiped his ID card upwards, and it directly showed the 5th floor. The elevator started to move upwards. Xie Chao glanced at Xiao Qi. Based on his proficiency, someone who didn't know him would have thought he was an employee here. As soon as the elevator door opened, Xie Chao led Xiao Qi towards the meeting room. "Sorry, we're late." Xie Chao opened the door of the conference room, and all the team members sitting inside looked over. Their eyes were all fixed on Xie Chao, and Xiao Qi behind him. This is the first time that the boss has invited people who are not professionally related to participate in the case discussion. When Sister Qingqing came back yesterday, she told them what happened in the morgue and then told them about Xiao Qi's conclusion. Well, Xiao Qi really aroused everyone's curiosity. Even more shocking and surprising things are yet to come. Xiao Qi sent all the results of his investigation to them. Yo ho, this person's rot happened to be surprisingly consistent with that of the unknown suspect, although there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. Xiao Qi's appearance is really strange. They looked at him with some caution that if he is really the murderer, obviously, this person is definitely not a simple person. He is most likely a vicious criminal who enjoys teasing the police. Xiao Qi calmly scanned the conference room. In just a few seconds, he should have obtained all the information he needed. I was confused. These team members seem to be a little too vigilant about themselves. It seems that it is caused by some information that I don't know, and this information may be disadvantageous to me. Raise an eyebrow. Things are getting more interesting. Not only was Xiao Qi not frightened by this situation, but it aroused his interest even more. He didn't know yet that his image had become extremely excessive in the eyes of the special case team. Chapter 100 Criminal Profiling. When Xiao Qi and Jie Chao sat down at the same time, everyone withdrew their gaze. Xia Chao was the first to speak. Now let's start profiling the crime. After saying this, Xia Chao glanced at Xiao Qi vaguely to see his reaction. Unfortunately, nothing was seen. Xiao Qi? Why are you looking at me? Why are the people in the special case team a little weird? Xiao Qi decided to hold back and wait and see what their level was. Xiao Qi once again projected the victim's information onto the big screen. Each person's information was very detailed and clearly listed. At the same time, a piece of paper was placed on everyone's desk to facilitate note-taking. Qingqing nodded, and first flipped through the information in her hand and said, "Our unidentified suspect prefers the left leg and is extremely decisive. The subsequent 2 victims were killed within a week. Is it because he has some obsessive-compulsive disorder?" A young man wearing glasses sitting next to Qingqing frowned and retorted after hearing this, "Probably not. The second victim was thrown on the roadside. I'm more inclined to believe it was a black market transaction." Xia Chao did not comment on their analysis, but nodded and signaled them to continue. Today's analysis can also be said to be a report on yesterday's investigation. They analyzed the conditions of the 2 victims yesterday and found that they had both lost their left legs, and no limbs were found at the scene. This made them wonder whether this was a case of human organ trafficking. Yesterday they split into 2 groups.